The radio sputtered awake, and Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly grabbed the handset from his Humvee's dash. For what felt like the 100th time that morning, he dragged the gritty corner of his desert scarf across his mouth, tasting nothing but Afghan dust and his own dry lips. A thick, swirling cloud of it invaded the cabin, pouring through the gunner's hatch and seeping past the doors, which hung slightly ajar under the weight of their added armor. Positioned in the middle of the convoy, his vehicle was perpetually smothered in a choking tan haze. He took a swig of tepid water from his canteen before keying the mic. "Betty 06, go ahead." The voice from the operations center was urgent. "Betty 06, Betty O main flash, traffic from the deuce, sir. It wasn't even mid-morning, and the heat was already oppressive." Connolly swiped sweat from his brow with the back of his hand and cranked the radio volume. A flash report from the battalion intelligence officer meant his already miserable day was likely getting worse. The operator continued without pause. "You have eyes on your position. Deuce assesses an attack on your convoy is imminent. Betty O'Mean." Roger that, damn it. As commander of 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, Connolly had no business being on this milk run to a neighboring district center. Any of his company commanders could have handled the meet and greet with the local mayor. But the intelligence reports had been troubling, suggesting the town's cooperation had shifted toward the Taliban, and he wanted to see it for himself. Now, someone was watching. He figured the deuce had picked up insurgent radio chatter. He switched channels. Lima 6, Betty O actual, stay alert. We have eyes on us. Execute a security halt. Let's try to get inside their decision cycle. He hoped an unexpected stop might flush out the ambush before it was perfectly set. Lima 6 acknowledged, and the line of vehicles began to slow. The explosion at the head of the column wasn't just loud. It felt like the road itself had been punched. Connolly was thrown against his seat harness. Before the dust even cleared, the distinctive whoosh crump of RPGs and the staccato crackle of machine gun fire filled the air. Through the windshield, he saw pavement and dirt erupting skyward, followed by a fireball. Shrapnel and debris began hailing down on the vehicles, pinging off armor plating. Instinctively, the convoy snapped into a herringbone formation, vehicles angling left and right like the teeth of a comb. The 50 caliber machine guns in the turrets opened up, their deep, rhythmic pounding chewing into the surrounding hillsides. Didn't waste any time, did they? Connolly's driver shouted over the deafening roar of their own gun and the metallic rain of spent shell casings from above. Connolly twisted toward the radio operator in the rear. "Sergeant Boss, grab your rifle and dismount on my side now." The sergeant needed no further encouragement. Sitting still in a metal box during an ambush was a death sentence. The heavily armored Humvee the Marines were using offered some protection, but a single, well-aimed rocket-propelled grenade could still turn it into a fiery tomb. With all the firepower pouring from its turret, each vehicle was practically begging for that kind of attention. Before Connolly could exit, a familiar, steady voice came over the dashboard radio. It was First Sergeant Perez from Lima Company, one of the battalion's best. "Lima 6's vehicle is disabled," Perez reported, his tone unnervingly calm. "They're rattled, but his gunner is still in the fight, so they're holding. He's on the tactical net right now, directing the counterattack." These roadside bombs were crude but devastating, often built from hundreds of pounds of scrap metal packed around a potent mix of fertilizer and fuel oil. The insurgents would bury them in the road, sometimes using acid to soften the asphalt first, then cover their work with a layer of dirt. Their standard tactic was to detonate the bomb, unleash a volley of RPGs and machine gun fire to sow chaos, and then melt away into the landscape. Kneeling beside his Humvee, Connolly kept his rifle shouldered with one hand while gripping the radio handset with the other. "Understood, Echo 6, Papa. I'm moving to you. Tell Lima 6 to keep pressing the fight." He tossed the handset back inside and brought both hands to his weapon. Nearby, Sergeant Bose, burdened by his heavy armor, struggled to clamber out from his side of the vehicle. squeezing past the machine gunner's legs before tumbling onto the ground. "Bossy, the radio?" Connolly yelled, gesturing frantically at the forgotten PRC-1119 inside the cab. The young Marine had his carbine but had left behind his most critical tool. As Boss scrambled back inside, enemy AK-47 fire rattled against the opposite armor plating. He emerged moments later, radio in hand, just as the battalion sergeant major joined them. The three Marines took off at a low sprint down the convoy line, bullets snapping through the air above them. Every Humvee turret had swiveled, their 50 caliber machine guns hammering the hillside to the left with a nearly continuous roar. As Connolly ran, he spotted the air officer firing his rifle from behind a hood. Connolly grabbed the man's vest and pulled him along. He might be crucial in a moment. Tracers from the heavy machine guns stitched the northern hillside. Some gunners aimed at fleeting shadows, while others just hosed down the terrain with enthusiasm after all. They were Marines with big guns, and any chance to use them was a good day. For now, the tactic was working. The overwhelming volume of fire forced the attackers to duck behind rocks and ridges. Connolly believed if they kept this pressure up, they could drive the Taliban out into the open on the backside of the hills. He, the air officer, the sergeant major, and boss, finally reached the lead vehicle where the Lima Company commander was directing the battle. Connolly, breathing hard, reached the young captain. "What's your plan?" "I've got a solid base of fire established here, sir," the captain said quickly. "I'll keep the drivers ready to maneuver while I take an assault element and flank left." "Do it," Connolly said. "I'll get with the air officer and see what air support we have available." Lima Company began advancing up the rocky slope, maneuvering for the high ground adjacent to where the ambush had originated. Connolly moved with them. This was the captain's fight to run. Connolly's role as battalion commander here was simply to enable and support. From a rocky hilltop 200 meters out, Lieutenant Colonel Connolly had a clear view of Lima Company's advance. His first move was to get his air officer, a Marine pilot with years of ground experience, into the fight. "Bill, you're danger close to Lima," Connolly said over the radio. "I can have them hold back if you can get air support overhead in the next 5 minutes." "I've got a pair of fast movers ready for gun runs, sir," Bill replied. "Copy that. Deconflict with Lima and let's hit them hard." Kneeling behind cover, Bill worked up a 9-line briefing, packing each line with targeting data. After a quick radio exchange, he confirmed 2 A-10 Warthogs were inbound. Soon, the distant whine of their engines cut through the valley air. A single A-10 screamed directly over Connolly and his small headquarters team on the hill, its 30mm cannon unleashing a torrent of fire at nearly 4,000 rounds per minute. The jet wash from the low pass knocked Connolly flat as the iconic brrr-ut of the gun hammered the insurgent positions below. Some Taliban fighters, convinced staying meant death, broke from their cover in a desperate run. They didn't make it far. Lima Company resumed its climb toward the rocky peak where the enemy was dug in. The battle condensed into smaller, intense actions as platoons coordinated with the circling aircraft. The first A-10 banked away wide, a maneuver that inadvertently gave the surviving enemy a moment to scramble, just as the second Warthog began its gun run, cutting more of them down. The Marines pushed higher, closing in on the remaining fighting positions. Bill signaled that the A-10s were pulling off to set up another pass, granting a brief, eerie lull in the noise. Connolly raised his binoculars, watching Lima's maneuvers with a mix of professional pride and gut-churning worry for each Marine taking those exposed steps. Then, without warning, a burst of AK-47 fire erupted, barely 20 meters to his right. Beside him, Bill cried out and dropped. The sergeant major spun and emptied a full magazine toward 2 Taliban fighters firing from behind boulders lower on the hillside. His shots missed but forced them back into cover. Connolly yanked a grenade from his pouch and pulled the pin. "Frag out!" He hurled it toward the left side of the boulder. It bounced down the slope, landing near the 2 fighters, but one man kicked it away. The grenade skittered farther down before detonating harmlessly against the rocks. Not the result he wanted, but it sparked an idea. "Bill, you still with me?" Through gritted teeth. Bill replied, "Yes, sir, I'll manage." Connolly glanced back and saw him crouched 10 meters away, blood soaking his right calf, but still holding his radio up. "Stay put," Connolly ordered. "Keep the hogs focused on Lima's objective, but I need you and Bossy to lay down sporadic fire. Keep these two pinned. Sergeant Major, you got any grenades?" The Sergeant Major, positioned 5 meters to Connolly's left, kept his eyes and rifle fixed on the insurgent's boulder. "Yes, sir, I'm ready on my signal. Throw them one at a time, 3 total. Let each cook off a couple seconds first. That'll buy me time to shift south. After the last blast, I'll hit them from the right flank. Understood, sir. Ready when you are. Go!" Suppressing fire from the air officer and radio man pinned the enemy down, allowing the sergeant major to hurl his grenades. The first 2 sailed past their target, but the third detonated close enough to shower the 2 Taliban fighters with dirt and stone fragments as they huddled behind a large rock. Connolly had already maneuvered to the right, his rifle's sight fixed on their position. From this flanking angle, he spotted 2 figures in dark clothing, clutching AK-47s. One militant spotted him simultaneously, swinging his weapon toward the Marine. Connolly dropped to his knees and fired 2 rounds, both striking the man in the head. The second fighter rose and unleashed a wild burst of automatic fire, but Connolly calmly squeezed off 2 more shots, dropping him. The wounded man groaned, attempting to rise to his knees, but the radio operator finished him with a precise shot. As Connolly got back to his feet and peered around the boulder, a chilling detail caught his eye. A suicide vest was strapped to one of the corpses. "Suicide vest on one of them. Take cover. I'm putting a round in his head to prevent detonation." Connolly moved around the rock to take the shot, but the vest exploded before he could fire. The blast hurled him backward, and the steep slope sent him tumbling violently to the right, shrapnel and debris whizzing past him. He somersaulted twice before crashing feet first onto a narrow, rocky trail 12 feet below. He landed hard on his back, a searing pain erupting in his knees from the impact. Dazed, he quickly assessed himself, shocked to realize the explosion itself hadn't wounded him. Unbelievable luck, he thought. Gritting his teeth against the throbbing in his knees, he used a nearby boulder to haul himself upright. The sergeant major's voice called down from above. "You okay, sir?" Connolly tested his weight, limping a few steps as the pain slowly receded. "I'm good." He carefully made his way back up the treacherous path to his team. The sergeant major was standing over the 2 mangled bodies. "Sir, you keep pulling stunts like a kid fresh out of boot camp, and those knees of yours are going to give out for good. Appreciate the concern. You know anyone hiring for a desk job these days?" "Can't say I do, sir, but I'll keep an ear to the ground." They left the enemy where they fell and returned to the radio man and the air officer, who had removed his boot and was wrapping a bandage around a bloody calf wound. The dressing quickly slowed the flow. "Let's get a medevac called in," Connolly said. "Lima just requested one. They've got a few wounded, too." "Nothing critical, shrapnel and an arm shot." Connolly took the radio, leaning in to examine the air officer's leg. "Lima 6, this is Betio 6. Send your sitrep over." "Copy, Betio. We count 17 enemy Ki. Heard you had your own action up there." "Affirmative. Stay sharp for any more. Understand medevac is en route for your casualties. Roger that outstanding work. Lima 6. Sir, we owe the deuce for this one. His intel right before that IED probably saved our hides. Copy that. Drinks are on you when we're home. We're bringing the Arrow down to your position now." Connolly handed the handset back and gave the operator a firm pat on the shoulder. The air officer was still on comms with the pair of A-10s circling overhead, keeping them on standby. In a stubborn display, he tried to stand, intending to hobble down the mountain bootless and bleeding. The sergeant major shot him a look of pure exasperation. then hoisted the man and his heavy gear onto his back like a loaded pack. As they began the slow, careful descent, the sergeant major's words came between strained breaths. Connolly winced as his knees protested the steep descent. 18 years against the Taliban, and we're just now figuring it out? He shook his head, a grimace etched on his face. Took us long enough, but my gut tells me we've been so focused on these mountain fighters, we're blind to what's coming next. The sergeant major adjusted his grip on the wounded officer he carried. What's next, sir? Something different, Connolly grunted. Whoever it is won't be hiding in caves with homemade bombs. They'll have satellites, hackers, missiles that can hit us from 1,000 miles away. Mark my words, we'll look back on getting shot at in these hills like it was some kind of simple good old days. He paused, catching his breath. Makes you almost nostalgic for a straightforward roadside bomb, doesn't it? A long silence followed, broken only by the crunch of gravel underfoot. Sir, permission to speak freely? That's a real downer of a thought. The injured airman on the sergeant major's back let out a pained laugh, then hissed as his leg scraped against a thorny bush. Captain Raymond Shank Vance tilted his A-10 Warthog, the aircraft's distinctive silhouette casting a shadow over the scarred landscape below. Marine vehicles were navigating the shattered road, conducting their final sweeps. He leveled off and keyed his radio. Nuts, what's your ammo status? Under 2,000 rounds. Copy. I'm down to 800. We're running on fumes up here. Looks like the show's over for us, Nuts replied. Ground pounders seem to have it wrapped up. We did the heavy lifting. They're just collecting the leftovers, Nuts said with a pilot's typical bravado. A flicker of sympathy followed. Still wouldn't want to trade places. We're wheels up for home in 72 hours. Those guys are stuck in this dust bowl for another 6-month rotation. Shank banked his aircraft one last time, offering a casual, unseen salute toward the Marines as he checked out with their air controller. Chapter 1, Southwest of Mombasa. Kenya. 1 week later, Major Yuri Borbikov detested everything about this assignment. The oppressive heat, the grime, the sense of being forgotten at the edge of the world. Yet, he was prepared to give his life for this worthless patch of dirt. As he surveyed the dense jungle canopy from the hilltop, the odds seemed excellent that he would do exactly that before sunset. Intelligence was clear. A combined force of French, Kenyan, and Canadian troops, supported by helicopters and armor, was massing just 9 kilometers away, hidden behind a wall of trees. Their artillery was dialed in. Their rocket batteries were targeted on his position, outnumbered perhaps 7 to 1. His mission was not to win, but to make the advance costly. He stood on the roof of a crumbling cinder block building, his communications officer and a small team clustered around him behind a makeshift wall of sandbags guarding 2 mortars. The structure would be pulverized in the opening barrage, but Borbikov needed to see the battlefield with his own eyes, one final officer's assessment before the storm broke. He commanded a Spetsnaz company from the 3rd Guards Brigade. 88 men now dug into defensive pockets across the hill, their hands on machine guns, rocket launchers, and surface-to-air missiles, waiting for the inevitable. The hilltop position also included a sizable detachment of Russian paratroopers, 2 companies from the 51st Guards Airborne Regiment, roughly 500 soldiers. Though not as finely honed as his own Spetsnaz unit, these men had spent the last 5 weeks fortifying their lines, anticipating the assault that grew more certain with each passing day. Major Borbikov had every confidence in their courage, but his tactical assessment remained grim. A top graduate of Moscow's prestigious Combined Arms Academy, he had been on the ground long enough to map the battlefield in his mind with chilling clarity. Every calculation pointed to the same conclusion. Holding this hill for more than a few hours was nearly impossible. Cut off for 3 weeks, his forces were running dangerously low on food, water, and ammunition. Resupply from home was out of the question. French Mistral missile batteries now ringed the area, sealing their fate. Facing these odds, Borbikov saw only two paths: death or dishonor. For him, the choice was simple. He was a staunch patriot, convinced the West perpetually schemed against Russian interests. Surrender would stain his honor and that of his men. Here, on this remote African hill, he would make his stand, of course, to the generals in Moscow and the diplomats in Western capitals. This wasn't really about honor at all. It was about what lay beneath the barren, scarred earth of the strip mine behind him. In this forgotten corner of southeastern Kenya, surveys had revealed a geological jackpot, an estimated 60% of the world's known supply of 11 critical rare earth minerals. Russia had discovered, bought, and developed the site, and despite the Kenyan government's later annulment of the contract amid corruption allegations and expulsion orders, Moscow was not about to walk away. Let them call it illegal. Borbikov knew they'd fight like hell to keep it. The waiting ended 5 hours ago, just past midnight, with a final ultimatum from Kenyan and French authorities. The lieutenant colonel overseeing the mine's defenses had relayed the message to Moscow and awaited orders, but the reply was silence. Now, with dawn approaching, the time for talk was over. A faint rumble of engines echoed in the distance, and Borbikov's senses sharpened, anticipating the opening artillery barrage. But the sound that broke the stillness came from behind him, the rusty groan of the stairwell door. He spun, ready to berate one of his men for abandoning his post. Instead, he found himself looking at Lieutenant Colonel Yelchin of the 51st Guards. While Borbikov commanded the Spetsnaz detachment, ultimate authority over the mine and all defending forces rested with Yelchin. Borbikov bit back the sharp retort on his tongue, swallowing his frustration before it could escape. "My apologies, Colonel." He managed his voice tight. "This location is compromised. Enemy artillery could open fire at any moment." Colonel Yelchin moved to join him at the sandbagged position. "Relax, Yuri. There will be no bombardment. We have our orders. Stand down, proceed to Mombasa, and await transport home." A weary smile touched his lips. "It's finished." For a long moment, Borbikov could only stare, leaning heavily against the rough burlap. "What did you say?" "It's true. Moscow and Nairobi have reached an agreement. We have 4 hours to gather our gear and withdraw. Naturally, we'll need to abandon some of the heavier, sir. Did headquarters understand our tactical advantage here? We could withstand the initial assault, target their air defense systems, and with a little luck, cripple their advance. Once we receive reinforcements and resupply from our Air Force, additional special forces and paratroopers, we could." Yelkin cut him off. "I did not explain any of that, because this isn't about tactics, Yuri. This is a political decision from people who have never felt this sun on their necks. With all respect, you know the state of the Kenyan forces. Even with French support, they are not prepared for a real fight. Their armor is ancient, their artillery is obsolete, and they have no idea what would be waiting for them on this hill. They will not be testing that theory. We are leaving it. You have 4 hours." "Unbelievable," Borbikov muttered under his breath, the word tasting like ash. Yelchin studied the younger officer's face. "I see it now. You're disappointed. You actually wanted a battle." "And you did not, sir?" "What I want," Yelchin said, his voice dropping to a raw, exhausted growl, "is to get out of this godforsaken oven and see my family. I want a meal that doesn't come from a tin and water that doesn't taste of diesel. I want," he said, jabbing a finger toward the relentless sun, "to feel artificially cooled air on my skin again." Borbikov's disdain was plain. "Air conditioning, Colonel?" The lieutenant colonel's expression softened marginally. "Listen, your dedication is commendable, as is your courage, but we follow our orders." With that, Yelchin turned and descended from the roof, leaving Borbikov alone with his simmering thoughts. 4 hours later, Major Borbikov sat rigid in the commander's hatch of a BTR-90, part of a long, dusty column snaking away from the mining complex. His posture was perfect, his gaze fixed ahead as they rolled past the forward positions of the French and Kenyan troops. If command had been his, he told himself, the story would have been written in fire and blood. He would have ordered his Spetsnaz and the paratroopers to defend every building, to rig the equipment with explosives, and to make the enemy pay for every meter of ground. And when the last stand was finally over, when he and his brave soldiers had fallen, the Russian people would have known the unwavering strength of their warriors, and the West would have been forced to respect the terrifying resolve of a few hundred determined men. A heroic death here would have been a final gift to the motherland, but he was not in command. Yelchin was, and Yelchin had practically sprinted for the vehicles. As his armored carrier reached the base of the hill and turned onto the rough track leading toward the coastal highway, Borbikov passed a large group of Kenyan, French, and Canadian soldiers lounging on their own vehicles. They watched the retreating Russians with undisguised scorn. Nearby, a handful of bony oxen wandered listlessly in the sweltering heat, indifferent to the human drama. The Kenyans had begun a rhythmic chant, their laughter carrying over the rumble of the engines. Borbikov focused, straining to hear the words until they became clear. "Go home, Russia! Go home! Go home, Russia! Go home!" The taunt repeated, a mocking drumbeat marking their retreat. Borbikov didn't understand Swahili, but the gist of the angry chant was unmistakable, a clear, crude demand for Russia to leave. Ahead, a sudden uproar cut through the engine noise, shouts of fury, and a dark mass sailed through the air toward the lead armored vehicle. The soldiers, riding on the BTR-90, hunched down, but no one aimed a weapon. Borbikov's hand went to his radio, but before he could key the mic, a wet, slapping impact struck his neck and cheek. He looked toward the roadside. A group of French paratroopers, laughing wildly, were using their entrenching tools to hurl fresh, wet ox dung at the convoy. Borbikov touched the filth on his face, examining it on his gloved finger. Inside, a cold fury ignited. He had served in the Caucasus, Ukraine, and Syria, never tasting the disgrace of a forced withdrawal, let alone this kind of deliberate humiliation. His posture remained rigid, chest out and chin high, but as his gaze swept from the mocking enemy to the weary faces of his own men, a stark realization hit him. Everyone else believed this operation was finished. Yuri Borbikov did not. This was not over. He swore a silent oath then, standing in that fouled vehicle, that the story of Mrima Hill would have another chapter, and he would be the one to write it. He would return. Russia would prevail here, and the next time it would be the Westerners and their allies retreating in disgrace, with Borbikov delivering the final searing insult. Chapter 2. West Coast of Taiwan. 3 years later. 22 August. A thin crescent moon broke from the clouds as dark shapes rose from the sea, 50 meters from the shoreline. 24 figures in matte black wetsuits glistened under the faint light, advancing through the shallow surf. Breathing heavily, they scanned the dunes ahead through waterproof night vision scopes. These 24 men were elite, supremely conditioned, but even they felt the strain of the nearly 4-mile swim from their submerged transport. Once ashore, confident their arrival had gone unseen, Captain Chen Min-jun shifted his rifle to his back and retrieved an infrared buoy from a mesh bag. He activated the device and cast it into the gentle surf, letting it drift out with the tide. A synthetic shoreline cable played out from his hand as the buoy moved seaward. Chen anchored the line's opposite end with a stake driven into the sand, blinked away salt water, and lowered his own night vision goggles to confirm the buoy's invisible signal was clear in his optics. He turned to his team. All 23 were now kneeling in the sand, weapons tracking as they continued to sweep the deserted beachfront. Chen issued a soft, bird-like whistle. Every head turned. Without a word, he raised a hand, then swept it forward, palm flat, as one. The team stood and moved up the beach, their silhouettes crossing the moonlit sand, weapons constantly searching for threats until they reached the edge of a dense mangrove and palm jungle. The chorus of tree frogs and crickets masked the soft sounds of their footfalls as, one by one, they vanished into the dark foliage. After a 20-minute push through the triple canopy jungle, the unit located a small clearing. Captain Chen knelt in the softly rustling grass, extended the wire mesh antenna from his radio, and looked up at the patch of dark sky. He connected the radio's digital port to his compact tablet, tapped a brief sequence, and waited for the secure uplink to establish. Chen tapped the burst icon on his tablet, its screen flashing from red to green as the signal was sent. He stowed the device, its waterproof casing a testament to dependable engineering. A few yards away, in the grassy clearing, Chief Sergeant Liu waited silently for instructions. Chen felt no rush. Years of training had ingrained in him that a Special Forces commander's greatest asset was composure. He took a slow breath, considering the scale of their action. With just 24 operators, the Sea Dragons, an elite unit from the People's Liberation Army's Nanjing military region, had successfully infiltrated Taiwan. They were the only unit authorized to wear the distinctive all-black uniform with the frontline insignia, a constant reminder of their singular readiness for this very mission. After a silent exchange of glances, Chen watched as Sergeant Liu led the bulk of the team, breaking into small groups that melted back into the jungle. They would operate in three-man cells for the next half-day. Securing his own pack, Chen gave a resolute nod to the southeast and began to move, two shadows falling in step behind him. 4 hours after landing, Captain Chen left his two men on a ridge and descended alone. He scaled a low stone wall thick with creeping vines, keeping his silhouette minimal against the dawn sky. As if affirming his confidence, a subtle vibration from his tablet signaled the first successful completion by one of his 8 teams. Skirting another wall, he looked down upon the waking city of Taichung. The first hints of sunrise painted the eastern clouds as he navigated along a weathered wooden fence. In the valley below, the morning mist began to thin, revealing the distant, ornate silhouette of a castle's crenellated walls. Checking his tablet, he saw the status of his teams represented by a cluster of dots. One signal, belonging to Corporal Cian's team, hadn't updated for an hour, but Chen wasn't concerned. He knew they'd be blending in, likely on public transit heading north. 2 dots now glowed green, their objectives achieved, and were already withdrawing toward the coast for extraction. The remaining 6, including his own, still shone red, operations ongoing. Moving through the dew-laden grass along the fence line, he closed in on the large resort complex at the hill's base. His focus narrowed to a specific structure nestled within lavish gardens, the Lavender Cottage. Bringing his binoculars up, he saw a gathering crowd. He unslung his sniper rifle. A German-made DSR-1 deployed its bipod on the fence and settled into position. Frankly, he would have preferred the familiar heft of a domestic QBU-88 or the new JS 7.62. But this foreign weapon had been carefully chosen, its serial number meticulously matched to one lost by Taiwanese forces during a training exercise the previous year. When this rifle was recovered later, the evidence would point not across the strait, but inward. Captain Chen settled his eye against the scope's lens, just as a triple vibration pulsed from the tablet in his pocket. One of the other teams was signaling, but he ignored it, just as he ignored the sweat soaking his black bandana and dripping onto the bridge of his nose. That triple buzz meant trouble. His sergeants knew better than to contact him unless a situation had gone seriously wrong. But there was no time to dwell on the other units. Now, through his rifle's optics, he centered on the garden east of the cottage, where a crowd of diplomats and military officers mingled amid a sea of media. Panning slowly, he found his target just as the man stepped onto a wooden platform. Chen recognized him from his stride even before steadying the crosshairs over the man's heart. The target took his place behind a lectern, gesturing broadly as he faced almost directly toward Chen's position. The distant crowd reacted, but from 1,000 meters away, all Captain Chen could hear were the birds chirping in the brush beside him. He adjusted the windage on his scope, subtracted 1 click of elevation because he'd ended up a little higher on the hillside than planned, and then snugged the rifle's stock tight against his shoulder. He took a slow breath, pushing the worry about that urgent message from his mind. He let go of his fatigue, his stress, even the sharp edge of his own adrenaline, detaching emotion from the task to keep his hand perfectly steady. At 8:01 a.m., Captain Chen Min-jun of the PLA's Sea Dragon Commandos squeezed the trigger. A .30 caliber round sped downrange, cutting through the morning air in the valley, passing over the crowd in front of the stage, and striking dead center in his target's chest. The man behind the lectern jerked back a step, then slumped forward. His head hit the microphone with a thud before his body crumpled onto the stage. The rifle's recoil made the bipod jump slightly on the ivy-covered fence rail, but as soon as Chen refocused through the optic, the weapon was ready for a follow-up shot. None was needed. Confirming the target was down, he left the rifle in place and began moving toward the wooded ravine that led to the Dajia River. The 2 men positioned above him had their own escape routes, though they were only a few hundred meters apart now. He wouldn't see them again for over an hour. He was eager to reach the next waypoint where he could kneel, pull out his tablet, and finally read those messages to learn what had gone wrong with one of the other teams. Jogging toward the tree line, he was startled by sudden movement close by. He pulled up sharply, nearly colliding with a small girl who had stepped out from behind an oak tree. She couldn't have been more than 6, clutching what looked like a frog in her hands. She gazed up at him, wide-eyed. Without hesitation, Captain Chen drew his silenced pistol and fired twice into her chest. Her small body tumbled softly back onto the lush grass, the frog leaping from her lifeless fingers. Chen stepped over her, still form, and disappeared into the woods. There could be no loose ends. Her death, however regrettable, would fit neatly into the narrative they intended for the media. The assassination of the Taiwanese party leader, the one who had aligned himself most closely with China, would never be traced back to the mainland. Instead, the local press would broadcast the unmistakable image of a ruling party so ruthless it would stop at nothing to block reunification, even resorting to murder. China would not be blamed. After all, people would ask, why would China ever kill its biggest ally in Taiwan? No, this would be tied to Taiwanese special forces, operating under the ruling party, and as Chen sprinted onward, he understood the girl's death would only fuel the blaze this mission had ignited. An hour later, having reached the banks of the Dajia River and reunited with the 2 other soldiers from his team, Captain Chen finally had a moment to power up his mission tablet. As his teammates pulled on their sleek wetsuits, Chen activated the device, executing the familiar swipe to unlock the screen. The map display showed 7 of 8 tracking spheres glowing a steady green, all progressing toward the coastline. But one bubble pulsed an urgent yellow and black. It was Sergeant Liu's unit. A cold dread settled in Chen's stomach. An attached notification confirmed Liu had been killed in action, though his body had been retrieved by his remaining men. 7 successful reconnaissance and sabotage missions, 1 confirmed assassination, yet all at the cost of his finest soldier. He forced the grim news aside, sealed the tablet in its waterproof pouch, and began changing into his own gear. To steady himself, Chen focused on the scale of their achievement, using it to temper the sharp edge of his grief. Liu had fallen for a vital cause, the sovereignty and unity of the nation. This very operation, he had been assured, was a critical step toward reunifying the motherland with the separatist island. Yes, Chen affirmed to himself, his chest swelling with a fierce pride that momentarily washed away his exhaustion and aches. Sergeant Liu died a warrior's death, a hero's end, and Chen could only hope to be granted such honor. He and his men slid into the river's cool current, beginning the 2-mile swim back to the beach they had infiltrated hours before. They would conceal themselves in the thick jungle until nightfall, then commence the grueling swim back to the waiting submarine. Chapter 3. Arlington, Virginia, 25. August 070 Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly shifted his Ford F-150 into reverse, checking the rear view as he eased out of his driveway. A sudden blare of a horn and the screech of tires made him stomp on the brakes. An irritated driver in a Mazda laid on the horn again before speeding off down the street. "Check your flanks," Connolly barked, the command almost instinctual. He glanced down to see if he'd sloshed coffee on his Marine Corps service uniform. Thankfully, he'd avoided that mess. A voice from the back seat chimed in with more morning energy than he could muster. "Check the flanks." It was his 14-year-old daughter, Elsa, playfully mocking him. Beside her, Connolly's 12-year-old son, Jack, dropped his voice in a spot-on imitation of his father. "Always check the flanks." The kids returned their attention to their phones as their dad tried to play off his irritation at the close call. Connolly checked over his shoulder with exaggerated care this time and successfully completed the maneuver on his second try. "What's the lesson here, troops? Mastering tactics is about relentless repetition as much as picking the right application for the situation," Jack muttered, eyes glued to his screen. "Sure." Backing out of the driveway is a key tactical maneuver. In that moment, the Mazda was absolutely the hostile force. "Stand by." Connolly took a deliberate sip from his large red Marine Corps mug, emblazoned with the insignia of the 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, one of his former units, before placing it back in the cup holder. "Elsa, your mom's got you this afternoon." "I know. And Jack, remember, baseball tonight. Mr. Marlin is grabbing you and Marco from practice. You're having dinner at the Tellerias. I'll swing by to get you on my way home around 8 o'clock. "I know," Jack said, still not looking up. The kids were long accustomed to their father's morning ritual of reviewing the day's plan, a habit forged during his repeated deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. It was his way of maintaining order, a small piece of battlefield discipline brought home to the suburbs. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly eased his truck to a stop in the school's drop-off lane, offering a quick wave to Principal Moody as his children, Jack and Elsa, tumbled out. They vanished instantly into the stream of students, not even a glance back. Merging back onto Arlington Boulevard, he flicked his turn signal, only to have the sedan in the next lane surge forward to block him. With a grunt, he nudged the Ford's bulk into the space anyway, a small daily assertion of will. Soon the radio filled the cab, and he let his mind drift to the routine ahead. After years spent almost entirely in the sand and dust of deployments, this 2-year posting in Washington, D.C. felt like a deep, necessary breath, a chance to finally be a consistent presence for Julie and the kids. 17 years of marriage, and this was the longest stretch they'd all been under one roof in a decade. His phone buzzed on the console, pulling him from his thoughts. He grabbed it. "Connolly?" A flat, automated voice stated, "This is a reminder from Walter Reed National Military Medical Center for the service member with Social Security number ending in 4472. You have an appointment with Commander Del Rey today, Thursday, August 25th at 0930. Press 1 to confirm or 3 to cancel." He jabbed the 1 key and tossed the phone back as the robotic voice signed off. These knees, he thought, with a familiar spike of frustration. If he didn't get them sorted, any hope of another combat command would be gone. He'd crushed his combat fitness test last fall, pushing through the pain, but the dull ache was becoming a constant companion. He could already imagine how the coming D.C. winter would stiffen his joints into concrete. Too many jumps from truck beds, too many forced marches across deserts, trying to keep pace with lance corporals half his age. And, of course, that lovely memory from Afghanistan getting blown off his feet and landing square on a pile of rocks. Whatever Jack and Elsa choose, please don't let it be the infantry. After 22 years of service, Dan Connolly had done it all, leading a platoon of Marines at Camp Pendleton, fresh out of VMI, commanding a rifle company in Okinawa with tours in Iraq, and later steering the storied BTO Bastards Battalion. At 43, selected for battalion command, he'd leaned on every inch of his frame to keep up through 8 deployments. The truth was, The Corps would take excellent care of him if he spoke up. He'd get top medical attention, but he'd also be sidelined. Deemed unfit for the line, they'd give the next big command to someone else, someone presumably more physically sound, though Connolly knew it was often just someone better at masking the same accumulated damage. So, like countless others, he kept his silence, a private pact with the pain. Heading to the doctor today would be fine, he assured himself, pushing aside a flicker of uncertainty. He planned to downplay the persistent issue, get a cortisone injection or two, and be back to normal. If that didn't work, he'd just tough it out, relying on pain relievers and steaming showers to push through. As he drove along the parkway, the radio news bulletin instantly pulled his focus from his own discomfort. Breaking reports from Taiwan this morning allege that members of the island's own Special Operations Forces were involved in the assassination of Taiwanese People's Party presidential candidate, General Sun Min-jong. Analysts suggest that if verified, the ruling party's connection to the murder of this opposition figure, a leading voice for warmer relations with mainland China, could severely destabilize cross-strait relations. A speech by Chinese Premier Fan Li Wei is imminent in Beijing, with observers anticipating a fierce condemnation of the Taiwanese leadership. Connolly shook his head, baffled. Having tracked China-Taiwan tensions throughout his military service, it seemed senseless for Taipei to eliminate the opposition candidate. General Sun never stood a real chance of winning, and for the government to get caught in such a plot risked triggering a catastrophic conflict with China, a war Taiwan couldn't hope to win without American intervention, one that would cost millions of lives. This morning's news was going to upend his week, and he already worried about rescheduling his medical appointment. He checked the dashboard clock, 7:40 a.m. Flipping on his turn signal, he watched as cars in the right lane accelerated, refusing to let him merge. Classic Washington drivers, he mused. They'd rather wreck their own fender than allow a single vehicle into their precious lane. With a sigh, Connolly nudged his large truck behind one of the uncooperative cars and turned into the Pentagon's south parking lot to begin the hunt for a space. Inside the Pentagon security checkpoint, a short while later, Connolly waited in line until a young guard waved him toward the chip scanner. The Pentagon Force Protection Agency had been cracking down on guards who skipped the scan, but this corporal was following protocol to the letter, something Connolly, a rule follower himself, appreciated. He swiped his badge, passed through the gate, and made his way to his office in the J5, the Joint Staff Directorate for Strategy, Plans, and Policy. He was typically the first from his team to arrive, but this morning 2 Air Force majors from the Joint Air Plans desk were already at work, partially visible over the cubicle dividers. After a brief nod, Connolly moved to his own desk in a 2-person cubicle he shared with an Army major who, unsurprisingly, hadn't arrived yet. Bob Griggs seldom showed up before 8:15 despite Connolly's repeated, fruitless lectures on punctuality. The Marine poured a cup of coffee, listened to his voicemails as his computer booted up, and then began reading the rough transcript of the Chinese president's statement delivered just moments before it was even more severe than he'd anticipated. The president explicitly threatened military action against Taiwan to liberate it from criminal elements if the incumbent Kuomintang president secured re-election in late December. Connolly's eyes drifted to the wall calendar. 4 months until a potential war in the Pacific? The thought settled heavily in the room, as palpable as the steam rising from his coffee mug. Major Bob Griggs strolled into the Strategy, Plans, and Policy office just as Lieutenant Colonel Connolly finished reviewing the transcript. He was late, but his demeanor suggested he couldn't care less. "Morning, sir," Griggs offered casually. "Griggs," Connolly replied, his tone flat. He made a point of glancing at his watch, though he knew the gesture was wasted. The Army major simply dropped his backpack, unfazed by the silent reprimand. When Connolly looked up, he saw Griggs holding a familiar pink box. The line at Krispy Kreme was insane. "So yeah, I'm a bit behind schedule, but I figured you'd want one." Connolly let out a weary breath. Is there actually a donut in there? Or are you just taunting me with an empty box? 8 left, boss. 2 for you, 2 for each of our Air Force friends, and I'm claiming the final pair for myself. A reluctant chuckle escaped Connolly as he tried to remember if he'd ever consumed 6 donuts before noon. Griggs placed the box on the conference table, alerted the Air Force majors that their breakfast had arrived, and then settled at his workstation to power up his computer. As Griggs took his seat, Connolly posed a question. You catch the latest news? About the Taiwanese military taking out that leading opposition figure, yeah, I saw. Hard to believe, right? Griggs merely shrugged. Their special forces have deep ties to the Kuomintang that People First Party General Sun was leading. It's basically become a front for Chinese communist interests over there. Connolly swiveled his chair to face Griggs directly. So you're not shocked that the military would assassinate a major political candidate in Taiwan? Nothing really shocks me these days. Still, it was a spectacularly stupid move. All killing him does is hand China a lit match. They've just infuriated the giant grumpy neighbor next door and handed them a perfect excuse to roll across the strait. The Marine officer tapped his fingers on the desk for a moment. What if that was the entire point? Griggs barked a laugh. To trigger a war? Sure, there are hardliners in Beijing who dream of taking Taiwan by force, but you'd have to be a world-class moron in Taipei to invite that. The place would be reduced to rubble if the Chinese military invaded. The office door swung open to reveal a colonel from the Chief of Naval Operations Staff. All 4 men in the room immediately stood. Morning, sir. 3 of them chorused, with Griggs adding his own more drawn-out version a beat later. The colonel's expression was unusually grim. Connolly, you need to come with me. Aye, sir. Half an hour later, Connolly returned to find the Air Force officers gone to a meeting and the empty donut box protruding from the trash can. Major Griggs was planted at his desk, wearing the look of a man who had done nothing but snack and stare at the door, waiting for an explanation. Let me guess, Griggs said. They're putting us on the first wave of landing craft for when we have to liberate Taiwan from the Chinese. It's serious, but not that kind of serious. As if the assassination wasn't enough of a headache, we've got a brand new catastrophe on our hands. A video surfaced online shows a man and a woman in a hotel room. Connolly paused for effect. In flagrante delicto. Griggs tilted his head. I don't speak Italian. It's Latin. It means they were caught in the act. Bob having sex. Oh, nice, not nice, Bob. Not at all. The man in the video is Lieutenant General Dale Newman, the new head of the Pacific Command Intelligence Directorate. The woman is Rear Admiral Leah Kelly, Deputy Commander of the Pacific Fleet. She was up for promotion to Vice Admiral and was the top pick for PACOM Chief of Staff. Connolly let that sink in. Both the Admiral and the General are married to other people. No one knows how long this has been going on. Oh, hell. Newman and Kelly have already been ordered back. Word from PAC Fleet's legal office is that the PACOM commander will formally relieve them of duty within the hour. Connolly ran a hand over his face. This is going to be an epic disaster for both services. More importantly, this situation directly undermines our strategic posture in the Pacific at a critical moment, with tensions between China and Taiwan reaching a historic peak. Newman and Kelly possessed invaluable regional expertise and had assembled highly effective command structures. While we will appoint successors, the process demands time, a luxury we may not have with major military exercises scheduled in Japan and pivotal elections looming in Taiwan. Griggs leaned forward, his voice dropping. What are the odds this is a deliberate smear, a targeted intelligence operation, maybe even orchestrated by Beijing? The benefits for them are glaringly obvious. Whoever released that footage was undoubtedly aiming to create maximum disruption for our Pacific operations. Connolly agreed. All right, next logical question, Griggs countered. What's our specific role in all this? The Chief of Naval Operations needs a definitive answer. Was the hotel room compromised by Chinese surveillance? Were the laptops of Newman and Kelly tampered with or bugged? And our assignment? We're tasked with investigating that very possibility. Concurrently, we must assess the operational impact of losing these two key commanders on our theater war plans. Griggs nodded slowly, weighing the broader implications. If this was a Chinese intelligence strike against Pacific Fleet leadership, it could signal that all the PLA's recent saber-rattling is more than just posturing. It might be a prelude to actual offensive action. Possibly, Connolly conceded. But let's be honest. If we had an opportunity to force China to dismiss two of their top strategic minds and plunge their military into a scandal, we'd seize it in a heartbeat, regardless of whether we intended to start a war. Fair point, Griggs said. His gaze drifted across the room, a skeptical look on his face. Call me crazy, but I just have a hard time picturing PLA officers recording their extracurricular activities in a hotel room. It seems incredibly reckless. You think Chinese officers are immune to infidelity? It's not that. It's that we're never this lucky. We never catch them. Connolly gave a dry chuckle. True, but that's mostly because any Chinese officer caught in such an act would likely face a firing squad. Our two love-struck admirals will probably end up with lucrative book deals. The CNO and the Army Chief of Staff would have coronaries, Griggs muttered. Connolly was already shifting mental gears to the investigation. To properly evaluate our war plans, we need a clearer read on China's actual resolve. I'm with you. If we can determine whether they orchestrated this and how they pulled it off, it might give us crucial insight into how serious a threat they are right now and their commitment to initiating a conflict. That intelligence would shape our strategic planning. He paused. The real issue is where to begin. The Army major considered this only briefly before answering. We start with someone on the cyber forensics side of this. I know exactly who to call. A guy who probably decrypts Chinese military communications before his morning coffee. Who's that? Dr. Nick Melanopoulos over at the NSA. Familiar with him? Connolly pushed back from his desk and stood. Can't say I am, but you are because you know everyone. That's your primary function here. Griggs stood as well, slinging his backpack over one shoulder. Road trip time? The National Security Agency's main headquarters is located at Fort Meade in southern Maryland, so Dan Connolly naturally assumed that was their destination to meet an NSA analyst. Griggs did nothing to correct this assumption, not when he merged onto the 295 heading north toward Maryland, and not during the ensuing half-hour drive, which was filled with BBC World Service reports on the latest developments across Asia. But just as Connolly began to slow for the Fort Meade exit, Griggs finally spoke up. Probably should have mentioned, Nick doesn't actually work at the main NSA complex. He's at a classified site closer to BWI. He was referring to Baltimore-Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport. What kind of classified site? Connolly asked, a note of irritation in his voice. Just relax and follow my lead. I'm taking you to the secret side of town. It was nearly 11 in the morning when they turned onto a quiet, tree-lined street, eventually pulling into the driveway of a bland 9-story office building that gave nothing away. Their credentials were scrutinized at the main gate. As they walked toward the security center, Connolly looked around, unimpressed by the mundane surroundings. "How do you even know about a place like this?" he asked, the morning's frustration still evident. Once you truly accept your own laziness, as I have, a certain clarity emerges. In a world bustling with diligent people producing excellent work, your role simplifies. You just flit from one source to the next, gathering the rich nectar of their insights. Connolly kept his eyes forward, continuing down the hall without a glance toward Griggs. I'm genuinely grateful the military still requires you to take urine tests. Come on, sir. I'm just riding a natural wave of enthusiasm. Connolly reflected on his initial misjudgment of Griggs. Their first meeting had left him focusing on the man's poor physical shape and habitual lateness. Months of sharing an office, however, revealed a different truth. Beneath that casual, almost indifferent exterior was a master of navigating the political currents of Washington, D.C., paired with exceptional interpersonal skills. Bob knew precisely who mattered within the intelligence circles and could secure crucial information when it counted. Furthermore, Major Griggs had endured some of the most brutal combat tours in both Iraq and Afghanistan. He'd earned his stripes the hard way in his youth, even if these days he favored the climate-controlled corridors of the Pentagon over the dusty forward operating bases overseas. Honestly, the man had probably seen enough sand to last 10 lifetimes. Inside the secure facility, they presented their Department of Defense identification and completed the necessary forms. Both possessed top-secret clearances, so they were quickly processed, met at a reinforced door by an armed guard, and led further into the building's interior. As they moved down a hallway, a woman in her middle years emerged from the restroom. "Morning, Trudy," Bob greeted cheerfully. Connolly caught a fleeting, startled expression on her face, like someone unexpectedly caught in bright lights. "Oh, hello, Bob. You're not here for me, are you? You get a pass today. We're paying a surprise visit to Nick." "He'll be absolutely thrilled," she said, her voice dripping with flat sarcasm. Trudy continued on her way, and soon Griggs and Connolly were buzzed through a locked door. They entered a vast office area filled with tall cubicles, trailing the security officer through the labyrinthine layout until they reached a large, dimly lit workstation in a corner. The desk was a landscape of chaotic papers and precarious stacks of books. The officer announced, "Dr. Melanopoulos, you have visitors." A portly man in his 40s, wearing thick glasses and sporting a precisely trimmed beard that outlined his jaw, spun his chair around. The furniture protested loudly under his weight. Nick Melanopoulos completed his full rotation upon seeing Griggs, spinning a full circle until he was facing his bank of monitors again. With his back to the newcomers, he stated flatly, "Not today, Bob. I am buried." Griggs plopped down into one of the two chairs beside the cluttered desk. Connolly, feeling slightly awkward given the blunt dismissal, moved behind him and took the other seat. "Yeah, I can see you're just drowning in leisure," Griggs said, his tone annoyingly upbeat. "Man, my current shift started at 10 last night, on the tail end of a full prior day. Let me hazard a guess. You're untangling that certain compromising video from Tokyo." The heavy-set PhD in computer science gave a single nod, his fingers never pausing on his keyboard. "Correct. After 12 straight hours, I'm on the final stretch. Now is not the time for a social call. What if lunch is part of the deal?" Melanopolis's typing halted, though his eyes remained glued to his screen. "Who's the Marine with you?" "Nick, meet my friend and superior, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly." "Look past the whole Marine thing. He's moderately tolerable." Melanopolis didn't turn around. In a monotone devoid of all enthusiasm, the NSA analyst said, "Semper Fi, devil dog." The delivery contained perhaps 1% of the customary vigor, making it impossible for Connolly to discern if it was sincere or a subtle jab. "Semper Fi," Connolly replied. "Bob mentioned you're an analyst." Bob rolled his eyes dramatically, and Nick let out a short chuckle. "And they called Jesus a carpenter," he remarked. Finally, leaning back in his creaking chair, Connolly simply said, "Right. Listen, we know you're busy, but Bob mentioned you might be the guy to assist us with a situation." Melanopolis let out an exaggerated sigh. "Let me guess. This involves General Newman and Admiral Kelly." Both officers nodded. "Are you buying lunch?" More nods followed. The doctor grabbed his shoulder bag. "All right. I need to grab my laptop from my car first. I'm starving, so we're getting real food." He pointed at Connolly. "And none of that Semper Fi rabbit food you Marines survive on? Let's move." The three men squeezed into Connolly's pickup and headed to a nearby all-you-can-eat Chinese spot. Melanopolis and Griggs loaded their foam containers with heaps of fried rice, orange chicken, egg rolls, and assorted sides, while Connolly opted for a simple salad with plain rice. After packing their meals, they drove to Sawmill Creek Park, a local recreation area with baseball fields and tennis courts that was nearly empty in the afternoon heat. They found a quiet picnic table and spread out their food. During the drive from Dr. Nick's office, Connolly had tried repeatedly to steer the conversation toward the video and any insights Melanopoulos might have about its broadcast. Instead, the NSA analyst had spent the whole ride complaining to Griggs about his workload, his government benefits, his latest cholesterol numbers, and an ongoing feud with his condo board. Connolly was starting to think this trip might have been a waste of time. But as soon as Melanopoulos took his first bite, his tone shifted. "Okay, about that video, you came to the right person. I was up all night tracing the breach." "So it was definitely a hack?" Griggs asked. "Without a doubt. You want the quick explanation or the detailed one?" Connolly replied. "Give us the short version, as long as it gives us an answer." Melanopoulos took a long drink from his iced tea. "It does. Your responsible party is China." He held up a forkful of orange chicken. "That conclusion cost you a container of this, so I hope it's worth it." Connolly shook his head. "We're going to need more than that. How can you be sure it was China? Easier to show you." Melanopoulos took a bite of an egg roll, set it down, wiped his hands on his pants, and pulled his laptop from his bag. He opened it and typed, bringing up a map centered on China. "This is mainland China. We monitor their internet activity around the clock." He typed again, and a web of red lines crisscrossed the map. Picking up another egg roll, he used it to point at the screen. "This is what we call an internet traceroute diagram. It shows how computers connect and communicate. Think of it as a live traffic map. In China, all public internet access is funneled through government hubs. They control every bit of public access, watching what their citizens view, spying on their own people constantly. They're trying to get inside their computers and their heads to make sure everyone's still towing the party line." He finished the egg roll in one bite. "Understood," said Connolly. Melanopoulos shifted the map eastward until the United States came into view. Two dense clusters of lines appeared where Chinese and American internet traffic intersected. "What's with all this concentrated activity here?" Griggs asked. Melanopoulos said, "Online adult content." "Seriously? Now, if you're a cyber operative, where do you hide your most sensitive traffic?" Melanopoulos zoomed in on the thick streams of data flowing from China to U.S. adult sites. A few red lines veered away from the main bundle. "This is atypical traffic originating from U.S. servers. We're not supposed to scrutinize it closely because it's domestic traffic heading to China. It makes up less than 0.1% of the total." "So, what is it then?" Griggs pressed. The porn mogul was likely just monitoring his revenue streams and tweaking his offerings to snare fresh viewers. He tapped a few more keys, but this data shows network activity on that same server from 3 months prior. The map focused on the United States. 12 distinct sharp lines radiated from the adult sites to various locations across the country, with 2 additional lines stretching back out over the Pacific Ocean. Connolly frowned. "I'm not following what we're seeing here." Melanopoulos enlarged a line originating in California. "This IP resolves to a facility outside Los Angeles. It's tricky because your Navy and Marine Corps tech teams use basic rerouting protocols to obscure this sort of trace, but watch this." He typed another command, and the crimson line zigzagged across several states before hopping to Hawaii. Near Honolulu, it pinged around a military base 3 more times, finally zeroing in on one specific structure. Melanopoulos entered the base's street and building numbers, pulling up an image of the U.S. Pacific Command Headquarters facade. Griggs leaned in. "Let me guess. That's General Newman's private office, right? You nailed it, so they planted surveillance on his laptop." "Even better," Melanopoulos replied. "They configured his personal laptop as a covert audio and video recorder. They were spying on him nightly, presumably, and hit the jackpot one evening when he decided to get intimate with an admiral in a Tokyo hotel suite." The laptop was on. The camera aimed right at the bed. "Classy," Connolly muttered. Melanopolis continued. The Chinese probably sat on that footage for months, then released it yesterday, right after the Taiwan assassination. They disseminated it to cripple our command credibility, to stall or prevent a coordinated response to this new crisis with Beijing. Connolly, however, looked skeptical. You pieced all this together in 12 hours? Melanopolis took a casual bite of his fried rice. It's my specialty. Any chance you're being fed a false narrative? The bearded analyst straightened up at the picnic table. A false narrative? Is it possible someone is framing China, while the real perpetrator is someone else entirely? Griggs interjected. Who and what would be the motive? It just feels a little too convenient. China gets busted in under a day, and the assassination in Taiwan is pinned on the Taiwanese government almost immediately with the rifle traced back to them in record time. Melanopolis shook his head. I don't follow your logic, Colonel. Two separate incidents, two different nations. What's the connection? Connolly shrugged. One event implicates China, another implicates Taiwan. It fuels mutual distrust. Toss in a compromised U.S. military posture in the region, and the whole situation smells off to me. Wow. Melanopolis turned to Griggs. This guy has a conspiracy theory for everything, huh? Sorry, Nick. He just doesn't fully appreciate your meticulous process. Connolly shook his head. No, I get it. You're the computer analysis messiah. His tone was now thick with sarcasm, but he quickly extended a hand. My apologies, Doc. I'm just wired for suspicion. I genuinely appreciate your time and the information. Sure, Melanopolis said, his own confidence seeming to waver slightly. After dropping Nick Melanopolis back at the NSA campus, Griggs turned to Connolly in the car. I don't understand your reluctance to accept that China did this to undermine us in the Pacific. I never said they didn't. The timing just feels orchestrated. You think a third party is trying to spark a war. I'm saying we need to consider all possibilities. Someone else might be steering this chaos. Griggs was about to reply as they drove toward the Pentagon when Connolly's phone buzzed sharply, cutting the tense silence. Connolly's phone buzzed with a call from an Air Force colonel at the Office of Strategy, Plans, and Policy. The President has just ordered Carrier Strike Group 5 to deploy to the waters near Taiwan. The voice informed him. Connolly immediately calculated the implications. The USS Ronald Reagan, the carrier at the heart of that strike group, was based in Yokosuka, Japan. Its arrival on the scene would be measured in days, not weeks. The temperature's rising fast, Connolly remarked, a dry understatement hanging in the air. Exactly. We need you back here immediately, the colonel confirmed. We're on our way, Connolly replied, ending the call. He pocketed the phone, his gaze distant, speaking softly, more to himself than to anyone else in the room. He murmured, If this is the setup for an ambush, we've just volunteered to march straight into the kill zone. Chapter 6. The Kremlin, Moscow, Russia, August 26. For Colonel General Boris Lazar, Moscow felt alien. This was the city of his birth, where he had graduated from the Franz Military Academy and held early postings at the Defense Ministry building with its view of the Moscow River. Yet the heart of his 41-year career had pulsed far from the capital, in the rugged Caucasus, the cold plains of East Germany, the tense borders of Ukraine and Belarus, the mountains of Afghanistan, and the vast silence of Siberia. Each return now made him feel like a museum exhibit, an oddity attracting sidelong glances. The sensation was palpable as he stood inside the Kremlin gates at the Kutafia Tower's security checkpoint. A half-dozen dress-uniformed guards stared openly, their expressions so fixed he half expected to find an actual horn sprouting from his forehead. He was on the verge of demanding an explanation when a colonel hurried over, saluted, and offered apologies for the wait before escorting him out into the mild August morning toward the Troitskaya Tower. "Is there a problem with your men, Colonel?" Lazar grumbled. "My apologies, General. They see many famous faces at the VIP entrance, politicians, performers. But you You hold a unique place for the soldiers. You must know that." Lazar merely snorted. His peak fame belonged to 2 decades past, likely before some of those fresh-faced sentries were even born. He wouldn't dignify the comment with a response, lest he seem like some preening peacock concerned with his own legend. As they walked, his mind churned. The summons to the Kremlin was a mystery. As commanding general of the Southern Military District, his home and duty station was Khabarovsk, over 5,000 miles away. This was no casual invitation. His entire world was his army, and a deep-seated worry gnawed at him that today would have nothing to do with it. Authentic military orders would be delivered at the Defense Ministry down the river. This, he suspected, was politics, a meeting with some minister from President Rivkin's circle. He would have to endure the bureaucratic theater before he could escape back to his tanks and his troops, scrubbing away the cloying scent of politicians and polished floors. He was shown into a lavishly appointed conference room. One other person was already there, his back turned, studying a monumental painting of the Battle of Vyborg Bay from the 1790 Russo-Swedish War. Lazar didn't need to see the man's face to know his profession. The uniform was identical to his own. This was an army general, but where Lazar was built like a sturdy oak, short, thick, and broad-chested, the other man was tall and wiry. Just as the figure began to turn, recognition dawned on Lazar, deepening his bewilderment about the purpose of this meeting. Eduard. Colonel General Eduard Sabanev, commander of the Western Operational Strategic Command based in St. Petersburg, turned fully. He blinked in apparent surprise, then moved swiftly around the conference table with an outstretched hand. "Boris Petrovich, a genuine pleasure." Lazar took the hand, his grip firm. "What brings you here?" he asked, the question loaded with shared professional curiosity. "I'm completely in the dark," Sabanev confessed as they clasped hands. "Odd, isn't it? Even odder to find you here. Did they really fly you all the way from Khabarovsk for this?" "Apparently so, whatever this turns out to be. Though Sabanev was a dozen years younger than Lazar, they held the same rank. Their history went back to the younger officer's earliest days in the service, a time when Sabanev had often looked to Lazar for guidance. Their reunion was genuinely warm. "It's been years," Sabanev remarked. "Far too long, Eduard." The conference room doors swung open abruptly, startling both generals a second time. Standing before them was a compact man with a penetrating gaze and an air of absolute assurance. It was the Russian president, Anatoly Rivkin. With a broad smile, he shook their hands, inquired about their families, and then fell silent. Lazar expected an invitation to sit, but the president remained standing. "You've seen the news from the Pacific," Rivkin began. "American focus is shifting to the Far East. China has declared it will move on Taiwan in late December if their current leader is re-elected, and since no credible opposition exists, a confrontation seems inevitable. The U.S. is attempting to deter them by deploying a carrier group to the region, and we are intercepting discussions of further American military movements. This situation was anticipated, and it presents us with a singular opportunity, but only if we are prepared to use every tool at our disposal to seize it." The generals exchanged a brief look before focusing again on the president. "Our nation has endured difficult years," Rivkin continued. "Western sanctions, America's illicit economic maneuvers with its allies, the motherland has suffered. But generals, I bring you tremendous news. The decision has been made to counter this aggression, and you two have been selected to lead Russia in reclaiming its rightful standing in the world." Sabanev gave an appreciative nod. "What is our objective, sir?" Rivkin smiled, placing a hand on each man's shoulder. "Your orders will arrive shortly. I wished to see you first, to offer my personal encouragement and my wishes for your success." Another glance passed between the officers. This time, Lazar was the one to speak. "I will review the orders with the utmost attention, Mr. President." Rivkin's expression turned solemn. "What will be required of us all demands immense fortitude. Ruthlessness. I understand this is difficult. even distasteful work for civilized men. But the moment we accept that our survival, the survival of our families and our people, hangs in the balance, only then can we do what must be done. Sabaneyev responded, "We will not fail you or the motherland, Mr. President. I know you won't. We will move with speed and total surprise, and we will be victorious." Then, just like that, Rivkin was gone. For a moment, Sabaneyev and Lazar simply stared at one another. Finally, the younger, fair-haired general broke the silence. "I suppose that means you and I are going to war." "Surprise?" Lazar echoed. Did he actually say surprise? Is he unaware that strategic surprise is a fantasy? Both men knew Russian planners had concluded any conventional assault on Europe would require 2 years of visible preparation, activity impossible to hide from NATO satellites, intelligence assets, and signal intercepts. NATO's entire defensive posture relied on monitoring military production, training cycles, and mobilization timelines. Lazar could conceive of no scenario where he and his forces could catch the West off guard. Sabaneyev offered a theory. He didn't specify Europe. It's Africa. I'm certain of it. A compact armored unit to retake the mining concession that was stolen from us? Lazar shrugged, a hint of dark humor in his voice. Africa, by what route, Edward? Have you been giving your tanks swimming lessons? Sabaneyev had no chance to respond before a colonel entered through the same doors Rivkin had used, placing briefing packets on the table near the generals. Both men were visibly puzzled. "I've never received field orders inside the Kremlin," Sabaneyev remarked. "Why aren't we at the Ministry of Defense for this?" "Security protocols," the colonel stated flatly. Lazar snorted at the apparent ridiculousness. "We get our orders here, but the Mod can't know. Should we keep this from our armies, or are we expected to personally drive the tanks and fire the guns?" Sabaneyev chuckled, but the colonel's expression remained detached. At this preliminary stage, Colonel General, President Rivkin, and Colonel Borbikov deemed this method necessary. As Sabaneyev began to speak, Lazar interrupted. "Colonel, who? I recommend you review the orders. Your packets will provide more clarity than I can offer. Colonel Borbikov is eager to meet with you and discuss your impressions once you've finished." The colonel departed. "Who the hell is Borbikov?" Lazar muttered. Sabaneyev only shrugged. The two generals took seats spaced apart at the conference table and opened the leather-bound folios. Each contains 60 pages of typed directives, explanatory notes, and charts, accompanied by a separate set of detailed maps. On the booklet's title page, 3 words stood out: Operacja Kresny Metal, Operation Red Metal. Below that was a date, 24 of December 2020, just under 4 months away. 64-year-old Colonel General Boris Lazar adjusted his glasses and bent over the documents, while 52-year-old Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev lifted his pages, leaned back in his chair, and propped a boot on his knee. Neither man spoke, they simply read. After about 5 minutes, Sabaneyev released a sharp, audible breath, but stayed silent. A minute later, Lazar caught up and whispered under his breath, "This has to be a joke." Following Russia's withdrawal from the Mrima Hill rare earth mine, they petitioned the International Criminal Court only to have the hearing obstructed by Western nations. Yet the Kremlin never abandoned its ambition to return. President Anatoly Rivkin had suffered a severe blow to his domestic standing after his promises of African riches failed to materialize for the Russian people. While blaming the West, accusing America, Western Europe, and Canada of humiliating Russia provided some political cover, Rivkin felt his grip on power slipping daily. He and his allies had also lost billions. His political survival and personal fortune were both at stake. Rare earth elements meant the preservation of Rivkin's regime, and indeed of Rivkin himself. He swiftly concluded that only the full might of the Russian military could reclaim the resources. Gaining military backing was straightforward. His generals and admirals understood that if Rivkin needed REMS to survive, the military needed them to remain potent. Every aircraft, communication system, missile, computer, and guidance device depended on these materials. With the West controlling over two-thirds of global supply and China holding most of the remainder, Russia would be left at the mercy of others to maintain its military strength, an intolerable prospect. Working in secret but in unison, the Kremlin and the Ministry of Defense devised a plan to retake the mines by force. It did not take long to finalize, because the blueprint, in truth, had already been drafted long before Yuri Vladimirovich Borbikov, the Spetsnaz commander from the mine standoff, had authored a proposal while at the Russian Federation Armed Forces Combined Arms Academy. This document was instantly classified under the strictest secrecy protocols within the Russian military. It outlined a remarkably daring strategy to reclaim Russia's strategic mineral resources buried beneath Kenyan soil. For 2 years, Borbikov had refined his operation, conducting unofficial consultations with countless military intelligence and political specialists across Russia. He even funded his own international travel, visiting multiple nations to personally assess the terrain. The plan was so unorthodox that many in the Ministry of Defense dismissed Borbikov as a lunatic, and the document threatened to derail his rapid rise through the ranks. That changed the day Anatoly Rivkin ordered his generals to devise a bold strategy, regardless of cost or consequence. While some officials sought to bury the paper, fearing a desperate Kremlin might see its far-fetched ideas as viable, others believed Borbikov's blueprint for seizing the mines by force was precisely what Russia needed. These supporters discreetly informed government officials of the proposal's existence. It arrived at the perfect political moment. The Russian president personally contacted the defense minister, demanding a presentation from the architect himself. 3 days later, Yuri Borbikov, in his immaculate uniform, entered the Kremlin, prepared to argue how his plan could save Russia from collapse. 9 months after that initial meeting, and just days after the assassination in Taiwan and the release of a damaging video that undermined American military leadership in the Pacific, Russia's 2 most legendary generals sat in a silent Kremlin conference room, reviewing Borbikov's meticulously detailed operation, an operation now bearing the full approval of the president. Sabanev absorbed the material in just over an hour, then waited quietly for the elder Lazar to finish. General Lazar required another 25 minutes before closing his folder, looking up and gazing silently out the window. 120 days from now? Lazar finally said. That's no time at all. Sabanev offered a partial agreement. It's tight, but it's sufficient. Lazar turned to him. This Borbikov, I don't know the man. I recall him now, Sabanev replied. Spetsnaz. I gathered that much from the battle plan. It's certainly saturated with special operations. Sabanev remarked. Had I known he was capable of this, I would have pulled him out of Spetsnaz and developed his career in the Armored Corps. He possesses a vivid imagination, Lazar stated. The comment was deliberately ambiguous, but the younger general understood its implication. Sabanev leaned back, genuinely surprised. Are you actually suggesting you're not impressed? Truly, Boris. A raid into Europe to obliterate America's Africa Command in Stuttgart, paired with a simultaneous mission to retake the mines in Kenya? You haven't grown so old that you've lost your taste for inventive thinking, have you? The inventive thinking I admire involves Jury rigging a broken idler arm on a frozen T-80 in the field with a wrench and some wire, Lazar countered, his tone shifting from weary skepticism to sharp-pointed sarcasm. It does not involve devising a scheme that commits nearly all the armor from the western and southern military districts to foreign battles simultaneously, leaving the motherland stripped bare and inviting a conventional invasion. It's not creativity, it's a spectacular gamble with the nation's security as the stake. Sabanev gave a dismissive shrug, during a period when the threat from the West is practically zero, and for only a brief window. Lazar kept his eyes on the window. There's a curious aspect to war, Sabanev. The enemy rarely feels obliged to adhere to your preferred schedule. Ah, and so the lecture begins. No lecture, Lazar said flatly. You ceased being my student a long time ago. You and I hold the same rank, even if our years in the field differ. And you wear that extra time like a suit of armor, don't you? Lazar studied the younger man. Armor? Hardly. It's made me acutely aware of how fragile we all are, and will continue to be. Sabaneyev dismissed the thought with a wave, scooping up the documents before him. He gave them a shake. On paper, this looks like a job for junior officers, not men like us, but Borbakov's brilliance is in his restraint. He gives us the freedom to plan, to prioritize, to adapt on the fly. The objectives are clear, but how we achieve them is ours to decide. And you, Boris Petrovich, have the better hand. You command the larger force tasked with reclaiming the rare earth mines in Africa. My orders? Sabaneyev offered a tight grin. I get to face the full might of NATO. You'll be dealing with the Ethiopians and Kenyans. Lazar's response was measured. We read the same file, Eduard. These are spearhead operations meant for one-star generals, not us. More to the point, can you honestly say the nature of your objective doesn't trouble you? Sabaneyev didn't hesitate. I am the correct officer for this mission. I will execute my orders. That wasn't my question. Lazar lifted the briefing booklet. Sabaneyev merely shrugged. It's combat, lawful combat. Only if you succeed without consequence, Lazar said, his gaze locking onto his protégés. I intend to succeed, and so will you. Sabaneyev leaned forward slightly. How about a friendly bet? A steak dinner for the officer who meets his timeline most precisely. Lazar turned to the window where a light drizzle had begun to streak the glass. The only goal that matters is bringing back as many of our boys as possible. Anything else is a distraction and a profound waste of energy. Sabaneyev's smile vanished. Spare me the noble speech. You didn't earn your legendary status without leaving thousands of those boys you claimed to cherish in mass graves from Afghanistan to Ukraine. If you've suddenly developed a weak stomach for the fight, that's a new chapter. A lot of mothers across Russia would find that bitterly ironic, now that their sons are long since dust. Lazar's voice was grave. I lost good men following orders, just as I followed orders myself. It will happen again in 4 months' time. I have no doubt some things never change. Everything changes when you secure those mines, Sabaneyev countered, his tone shifting to one of almost sarcastic zeal. The world map gets redrawn. Russia returns to the center of the stage for the first time in decades. I can see that future clearly. You should too. The Americans and Europeans will simply find other sources, Lazar replied. They'll develop their own mines if we take these. Our economy won't see the boom the politicians are selling. Sabaneyev tilted his head. An economist now, Boris. Is that what you learned studying the microeconomics of goat herders on the steppe? The older general didn't flinch. It's called common sense, Eduard. Something they don't award like campaign medals, it seems, and experience that you earn by keeping your head up and your ears open. The younger general nodded, as if acknowledging a shrewd chess move. We're sitting in the Kremlin. What a perfect opportunity for you to voice your concerns directly to the president. Lazar stiffened almost imperceptibly. No, but I imagine you might be tempted to tell Rivkin I have doubts about this entire adventure. The words lingered between them. Finally, Sabaneyev said, Of course not. I need you fully committed. You are the second greatest general in our armed forces. That fact is beyond dispute. High praise indeed, Lazar said, a pointed jab at the other's arrogance. The real question is, do you want a piece of this action, Boris? Lazar drew a deep breath, his hesitation palpable. After a long moment, he replied, It's better if I command the southern thrust. Someone else might not share my priority of preserving every life we can. Words of a prudent man, Sabaneyev remarked. Perhaps not a born fighter, but prudent all the same. The older general offered no retort. No, 20 minutes later, Eduard Sabaneyev was in the rear of his staff car en route to the Ministry of Defense for his 1 o'clock appointment with Colonel Yuri Borbakov. He had just spent the last several minutes giving his deputy, Colonel Felix Smirnov, a condensed overview of Operation Red Metal. He could see the colonel was just as stunned by the scale of it as Sabaneyev himself had been upon first reading the plans. "The Kremlin was shrewd to assign you the primary operation, sir," Smirnov said. "Their European front will get more attention and present greater technical challenges." For a quarter century, Boris Lazar was their golden boy. But now they see you're the real fighting general. Sabaneyev recognized the flattery, yet he also believed the core of it was true. He stared out the window as a wave of unexpected gloom settled over him. "A decade ago, hearing that would have filled me with pride, Felix, even 5 years back, honestly. But now, Lazar's lost his edge. He just lectured me about caring for his soldiers and hinted this whole venture would be a tragic waste." The general turned and gave a dry wink. Outmaneuvering Boris Lazar nowadays isn't much of an accomplishment. You could probably manage it yourself. Boris Lazar rode in his own vehicle back toward the ministry. His chief of staff, Colonel Dmitry Kier, was with him, undoubtedly burning with curiosity about the Kremlin meeting. Lazar had not yet spoken of the battle plan. There would be time for that, days of clandestine briefings with Borbakov and intelligence heads before he could escape Moscow and return to his men. For now he wanted only the quiet of the car for his thoughts. The fierce drive of his ambition had dimmed, a fact made clear by his reaction to this new opportunity. He still believed in the cause he served and the people he defended. Had this mission involved a threat to an ally or a rebellious region closer to home, he knew his psychological investment would have been total. But this was different. Eduard Sabaneyev was another breed entirely. Lazar didn't doubt the younger man's intelligence, charisma, or political skill, all tools of a successful general. Yet Sabaneyev's thirst for combat, for its own sake, for appointments that were mere trophies of power, held no appeal for Lazar. Not anymore. He wondered if it was simply age tempering his fire, or just the profound lack of desire to fight for, frankly, a bunch of godforsaken rocks in Africa. Watching the summer rain streak the Moscow streets, he closed his eyes briefly, pushing back any lingering uncertainty. He opened them, cleared his throat, and addressed his colonel, who was likely fit to burst. "It appears you and I will be sharing a Christmas holiday in Africa, Dmitri." Chapter 8. Ministry of Defense, Moscow, Russia, 26 August. Colonel Yuri Borbakov stood in a ninth-floor conference room of the Ministry of Defense. Gazing out the window at the Moskva River and Gorky Park in the distance, he fortified himself for the meeting ahead. This was the most significant moment of his career, surpassing even his private consultation with Rivkin at the Kremlin months before. The day felt charged with a different energy, a sense of destiny that had been absent before today. Colonel Borbakov would finally stand before his lifelong idol, Colonel General Boris Lazar, and present the operation he had meticulously built from the ground up. For 3 long years, ever since his departure from the Kenyan mining operation, this singular goal had consumed his every waking thought. 16-hour days had been the norm, each one dedicated to refining the plan he called Red Metal. Now he would brief the 2 principal ground commanders, well, 2 of the 3, as he himself would command the Spetsnaz elements tasked with executing countless missions deep behind enemy lines. Though he wore no general's stars, Borbakov understood his role in the direct action phase would be as critical as the years of planning that preceded it. He drew a slow, deliberate breath to steady his nerves, recognizing that his pounding heart was driven as much by the prospect of meeting Lazar as by the operation's magnitude. The other general, Eduard Sabaneyev, was certainly respected. Yet his reputation seemed forever tied to being Lazar's former adjutant rather than a standalone figure. Borbakov pondered quietly what it must be like to spend an entire career in another man's shadow. perpetually seen as the heir, the subordinate. He suspected the younger Colonel General might approach this mission with a chip on his shoulder, eager to prove himself, a dynamic Borbikov found perfectly acceptable. The conference room, already subjected to twice-daily electronic sweeps, had just been cleared by the counter-surveillance team at Borbikov's specific request. As the technicians finished and stepped aside, the two generals entered, their respective staffs lingering briefly outside the door before it sealed shut. While today's discussion was exclusively for Lazar and Sebaneyev, it was merely the first of dozens of meetings on red metal scheduled over the coming 4 months, where their aides would be deeply involved. Borbikov made a conscious effort to show equal deference to both men. While Lazar had been his boyhood hero, Sebaneyev held the same rank and demanded the same respect. "It is a profound honor," Borbikov said, shaking their hands firmly. Sebaneyev possessed the striking looks of a leading man. Handsome, with pronounced Slavic cheekbones, a strong jaw, and blond hair streaked with gray, swept back from a high forehead. His smile revealed perfectly aligned teeth, and his tall, athletic frame was only slightly shorter than Borbikov's own. Lazar, in stark contrast, was a compact, broad-shouldered man with a fleshy, lined face that spoke of decades in the field, his heavy brows sitting low over keen eyes. The three men settled into a small seating area where Borbikov poured tea for everyone. "I trust you've both had the opportunity to review the briefing materials for Operation Red Metal?" Borbikov began. It was Sebaneyev who answered first, catching Borbikov slightly off guard. "You sell yourself short, Colonel. We are fully aware you are the architect of this entire endeavor. You've managed to strike that delicate balance, providing firm guidance without micromanaging the tactical decisions best left to the men on the ground." "Thank you, Colonel General. Having been that man on the ground myself on many occasions, as I know you both have," Borbikov replied, quickly adding, "though certainly not to your extent, of course, it is always preferable to understand the objective while retaining the necessary autonomy to achieve it in the most effective way possible." Sebaneyev leaned forward slightly. "I've spent the last hour making inquiries about you. I understand you were present at Mishma Hill during the standoff and prepared to engage," Borbikov stated, a hint of old frustration in his voice. "We were unfortunately ordered to stand down." A slow smile then spread across his face. "But now the conditions are finally right. We are witnessing a convergence of events I couldn't have predicted when I first drafted the proposal. The United States has firmly shifted its gaze toward Asia, creating an opportunity we must seize. The fallout from the Pacific scandal involving the general and the admiral is triggering a major reshuffle within the Pentagon's highest ranks, plunging the American military into a state of turmoil. Gentlemen, if we are ever to reclaim those natural resources in Kenya, resources that are by right Russia's, the moment is now. I am convinced, and President Rivkin concurs, that Operation Red Metal is the only path forward." Borbikov shifted his gaze to General Lazar, a flicker of anxiety rising as the older officer remained silent. After a long pause, Lazar finally spoke, his voice measured. "I will carry out my orders to the fullest extent. I have a few logistical concerns, mostly about supply lines and deployment timelines, but perhaps we can table those specifics for now. I am at the disposal of you and your staff around the clock. Colonel General, should you wish to discuss any details?" Borbikov offered. "Spasiba," Lazar replied. Then he leaned forward slightly. "There is one conceptual point I need clarified. By all means, sir, if the operation fails, if I reach Rima Hill but lack the armored strength to dislodge its defenders, or if I seize it only to find I cannot hold it with my remaining forces, what is the contingency?" Borbikov tilted his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I believe that was comprehensively outlined in your briefing documents." "It was," Lazar acknowledged, his tone unchanging. "But humor me. I want to hear it from the architect himself." "Of course, General." Should you be unable to fully secure the objective, your orders are to render the mine permanently inoperable for rare earth extraction? Lazar's expression remained impassive. Elaborate. Nearby, Sabanayev let out a quiet, exasperated sigh as Borbakov adjusted his position in his chair. Very well, the colonel continued, as stipulated. Your force will carry 6 specialized artillery shells. Once you and your retreating armor are at a safe distance, you will target the mine with them. Lazar showed no visible reaction. And what makes these shells so special? They are fitted with low-yield nuclear warheads, General, Borbakov stated flatly. Additionally, should you capture the mine but face an imminent counterattack you cannot withstand, I have Spetsnaz specialists trained to wire the shells into a stationary device. In that scenario, you would emplace the improvised nuclear device at the mine's core, withdraw, and initiate detonation. So, to be perfectly clear, Lazar said, his voice dropping to a deliberate, almost conversational tone. If we falter, our instruction is to turn the entire site into a radioactive crater. How wonderfully subtle. A real diplomatic olive branch. Borbakov shifted again, visibly uncomfortable under the general's steady gaze. The purpose is to deny the West a prize they did not earn, control over the global technology sector for a generation. Consider this. While your task force is more than adequate for the initial mission, Russia cannot sustain a prolonged siege once the Americans finally organize a response. Whether it's 1 month after your arrival or 3, a reaction will come. Those warheads at Rima Hill are your deterrent, your ultimate bargaining chip. He pressed on, his voice gaining a rehearsed confidence. When the West understands that an assault would not only annihilate the attackers, but also cripple the world's technological future, they will stand down. They will have no choice but to negotiate a favorable peace and economic agreements with us. Borbakov allowed himself a thin smile. The weapons are merely a fail-safe, a peacemaker in the truest sense, Sabaniev interjected, waving a dismissive hand. This is all academic. Boris Petrovich will not fail. He is the Lion of Dagestan. Dwelling on failure is a waste of our time. I share your confidence, Borbakov said, turning to Sabaniev before looking back at Lazar. Nevertheless, the Kremlin has approved the operation in its entirety, and we must proceed as planned. Colonel Generals, the motherland has demanded a military solution to a problem diplomacy could not solve. The mission you've been given is the one that's been authorized and assigned. In 120 days, it will commence, and I am confident our leadership has selected the right individuals to command it. Lazar turned his hands upward on his knees, a gesture of deference. Understood, Colonel. As I mentioned, I have a tendency to scrutinize details. My experience has shown me every conceivable kind of operational chaos. I will raise questions. It's simply my nature. But when the day comes and my armored columns advance south, I will be at the front, fully prepared. Borbakov offered a thin smile, but his opinion of the celebrated Boris Lazar had been permanently altered. Chapter 9. The Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia, 21 November. The Pentagon's escalating focus on a potential conflict between China and Taiwan translated into relentless hours for Marine Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly and Army Major Bob Griggs. They had been transferred from the J5 Directorate into the Director's Joint Plan Cell on the E-Ring, occupying space once used by the Chairman's staff. Their role was dual, supporting service-specific planners and functioning as an informal command hub for the Admiral overseeing their office. In the 3 months since the assassination in Taiwan ignited tensions across the Pacific, Connolly's routine had become a grind. He left his Virginia home before dawn most mornings and rarely returned before 9 at night. Even Griggs had tightened his schedule, arriving closer to an acceptable hour than Connolly had ever witnessed before. The strain was personal. Connolly had missed his son's soccer finals, a piano recital for his daughter, and even her birthday party. Date nights with his wife Julie had vanished, and family time was fractured. She had endured his lengthy deployments to combat zones, but when he'd taken this Pentagon desk job a year and a half ago, she had believed the long absences were over. That hope had evaporated. Now, just after 6 in the evening, Connolly and Griggs were analyzing fresh intelligence. Several Chinese landing dock ships had departed Zhanjiang 2 weeks prior. Satellite imagery showed they had sailed to the edge of the Taiwan Strait and then halted, lingering just outside Taiwanese territorial waters. They were already conducting resupply operations at sea, suggesting they intended to stay put. China had publicly threatened invasion only after Taiwan's December 29 elections, which were still weeks away. The prevailing theory at the Pentagon was that this was a show of force, a bid to sway the election and deter a significant American military buildup. On that last point, the Chinese strategy was faltering. Carrier Strike Group 5, centered on the USS Ronald Reagan, was now on station. It was surrounded by 7 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 3 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, and multiple support vessels. Furthermore, the amphibious assault ship USS Kearsarge was docked in Okinawa, poised to deliver a Marine battalion if needed. Another assault ship, the USS Wasp, was repositioning to Japan to provide lift for 2 additional Marine battalions. Far from backing down, the U.S. was digging in. The Chinese response was not retreat, but reinforcement. They dispatched more PLA ground units to Xiamen, the port city directly across the strait from Taiwan. It was a tense, deliberate dance of military posturing, each side maneuvering to influence the other's calculus. There was no doubt China was threatening war, regardless of any external provocations. Yet a nagging suspicion troubled Connolly during his late-night drives home. He couldn't shake the feeling that someone else, a shadowy third party, might be expertly pulling strings to fix the West's gaze firmly on this single boiling point in the Pacific. Over the past month, Connolly had been monitoring recent developments in Russia, where he observed unusual military movements deep within the country's interior that fell outside expected patterns. Fuel usage had dropped while maintenance activities spiked. The immediate theory circulating at the Pentagon was that Russia might be positioning for a move into Ukraine. The scale of activity detected so far didn't point toward a full-scale invasion like what would be needed to strike the Baltic states, another area of concern. Instead, the prevailing view among analysts was that Moscow was gearing up for a more contained operation, likely signaling intensified fighting in eastern Ukraine when the season turned. Since Russia wasn't Connolly's primary focus, he shifted his attention back to tensions brewing along the Pacific Rim. Just as he refocused on his stack of reports, Griggs called over from his desk, "Feel like grabbing dinner." Without glancing up from a fresh National Reconnaissance Office document, Connolly rubbed his tired eyes. "Yeah, I could use a break. A beer sounds good, too." "Cine," Griggs suggested. The Cine Irish pub in nearby Crystal City was a regular spot for Pentagon staff, close, reliable, and perfect for 2 guys who'd already done enough thinking for one day. It was an easy choice. When they walked into the pub, Griggs paused to answer a flurry of text messages before finding a seat. Since Griggs was single and didn't have much of a social circle outside work, Connolly took note. "Since when are you so popular?" "It's Nick Melanopoulos," Griggs explained. "He says he's been at the Pentagon all day, swung by our office and found it empty." Connolly tilted his head. "He came looking for you. Apparently weird, right? Anyway, I told him we're here, so he's on his way. He wants a Guinness ready when he arrives." "Naturally," Connolly replied, rolling his eyes. He ordered a Guinness for himself and one for Melanopoulos, while Griggs asked for a harp and a basket of fried cheese. A few minutes later, the bearded, heavy-set man entered, scanned the room, and spotted Connolly and Griggs in a booth midway down the pub. He shook his head and pointed toward a shadowy corner booth, isolated from other patrons. As the NSA analyst started heading that way, Griggs remarked, "Guess we're moving?" and picked up his beer to follow. Connolly lingered a moment, muttering, "Computer guys," before grabbing both his and Nick's pints and joining them. Once they were all settled in the secluded booth, Melanopoulos lifted his Guinness and took a long, foamy drink. "I've got something you need to see." Connolly suddenly noticed the man looked exhausted, strained, and deeply stressed. "Man," Griggs said, "you look terrible." "When did you last sleep?" Connolly added, "or eat something that didn't come in a wrapper?" Melanopoulos brushed off their remarks. "Listen, this is serious, and it's bad." "If it's that bad," Connolly said, "why tell a couple of mid-level guys in a pub? Shouldn't you be briefing your superiors?" "I already did. They know. Now I'm telling you because—" He looked directly at Connolly. "Because you were right." "Right about what?" Nick took another slow sip of his Guinness, set the glass down, and pulled his laptop from his bag. After opening it, he shifted around the booth to sit beside the other two. "Okay, look at this. It's data pulled from an FBI server." Connolly stared. "Wait, what?" Griggs added. "Are you actually hacking the FBI?" "Not right now, obviously. I did that yesterday. This is a report I compiled from the metadata." Both officers just looked at him, stunned. "Oh, come on," Nick said, almost sarcastically. "We do this all the time when they won't share intel with us. It's practically standard procedure. We operate under a long-standing statute that permits our actions, provided the public remains unaware, and the operation is critical to national security." He glanced back at Lieutenant Colonel Connolly's skeptical face. "You buy the book, Pentagon types truly don't grasp it, do you? A conflict has been raging in cyberspace for years now, and people like me are the ones in the trenches." He continued, "We tend to grow a bit numb to how the average citizen feels about these methods." Connolly merely shrugged in response. "Well, I didn't authorize it, so my hands are clean." "What's the discovery, Doc?" "This document catalogs federal systems that were breached within the past year, at least the ones we've identified." Connolly watched the lengthy roster scroll by on Melanopoulos' screen, his eyes catching on one entry highlighted in crimson. "That's General Newman's personal computer," the NSA analyst stated. Each line item detailed the machine's operating system, revealing a diverse array of software platforms, reviewing the Internet activity logs for all the compromised devices. Connolly noted a wide variety of infiltrated applications and service providers. Aside from each system's connection to Pacific-related operations, he couldn't discern a common thread. "If there's a pattern here, I'm not seeing it. Allow me to clarify." Melanopoulos enlarged the manufacturer's identifier on each incident report. Every single piece of hardware came from one of just 2 companies. "Now, that's noteworthy," Connolly remarked. Nick typed a brief command, pulling up the first manufacturer's official site. "All these machines were originally assembled in China." Griggs leaned in. "So they had some kind of dormant vulnerability programmed into them, letting Chinese operatives slip inside." "Not in the programming. That would be too obvious. Software gets patched constantly. Besides, most operating systems are American-made, and we've baked our own special access points into those." He gave a dry, almost sarcastic smile. "Welcome to the modern battlefield, gentlemen. It's all fair game." Griggs looked surprised. "We do that?" "Like I said, it's a war. In this case, the Chinese embedded the hidden access within the physical hardware. It's a brilliant move, especially when you consider they manufacture over 90% of the world's computers and about 70% of its mobile phones." Connolly frowned, still piecing it together. "But this just confirms China was responsible, correct?" Melanopoulos shook his head. "I've been analyzing this for a while. Something about it felt off. So I started digging further back. 3 months, 6 months, nearly a year." He typed again, displaying a network diagram. "This is trace data from approximately 12 months ago. Notice anything unusual?" Griggs pointed to a solitary connection line between 2 points within China. "This one?" "Exactly." Melanopoulos turned the laptop toward Connolly. See this peculiar bounce between these two servers? That's one server receiving commands from another. The server on the right is the one I traced, sending the activation code to the Chinese computer in Hawaii, which triggered the hardware backdoor. But it was the other server, the one on the left, that really caught my attention. Nick opened the data transfer log, revealing the lengthy code exchanged. This left-hand server is a relic from Unit 61398, China's premier state-sponsored hacking unit. They relocated to a newer, more advanced facility a while back, which is the server on the right. On the surface, it looks like the old server simply transferring data to the new one. However, the old server essentially enslaved the new Unit 61398 server for roughly 3 hours to download a specific code package. That alone might not raise alarms, except Unit 61398 had completely vacated that old building. As far as I can tell, their old server shouldn't even have been operational, but the new server wasn't aware of that yet. Someone established what we term a doppelganger site at the old server location, fooling the new server into thinking it was communicating with its former counterpart. I realize I'm diving into the technical weeds with you both, but I combed through every available record to identify who's operating out of that aging facility. The NSA analyst fell silent, prompting the two officers to ask simultaneously, "Who is it?" Back in 2014, Russia's equivalent to our NSA became operational. They acquired a state-of-the-art 1.2 petaflop server system. China was intrigued by the capability and requested occasional access to process their own data. Old allies helping new allies, as it were, Moscow negotiated for server space within China's own infrastructure, and Beijing granted them an entire floor in the former Unit 61398 headquarters. Griggs connected the dots. So the Russians orchestrated the entire cyber operation through Chinese infrastructure before broadcasting the results globally. Nick nodded. China inadvertently played the role of the Trojan horse. Connolly was stunned. Let me get this straight. This entire campaign, designed to discredit our military leadership and appear as a sophisticated Chinese cyber prelude to an invasion of Taiwan, was actually a Russian operation from start to finish? A plot to weaken our Pacific position while framing China in the process? That's what the data indicates, Nick confirmed. The cover was clever, but not flawless. I verified the trail, Griggs pressed. And you've informed the NSA leadership? I briefed them yesterday afternoon. They immediately sent me to the Pentagon to present the findings to the Joint Chiefs Intelligence Directors today. And what was the reaction? Griggs asked. Melanopoulos seemed drained. Judging by their posture and expressions, nobody seemed particularly concerned. Connolly grasped the situation instantly. The Joint Chiefs are already primed to view China as the primary adversary. I understand the mindset at the Pentagon. We've been anticipating Chinese aggression toward Taiwan for years. Our own war games and intelligence assessments have consistently pointed to Beijing, waiting for a provocation or an opening. Backing down now, even with this new information, feels politically and strategically impossible to them. But why? Nick challenged. China's motives align perfectly with our long-held suspicions. What's Russia's endgame here? If we could decipher their ultimate objective, we might have a chance to sound a legitimate alarm. Right now, we have intriguing digital clues, but they don't change the stark reality that the People's Liberation Army Navy is assembling an invasion fleet off Taiwan's coast as we speak. What's our move, then? Griggs asked. Connolly responded, "We brief the findings regardless. Hammer home the point that Russian manipulation is a confirmed factor, and we must exercise extreme caution until we understand their full strategy. This represents a critical intelligence gap. We cannot afford to lower our vigilance in Europe. At the very least, we must ensure the Joint Chiefs have this information in front of them when they make their decisions." Griggs shook his head. "Dan, I need to be the one to take this to the Admiral, not you." Connolly looked at him, puzzled. "Why? If you stand before the Admiral and argue that Russia is baiting the U.S. into a Pacific conflict, and then no overt action follows. It could derail your career. Me? Nobody pays much attention if I present a far-fetched theory. You stay in the clear and can work the internal channels. Connolly knew Griggs was right, but he was uneasy about the potential cost to his subordinate. Griggs saw the concern. Trust me on this. It won't hurt my prospects. I hit my career ceiling a long time ago. Chapter 10. International Waters. 18 miles south-southeast of Kaohsiung, Taiwan, 22 November. The commanding officer of the USS Statham sat in the wardroom, a half-eaten breakfast on the table and a copy of Proceedings, the U.S. Naval Institute's professional journal, open on his lap. 3 other officers shared his table, while at the adjacent table, 2 junior officers ate in hurried silence, as was their habit. Most Joes wolfed down their meals before escaping the wardroom. Their days at sea, a relentless cycle of watch duties, qualification studies, meals, and snatched sleep. John, the captain said, without glancing up from his magazine. "Did you catch the article about the new laser system installed on the puller?" "I saw it, sir. That's the same laser system they had on the Ponce before, isn't it? They're using it for drone defense." Captain Fulton shook his head. "One laser won't be enough if the Chinese act on their intentions. If a drone swarm comes in and—" He stopped mid-sentence, his head tilting. "Do you hear that?" "I don't hear anything, Captain. Our engine speed just changed." Fulton knew the bridge crew would never alter speed without his direct order. This meant either a critical mistake or something far more serious. He tossed his magazine onto the table and stood, moving toward the captain's phone for a direct line to the bridge. He'd barely taken a step when a piercing alarm shattered the quiet. Fulton broke into a sprint for the bridge, the deck officer right behind him. They both skidded to a halt as a tense voice crackled over the ship-wide 1MC intercom. General quarters, all hands to battle stations, damage control teams, stand ready set, condition zebra ship-wide, torpedo in the water, captain to the bridge, immediately." The 2 men took off again, racing through the tight corridor. Fulton burst onto the bridge moments later. His executive officer was already there and delivered a rapid-fire update. "Captain, enemy torpedo in the water closing fast. We've deployed 3 noisemakers and are pinging actively to locate the sub. We're increasing to flank speed and altering course." "Your orders, sir? Direct attack profile or a running defense using the Nixies?" The question of why the Chinese had chosen to attack was a puzzle for later. Survival came first. Attack profile turned the ship to face the torpedo head-on. Every naval engagement began with this fundamental choice: flee or confront. A torpedo could outrun a warship by a factor of 2. Choosing to run extended the engagement, betting the ship could outlast the weapon's limited range and buy time for defensive systems to work. Turning toward the threat, however, meant going on the offensive, aiming to locate and pressure the attacking submarine, the source of the danger. Even though it meant sacrificing the use of the Nixie, the ship's primary towed decoy. Fulton's voice was unnervingly steady. "What's the intel on the fish acoustic homing? Magnetic? What's the sonar signature?" The XO responded. "Signature suggests Chinese origin, Captain. Noise profile is consistent with a U-6 model." From his station, the sonarman called out, "Impact in 3 minutes. It's ignoring the decoys and tracking us directly." Confirmed U-6 profile, acoustic homing, likely wire-guided, underwater. Sound traveled with devastating efficiency, making sonar the irreplaceable eye of the fleet. "Understood," Fulton said, his mind processing a storm of variables and trajectories. "Stand by to launch SSTDs." The Surface Ship Torpedo Defense System was the destroyer's final answer. A compact, self-propelled countermeasure designed to intercept and destroy an incoming torpedo in the water. A torpedo possessed no inherent defenses, and though it could lock on to the acoustics of a noisy ship, the weapon itself generated significant noise, making it a potential target for the SSTD countermeasures. 2 minutes until impact. The sonarman reported, "No change in its course. It's ignoring the decoys." "Any contact at all on the Chinese submarine?" The executive officer pressed. Locating the sub on sonar would allow them to launch their own offensive weapons. "Negative, sir. Only an initial bearing from the torpedo's launch point. Sonar is sweeping that sector now." "Captain, request permission to launch SSTDs," stated the officer of the deck. "Launch them," Captain Fulton ordered. The OOD signaled the crew, and two distinct pops followed by a sustained whoosh marked the ejection of a pair of drone torpedoes from the Steetham. "1 minute to impact," the sonarman announced, then added urgently, "Sir, I have a new contact. Possible enemy submarine. I want weapons targeting that contact. Let's get our torpedoes in the water." "XO concur, Captain." The officer of the deck spoke again. "Request permission to fire 2 Mk-32s, sir. Granted, OOD." On deck. Two more sharp reports preceded a deeper roar as the deck-mounted triple-tube launchers sent a pair of torpedoes into the sea. Moments later, the sonar operator called out, "Sir, the sub has detected our launch and is turning away. I have propeller sounds. She's accelerating. Range 3 nautical miles, bearing 005 degrees." He then piped the acoustic feed to the bridge speakers. The churning rhythm of underwater screws told everyone that in this perilous standoff, the Chinese submarine had just flinched. The American torpedoes immediately acquired the acoustic signature and began their pursuit. The brief surge of relief on the bridge of the USS Steetham was shattered when the sonarman shouted again, "Sir, 30 seconds to impact. The enemy weapon is not diverting. It has a solid lock on us. Combat, any results from the SSTDs?" "Negative, sir. Neither has acquired the inbound torpedo." The Navy's latest technology had a flaw, and it was clear the SSTDs would not save them today. Fulton knew he had to rely on older tactics. "Con, prepare for an emergency course change on my mark." "Con, ready. XO, order a brace for impact. All stations confirm condition Zulu. This is our final option." Condition Zulu secured all watertight doors, a last-ditch effort to keep the ship afloat if struck. Con, execute a hard turn, then reverse once the torpedo closes. In a desperate maneuver, a ship could veer sharply away and then swing back, hoping to make the torpedo overshoot. Combat, launch barrages of noisemakers at 3-second intervals. Maintain through the turn. Combat, Roger. As the seconds to impact vanished, the atmosphere on the bridge hovered just shy of outright terror. Another 2 seconds passed. Another fresh pop echoed up to the bridge as more decoys arched from their launchers and splashed into the water to begin their work. Some emitted a recorded whoosh, a perfect digital replica of the Steetham's own wake noise, while others blasted out the actual sounds of the ship's power plant and screws. Modern torpedoes were programmed to identify the unique acoustic fingerprint of a specific target and would tenaciously hold that lock, capable of ignoring every other vessel in a convoy or a busy port to hunt the one ship etched into their computerized memory. The advanced countermeasures employed by the Steetham were crafted using genuine recordings of the destroyer's propellers and wake. They could even be loaded with common acoustic profiles of the civilian vessels she often escorted, allowing an anti-submarine destroyer like the Steetham to lure sophisticated torpedoes away from typically defenseless cargo ships or tankers. The Steetham's bridge crew threw the helm hard to port, the destroyer responding with a sharp 15-degree lean. The sudden tilt sent pens and coffee mugs flying from their places, and sailors braced themselves against consoles to keep their footing. Overhead, more noisemakers launched into the sea with a series of sharp pops. The sonar operator yanked his headphones away, his face tight as he looked toward the captain. "Impact in 10 seconds, sir. The torpedo is holding its course." "Understood. Helm, hard over to starboard." "Now." The helmsman spun the wheel violently to the right, forcing the ship into an opposite, gut-wrenching heel. Crew members clung to whatever was fixed as the world tilted again. They were still deep in the turn when a colossal detonation rocked the vessel. A geyser of churning blue-white seawater erupted near the bow, climbing high above the bridge windows before crashing down in a thunderous deluge. The ship's lights flickered and died, briefly sputtered back to life, then failed completely. Captain Fulton, thrown back several feet by the blast, steadied himself against a railing. His usual calm was gone, replaced by a clipped, urgent command. "Bring us around to face the contact. All engines, full stop." He had imagined this very scenario since he was a boy dreaming of naval command, but the reality was a cold, violent shock. For now he had to trust his team. He dropped into his chair. "XO, I need damage and casualty reports immediately." "Aye, Captain," the executive officer replied, grabbing a sound-powered phone. "Damage control teams 6 and 9. Proceed to the bow and link up with teams 1 and 2. Combat. I need personnel accountability. Engineering commence damage assessment and re-verify all watertight doors are sealed and dogged." The initial reports, filtered through the distorted, tinny connection of the backup phones, were grim. "Preliminary finding is a 16-foot breach in the forward bulkhead," a muffled voice reported after several tense minutes. "3 compartments are sealed. Casualty count is not yet known." Then the sonarman shouted over the din. "Sir, 2 distinct undersea explosions. I lost the main sonar array, but the hydrophones are active. I'm hearing the sounds of a hull breaking up. It's the Chinese sub. We got her." Ordinarily, such news would have brought a roar of triumph. Instead, the bridge crew merely exchanged grim, determined glances, their focus locked on keeping their own ship from following the enemy to the bottom. A crackling report from engineering followed, stating that power would be restored once a main engine was taken offline to serve as an emergency generator. The Stetham would live to fight another day for the moment. "Sparks," Fulton said, addressing the radio operator by the traditional nickname. The man looked up from his console. "Yes, sir." Fulton rose. "The moment we have power, raise the Reagan on the satellite net. Get Admiral Swift for me. I'll brief him directly. I'm heading forward to survey the damage, XO. The bridge is yours." "Aye, sir." Captain Fulton left the bridge, descending the ladder toward the damaged bow. He would never show it to his crew, but in his heart he knew the weight of this disaster rested on his choices alone. He had chosen to engage, to turn toward the threat, instead of evading the responsibility for every scar on his ship, and every injured sailor was his to carry, a burden that settled on his shoulders like iron. His immediate duty, however, was clear: ensure the Stetham stayed afloat and account for every single soul aboard. Chapter 11. The White House, Washington, D.C., 23 November. President of the United States. Jonathan Henry was the last to enter the Situation Room. The President faced the full Principals Committee of his National Security Council. Seated around the table were the Vice President, the National Security Advisor, the White House Chief of Staff, the Directors of National Intelligence and the CIA, the Secretaries of State, Defense, Homeland Security, Treasury, and Energy, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Attorney General, and the U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. The meeting opened with a grim report from the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. "We have 13 sailors confirmed dead and 29 wounded, many with catastrophic injuries. The USS Stetham is immobilized and will require a tow to Taiwan, a fact the Chinese propaganda machine will exploit relentlessly." President Henry responded, "Beijing's official line is a blanket denial. They claim no attack was ordered and are asserting our destroyer fired the first shot." "That is demonstrably false, Mr. President," the chairman countered. "Our own deck logs confirm the Stetham was reacting to an incoming torpedo from a Chinese submarine." Henry pressed the point. "When I spoke directly with the Chinese president, he posed a logical question. Why would they launch a single torpedo and then do nothing more, especially with a significant naval presence in the vicinity? I had no good answer. It doesn't align with any coherent military strategy. Possibly a catastrophic error by the sub-commander or a rogue captain," the chairman offered, "but that crew is now at the bottom of the ocean." The likelihood of recovering their bridge recordings is near zero, and Beijing would never share them if they did. We may simply never know if this was a sanctioned act or a terrible mistake. So our choices are a deliberate warning shot or a monumental blunder, the president summarized, his tone heavy with frustration. He released a weary breath. The Secretary of Defense then interjected, "Sir, from my perspective, this looks like a cold calculation. The Chinese leadership believes the American public has no appetite for a war with a peer competitor in Asia. They think they can bloody our nose, sacrifice a few sailors, and watch domestic pressure force us to withdraw." The president absorbed this, which leaves us with the immediate problem. What is our move? We cannot allow Taiwan to fall after its elections at the end of December, the defense secretary stated. The only path to prevent that without open conflict is to make Beijing utterly certain we are prepared for it. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs added a historical note. Sivi pasma, para bellum. President Henry nodded. If you want peace, prepare for war. A Roman maxim from centuries ago. Some truths, it seems, are timeless. For the next hour and a half, the debate continued. The Secretary of State predictably advocated for a diplomatic solution. More surprisingly, both the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs also argued for a robust diplomatic track, albeit one backed by unmistakable force. The catastrophic consequences of a war with China were unanimously understood in the room. Finally, the president said, "My inclination is toward mobilization and forward deployment. The chairman believes we can assemble a credible deterrent force before the Taiwanese election, but only if we initiate global movements immediately." He paused, scanning the faces around him. "I need to hear one last time from anyone who believes this is the wrong course." The Secretary of State leaned forward, resting his arms on the polished table. "Dale," the president prompted, "go ahead. The risk, plainly, is that a global mobilization could be the spark," the secretary said. "The Chinese may interpret it not as deterrence, but as the ultimate provocation, pushing them from threats into irreversible action." "Threats?" roared the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, his composure breaking. "They've killed 13 of my sailors. We're well past threats." The Secretary of State acknowledged the point with a solemn, silent nod. "Yes, but at this time we cannot be certain of China's true objectives." The Secretary of Defense responded with sharp impatience. "We know exactly what they intend. They've positioned thousands of Marines in landing vessels less than 12 hours from Taiwan's coastline. Their leader has explicitly stated he will interfere if the election doesn't suit him. What further evidence are we waiting for?" "Those are provocations, Rob," countered the Secretary of State, gesturing dismissively. "They could all be empty threats. Consider the catastrophic damage a war with America would inflict on China's financial system. For them to actually deploy ground forces would be an act of sheer insanity." The Director of National Intelligence now aligned firmly with the Defense Secretary's stance. China is not currently prioritizing its economic concerns. The Treasury Secretary began. "They are always considering their econ. This transcends that," the DNI interrupted sharply. "Reunification has been the central ambition in Beijing since the middle of the last century. Frankly, I doubt their economy would suffer in the long run. A unified Taiwan would likely bolster their financial reserves significantly." He shifted his gaze directly to the president. "No, Mr. President, the unified assessment of our intelligence agencies is that Beijing's leadership is profoundly serious. Their focus is fixed on the strategic advantages of reunification, not on the potential conflict itself." The president lowered his eyes to his hands for what felt like an eternity before looking up again. "I consider myself an exceptional poker player. On this particular issue, however, I'm holding a very weak hand. I can still win without good cards, but only if my opponent doesn't realize I'm practically empty." President Lau sees right through my tough talk. He knows I'm bluffing, because at this moment we possess less than 10% of the necessary forces in the region to counter a Chinese move against Taiwan. The Secretary of Defense leaned forward. Mr. President, the comprehensive and robust deployment plan I've presented will grant you the decision-making leverage you require. It positions our assets where they matter, finally giving you a real card to play. A brief, heavy silence filled the room. The Secretary of State stared at the polished table, fully aware the debate was lost. President Henry finally spoke. I need a stronger hand. Until we have substantial forces in the theater, we negotiate from a position of weakness. He turned to the Secretary of Defense. Make it happen, Rob. Mobilize our forces to the Pacific. No one wants an armed conflict with the Chinese Communists more than I do, which is to say, not at all. But once the formidable presence of the U.S. military is firmly in place, then I can negotiate from a place of undeniable authority. The Secretary of Defense gave a single firm nod. Deterrence through strength, Mr. President. The President's response was a solemn affirmation. Deterrence through strength, absolutely. The directives that flowed from the Pentagon in the following hours were as definitive as the situation allowed. In the pre-dawn darkness of November 24th, an identical email flashed across every secure terminal, coded top secret, from the Secretary's office to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. Deploy all ready forces, allocate them to the PACOM area of responsibility to serve as a deterrent to ongoing Chinese aggression. This single, potent sentence was supported by pages of detailed operational orders. The reaction from regional allies was largely one of relief. The Philippines swiftly granted temporary basing rights at 3 of its major ports. Australia activated its reserves and fully mobilized its active-duty personnel. In a late-night call, the Japanese Prime Minister assured the President that all planned U.S. base reductions in Japan were halted, and he publicly urged American forces to return in strength to locations like Okinawa and the Japanese mainland. The monumental logistical challenge then landed with U.S. Transportation Command. Coordinating the movement of personnel and hardware from across the United States and global outposts was a Herculean task, yet USTRANSCOM commanded the air and sea lift capacity to manage it. The initial wave of this Pacific deterrent would include a second carrier strike group to join the Ronald Reagan CSG-3, led by the formidable USS John C. Stennis, began its rapid transit westward. The USS Stennis, designated CVN-74, departed Naval Base Kitsap in Washington State within days of receiving its orders. This carrier strike group positioned its submarines as a distant outer screen, acting as the fleet's advanced scouts to locate hostile vessels. A ring of frigates operated closer in, serving as the diligent guardians against undersea threats. The formidable cruisers and destroyers formed the next layer. If the submarines were the eyes, these ships were the protective shield. Linked by sophisticated networks, they created a seamless, nearly unbreakable dome of anti-aircraft fire, their systems calculating firing solutions in microseconds, often without human intervention. At the heart of the group was the aircraft carrier itself, the decisive striking power, capable of projecting advanced air power hundreds of miles in any direction from its massive flight deck. Simultaneously, 2 Marine expeditionary units were directed toward the region, each a 3-ship team carrying a full infantry battalion, the essential forcible entry element of the Marine Corps. U.S. Transportation Command launched a relentless airlift operation, performing logistical miracles to deploy the Global Response Force known to planners as the GERF to forward bases in Australia, Japan, and Guam. This rapid response contingent, drawn from a rotating roster of 4 elite Army divisions, was required to be airborne within 18 hours. The current alert force, the legendary 82nd Airborne Division from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, began urgent preparations to move. They were joined by other storied units, the 3rd Infantry Division from Georgia, the 10th Mountain Division from New York, and the 1st Airborne Division from Kentucky. This immense mobilization showcased America's unparalleled strategic lift capacity in a crisis. Yet this very effort, consuming the majority of available transport with its flood of personnel and equipment into the Pacific, left the European theater starkly isolated and vulnerable. Chapter 12. Bolshevino, Russia. 27 November. General Eduard Sabaneyev's motorcade moved through the countryside east of Moscow. Dormant potato and rye fields, stripped bare by the advancing winter, reached toward distant forests painted in rust and bronze. He typically found solace in these rural vistas, a reminder of Russia's enduring strength and self-sufficiency against Western pressures. Today, however, the familiar landscape failed to calm him. His attention was fixed beyond the orderly farms, on the dense, dark tree lines where he would soon meet Colonel Borbikov. The entire audacious plan, a deep winter strike into NATO's core with a compact assault force, hinged on one critical, tangible element: the trains. Sabaneyev had insisted on inspecting them personally. Without these mobile arsenals to provide fuel, ammunition, spare parts, and, crucially, rolling anti-aircraft missile platforms to secure his airspace, the operation was a fantasy. The initial briefing had contained a startling detail. Armored trains were slated to cross into Poland immediately behind the leading tanks, a notion that seemed pulled from a past century, yet was now vital to modern conquest. The general's mood was brittle, a sharp contrast to the pastoral scene. The weight of the gamble ahead had turned contemplative silence into simmering tension. 100 potential disasters flashed through his mind, a predictable side effect of having been mentored by General Boris Lazar. He fought to shove the worries aside and focus entirely on the operation, knowing that audacity was precisely what had propelled his rapid rise through the military ranks. Yet, for the last quarter of a year, a persistent doubt had nagged at him. Using trains in a modern fight felt like a relic from another era. Sure, moving troops and equipment along secure interior lines made sense, but pushing deep into contested territory, into another nation itself, on a fixed rail line struck him as borderline reckless. The vulnerabilities were glaring: enemy aircraft, ground units, even determined saboteurs with a satchel charge could bring everything to a halt. Trains were massive, predictable targets, their paths laid out like a map for any adversary. Staring at the passing fields, General Sabaneyev couldn't shake the memory of a heated conversation with Colonel Borbikov weeks before at headquarters. He'd challenged the colonel directly. What's to stop NATO from simply blowing the train off the map? It can't swerve. It runs on a fixed line. The greenest lieutenant in their most unprepared unit would know to bomb the tracks. Not when their world goes dark, Borbikov had replied, a smug grin spreading across his face. Not when their communications fail, not when my Spetsnaz teams already positioned behind their lines guide the trains onto routes we control, and certainly not when our assault train is disguised as nothing more than a civilian transport. He leaned in, his voice dropping. Western commanders will never risk hitting what looks like a passenger train full of commuters. Intrigued but still carrying the stubborn skepticism Lazar had drilled into him, Sabaneyev had countered, "You're putting too much faith in your special operators. One misdirected switch in a rail yard and we're headed straight into a dead end. My men will not fail, General, and I will be out there with them in the heart of enemy territory." "It sounds like a fantasy, Colonel," Sabaneyev had muttered at the time, though he'd resolved to keep an open mind. Now, finally en route to see the controversial project firsthand, the motorcade's sudden deceleration pulled him from his thoughts. They had reached the first of several armed checkpoints guarding the remote site. An hour's drive from Moscow, its secrecy necessitating extreme isolation. Colonel Borbikov was already there, waiting. After a curt greeting, he slid into the back seat of the general's car, squeezing between Sabaneyev and Colonel Dryagan, the operations chief for the Western Thrust. As they bumped along a lengthy gravel drive, Borbikov resumed his pitch. The train lets you conceal a powerful fist right behind the advancing spearhead. Your mobile assault forces will race ahead on parallel roads and cross-country routes. Meanwhile, the trains bring up the heavy support long-range air defense systems, targeting radar and artillery munitions. And let's not forget their core function. They'll still haul the mountains of gear you need: extra fuel, ammunition, reinforcements, and supplies. Sabaniev offered no response, his silence hanging in the cramped vehicle. The convoy halted before a complex of enormous brick buildings, one structure so vast it resembled a minor league ballpark. The weathered facades and the rusting, weed-choked tracks leading into them spoke of a bygone era. This was clearly a colossal Soviet-era rail hub, once a vital staging ground. Borbakov, noting the general survey, confirmed it. These facilities were a Cold War leftover, he explained, from a time when moving entire armored divisions by rail into the heart of Europe was the cornerstone of Soviet war planning. The convoy halted before the largest structure, its two massive, blast-resistant metal doors groaning open on aged hinges. The three staff vehicles proceeded inside, pulling to a stop near a cluster of portable offices. Sabaniev emerged with his colonels and majors, stretching stiff limbs as they surveyed their surroundings. Powerful floodlights cast a weak, pallid glow across the vast interior. The arched ceiling soared over 3 stories high, a network of metal catwalks and gantry cranes threading through the rafters. Designed for moving heavy rail and construction materials, the building held no heat. Sabaniev guessed it was just above freezing, and a damp, penetrating cold hung in the air, reminiscent of a walk-in refrigerator. The impression was sealed as the colossal doors rumbled shut behind them with a deafening, reverberating clang that seemed to roll on endlessly through the hollow space. As his vision adjusted to the dim light, Sabaniev began to discern more details of the enormous warehouse. In shadowy corners and alcoves, rusted rail cogs and Soviet-era train components lay forgotten under veils of dust and cobwebs. Relics of a facility abandoned for decades, yet now it hummed with renewed purpose. Parked on tracks that ran the building's length was a sleek, modern civilian train, its surface gleaming under the work lights. Teams of men swarmed around it in a frenzy of activity. "So this is the assault train?" Sabaniev asked. Borbakov gestured for them to follow as he moved closer. "Indeed, General, I present Red Blizzard 1, a near-perfect replica of the Russian civilian express known as the Strish. The genuine article is among Europe's newest high-speed trains, linking Moscow to Berlin in roughly 20 hours at speeds approaching 200 kilometers per hour." Sabaniev's officers began to disperse, casually inspecting the train as the general and Borbakov walked alongside it. Borbakov continued his explanation. 20 cars in total, matching the real train's configuration. Every detail is crafted for civilian disguise, including window silhouettes of passengers behind curtains in the dining car. The windows can be illuminated with LEDs or go completely dark as the situation requires. Sabaniev reached out and tapped the aluminum siding with a gloved fist. "Will this stop a bullet, Colonel?" "Not at all, sir. Our objective is to ensure no bullet ever gets within 10 kilometers of you." The general gave a skeptical grunt. "The Red Blizzard 1 concept leverages 3 key advantages," Borbakov went on. "First, due to persistent track maintenance issues in Poland, the actual Strish frequently makes both scheduled and unscheduled route alterations. This pattern makes it easier for us to divert our train onto necessary lines without raising suspicion at Polish rail stations. My Spetsnaz units will guarantee the correct tracks are clear at the required times." Second, ahead of the 2018 World Cup, Russian railways purchased 24 special Talgo trains from Spain. While Central and Western Europe use a different track gauge than Russia, these Talgos have variable gauge axles. They can adjust their wheel width automatically, bypassing the slow, cumbersome gauge-changing stations most other trains require when crossing those borders. The military repurposed 3 of these Talgos after the tournament to construct this replica Strish. "And the third point?" Sabaniev prompted. "Third, and perhaps most crucial for your operational needs, These Talgo cars have a wider body. This allows for significantly greater storage capacity, more ammunition, more fuel, all the supplies you'll require for the mission. The size difference is virtually undetectable unless our train is parked directly beside a real strij. For a fleeting moment, Sabaniev felt an unexpected, almost grudging admiration for the sheer audacity of the plan, a stark contrast to the bureaucratic inertia he usually battled. The general, his expression carefully neutral, nodded. "Describe the interior layout, of course, sir. The first 5 cars constitute your command center and officer accommodations." The lead cars were fully equipped with map displays and targeting systems, along with retractable radar and communications towers designed to deploy once the train slowed, providing Colonel Dryagin and his assault regiment with critical support. Following those, 5 cars housed anti-aircraft batteries, alongside 3 complete 240mm autoloading mortar systems and their corresponding ammunition. Another set of 5 cars was reserved for a motorized rifle company, along with their supplies of food and additional ammunition. The final 5 cars were loaded with diesel fuel and tank shells. Borbikov faced the general. "For the operational raid I've planned, this will be more than enough to sustain the frontline forces." He pressed a button, a door slid aside, and they ascended a short stairway. "Your command car, General." Sabaniev moved through the space, his fingers tracing over a bank of flat-panel monitors secured to the train's wall, their protective plastic still in place. He peeled one cover back and studied the label. Sony? Was there no reliable Russian-made equipment available? "These particular Sony displays are significantly lighter than other models," Borbikov explained. "They're also factory-hardened to withstand the constant vibration and shocks expected during the journey." "Power them up," Sabaniev ordered. The colonel gave a nod to a technician seated nearby who immediately began working the controls. Within seconds, a dozen screens flickered to life, including 2 massive displays over 2 meters wide that dominated the center of the car. "Display the rail route," Borbikov commanded. A detailed 3-dimensional satellite view of their current rail yard materialized. With a few more keystrokes, the technician illuminated the track path from the warehouse all the way to Moscow, the route flashing rhythmically. "Your initial path, General," Borbikov said. "It will deliver you to the Moscow station precisely on the schedule of the actual Strij service, which will be quietly taken out of circulation. From there, you proceed to Smolensk. You'll mirror the civilian train's exact route and appearance, with one key difference: you will not stop. My Special Forces units will reroute you onto advantageous tracks at the critical moment. With Europe and NATO preoccupied by other distractions, a single train moving on an unscheduled track won't even register on their radar, much less cause them any concern. You are starting to earn my confidence, Colonel. Let's proceed." Borbikov then guided the general and his staff to the next train in the sequence. Codenamed Red Blizzard 2, it stretched to 58 cars pulled by 4 engines, making it an exceptionally long freight train by European standards. At a glance, it appeared ordinary, but a closer look revealed exposed radar arrays and communication antennas. 2 cars were unmistakably fitted with AS-400 Triumph anti-aircraft batteries, formidable missile systems boasting a range of 400 kilometers. "This train is designed to trail the assault force," Borbikov detailed. "It carries the necessary fuel and ammunition to support them and can be summoned forward to resupply, refuel, or replace combat losses. Under heavy tarpaulins, we will conceal tanks and armored personnel carriers." Red Blizzard 3 was another freight train, even longer than its predecessor, and currently stood nearly empty. Borbikov clarified that on the day of the operation, it would be loaded with an entire additional regiment of tanks and armored vehicles, serving as a complete reinforcement reserve for the assault element. At a staggering 68 cars, it required 8 engines to move and was already armed with multiple Pantsir SMM surface-to-air missile launchers and 20 mounts for man-portable 9K-333 Verba anti-air missiles. To conclude the inspection, Borbakov and Sabaneyev shared a toast with vodka inside a heated trailer situated in the middle of the rail yard. Borbakov raised his glass. Our next drink will be a celebration held in Moscow. Unfortunately, it's just you and me for now, as General Lazar will be tied up for several months overseeing those mining operations in Africa. Sabaneyev let out a low laugh, his mood visibly lifted, and his confidence in Borbakov's scheme now unshakable. Don't waste a thought on Lazar, that old wolf Boris. Would rather be knee-deep in a muddy trench with a bunch of raw recruits than sipping expensive vodka in some Moscow officers' club, rubbing elbows with the brass. They raised their glasses once more in a silent toast, this time to red metal, before draining them. Chapter 13. The Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia, 17 December. In the weekly coordination meeting of the plans cell, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly and Major Bob Griggs sat side by side, listening as each officer provided a succinct update on their current projects. When his turn arrived, Connolly delivered his review outlining the work he and Griggs had been conducting concerning the order of battle for forces mobilizing in the Pacific Theater. Presiding over the meeting was the Chief of Staff for the Plans Office Director, a Navy captain. The Admiral was also present, though he typically reserved his comments for the very end, offering a few final pearls of wisdom before the group dispersed. Griggs had been biding his time, waiting for this moment. He and Connolly were determined to make one final attempt to persuade the Admiral to scrutinize potential Russian cyber activities in Asia more closely. "Last item from me," the Chief of Staff announced, wrapping up. "Remember, flu shots are mandatory across the entire Department of Defense. Don't be the reason this office ends up on the director's naughty list. Get it done." A wave of obligatory nods passed around the conference table. "All right, then. Anything else before we wrap up?" The chief scanned the room, his pen hovering as he indicated each officer. When it pointed toward Connolly and Griggs, the major raised his hand. The chief's eyebrows lifted in mild surprise. "Major Griggs, make it quick." "Yes, sir. I'd like to request permission to gather some additional data points regarding the Russian situation." "What Russian situation?" the chief asked, his tone edged with clear irritation. "Sir, Colonel Connolly, and I believe we may have identified a potential link," Griggs pressed. "A link to what?" The Admiral cut in, his voice calm but firm. "I'll handle this, Chief." He fixed his gaze on the two officers. "You were both brought onto this team to analyze requirements and battle orders for our Pacific deployment, not to chase shadows in another command's area of responsibility. The National Security Agency has already briefed us on that alleged incident involving the Admiral, and the General. Plenty of capable people are investigating it. Your orders are to focus on your primary mission. Is that understood?" "Understood, sir," Griggs replied. "Yes, sir," Connolly echoed. The captain closed his notebook with a definitive snap. "Very well. That's all I have for you this afternoon. Have a productive week and keep up the solid work." As the Admiral stood, the room followed suit, coming to attention. "Dismissed," he stated, exiting briskly. While the others began filing out, the Chief of Staff called out, "Griggs, walk with me." "Copy that, sir." "Should I come too, sir?" Connolly asked. "No, just the Major." "This way, Griggs." Griggs fell into step beside the chief as they left the briefing room and entered the bustling E-ring corridor, heading toward the sprawling cubicle farm known as the Bullpen. After a moment of tense silence, the Chief of Staff spoke, his voice low. "Major Griggs, something's been bothering me." "Sir, how can I assist?" "You can assist by cutting the crap," the chief said sharply, pivoting to face Griggs directly. "I'm getting tired of you two digging into matters that are well outside your lane. Do you and Lieutenant Colonel Connolly honestly believe the European desk officers, J3 Operations, and J2 Intelligence are all just sitting on their hands, oblivious to Russia? What? Do you think the chairman's entire staff is a bunch of idiots?" "No, sir," Griggs said, but the frustration was beginning to boil over, and he struggled to keep it in check. We've already spoken with J3 and J2, and there's no dedicated focus on this specific issue. While they acknowledge Russian involvement in the computer breach to some degree, the consensus is it doesn't signal any broader Russian intentions. Colonel Connolly and I both believe the Russians invested significant effort just to complicate our operations in the Pacific. Combine that with their accelerated equipment repairs and increased fuel stockpiling, and the picture becomes concerning. PACOM is entirely focused on the Taiwan situation, viewing these events as fitting neatly into a potential invasion timeline, while EUCOM is preoccupied with the upcoming NATO exercises after the new year. I simply felt it was critical to ensure the Admiral elevated this to the Vice Chairman for his situational awareness. The Chief of Staff, responsible for the Vice Chairman's awareness, responded, "All right, Major Griggs, you've made your point now. I have a few things for you. First, were you aware that Russia announced military exercises in Belarus this morning, scheduled to begin next week and run through the Christmas holiday?" Griggs shook his head slowly. "Exercises that would perfectly explain their increased repair activity and fuel storage," he muttered to himself. Griggs remained silent. Russia is simply conducting drills with an ally. They are not launching an invasion anywhere. Picking up some cyber debris from the NSA about Russia doesn't mean a single damn thing, the captain pressed on. "We already have sailors dead near Taiwan, and we could be mere weeks from a war with China. So get your rear end back to the job you were actually brought here to do." "Understood." He turned and walked away without waiting for a reply. When Griggs returned to the bullpen, Connolly immediately asked, "So, how did it go?" "I'm just trying to figure out at what rank the reprimands finally stop. I think I've had my lifetime quota already." Connolly poured him a cup of coffee. "Bob, they happen less often as you rise, but the intensity certainly doesn't diminish. Guess I should be grateful my military career is circling the drain. Then, hey, did you hear Russia just announced war games in Belarus? Seriously? Since you and I have been buried in PACOM planning since dawn, we missed it." To the Chief of Staff, that means we're completely ignorant about Russian movements. "When do these games start?" "Next week, straight through Christmas." "Who holds major military exercises over Christmas?" "Your guess is as good as mine," Griggs said, "but I sincerely hope it doesn't inspire any festive ideas in our commander-in-chief." Connolly stared into the distance for a long moment. "What do you know about a General Lazar?" Griggs nodded. "Yeah, he's old guard Russian, a colonel general, top of their heap, one of their best, strictly Soviet doctrine. He was the head instructor at their war college for years. His last major combat command was in Chechnya and Dagestan about a decade back." "Why?" Connolly turned to his computer. "I was digging through some files and saw a note in an INSUM." He clicked through his saved classified emails for the intelligence summary. "Here it is. This seems strange. J2 discovered Lazar put his country house up for rent. At first, I thought it might be a money issue. But now what?" Connolly read from the summary. "DTG 2019-09-16, Moscow Northwest, Gavrilkovo, Tver Oblast, Russia. The Moskovskij Komsomolets newspaper today listed an advertisement for Colonel General Boris Lazar's dacha. The monthly rental was set at 70,000 rubles. The address was 133 Leninskaya Street in Novozavidovsky, located in Russia's Tver region." Griggs glanced back from his screen. "The intelligence folks are going to have a field day when they notice us searching for Russian vacation rentals on official systems. Actually using government terminals is smarter," Connolly countered. "That way your NSA contact and his team won't flag it on our personal devices." A moment later, Connolly announced, "Got it, listed on intermarksevils.ru." He scrolled through the photos. Nice setup. A log cabin with a lake view, fully furnished. It's on a wooded peninsula right next to Zevidovo National Park. What's the lease term? Up to 9 months, apparently. Odd duration, don't you think? Usually it's month to month, 6 months, or a full year. Maybe he's tied to this military exercise, and they'll be training that long? Connolly mused. That would be one for the record books. Let's see who's running the drills in Belarus. They typically publicize that. Griggs entered the query. Not your man. Looks like a colonel general named Sabaneyev is in charge. Perhaps Lazar has been assigned command elsewhere. Wait a second, Griggs said, leaning closer to his monitor. I've got something here. Connolly left his desk and walked over. The Air Force analysts nearby were gathering their coats to leave. He checked his watch past 6. Julie would be furious. He was supposed to pick up the kids in 30 minutes, and D.C. rush hour meant he was already behind. Damn, Bob. I might need to bolt soon. Check this out first. Griggs pointed to a translated article boasting about Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev leading 30,000 troops in Belarusian war games. Moscow was touting the exercise, scheduled over the Christmas break, as a chance to showcase new hardware like the Boomerang armored vehicle and the T-14 Armata tank, all to highlight advanced Russian technology and the strong bond with Belarus. Connolly snorted. What a complete fairy tale. No argument here, Griggs said. Belarus isn't thrilled about Russian troops trampling through their country during the holidays, but saying no to Moscow isn't an option. And while the Russians have held smaller holiday drills before, usually to whip some underperforming unit into shape, something on this scale? It's definitely new. Let's check Intelink, Connolly suggested, referring to the classified government network. They both spent several minutes reviewing Eduard Sabaneyev's file. The general had an impeccable record, detailed schooling, and a thorough service history. One detail caught Connolly's eye. The files noted Sabaneyev had served as Boris Lazar's deputy for years. Should we try Intelink TS? Connolly asked, mentioning the top-secret portal. Access required going to a secured vault, a skiff. And that took time. He glanced at his watch again. Griggs noticed head home, boss. I'll stick around and dig into the top-secret material on this guy. Want me to loop in NSA or CIA? Absolutely not. That would just put a spotlight on us. The chief would have a meltdown if we sent a formal request about Russia. Connolly pulled on his Marine Corps tanker jacket, a heavy coat meant for cold weather. Don't stay all night, Bob. Get some rest. I need you sharp tomorrow morning. After Connolly left, Griggs remained alone in his office, weighing his options for several long minutes. Eventually, he navigated to the Intelligence RFI Management portal on Intelink and selected Customer Request for Information. A new screen loaded with a standard disclaimer noting that intelligence requests were prioritized and could face delays unless marked as urgent. Griggs didn't hesitate. He clicked to urgent. Why not, he figured. Another prompt appeared, asking him to specify the authority under which he was submitting the request. He scrolled through the options and chose Director of the Joint Chiefs for Planning and Operations and/or Vice Chairman. A warning immediately flashed, instructing him to have written authorization from a staff primary member, Chief of Staff, or a general officer before proceeding. The Major paused only briefly. He checked the yes box and entered the necessary details to formally request that the CIA compile all available intelligence on Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev. With that done, he shut down his computer, retrieved his military ID, took his coat, and left the Pentagon for the evening. Chapter 14. Djibouti City, Djibouti, East Africa, December 18. Pascal Arc Blanchette moved with a slow, shuffling walk along the Boulevard de la République that made him seem far older than his 64 years. He had always carried himself with an air of advanced age, even in his youth. Back at the Sorbonne, while his peers wore trendy turtlenecks and flared jeans, he preferred tweed jackets and pleated wool trousers, and his measured, deliberate gait was the same then as it was now. The overcoat he wore was a decade old, a relatively recent acquisition in his mind, and therefore practically new. Pascal wore his clothes until they were threadbare, a habit spanning his entire life. It was nearly 11 in the morning, which for him was like dawn, as he was never an early riser. He was making his way to his preferred cafe when he ducked into a small newsstand. He glanced at the Somali papers, but selected that day's edition of La Nation in French. He also picked up an Arabic-language newspaper and a pack of Gitanes cigarettes. The clerk behind the low wooden counter was unfamiliar. Pascal noted, and the man asked for 800 Djiboutian francs. The Frenchman calmly laid out 600, shook his head as he gathered his purchases, and chastised the clerk for attempting to charge him the foreigner tax. The man behind the counter scowled but accepted the payment. Pascal's pale complexion in Africa had once cost him dearly, but he had long since learned to navigate the local markets and stalls, and now he paid the same as any resident. As he ascended the steps toward the entrance of Restaurant Listoral, his trousers began to sag, forcing him to grab them to keep them from falling. He stopped to adjust his belt, which was 3 times older than his coat, and tucked in his wrinkled dress shirt. Stepping onto the cafe's busy terrace, he frowned upon seeing a cluster of young, fair-skinned tourists occupying his usual spot. Nadel, the maitre d', noticed him and gestured apologetically toward the corner where the tourists had settled. They had commandeered almost half the outdoor seating, their bulky backpacks claiming numerous chairs and tables, effectively blocking off the section shaded by the lush, overgrown vine trellis. Nadel shrugged and pointed to the opposite side of the terrace. Pascal headed to an available seat there, though he was visibly displeased. The outdoor dining area was lively, and the Frenchman wove through the crowd before settling onto a hard metal chair. Shading his eyes from the sun, he nodded to Nadal, who returned the gesture and went inside to prepare his usual order. Pascal gazed wistfully across the terrace at his favorite wicker chair, now serving as a perch for a dusty gray backpack amid the group of tourists. Pushing aside his irritation, Pascal unfolded the newspaper, his eyes dropping below the fold to a column on the Taiwan situation. The article featured a quote from a Chinese official. "America should stay on its own side of the Pacific. The political future of Taiwan is a matter for the Chinese people alone. Your presence is not required. Go home." He flipped a few pages, and a headline on A3 jumped out at him. Kremlin orders major holiday military exercises in Belarus. Classic Russian maneuvering, Pascal mused, with American attention shifting toward Asia. Moscow seizes the moment to rattle Central Europe with a show of force right on Poland's doorstep. It would send a chill from the Baltic states down to the Balkans, though he doubted it signaled any genuine intent to invade. Just political theater. Speaking of things not arriving, where was Nadal with that coffee? The waiter had delivered the orange juice and croissant, but had since vanished. Pascal set the paper down, meticulously buttering his pastry, while he observed a boisterous cluster of young tourists taking up half the terrace. For a fleeting moment, a profound longing for a Parisian cafe, for the scent of fresh bread and the sound of his own language washed over him. He rarely missed home, but today he did. Pascal Arcblanchet's diplomatic posting at the French embassy in Djibouti was, in the frank assessment of his colleagues back in Paris, a career graveyard. It was an assignment universally avoided, a polite form of exile, and he'd been fortunate to get even this, as the only alternative was a swift and unceremonious retirement. Sometimes he felt the writing was on the wall. Despite the humiliating demotion this posting represented for a man of his tenure, they'd probably yank him out of service completely before long. The thought made his stomach clench. He'd fight it tooth and nail, leaving metaphorical claw marks on his government-issued desk, because this continent, with all its chaotic, vibrant intrigue, was the only home he had left. The buzz of his cell phone cut through his thoughts. "Allo, Papa?" "It's Apollo," instantly. The minor annoyances, the stiff cafe chair, his worn jacket, the professional dead end, the shadow of forced retirement, dissolved. A genuine smile spread across his face, widening further as Nadal finally materialized to place a small coffee cup on the table. "Hello, my son. What a pleasant surprise." His voice tightened with sudden concern. "Is everything all right?" "Of course, Papa. Just checking in. Wanted to see if the African sun had finally managed to color you something other than translucent. Pascal chuckled. His son knew him too well. While he lived and worked in East Africa, Pascal's duties involved little sunlight, consisting mostly of desk work and clandestine meetings in dimly lit bars and shadowy hotel corridors after dark. The elder Arc Blanchette was a spy, an officer of France's DGSE, the External Intelligence Agency, while his contemporaries from the early 80s now commanded the entire French intelligence apparatus from sleek Parisian offices. Pascal navigated the dusty back alleys of this former colony, scavenging for fragments of information that might, just might, hold some marginal value for his nation thousands of miles away. He sipped his coffee, chatting easily with his son, a captain in the French army currently based near Brussels. As they spoke, his gaze drifted back to the group of backpackers across the terrace. An occupational habit took over, a trained need to assess and categorize. There were 9 of them, 7 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s or 30s. He found himself unconsciously searching for tells. Their footwear, the logos on their water bottles, the cadence of their laughter, any clue to their origins and their purpose here. Most of the men sported beards, a detail Pascal noted with a grim sense of validation. The younger generation couldn't even be bothered with basic grooming anymore, a sure sign of societal decay in his book. The group's equipment initially suggested wealthy American tourists. They were always kitted out in the latest gear, regardless of the actual adventure. Everything from their jackets to their backpacks looked premium and untouched. He strained to catch their conversation, hearing English but laced with an unfamiliar cadence. The women wore their hair in severe ponytails tucked through baseball caps, and he couldn't help but notice their athletic builds. But it was the gear that truly held his attention, pristine, tactical, and undoubtedly expensive. "Apollo, give me a second," Pascal said, switching his phone to camera mode. He balanced it on the table, zoomed in, and casually snapped a photo of one of the large packs. Examining the image, he focused on the manufacturer's logo. "Random question for you. Ever heard of a brand called Peak Design?" "Sure," Apollo replied without pause. "Top-tier stuff. You're looking at €600 minimum for one of their larger models. Fascinating? Why? Planning to splurge on your favorite son this Christmas?" Pascal chuckled. "Maybe, though, on my salary, €600 is more of a heart attack than a gift." "True. And any Peak Design bag you find for sale in a market here would be a worthless fake." "No argument there," Pascal conceded, shifting topics. "I saw the news about the Russian military drills. I hope it doesn't disrupt your holiday plans." "Not at all. It's more of a headache for our friends in Poland and Lithuania. Command assures us we'll have plenty of notice if the Red Storm decides to roll west." "The age of strategic surprise is over," Pascal mused. "That's the theory. Let's hope the theorists are right." After ending the call, Pascal slipped his phone away and gestured for Nadal, the maitre d'. The man leaned in close. "Our new acquaintances by the window." Pascal murmured, "Any idea who they are?" "None, monsieur. They arrived just before you. First-timers. Did you catch anything about their plans? Where they're staying, or what brings them here?" "Nothing. I don't speak Russian." Pascal tilted his head. "Russian? I heard English." "A little Russian, too." Quiet, like they were being careful. Nadal gave a knowing wink. He was well aware of Pascal's line of work and had earned a bit on the side for useful whispers before. "Intriguing," Pascal said, studying the group once more. "How intriguing?" Nadal asked with a hopeful smile, probing for his potential cut. Pascal let out a short laugh. He'd encountered Russians in Djibouti for years, dock workers, geologists, corporate types, and the occasional frugal backpacker. This group played the tourist part, but their equipment screamed money, which was odd for their age. Still, Russians having lunch in an African cafe hardly constituted an intelligence windfall. "Sorry, my friend. Not that intriguing. But if they return, see what else you can learn." Pascal left the cafe, crossed the bustling street, and ducked into a narrow alley where a handful of kiosks formed a cramped, vibrant market. The air shifted, thick with the scent of spices and diesel, a sudden plunge from the cafe's relative calm into the city's relentless pulse. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as Pascal Arc-Blanchette sorted through a large plastic bin filled with disposable lighters for sale. His attention, however, was divided, with one eye constantly tracking the new visitors across the street. A few minutes later, the foreigners departed, and Pascal set off in their wake. Espionage was in his veins. A natural curiosity drew him to them. More than that, he saw trailing them as a perfectly amusing way to break the monotony of his day. Chapter 15. The Pentagon. Arlington, Virginia, 18 December. Dan Connolly was the first to arrive in the bullpen that morning. He powered on his computer just before 7, swiped his ID badge, and went to fetch coffee while the system booted. Returning to his desk, he was startled to see the border of his monitor pulsing a deep crimson. A green alert was routine, a snow closure or a pipe burst, but red signified a classified communication. He clicked the notification. The message read, "In response to your intelligence support request, the CIA European desk has compiled the information for the Vice Chairman. Please access your Intelink TS account for all relevant files." A cold sweat broke out on Connolly's neck. He muttered under his breath, "Bob, what did you do?" Major Griggs ambled in at 7:30 to find Connolly's eyes locked on him the moment he stepped through the door. "Morning, sir. Did you submit an intelligence request to the CIA?" "I exercised initiative, and you told them it was for the Vice Chairman. I might have selected that option. They don't exactly have a checkbox for the Vice Chairman's overworked staff. We are going to be crucified when the Chief hears about this." "I will be." "You weren't involved. I listed myself as the primary point of contact. You were just an alternate on the form." "Did you look at the data?" "Obviously." "Well, don't leave me hanging." Connolly took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "General Boris Lazar, the man who listed his country house for rent, is currently in Azerbaijan. His next stop is Iran. Iran, correct? A joint military exercise between Russian and Iranian forces. He rented out his dacha for 9 months. Is he attending a 9-month war game? It doesn't add up, does it? Not even a little. What about the general running the Belarus exercise, Sabanyev? He owns 2 Russian wolfhounds. He placed them in a kennel. Griggs tilted his head. For 9 months? No, he paid for 2 months. But still, the Russians are planning something bigger than holiday season training in Iran and Belarus. I'm not buying the official story. Griggs nodded in agreement. Yeah, but without knowing what something is, trying to sound the alarm here will be pointless. What's our move? The lieutenant colonel swiveled back to his keyboard. We keep digging. The bullpen door swung open, and an Air Force major leaned inside. "Bob, the chief is looking for you, and he does not look pleased." Warsaw, Poland, 21 December. The 20-year-old blonde with the ponytail was running solo behind the counter at House Cafe Warsaw for her marathon 8-hour shift, spanning morning and lunch. The cafe had been swamped for the first half of her day, a relentless tide of customers. She worked tirelessly, occasionally dabbing her forehead with a damp cloth, juggling drink orders, operating the register, retrieving pastries from the case, and darting into the seating area whenever possible to clear tables. The lunch rush was as intense as the morning, but she considered herself fortunate. The Warsaw weather in December was particularly miserable. Every glance out the window showed a relentless mix of rain and sleet. This nasty weather, ironically, kept the foot traffic just barely manageable. Around 2 o'clock, a brief lull finally arrived. Seizing the moment, Paulina brewed herself a potent double espresso and drank it down. Scorching hot Ursula placed her mug in the sink and leaned back against the counter, taking a moment to catch her breath. Just then, the door swung open, and in walked Paulina, her dark hair tousled as she pulled off her wool hat and unwound the scarf from around her neck. The two had been inseparable since grade school, and their usual greeting was a quick kiss on each cheek. But before Paulina could even step around the counter, Ursula spoke up from the doorway. "Why have you been ignoring your phone?" "It's been a madhouse in here," Paulina replied, shaking her head. "I'm flying solo until 3. Julia and Leo got their activation orders from the Polish Rifles. Honestly, if it weren't for this awful weather keeping customers away, I'd have collapsed by noon." Setting her bag on one of the many empty tables in the small cafe, Ursula stared at her friend with widening eyes. "You really have no idea what's happening, do you?" Paulina came around the counter, drying her hands on a towel. "All I know right now is coffee orders and how much my feet hurt. What's going on? We're being called up, too. Our first real deployment, and it's just a few days before Christmas." Paulina's hand shot out to grip the counter's edge, steadying herself. This was the last news she expected. "Tell me you're kidding." Both women served in the same platoon of the same civilian defense unit. Their organization was far more relaxed than the Polish Rifles, which was a sharper, more professional volunteer force. So when Paulina heard her coworkers had been activated the previous night, she only worried about being stuck covering triple shifts until her manager found help. She never imagined she'd be packing a duffel bag herself. "We ship out tomorrow morning." Paulina groaned loudly. "Tomorrow? Why? What's changed with the Russians in Belarus this time around?" "Who knows?" Ursula shrugged. "All I can think about is the art history paper I haven't even started. It's due right after the winter break. This timing is unbelievably bad." Then she managed a faint, ironic smile. "Maybe I'll get some quality study time in, even if it's while crouched in a freezing, waterlogged foxhole." Reaching behind the counter, Paulina fumbled past a line of syrup bottles to retrieve her purse from the shelf. She pulled out her phone and saw 4 missed calls and over a dozen texts. As she started to scroll, Ursula cut in. "Don't bother. We're ordered to muster at Central Station at 6 a.m. They're bussing us south somewhere." Paulina's gaze drifted toward the frost-covered window. "My manager is going to have an absolute meltdown." She had attended Warsaw University for a year, just like Ursula, but dropped out the previous spring when her grades slipped. She simply couldn't keep her focus on lectures and textbooks. Since then, she'd been working for this coffee chain, both here in the Old Town and over at the Central Station location. An assistant manager promotion seemed possible soon, and while pulling espresso shots all day wasn't her ultimate dream, it was a decent job while she figured her life out. Joining the Territorial Defense Force, the National Civilian Militia, had also made sense. She had friends in the unit, Ursula among them. It felt like the right thing to do, a patriotic duty, even if she cared nothing for politics, firearms, or the stiff, uncomfortable uniforms. And if she was being completely honest, the extra 400 zloty a month, about $100, was a real incentive. That extra cash coming in a dozen times a year was going to help her buy a used car sooner rather than later. But she had certainly never signed up to be deployed right at Christmas. The Territorial Defense Force was supposed to be military light, a commitment of 1 weekend a month, training with her company in camps outside Warsaw or in local high school gyms. This sudden call-up was anything but light. For Paulina, most training days felt more like a basic workout than actual soldiering. Lots of marching, calisthenics, and watching outdated Polish land forces videos on weapons she'd never even held. The idea that her unit might ever truly mobilize had seemed like a distant fantasy, even as other paramilitary groups across Poland started receiving call-ups in response to Russian military exercises next door in Belarus. Paulina, like everyone in her circle, was convinced they'd never see real combat. If Russian forces ever did cross the border, the Territorial Defense Force would probably be stuck directing traffic for fleeing civilians, setting up emergency shelters, or guarding train stations in the West against looters, anything but frontline fighting. And if the worst happened and Russia actually took over, the TDF was theoretically meant to become a guerrilla network. 30,000 civilians with some military training scattered and ready to resist. A middle-aged couple entered the cafe, shaking rain and sleet from their coats right inside the doorway. Paulina shot them an annoyed look but kept her focus on Ursula. Why on earth are we pulling out of Warsaw? If the Russians come, this is exactly where they'll head first. The regular army is staying put, ready to roll tanks into the streets if things go bad. We're being shipped south somewhere. To do what? Probably exactly what we always do. Stand around in a muddy field looking busy. Paulina tilted her head. Will Titus be there? Titus was that tall, handsome DHL driver from another platoon in their company. Paulina had been nursing a serious crush on him for months, something Ursula knew all too well. Her friend just rolled her eyes. It's the whole company, so yeah, he'll be there. Maybe you'll get lucky and the Russians will attack so you two can share a foxhole. It was meant as a joke, but neither of them laughed. Paulina made coffees for the damp couple, who left quickly, and then the two young women sat down at a small table in the suddenly quiet cafe. Outside the window, the town square was draped in holiday lights and garlands. The big Christmas tree wouldn't be lit until Christmas Eve, but the festive atmosphere was already everywhere. It really sucks that this is happening right at Christmas. Ursula muttered Paulina's more immediate concern was breaking the news to her boss that she'd be leaving work during the busiest season to follow Leo and Julia. She added, "Didn't they always say any Russian invasion would come in the spring or summer? They're not crazy enough to move in winter. Even I know that much." Ursula just let out a tired sigh. "I swear they should let us run this show." She took a deep breath, then pushed back from the table. "I've got a ton of things to sort out. I'll call you tonight." Chapter 16. Minsk, Belarus, 22 December. The 10:35 train from Moscow pulled into Minsk-Pasazirsky railway station just 8 minutes behind schedule. Passengers stepped stiffly onto the platform after the 11-hour journey, but one man moved with purpose through the crowd. He wore the winter camouflage uniform of a Russian Spetsnaz major, a heavy pack weighing nearly 90 pounds on his back. He navigated the bustling modern station, exited through the main doors, and scanned the curb for a taxi. The morning was cold and gray, the temperature just above freezing, with several inches of fresh snow covering the walkways and glistening on the streets and rooftops. As he started forward, a booming voice called out from behind him. "Mitya?" The major turned, broke into a smile, and embraced a bearded man in a civilian Gore-Tex parka and ski pants, who was shouldering a large civilian backpack of his own. "Lyosha? Good to see you, my friend. Got time for a drink?" "Always do." The two men climbed the steps to the train station's outdoor cafe, yanked the metal chairs free from the tables, brushed the snow off the seats, and sat down. The patio was officially closed due to the bitter cold and slush, but the major caught a waiter's eye through the glass and gave a sharp wave. The man immediately started toward them. Lyosha chuckled. "He sees that winter frost giant uniform of yours and knows to hustle. And you look like some lost backpacker who took a wrong turn at the Alps. What have they done to you, my poor Lyosha? We're allowed full beards and comfortable modern clothes. The women in Germany will mistake us for Austrian ski instructors." Mitya laughed. "Can your men even keep a straight face and follow orders when they see you in that electric blue jacket?" "Mitya, you weren't chosen for this detail because Central Command knows you barely have fuzz on your peaches, much less the ability to grow a proper beard." The waiter, now within hearing range, flinched slightly at the crude exchange, but quickly composed himself. "Coffee?" he offered, extending menus. Lyosha dismissed them with a wave. "Absolutely not. Vodka. 2 glasses." "The bar isn't open yet, sir," the waiter replied nervously. "Then you'll open it for us, won't you?" It was less a question and more a command. The waiter nodded and hurried away. Lyosha leaned in. "How are your men? Are they prepared?" Mitya gave a firm nod. "They're ready. I've got Sergeant Utkin with me. Remember him? The monster who took the regimental championship at Hatsavita back in 16? The very one. He's a beast. An icy wind whipped snow into swirling eddies around them. But the cold didn't seem to touch the two soldiers. When the drinks arrived, they cleared a small patch of table. 2 full shots of vodka were set before them. The waiter lingered briefly, perhaps hoping for payment, but they ignored him and raised their glasses. To the 2nd Brigade? Anytime, anywhere, any mission, Lyosha declared. To the 45th Guards Regiment, only the fiercest wolves survive, Mitya bellowed back. They threw back the clear liquor in one swift motion, then finally looked at the waiter. 2 more vodkas, 2 pilsners, and 2 strong black coffees. Mitya ordered. As the waiter shuffled off again, Lyosha said, "The other teams are already in Africa by now." Mitya nodded. "I heard nice and warm, lucky bastards. We move for the border at midnight, crossing through the woods into Ukraine, then over the river just north of Sobibor in Poland. That's a large group to slip across unnoticed." Mitya shrugged. 48 total. But the river crossing is practically unguarded there, just some acoustic sensors we can bypass. How is your team infiltrating? The man in the ski gear replied, "We leave tonight too, but we're taking civilian trains and buses. The intelligence folks gave us legitimate travel documents for the EU, all very civilized 39 men and 10 women. Women? Any good? Good enough. All Spetsnaz trained. They'll help us blend in better." "What about the laser guidance systems?" Mitya asked. The wind dropped, and a light snow began to fall, heavy flakes drifting down amidst the morning traffic near the station. Some components were shipped ahead and retrieved by teams already in Poland and Germany. "We'll carry the rest in ski bags and backpacks on the trains. It's designed to look harmless, like camera gear," Lyosha explained. "GRU operatives have leased helicopters in the Czech Republic with trusted Russian pilots for our mobility." He took a slow sip of his fresh vodka, the warmth spreading through him as he considered the absurdity of their situation. Here they were, planning a covert war over drinks, dressed like vacationers and storybook generals. "What happens if you're caught in all that ridiculous civilian gear?" Mitya pressed. "You could be executed as spies, you know. We'll have our uniforms on underneath the ski suits." "Good. Your team will set up the navigation grid to guide the column to the objective. You'll be heroes of the motherland, and you and your men," Lyosha finished. Locking eyes with his friend, "will secure the route for the trains. Try not to get lost in the woods without your winter god costume to keep you warm. You finally get back home, and President Rivkin himself will pin that colonel's rank on you," Lyosha remarked. "Where are they putting you for the operation?" "Right along the main route, east of Wrocław, close to a few small towns where the rail lines converge. I'm assigned to Zhenya's team. What about you?" "All the way to the finish line, my friend. The highest point in Germany with Gregory's team, Anna's through Vasily's units, will be positioned in the Elbe Sandstone Mountains. I kept the best part for myself. I get to position the final laser that guides the assault column right to its target." "Sounds intense. What happens after that? You just hike back in that ridiculous cold weather kit." Lyosha chuckled. "Most likely." He glanced down, brushing a hand over his Gore-Tex jacket. "Maybe they'll let us keep it. We've got multiple exit routes. Some head through Czechia, others south toward Austria, and a few north to Kaliningrad. We vanish, then regroup for the next phase. I'm heading to Africa in little over a week to back up Lazar's strike on the mining complex." "You know, Lyosha, I always figured I was the lucky one leading the uniformed troops who actually get to engage. I thought we had the prime assignment. But now I'm thinking maybe it's you. You get all the deep cover work, plus you get to be part of Phase 2 in Africa." "True, but I'll be honest. I have these recurring dreams about being caught out of uniform." "I get that." Mitya lifted his beer. "Just don't get captured." They tapped their glasses together. "To your health and success, brother. See you in Moscow in a few weeks." Looking forward to it, They exchanged a firm shoulder clap, each leaving a 30-ruble Belarusian note tucked under a glass on the table before stepping out into the cold. Warsaw, Poland, 22 December. Paulina stomped her boots on the icy sidewalk outside Centralna station, a pointless effort against the deepening cold. The northern side of the terminal was a swirling mess of near chaos. Thousands of Territorial Defense Force volunteers milled both inside and outside the vast building, all awaiting transport to posts across the country. A mix of outdated buses, modern coaches, and military trucks with canvas covers collected units one by one, yet a steady, unending stream of new volunteers kept swelling the crowd by the minute. Wherever her company was headed, Paulina assumed they'd just end up sitting in some frigid barracks or a drafty tent, eating canned rations for weeks. Then the Russians would finish their usual posturing, just like every time before, and she'd be back behind the counter pulling espressos for the morning rush. Still, Christmas was thoroughly wrecked, and she'd never forget or forgive those old fools in the Kremlin for it. Slung over her shoulder on a leather strap was a long, wood-stocked rifle that looked like a relic from World War II because it was. The weapon was a Mosin Nagant from the 1940s, a 5-shot bolt-action design that had been cutting-edge in the 1890s. The TDF's official new rifle was supposed to be the Polish-made FB Radom MSBS Grot, but no one in Paulina's company had ever even seen one. Most of the riflemen carried AK-47s, and while Paulina had trained on the AK, she wasn't a rifleman, so she'd been issued this, Mosin, dragged from some forgotten Polish land forces surplus stockpile. She could handle it well enough. She'd even fired one a few times as a teenager because her father owned an older version. She'd always skipped the boar hunting trips with her dad and brother, choosing instead to lose herself in a book or spend summer days at the lake with friends. Just then, Ursula emerged from the jostling crowd, and the two young women met with quick kisses and a tight hug, a small pocket of warmth in the freezing disorder. Ursula stood in the snow, her green and brown camouflage uniform making her look more like a misplaced shrub than a soldier, at least to Paulina's eyes. Paulina wore the same outfit, but her bright purple university backpack clashed with the military gear, a personal touch in a sea of regulation issue. Their unit's buses, delayed by the capital's choked streets, finally arrived, and by midday they were rolling away from Warsaw. Paulina's Territorial Defense Company was a mix of 93 citizens. Fresh-faced 18-year-olds were plentiful, and the eldest was a 57-year-old baker who'd once cooked for the army under a different political sky. Their commander was Lieutenant Robert Nowicki, a 23-year-old professional soldier freshly graduated from the military academy, assigned to this militia unit in a bid to instill some discipline. Paulina sensed his preference would be serving with the regular army, yet he performed his duties without open contempt for the volunteers. She imagined his job was frustrating. These citizen soldiers reported only a few days each month and could walk away anytime, though talking back or refusing orders was technically forbidden, a rule some of the older, rougher men occasionally tested, challenging the young officer's authority. Paulina herself followed instructions diligently, not out of particular respect for Nowicki, but because she had a deep-seated aversion to causing trouble. He sat behind the bus driver, engrossed in a phone call for the first leg of the trip. About 30 minutes outside the city, he stood and grabbed the PA microphone. "Listen up! Our assignment is west of Radom," he announced, glancing at his notes. "We'll be securing Expressway 12, the route connecting Radom to Piotrków-Trybunalski." A voice from the back, belonging to a 35-year-old shop assistant, rang out. "What's the point?" Nowicki's face tightened with irritation. "Because those are our orders." "I know what you meant," Nowicki interrupted sharply. "I don't have an answer for you. In the regular forces, you'd know better than to ask." He continued with logistical details, but the questions kept coming, shouted from the seats like a classroom challenging a substitute teacher. Why are we even being sent out? Who says the Russians are coming? What could Russia possibly want with some highway in these towns? Nowicki had no real replies, So Paulina soon stopped listening. Instead, she and Ursula huddled together, whispering about Titus, the DHL driver Paulina had been quietly admiring. He was on the other bus, which Paulina took as a discouraging sign, but Ursula insisted he was probably just clueless about her flirtatious signals and would be smitten once she made her intentions clear. Paulina was determined not to let the specter of a Russian invasion disrupt her plans to capture Titus's attention over the coming weeks. By 3 in the afternoon, the buses pulled into a lumber mill on a frozen plain just west of Radom. As the vehicles parked, the militia members disembarked to find a line of territorial defense trucks waiting for them. The trucks were loaded down with crates of ammunition, rations, water containers, tents, and the heavier crew-served weapons for those with specific roles. Every soldier in Paulina's unit had a designated job. Hers was on a 2-person team operating an RPG-7, a rocket launcher capable of hurling a fin-stabilized grenade nearly 500 yards. The launchers issued to her company were older models, manufactured about a decade before she was born, but they remained reliable and deadly. Her partner was Bruno, a 19-year-old with pockmarked skin who used to work at his uncle's tire shop west of Warsaw. Their kit consisted of one RPG-7 and a crate holding 4 rockets. Between them, they had only fired 6 live rounds total, all during a training exercise the previous summer at a military base. Bruno had shown a slightly steadier hand, so he was designated the primary gunner. Paulina's duties were to assist with reloading, secure the dangerous backblast zone, carry the extra rockets in a heavy bandolier, provide cover with her rifle, and be prepared to take over the launcher if Bruno was hit. They hauled their crate from a truck bed, and Paulina carefully slid the rockets into her bandolier. Bruno retrieved their launcher from a wooden case holding 6, as the other 5 RPG teams in the company did the same. While they were sorting their equipment near the trucks, Titus walked past his Dragunov sniper rifle slung in a long carry bag over his shoulder. "Hey there," Paulina said, trying to sound casual. "Tobias," Titus acknowledged with a brief nod as he continued on. She found herself wondering if he even remembered her real first name. Titus served as the platoon's designated marksman. Calling him a full sniper might have been stretching it, but for a city kid from Warsaw, he was a crack shot. He'd once mentioned to her that his uncle owned a farm an hour north of the capital, where he'd spent weekends as a boy hunting rabbits. He'd had a natural talent for it from the start. Laden with packs, weapons, and gear, the militia company boarded a convoy of repurposed civilian trucks driven by local volunteers. Soon they jolted off the paved road onto a winding, muddy track through the woods passing the edge of a farm. As Paulina was jostled in the truck bed, mentally preparing for another dinner of bland field rations, Newiecki's voice crackled over the radio. "All units, listen up. We're making a stop at a rail yard to gather lumber for defensive positions. After that, we establish camp in a bean field just off Highway 12. Ursula turned to Paulina, her expression sour. "We need wood now? We just drove past an entire lumber yard." Paulina shrugged. "They weren't about to give us the good stuff. We get the leftovers, the cheap scraps. We have to take what we can find." Ursula sighed, leaning back against the truck's side. Honestly, does it ever get better than this? Chapter 17. Djibouti City. Djibouti Siprika. For all full days of meticulous effort to locate where the Russians were lodged in Djibouti City. But Pascal Arc-Blanchette, a 64-year-old French intelligence officer, was a man defined by his dogged persistence. On the first afternoon of surveillance, he lost them when they boarded a bus headed for the Balbala district. Knowing there were few proper tourist hotels in that area, he considered the possibility they were staying with a local contact. He discreetly inquired with his network about boarding houses, hostels, or any residences large enough to accommodate a group. With no solid leads, he began the tedious process of driving around the neighborhood at various hours. The work was slow, exhausting, and mind-numbingly dull, made worse by the broken air conditioning in his grimy, dented Renault sedan. The December weather was standard for Djibouti, daytime highs in the mid-80s, with the evening temperature barely dropping below 70 Pascal, was no stranger to sweat. It had been a constant companion his entire life. He'd take the oppressive heat any day over the jarring, bone-deep cold that seized him whenever he found himself outside Africa in winter. The area around the Balbala bus station was no tourist hub. It sat on the city's ragged fringe, a bleak landscape of listing warehouses, shanties pieced together from corrugated metal and rusted shipping containers, all blanketed by the wind-driven dust and sand that swept in from the southern desert, coating every surface in this forgotten corner of the capital. There were no proper hotels, only a few converted warehouses offering sparse lodging for laborers. Pascal, with a local contact-riding shotgun, had cruised past these spots for 2 days, his friend hopping out to ask questions, while Pascal waited in the Renault. He was beginning to think the mysterious strangers had moved on. A dozen white faces would be impossible to hide here. Then, late in the afternoon, his attention was caught by a brand-new Toyota Hilux heading north from the station. He wasn't tailing it on purpose at first. It had local plates, looked utterly ordinary, and the headrests blocked his view of the occupants. But when it pulled into a gas station and two burly bearded white men climbed out, Pascal's instincts fired. He couldn't swear they were from the group he'd spotted a week earlier at Restaurant Listoral, but it was enough. He hung back a couple of blocks and picked up the trail when the Hilux departed. The truck led him on a 5-minute drive to a dilapidated warehouse encircled by a formidable chain-link fence. Alone today, without his fixer to make discreet inquiries, Pascal couldn't get closer. Instead, he drove to a vantage point nearly 6 blocks away, parked, and stayed inside the car. A lone white man wandering these streets would draw far too much attention. Pascal Arc-Blanchette wasn't a man for luxuries. He spent nothing on fine clothes or fancy cars. But he did possess a few exquisite tools, provided by his friends in French intelligence. From the shoulder bag on the passenger seat, he retrieved a pair of Vortex Kaibab high-definition binoculars and raised the 15 power optics to his eyes, training them on the dusty warehouse in the distance. Immediately, he spotted a white man on the roof, also with binoculars. A spike of alarm shot through Pascal, a fear he'd been made, but he quickly realized the man was scanning the roads nearer the compound, his gaze never reaching this high on the hill. Beside him sat a flimsy plastic lawn chair, and resting against it were a rifle and a high-end backpack. Pascal's bushy gray eyebrows lifted slightly. Securing your property in Djibouti was just common sense, but having what was clearly not a local security service doing the job, that was unusual. A cynical smirk replaced his initial concern. Oh, they were playing at being international drifters, were they? Please, this reeked of something organized corporate espionage? Unlikely. Their bearing and noticeable to his trained eye their poorly concealed military precision pointed elsewhere. This had the hallmarks of a clandestine unit. He could think of no good reason for a squad of Russian soldiers to be lurking in a Djibouti warehouse district unless they were guarding something very important for their government. For nearly an hour, he watched the quiet compound. Then, a metal garage door rattled open. 2 Toyota Hilux pickups emerged from the main building, passed through the front gate, and turned south. 6 blocks away, Pascal fumbled for his keys, urgency flooding his veins as he rushed to start the Renault. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the arid landscape, a dusty beige sedan maintained a careful distance behind 2 gray Toyota Hilux pickups on the RN5 highway. Behind the wheel, Pascal Arc-Blanchette blinked against the glare, his experienced gaze fixed on the vehicles ahead through a windshield smeared with the grit of the road. This major artery led south from the sprawling outskirts of Djibouti City, through the rocky hills of the Arta region, a terrain of barren rolling earth scarred by dry riverbeds. His targets eventually slowed, turning off near a concrete bridge spanning one such seasonal wash. Pascal coasted to a stop just over the crest of a low rise, the perfect distance for observation. With the practiced ease of a man who'd performed this routine across continents for 40 years, he popped the hood of his sedan, the classic pretense of mechanical trouble, and retrieved his binoculars from the passenger seat. Peering from behind his open door, he watched as several men, all of military age and build, emerged from one of the trucks. They moved with a casual, almost bored air along the bridge, leaning over the railing, pointing and snapping pictures with their phones. The relaxed demeanor was a thin veneer. Their presence here was deliberate. One man even climbed over the side and scrambled down the dusty embankment for a closer look. To Pascal's analytical mind, this had the hallmarks of a covert engineering survey, likely assessing the bridge's load capacity for moving heavy equipment. Their clandestine nature suggested they lacked official sanction from local authorities. Russians conducting advance work for a mineral survey, he mused, a cynical twist curling his lips. He was well aware of their recent setbacks in Kenya's rare earth markets. It was almost amusing, this furtive scramble for resources in a land already picked over by French geological teams who'd found little of value. He filed a detailed, encrypted report to Paris, half hoping for a mandate to dig deeper, to uncover the specific unit and their clandestine mining ambitions south of the city. His hope wasn't for accolades. Those days were long gone. But for a simple reprieve from the crushing monotony that defined his posting. The bureaucratic reply arrived the next morning, a masterpiece of disinterest wrapped in official jargon. It acknowledged his cable with all the enthusiasm of a receipt for a forgotten grocery bill, offering no follow-up questions and certainly no additional resources. Pascal sighed, the familiar weight of institutional apathy settling on his shoulders. Just then, his mobile phone chirped to life, and his demeanor shifted instantly. It was his weekly call from his son. "Allo? Hi, Papa. Merry early Christmas. And to you, how was your week?" "The usual you." "You will not believe what I stumbled upon. Something really strange is happening down here." "You're right. I find it hard to believe myself. I've run into some new faces around town, foreigners, all dressed in high-end outdoor gear, carrying top-of-the-line backpacks and boots, about a dozen of them. What about them? My hunch is they're in the same line of work as you." That caught Apollo's attention, though only slightly. "Foreigners, you say, from the land of vodka and winter palaces." Apollo understood his father was hinting at plainclothes Russian special forces operating in Djibouti, and now his curiosity was genuinely stirred. "You can't be serious about this." "I am." "What are they up to? Scouting bridges and major roads, securing storage facilities? They've been here for days, and judging by their accommodations, they aren't planning to leave anytime soon." "They couldn't be a private security detail? Maybe protecting Russian infrastructure engineers? Doesn't have the feel of a private outfit? And I haven't met many civil engineers who look like they could win a wrestling tournament. That would be unusual. You've informed Paris, I assume?" "And they showed about as much interest as a cat shows in a ball of yarn." Apollo asked, "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" "Never. Not in all my years here. I'm going to dig a little deeper into this puzzle. I'll let you know what I find. Be careful, Papa. Don't be ridiculous. I'm sure whatever you're doing today is far more dangerous." The younger man chuckled at that. "Papa, half the battalion is on leave, and I'm buried in paperwork." "Good. Then maybe I'll actually get a full night's sleep for once." Chapter 18. Brussels, Belgium. December 23. Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette of the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment, aged 32, ended the call and leaned back in his chair, propping his boots on the desk. His modest office in the barracks was bare bones, but he'd endured far worse conditions in far worse places, so he never complained. His battalion was nearing the end of its 6-month rotation as the standby unit for NATO's Rapid Reaction Force. Soon, he and his men would head back to France, making way for a German Special Operations unit to take over. He had multiple combat deployments in Afghanistan under his belt, with plenty of intense action during each tour. He and his team bore the marks, proving they were among Europe's most elite special forces. Even though the past 6 months in Brussels had involved only training exercises, he felt a strong sense of pride in his NATO service. This rotation wasn't the frontline deployment his men had hoped for. They longed for a real fight against a thinking enemy, but it beat being stuck at their home base at Camp de Souge, where ammunition was limited. Live fire training was constantly restricted by fire hazards, and Apollo spent most days drowning in reports and supply forms. None of that occupied his mind now, however. His thoughts were fixed on his father. He wasn't sure what to make of the old man's claim that something odd was unfolding in Africa. It wasn't that he doubted his father's instincts. He just worried that after so many years in the field, his dad might be starting to imagine threats where none existed. Apollo and his sister Claudette had grown up with Pascal's unpredictable and impulsive globetrotting. For most of their lives, the children believed their father was a commercial trade attaché for the French Foreign Ministry. It wasn't until Apollo received his top-secret security clearance that he learned the truth. His father had spent the last 4 decades working for France's external intelligence agency. The younger Arc Blanchette tried not to fret over his dad too much. Pascal had been navigating dangerous situations on his own in foreign countries for a very long time. A memory surfaced, unbidden, a childhood Christmas when a sudden snowstorm had stranded his father in Oslo, forcing Apollo and Claudette to open presents without him. The feeling of that empty chair at the table echoed faintly now, a quiet reminder of the constant uncertainty that came with his father's life. Pascal Arc Blanchette was a man of formidable intellect, fluent in 8 languages, yet he could be distractingly eccentric and an utterly unconventional parent. When his son Apollo accused him of being a forgetful old fool, Pascal's standard retort was to quote Voltaire. "What joy for a father to sit at his child's table! It is like an old man resting in the shade of an oak he planted himself." Apollo often felt his father was too clever for his own good. In a way, by enlisting in the French Special Forces, Apollo was continuing the family tradition of government service, though his tools were assault rifles and helicopters, while his father's had been coded messages and clandestine drops. Apollo's mother, a Parisian socialite, had left Pascal for another man when Apollo was just a toddler, leaving no real memory of her. As a boy, he diverged sharply from his sister and father's bookish tendencies, throwing himself into team sports and physical challenges. A stark contrast to Pascal, who avoided any form of voluntary exercise. While his father dreamed of him becoming a scholar or a teacher, Apollo felt the pull of the military, eventually thriving in the grueling world of the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment. He relished the action, was drawn to the peril, and earned the respect of his commanders. Apollo knew his father worried constantly about the dangers of his career. These familiar reflections swirled in his mind after their call, but today his father's bizarre claims stuck with him. Russian Spetsnaz operating in Djibouti, he muttered at his desk as if saying it aloud would make sense of it. Deciding to leverage his role as a team leader for NATO's Rapid Reaction Force, Apollo resolved to check if anything unusual in Africa might be connected to his dad's ramblings. He pushed back from his chair and made his way across the Belgian Special Forces compound, past the helicopter pads, toward the most secure section of the base. Entering the Joint Intelligence Center, a perk of his assignment, he noted the unusual quiet. The intense focus was currently on the Taiwan Strait, leaving little excitement elsewhere. Spotting his friend, Italian intelligence officer Lieutenant Luca Scarpetti, on duty, Apollo greeted him. "Drawn the holiday shift, Luca?" "Si, but it means I get time off for, how do you say, La Festa degli Innamorati? The Festival of Romance. I'm not sure that's the exact translation." No, it is the day for the lovers, yes. Valentine's Day." "Exactly. So what can I do for you?" "I caught a rumor about Russian Spetsnaz personnel in Africa, near Djibouti City." "Heard anything on that?" AFRICOM sent a notice asking allies to monitor for Russian-linked satellite and cell signals in the region. We are watching, but it is not a major alert. The Russians are always, how you say, stirring the pot. Tutto a posto, everything is fine. No. Is there a way to see active Russian sat phones in Africa right now? See, I can show you the ones we track. You have the clearance, but you must keep the wine in the bottle, yes. Keep it quiet, absolutely. I just need to see if my father's lost his grip on reality. See if my old man is crazy. Is this a French idiom for checking something out? Lieutenant Scarpetti pulled up the North Africa brief from the NATO intelligence network, Centrixis. After scanning a few reports, he found the one he needed. It was a compilation from several signals intelligence units displaying a map of the European and African regions. Colored dots scattered across Africa and a handful in Russia indicated individual satellite phones and their activity over a recent time frame. The Chinese build hidden access points into their cell phones, Scarpetti explained. The Russians purchase their secure satellite phones from China, and we take advantage of those backdoor vulnerabilities. Our teams executed a batch intercept and tagged every Russian sat phone operating in North Africa. Apollo pointed to the dots still showing in Russia. What about those? Likely phones that were in Africa and have since returned to base, Scarpetti replied. Noticing a single red dot in Western Europe, Apollo asked, and this one? Maybe a stray cat, Scarpetti joked. Could be a Russian general on a ski vacation. He chuckled at his own remark. If these are Chinese-made phones issued to Spetsnaz units, they're probably being used for a specific operation. Did they all activate around the same time? I can pull the raw data. Give me a second. Luca initiated a search on the Centrixis system and soon retrieved a collection matrix, a detailed chart with timestamps, dates, and asset tags that identified each phone, even if the SIM cards or service providers were switched. He tilted his head, studying the screen. Here's something odd. They all powered on within the same week, all in the last 10 days. Apollo observed that 2 of the tagged phones were located in Djibouti City. You're certain about this? Absolutely, Luca confirmed. So, something new and Russian is unfolding in the Horn of Africa, Apollo mused. The old man was right on the money. Always with the old man, Scarpetti sighed. But look here. This stray dot you noticed on the main slide. It was active yesterday, and it was in the German Alps. Can you pinpoint the location? Let me bring up the Joint Intelligence intercepts. We can access the same data the signals branch sees. Luca called up a map of Europe on the common operating picture. Similar to a digital globe, it displayed intelligence collections across different global zones. He filtered the layers to show only signals intelligence, then entered the asset code for the Russian satellite phone detected in Europe. A pulsating red dot appeared over Germany. This one is transmitting right now. Someone's actually using it. Looks like it. They appear to be on a call. Can you zoom in closer? Of course. Luca used the mouse wheel to scroll in, tightening the focus on the red dot. Suddenly, the dot vanished. Wait, did we lose it? No, they just ended the call, but I can still retrieve the last known position. We had a satellite fix on it. Sometimes we use multiple satellites to triangulate and trick the phone's location data. This one was assigned to European Signals Intelligence. They do solid work, so they should have accurate coordinates there, you see. It's in the German and Austrian Alps, right on this peak called Zugspitze. Are you planning to check it out? You're still on alert status, aren't you? Yeah, Apollo said, his eyes fixed on the screen. I might just take a look. It's pretty strange that a Russian Spetsnaz sat phone tagged for North Africa has suddenly popped up in the Alps. You think Command will give you grief for poking around the mountains? It's within my operational discretion. No harm in doing a little reconnaissance. The German KSK units aren't fully spun up for rapid response yet anyway. All right, Apollo. Hey, let me know if you want to hit that festival in town later. It's supposed to be a blast, and you know we'd have the ladies swooning, both of us. Apollo nodded with a faint smile. He gave his Italian friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder before leaving the Joint Intelligence Center, his mind still turning over the strange link between his father's notes and that mysterious Russian satellite phone found in the Alps. Chapter 19. Pays, Aegean, Belarus. 23 December. Just past midnight, Colonel Danilo Dragan departed the staging area, his assault troops occupied in the snow-covered Belarusian countryside. He made his way to the command tent for a scheduled meeting with General Eduard Sabaneyev, located near the railway station in the town of Pozsezhin. The two officers exchanged a firm handshake beside a hulking boomerang, Russia's newest amphibious armored personnel carrier. This 25-ton beast, powered by a 510-horsepower engine and clad in heavy armor, featured a remote-controlled turret armed with a cannon, anti-tank missiles, and a 7.62 millimeters machine gun. Beyond its three-person crew, it could transport 8 combat soldiers, projecting significant firepower by deploying troops directly into the fight. The success of the entire red metal operation, specifically its Western spear thrust into Europe, hinged on the performance of all 170 of these vehicles. Colonel Dragan stood tall with thinning brown hair, his wiry, lean frame belying his role as an assault commander and subordinate to the more imposing General Sabaneyev. He compensated for any lack of martial appearance with deep experience and a relentless, focused drive. Orders were not suggestions to him. They were absolute truths to be executed without question. This unwavering loyalty made him indispensable to Sabaneyev. Their professional relationship spanned over 8 years of Dragan's 25-year career, during which the general had meticulously monitored the colonel's development. During a visit 6 months prior, Sabaneyev observed a calm, composed professional, a leader who commanded through quiet competence and a natural grasp of tactics, not through bluster or rage. He was precisely the respected, charismatic officer Sabaneyev needed. The general himself acknowledged his own lack of connection with the rank and file, a fact that concerned him little as he operated on the broader operational level of war, a conceptual space between frontline tactics and high strategy that few could navigate effectively. "Where will you bed down tonight?" Sabaneyev inquired. "I will join the reconnaissance element immediately after we conclude here, sir. I intend to spend the night with them." "Why not with the commanders of the main assault wave? I'm relying on you to guide them. My bet for success is placed with the reconnaissance teams in their Gaz Tigre vehicles. The path they clear is the one the entire force will follow," Dragan replied, his voice steady. There it is, the general thought. He insists on being with the forward troops. They proceeded into the headquarters tent and took seats on folding chairs. The interior was illuminated by the harsh glow of several gas lanterns and a camp stove, the resulting smoky haze lending a deceptive warmth to the space. A loose tent flap snapped open intermittently, stirring the smoke and causing the flames to dance. The headquarters staff, less accustomed to the bitter cold than their infantry counterparts, muttered complaints each time the frigid air rushed in. Radio operators and map keepers, bundled in winter gear, maintained their watch, while those off-duty slept huddled in groups along the tent walls, cocooned in sleeping bags to escape the cold outside. "Make certain you maintain constant communication with my headquarters," Sabaneyev instructed firmly. "I cannot provide support if you attempt to operate in isolation. My train will do its best to maintain contact, but there will be moments, several in fact, where you will be at the very limit of my radio range. More critically, you will be at the edge of my ability to provide artillery support." Sabaneyev's gaze remained fixed on the fireplace as he leaned to retrieve a well-used leather map case beside his chair. Unfolding it, his finger landed on a specific point along the Polish-German frontier. "Identify this location." "That is checkpoint 20, General." "You have it committed to memory?" "I have committed every checkpoint to memory, sir." Sabaneyev suppressed his instinct to test the man further. There was no need to verify his subordinate's preparedness. The colonel knew his mission inside and out. That precise quality was why the general had chosen him. If any officer could command the vital Western thrust of Operation Red Metal, it was Colonel Danilo Dryagin. "Remember the prisoners," Sabanayev ordered, his tone leaving no room for ambiguity. "They are essential. Your soldiers must recognize NATO insignia instantly." "They will, sir." Sabanayev rose, and Dryagin mirrored him. "Good fortune, Colonel. I will buy you that drink in Stuttgart before our return journey." "Understood, sir," Dryagin replied, offering a crisp salute. A quarter-hour later, Dryagin's driver dropped him at the forward edge of his assembled forces. A company of T-14 Armata tanks sat positioned within the tree line, their forms stark against the winter landscape. They made no effort to conceal themselves under night camouflage. This was deliberate. Let Western satellites count them. Let them draw their own, likely underestimating, conclusions. The T-14, Russia's most advanced main battle tank, was sheathed in explosive reactive armor, codenamed Malakit, a system of explosive bricks designed to defeat incoming missiles. This was part of a new defensive doctrine meant to counter what Russian analysts saw as the West's fixation on aircraft-launched anti-tank weapons. Dryagin moved past the armor, the distant sounds of tank crews' music and crackling fires fading as he entered the quieter woods where his reconnaissance teams waited. The chosen position was mere kilometers from the border. "Halt and identify," a voice commanded from the darkness, pulling the colonel from his thoughts. He realized he had wandered deeper than intended. "Colonel Dryagin," he announced. "Proceed forward for recognition, sir." Dryagin advanced another 10 paces and discerned the shadowy outline of a camouflaged machine gun position. A sudden rustle to his left made him start. A sniper emerged from a snow-drifted ditch lining the old farm track. "Colonel, should you not be resting?" the soldier asked. "Rest can wait. Where is your commanding officer?" "Sir, the lieutenant colonel is with the boomerang mechanics, overseeing final adjustments. You'll find him about 100 yards down this track. You can't miss it. Well done on the security posture. Maintain it." "Yes, sir." Dryagin walked the estimated distance and nearly passed the vehicle's staging area in the gloom. The scene was hushed, save for the metallic scrape of tow chains being secured. "Reconnaissance commander, report to me," he called out, his voice sharper than needed, unwilling to search in the bitter cold. "Here, sir," a voice answered from near the towing vehicle. "Do we have a breakdown?" This wasn't in the headquarters sitrep. The reconnaissance lieutenant colonel stood up from where he'd been kneeling with the crew, fastening the tow hooks. He wiped his greasy hands on a rag. "Sir, we're moving it to the armored maintenance section. It requires new batteries and two-wheel drive assemblies. The work will take 2 hours maximum. We will be fully operational by the designated hour. Let your personnel manage it. I want you to walk with me. Inform your team so we don't get mistaken for targets. The men were especially sharp tonight, a clear reflection of your command." The lieutenant colonel grinned. "They're freezing, sir, and nothing sharpens a soldier's focus like the thought of lying down and never rising again." A bitter mix of rain and ice started pelting down. Dryagin lifted his face to it. "This weather will favor Russia." He gave a firm nod. "Excellent." Chapter 20. Brussels, Belgium, December 24. Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette stood in the frigid dawn, watching 2 French Special Forces H-225M Super Cougar helicopters maneuver toward his hastily assembled team. He was relieved to have the newer French Eurocopters for this mission. Their extended range and greater lift capacity were a significant upgrade over the older, more common AS-532 models. The sky was a sheet of dull gray, mirroring the weary expressions on some of his men's faces. They had all just returned from holiday leave, with assurances of no alert since the German KSK commandos were slated to assume the NATO rapid response duty. Yet Apollo found the intelligence about a Russian satellite phone compelling enough to personally investigate, and he'd called for volunteers. Nearly his entire second squad had shown up, filling him with immense pride. "You just have to love these guys," Apollo remarked to his second squad leader, Sergeant Chef Lucien Dariel. Dariel, tightening a strap on the pack at his feet, simply replied, "Solid men." 10 minutes later, the 23 soldiers of the 2nd Squad, 1st Platoon, 2nd Squadron from the 13th Parachute Dragoon Regiment were gathered loosely beneath the helicopters. Apollo addressed them. "Listen up, it's Christmas Eve. I know every one of you would rather be relaxing, but we've got a piece of intelligence that needs a closer look. With our German KSK friends still getting settled into their new rotation, I called in a favor from our brothers in the 4th Helicopter Regiment for some air transport. Our mission is a reconnaissance flight into the German Alps. Here's the silver lining. If this turns out to be nothing, I'll have the pilots drop us near the target zone for some impromptu skiing." A cheer went up from the men, and Apollo allowed himself a brief smile before his expression turned serious. "NATO has tracked a suspicious satellite signal to this region." Apollo motioned for the intelligence officer. The lieutenant spread acetate maps on the cold ground, revealing 2 mountain peaks marked with red crosses. "Our flight path will take us near Zurich first. Landing at Dubendorf Air Base for clearance and refueling ops is coordinating that now. Then we're back in the air. Our final destination and today's objective is right here." Apollo pointed to a specific peak on the map. "Zugspitze, the highest point in the German Alps." Within minutes, the rotors were whirling, and all 24 men with their gear were aboard as the helicopters ascended into the gloomy sky. Apollo told himself that, whether or not they located a Russian soldier with a satellite phone on a mountaintop, this Christmas Eve was guaranteed to be anything but dull. Iranian-Azerbaijani border, December 24. General Boris Lazar surveyed the expansive desert before him. In every direction save the north from which he'd come, the endless sands south of the Zagros Mountains stretched to the horizon. A native of Leningrad, now St. Petersburg, he occasionally longed for the crisp, salty air of the Baltic coast. Instead, he was here stationed by this murky brown river in place of his city's elegant waterfront avenues. What was this miserable stream called again? He consulted his battle map, orienting himself. The Eris River. A pathetic little trickle, he thought. The open ocean would be a welcome sight soon enough. His gaze shifted to Colonel Dmitri Kier, his chief of staff, right-hand man, and the true architect of his brigade's operational plans. Lazar flashed a broad, coffee and tobacco-stained grin at Dmitri, who was too engrossed in a radio conversation to notice. The general hadn't trained the colonel. A man of Dmitri Kier's caliber was beyond any teaching Lazar could claim to offer. General Lazar had always been sharp enough to spot potential. And 12 years ago, he'd seen something in a young Captain Kier, a meticulous mind and a relentless drive. Without hesitation, Lazar secured the captain a place at top military schools, and just as crucially shielded him from rival officers, never boasting about the man's gifts where others might hear. To Lazar, Kier was an asset to be nurtured, a hidden advantage in a system where real strategic brilliance was rare. The general knew his own limits when it came to complex planning, so he made a habit of recruiting the sharpest minds and then using every ounce of his influence to keep them close. Now, thanks largely to Colonel Kier and a hand-picked staff, he commanded one of the most precise units in the entire Russian army. Lazar sank into a folding chair and propped his boots on an empty green plastic crate that had recently held 325mm tank rounds. Across from him, Kier looked up from the radio set. The colonel's straightforward manner was something the general valued deeply, in a world full of people he didn't trust. Especially the Iranians surrounding them now, Kier stood out as utterly reliable. "The men are prepared to move, General," Kier reported. "The Iranian Guard armor is lined up to escort us the length of Route 12 to the border. We await your command." "Good. Sit down for a minute. Have a coffee with me. You've earned it." Lazar gestured to a second chair. "Take a breath before we dive back in." Internally, Kier stifled a sigh. He gave a curt nod and settled onto a wooden seat draped with a brightly patterned local rug. He accepted a small cup of thick Turkish coffee, which to him resembled muddy sludge more than a drink. It tasted like ground charcoal. There simply wasn't time for this, not even for the celebrated Lion of Dagestan. A dozen issues demanded his attention. Colonel Klava's tanks were never properly fueled on schedule, guaranteeing a mid-journey halt. Colonel Glatsky would inevitably stall the column with last-minute foolish questions. Colonel Nishkin required every map and data point handed to him, or he'd invent details once they rolled out. Keir would have to reprimand each of them over the radio, same as always, but those worries faded as he studied his boss. Lazar already looked the part of a commander in the field. His bald head and strong jaw reminded Keir of old Soviet portraits. Though the general had adapted to the region, his heavy Russian coat was layered over an Azerbaijani fur-lined undercoat bought in a northern market, and his sturdy new boots had replaced the flimsy standard-issue ones. They were far better suited to the biting desert wind that swept through the camp, carrying brown grit that coated everything. Lazar sipped his coffee calmly, utterly at ease. He often joked, "I create stress, but I never feel it." Keir, who bore the weight of that manufactured stress, sometimes wished the general would show just a hint of tension, if only to prove he grasped the uncertainties ahead. But Lazar radiated nothing but cool composure, leaving Keir to mimic relaxation while he burned his lips gulping the too-hot coffee, eager to return to duty and escape that steady, imposing stare. At last, Lazar set his cup down. "Give the order, Dmitri. Let's go to war." Chapter 21. Zugspitze, German Alps, December 24. Twin H-225M Super Cougar helicopters descended onto the glacier, their rotors churning the snow into swirling white clouds that partially obscured the landing zone. French Special Forces operatives peered from the open side doors into the biting cold. Apollo had flown with the pilots of Escadrille 3/4th Special Forces Helicopter Regiment many times before, trusting them implicitly. These aviators were experts at inserting dragoon teams into difficult landing areas, often under hostile conditions, which had cemented their stellar reputation. A collective sense of relief was palpable among the men as the aircraft settled onto its 5 massive wheels. Apollo disembarked first, leading his team a short distance away where the sergeants would conduct equipment checks. Overhead, the 5 composite rotor blades continued to spin, kicking up twin columns of snow. Although the new Eurocopters featured advanced dacing systems, the pilots, seasoned veterans more accustomed to the older AS-532 models, weren't taking any risks with engine freeze. They would keep the engines running and the rotors turning until Apollo's team was ready for extraction. The visible plumes of snow served as a stark reminder to Apollo that he was consuming NATO resources on a mission of questionable legitimacy, essentially a hunt for a mysterious cell phone signal. Corporal Constantine approached. "Sir, no obvious hostiles or observers in sight, but I'd like permission to check the Schneehausen, just to be thorough." Apollo raised an eyebrow at the German term. "Snow bunnies." Constantine gestured toward a crowd gathered at the railing of the Zugspitze Gletschgargarten, a high-altitude bar and restaurant perched further up the snow-covered slope. The group, predominantly women in vibrant, form-fitting ski suits, watched the soldiers' arrival with keen interest. Despite it being Christmas Eve, the afternoon was bustling with activity. Master Sergeant Dariel joined them, having just walked over from the second helicopter. "Sir, it's safe to assume everyone on this mountain is now aware of our presence. Was landing right in the middle of the ski slopes part of the plan, or was that the helicopter regiment's idea?" "No alternative," Apollo replied. "We lack official authorization to land here regardless, so the pilots selected a spot near the rescue landing zone to minimize disruption to the skiers. I'll take a small team to the summit. We'll get better reception up there for Corporal Constantine's detection gear to scan for that phone signal, assuming it's still transmitting." "Understood, sir," Apollo briefed his troops. First team, under his direct command, would take the gondola to the Zugspitze peak to investigate. Second and third teams would remain near the helicopters with the bulk of the gear, but were authorized to send out two-man scout teams. Their patrol radius included the 2 restaurants and the 3 ski runs serviced by the lifts several hundred meters below the summit. The lower lift accessed the more popular, beginner-friendly slopes, while the higher one ascended all the way to the structures at the very top of the mountain, a full 400 meters above their current position. As Captain Apollo Arc Blanchette, Master Sergeant Dariel, Corporal Constantine, Corporal Garin, and 2 additional men chosen by Dariel trudged toward the gondola base. They were painfully conspicuous amidst the resort's festive atmosphere. Their white snow camouflage uniforms suppressed Heckler and Coach UMP-45 SD submachine guns across their chests, FN Scar-L carbines slung on their shoulders, and Glock 17 pistols holstered on their hips completed an intimidating picture. The 6 soldiers boarded the gondola and began their ascent from the glacier toward the top of the Zugspitze. The cheerful holiday music piping into the cabin created a jarring, almost sarcastic counterpoint to their grim purpose, a detail not lost on any of them. The cable car climbed steadily through the alpine peaks, skiers and snowboarders carving swift paths far beneath the gondola, their trails etching the pristine snow with arcs of sparkling ice. A constant mountain breeze caused the cabin to sway in a gentle, rhythmic motion. As they approached the summit, Apollo studied their destination from the valley. Clouds had often hidden the peak, but now it stood revealed in stark, magnificent clarity. "Mon Dieu," Apollo whispered, absorbing the breathtaking, almost celestial scenery. A fragment of scripture taught by his father long ago surfaced in his memory. He makes the clouds his chariot. Their gondola docked at the terminal with a resonant metallic clang, the arrival jostling a few of the men. The structure was a modern fortress of concrete and glass grafted onto the ancient stone, featuring wide windows that revealed a restaurant and souvenir shop inside. Above it all stood an observation deck and a tall tower studded with meteorological instruments, the entire complex bathed in the sharp winter sunlight. Apollo presented his credentials to a German security officer at the entrance, a man in his 50s with a portly build, explaining in English their mission to investigate an anomalous cell signal. "This is highly irregular," the guard replied, his English accented. "I must report this to my superiors." "Report to whomever you need," Apollo answered, maintaining a calm authority. "But we require access immediately, and you will accompany us. We are with NATO's Special Response Unit. It won't take long." The guard's eyes drifted over their heavily armed group. "But why all the weapons? Is there some danger?" "Standard procedure. We travel fully equipped." Apollo counted on the German's respect for protocol, and he was right. The guard gave a curt nod. In French, Caporal Constantine muttered, "At least the plump little piggy is carrying a sidearm," referencing the 9mm Glock on the guard's hip. "I doubt he's ever drawn it," Caporal Garin replied. Sergeant Chef Dariel shot them a sharp look. "Enough. Show some discipline." The unlikely group, 6 large French dragoons in winter camo, laden with gear, and the solitary bundled-up German guard ascended several flights of stairs to the top deck. Emerging outside was like stepping onto the roof of the world. A vast ocean of clouds churned below them, while the sun shone brilliantly in a deep blue sky. The panoramic view was utterly clear, stretching across the Bavarian and Austrian valleys, with a silent glacier looming behind them. "You can nearly see all the way back to HQ in Belgium from this height," Constantine remarked in French. "Not quite that far," the guard responded, in flawless French, catching the soldiers off guard. "But on the clearest days, you can almost make out Stuttgart." The dragoons exchanged slightly chagrined glances. Apollo directed Dariel to have the men scan the area with binoculars, then turned to Constantine. "Use your gear and pinpoint that signal. We need better than the 1-kilometer radius intelligence gave us." Constantine gestured to the weather tower. "I need to get higher." Even another 10 meters could drastically improve our direction-finding accuracy if someone is broadcasting from these mountains. Agreed, Apollo said, then switched to French, addressing the guard. Could you grant my colleague access to the tower? My name is Herr Schneider. Yes, I can allow it. This tower belongs to the Deutsche Wetterdienst, the German Weather Service. Understood. My men will be careful with the equipment. Schneider produced a key from his belt, unlocking a steel gate in the chain-link fence encircling the tower's base, and Caporal Constantine stepped through. The climb up the weather tower was treacherous, each rung of the ladder slick with a thick layer of ice that forced Constantine to move with painstaking care. As he ascended, Sergeant Dariel guided Apollo to the northern railing where a breathtaking panorama of the Alps stretched before them. Intermittent snow flurries swept across the peaks, momentarily bleaching the entire landscape a brilliant white. Dariel shook his head, a wry smile on his face. It's a shame, really. Even if some Russian operative is out there charming the local skiers, this doesn't exactly feel like the front lines of a NATO crisis. Apollo nodded in agreement, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Total dry hole, their conversation was cut short by a shout. One of the men was sprinting across the platform toward them. Sir, Constantine's calling down. He's picking up a signal. The three of them hurried across the icy metal deck, slipping slightly as they reached the tower's interior base and looked up. The hatch above was open, and Corporal Constantine's face appeared, flushed with excitement. Sir, I've got it! The signal is right here, coming from this tower! You need to see this! Apollo, followed by Dariel, the other soldier, and the German guard Schneider, began the arduous climb. The wind howled around them, driving stinging snow into their faces. While the soldiers were equipped with goggles, Schneider had to squint against the blast, their visibility dropping to just a few feet. Reaching the top, they huddled together as Constantine shouted over the gale, pointing to a tall metal mast rising from the tower. Look at this equipment, sir, about 3 feet from the top. It's new. There's a satellite dish, some radio antennas, and that. Apollo's eyes locked onto a metal box roughly the size of a microwave. One side was a glass panel, and behind it, a large lens was aimed northward, a single red light glowing at its center. What in the world is that? Sir, that looks like a high-powered laser. Judging by the lack of ice buildup, it was installed very recently, maybe in the last day or two. Schneider interjected. A weather service crew was here yesterday. They said they'd be working on other stations along the ridge for the next few days. Where are they now? Apollo asked. I think I can answer that, Constantine said, pointing to a small focused antenna. That's for short-range, point-to-point communication only. Whoever's on the other end of that signal is on that peak over there. He gestured toward a smaller summit several hundred yards to the northeast. Schneider confirmed there was another small weather station there, and a larger one on a rocky outcropping much closer just to the southwest. Apollo scanned the nearer peak. A concrete structure was built into the rock with an antenna array on top. 4 figures in heavy winter gear stood beside it, seemingly looking back toward the Zugspitze. Apollo gave a casual wave, and after a moment's hesitation, they cheerily waved back. Turning around, he was startled to see Constantine already climbing the icy mast beam. Just getting a closer look, sir. In a few tense moments, Constantine was level with the strange white box. Dariel yelled up, If you fall, Corporal, I'm kicking your butt all the way down the mountain. A round of nervous laughter followed. Constantine leaned over, his gloves fumbling with the cables snaking from the device. He had to shout to be heard. Sir, the wiring here, the cables connecting to the battery have Cyrillic lettering on them. He detached one cable and dropped it down. Dariel caught it and examined it closely. This is military-grade hardware, no question about it, Sergeant Dariel stated grimly. In that instant, any notion of a pointless mission evaporated for Apollo. This was anything but a wild goose chase. The scene unfolding before them had all the hallmarks of a Russian signals intelligence operation. Spy games? Apollo thought to himself. He ordered Sergeant Dariel to mobilize the rest of 1 team and 3 team, instructing them to gear up with skis and use the lifts to reach the summit slopes. This would position them within 500 meters of the second weather tower. He demanded immediate setup of HF and SATCOM and directed HQ be informed they were investigating a potential discovery. "Understood, sir," Sergeant Dariel responded, relaying the commands to the men on the glacier below. Apollo continued, directing 2 team to ascend from the glacier, switch to snowshoes, and scale the peak's eastern face, which would place them directly beneath the structure. A moment of doubt surfaced. "Sir, what if it's nothing? Just a weather crew installing new gear with Cyrillic markings? Could be Russian-made equipment, and a Russian satellite phone signal linked to Spetsnaz units?" A pause. "Right. You're right, sir." Dariel got on the radio to dispatch 2 team for a closer look. Minutes later, Dariel listened to his headset and updated his captain. 2 team was attempting to establish contact with the individuals at the German weather station, now just 50 meters away, and calling out to them. Apollo, Dariel, and Constantine moved to the northern railing. Through the swirling snow, they could see 2 team laboring up the steep, snow-covered slope toward the rocky outcrop housing the station. Peering through his binoculars, Apollo watched the 6 men advance. The element leader was visibly struggling to be heard over the howling wind, shouting with a hand cupped to his mouth as he moved closer. Dariel relayed, "2 team reports the men at the station are wearing official Deutsche Wetterdienst jackets and are responding in German." A fierce gust whipped dense snow around the advancing team, blocking Apollo's view. When the air cleared, his focus returned to the scene, and what he saw made his blood run cold. 2 members of 2 team were prone in the snow. The remaining 4 were kneeling, their weapons raised toward the weather station. The distant crackle of gunfire pierced the wind, and he saw rounds impact the glacier, kicking up plumes of snow around his men. "Damn it!" shouted Corporal Constantine. Apollo spotted the muzzle flashes from the adjacent peak. The wind distorted the sound, but the sporadic pops of semi-automatic fire were unmistakable. All 3 men unslung their rifles, but the weather station was now completely obscured from their position. Constantine, listening to his headset, reported urgently, "2 team reports casualties, sir. 1 man killed, 1 wounded." Apollo's eyes locked onto the narrow maintenance catwalk bridging the gap to the other peak. "Dariel, we're crossing that pipe bridge. We need to engage from 2 sides, or they'll keep 2 team pinned in the open. The machine gun team will provide covering fire. Then you, Constantine, and I will cross." He then turned to the security guard Schneider, who was flattened against the steel decking with his hands over his head. "Schneider, how do we get down to that catwalk?" The sporadic gunfire from the neighboring peak continued as the 4 of them sprinted down metal staircases and through a narrow service corridor within the observatory. Schneider led them to a rounded steel door, fumbling with a key on a chain before pulling it open. The door resisted, jammed by ice that had seeped into the small engineering room that opened onto the catwalk above the pipeline. A brutal gust of wind and driven snow assaulted them as they stepped out into the haze. Apollo took the lead, stepping out onto the slippery, grated metal walkway, barely half a meter wide. A soft, rhythmic thumping reached their ears as they began crossing the 50-yard gap. They were aware of the immense drop below, but a swirling mini-blizzard enveloped them, limiting visibility to just a few yards in any direction, mercifully obscuring the view straight down. "Constantine," Apollo called back. "Raise the teams on comms. That noise sounded like mortar fire. On it, boss." The snow whipped past, and suddenly they emerged into glaring sunlight. Dariel edged further out onto the catwalk. "Sir, 2-team reports they're taking sporadic mortar fire from the weather station." Caporal Constantine's voice crackled over the radio. "What in the hell is happening out?" Apollo's thought was cut short by the sharp shriek of a bullet striking the metal pipe inches below his boots. "Contact! Fall back!" He and Dariel spun and hurried back the way they'd come. Another round sparked off the metal hatch frame. Apollo dove inside right after Dariel, both landing in a tangled heap. "Constantine, get every team leader on the net. We're coordinating the assault now." "Roger that, sir. Should I include the aviation commanders from the 4th? "Affirmative. They'll have a role in this operation, too." As the senior non-commissioned officer present for 2-team and 3-team, Sergeant Coronet gathered everyone at his position. Captain Apollo's orders: "We kick things off with a ground assault. We'll use these snow flurries for cover as we advance. Once we're moving, the captain will hit the enemy flank. Think of it like our standard battle drills. Fix and maneuver, simple and by the book clear." One of the seasoned corporals spoke up. "Sergeant Coronet, any intel on who we're up against?" Captain mentioned Russians. "Russians? What are they doing all the way out here?" Coronet's reply was grim and direct. "They'll be dead in about 10 minutes. Apollo peered through the fractured doorway leading to the catwalk spanning the chasm. The structure resembled a horizontal metal tower, a narrow bridge of steel girders encased in thick ice, connecting to a metal door set into the rock face, which he assumed was part of the weather station. He'd spotted 4 figures on a ledge high above earlier, but they had since vanished. His eyes scanned the rocky peak 50 yards above for the sniper, but saw only driving snow as another squall swept through. "Sir," Schneider said, his voice tense, "the far side of that catwalk is in Austria. I have no authority there. I cannot accompany you." Apollo found the bureaucratic hesitation frustrating, but he understood that Schneider and the other security personnel would keep civilians clear, which allowed Apollo to operate freely. "Understood. Just secure this side. If any of them make it back over to Germany, they're your problem, of course," the stocky German officer replied. Suddenly, a rapid series of 40mm grenade impacts echoed from the Weather Service building, 50 yards across the chasm and 100 yards up the jagged slope. The assault had begun. "Time to move," Apollo said, stepping from the doorway onto the icy grate of the catwalk, once again advancing over the abyss. Caporal Constantine followed closely with the radio, trailed by Sergeant Chef Dariel. Apollo made the error of glancing down beneath the catwalk and the pipeline. The clouds had parted, revealing a sheer drop of roughly 200 yards to a rocky gorge between the peaks. He continued a careful shuffling glide, one foot sliding ahead of the other, his weapon raised and aimed at the small oval door on the opposite side and the rocks above it. A powerful alpine gust of freezing wind nearly swept the 3 men from the narrow, slick walkway, accompanied by a fresh blast of snow that stung their faces and blew almost vertically past them. The galidity dropped to less than 30 feet, forcing them to inch forward with even greater caution. A rifle round tore through the air just above the 3 exposed men. The Russian sniper, concealed somewhere in the crags, couldn't see them in the near-total whiteout, but he was cunning enough to guess the opposition would use the storm and the ongoing assault as cover to advance. He understood that even a few speculative shots across the bridge would complicate life for Apollo and his team. Another round hammered into the catwalk's railing, shattering ice just ahead of Apollo's position. Apollo drove himself forward, picking up his pace now, bordering on recklessness. Falling was a concern, but catching a bullet to the skull and then tumbling into the abyss was a far more compelling motivator. Then, as if on cue, the wind abruptly died, taking the violent yet concealing swirl of snow with it. Apollo accelerated further, hoping the 2 men behind him had the presence of mind to match his speed. He slipped and skidded across the icy metal grating, the station's wall now only yards away. Another rifle shot cracked, this one landing behind the captain and just in front of Dariel. Apollo broke into a run on the narrow walkway. His luck felt like a fraying rope, and he had no intention of testing its limits. Suddenly, the sharp report of a pistol echoed from behind. Apollo was momentarily puzzled before recognizing it as Schneider, firing his sidearm toward the opposite ridge. The odds of him hitting a well-entrenched sniper 50 meters up and away with a handgun were precisely 0. But Apollo was grateful for the distraction nonetheless. He slid the final few yards to the oval door, set within a low metal barrier built into the rock. Apollo prayed the interior layout mirrored the side they'd just left, sparing them a confusing labyrinth of ladders and chambers on their way to the summit. Another rifle shot thundered, and he glanced back to locate Dariel and Constantine. Both men were right behind him, weapons raised, their attention split between the oval door and the now clearly visible top of the weather station wall. Constantine spoke up. "Sir, Caporal Garin on the radio says that sniper just peeked over the wall to take a shot at us, and he dropped him. Target is eliminated." Apollo merely gave a curt nod, inserted the key into the lock, and turned the mechanism. He found himself in a cramped stairwell. After a quick climb up 2 flights, they entered a small equipment room. The floor was littered with portable gas stoves, unrolled sleeping bags, cold weather gear, military hardware, and numerous empty 7.62 millimeters ammunition crates. This gear was spilling from several heavy civilian Peak 99 backpacks. In one corner lay a man in a black Russian uniform, a dark pool of blood spreading beneath him. It mingled with melted snow, creating a faint pink trickle that meandered toward a floor drain. It was clear the Russian team had been operating covertly on the Zugspitze. Knowing the rules of the Geneva Convention as intimately as Apollo did, they had hastily stripped off their Wetterdienst coveralls and heavy coats once the fighting began. Beyond the risk of capture out of uniform, still a capital offense, the profound dishonor of not fighting in their nation's colors, especially a uniform earned through years of sacrifice, was something no true soldier could stomach. "Spetsnaz, damn it," Apollo muttered. "I recognize the insignia, the parachute and inverted dagger patch. These are Group B operators, their equivalent of us, deep penetration specialists. They've been using this room for shelter, ammunition, storage, and as a casualty collection point. This one must have been hit in the initial firefight with one team." He examined the body more closely. Officers' shoulder boards. This was a major. Something significant is happening here. The distinctive whump-whump of helicopter rotor blades then cut through the lingering wind. Apollo watched the 4th Escadrille helicopters appear on schedule, their rotors beating against the mountain air. A sudden, violent surge of gunfire erupted, hammering against the metal siding of the Wetterdienst building. The door burst inward, and a man stumbled through, still wearing a German Weather Service coat and clutching a rifle. He had clearly been running from the aerial assault and froze, shocked to find 3 soldiers in alpine gear waiting for him. As he began to raise his weapon, Apollo fired twice with his suppressed HK UMP-45. The shots were lost in the cacophony of the helicopter gunships, tearing apart the landscape outside. Apollo knew his teammates 1 and 3 would be using that covering fire to close the final distance. He turned to Constantine. "Signal all teams we're inside. We'll hit the Russians from the rear." Once the confirmation came through, the captain led his small team out of the building. Peering cautiously around the corner, he saw the helicopter guns shredding the heavy stone and brick perimeter wall at the front of the weather station. 6 figures in black Spetsnaz uniforms were scattered behind the bulwark, pinned down by the relentless French fire. 3 others were slumped against the wall, motionless. The dragoons' overwhelming firepower had the Russians trapped, just trying to survive. Apollo turned back, issuing a series of swift hand signals, 6 hostiles around the corner. "On my command, we engaged 2 targets each." Constantine and Dariel nodded their understanding. In unison, the 3 men rounded the wall and opened fire. Apollo took a standing position while Constantine dropped to one knee beside him. The Russians spun, bringing their own suppressed rifles to bear. Apollo cut down 2 with a controlled burst at close range. Sergeant Dariel simply held his trigger down, sweeping his fire from left to right, and eliminating 2 more who stood too close together. It wasn't textbook, but at this range it worked. Constantine's 2 targets slammed back against the wall, taken down before they could return a shot. The three Frenchmen ducked back into cover as the gunfire from the slopes and the helicopters continued unabated. Apollo gripped Constantine's shoulder. "Tell them to cease fire. They can advance, but carefully. There could be more out in the rocks." Within minutes, the rest of Apollo's dragoons had fought their way up to the stone wall, calling out for permission to move forward. Apollo risked another look. One Russian soldier was dragging himself slowly across the ground, leaving a dark smear behind him. The others lay still. "Area is clear. Move to the objective," Apollo shouted, stepping out with his team, weapons trained on the fallen Russians and the lone crawling survivor. The coppery smell of blood and the grim sight of it pooling around the black uniforms were stark evidence of the brief, brutal engagement. Constantine located a satellite radio, but it had been deliberately smashed, standard procedure for a compromised unit. Climbing a ladder, Apollo looked up at the station's mast. Mounted at the top was another laser device, a perfect twin to the one at the observatory. He found it curious, almost amusing, that in their haste to destroy everything, the Russians had left this one piece of sensitive hardware completely untouched. "Corporal Constantine," he called down, his tone shifting from tactical focus to dry observation. "Take whoever you need and get up there. Let's see what makes this particular toy so special that they forgot to break it. I have no idea what that thing is, but it gives me a bad feeling. Get a team to the other unit on the German side of the mountain and take it apart. Go the long way. Nobody sets foot back on that catwalk. Understood." "Understood, sir." Apollo turned his attention to the wounded Russian soldier on the cold floor. A dragoon medic was checking his vitals. "What's the damage?" Apollo asked. "He'll make it." The French captain grinned. "Good. Let's find out if this guy still has the energy to tell us anything." "Get Constantine over here. His mother's Ukrainian, so he knows a bit of the language." Apollo walked back inside to where the Russian major's body lay. He pulled open the man's coat, searching the blood-stained uniform beneath the weather service coveralls. He found a wallet, a set of keys, and some documents. One was a hand-sketched diagram covered in Cyrillic notes. Tucked with it was a small transparent map overlay. Constantine arrived, his eyes still wide from the firefight. "That was intense, sir. You hear about Pierre? Took a bullet straight to the head." "I heard. I need you to translate during the interrogation. But first, take a look at this." Apollo passed him the overlay and the notes. The young soldier studied them, faint steam rising from his damp uniform in the cold air. "These markings on the overlay, what are they?" Apollo pressed. "Just letters and dots, sir. Looks like it's meant for a 1 to 100,000 scale map." "I thought the same, but without the base map or reference points, it's useless for pinpointing locations." "True, sir. But this word here on the left next to the dot is Russian for mine. Could mean my position." "If that's right, and we have the scale correct, all these other points to the east might mark where additional Russian teams are stationed." Apollo retrieved his own map of identical scale and laid it beside the mysterious Russian sheet. "I think you've got it." Apollo aligned the final dot in the sequence of Cyrillic marked points. "Look here, if this last dot matches the Russian position here at Zugspitze, then the next one over is right about here." He pointed to a location in the Elbe Sandstone Mountains, straddling the Czech-German border. He caught Dariel's eye. "Tell the men to gear up. Make sure the wounded are evacuated. Then we move out for Czechia." Outside, the high German Alps wrapped themselves once more in a furious cloak of wind and snow, shrouding the ancient peaks, the living and the dead alike. Chapter 23. Smolensk, Russia. December 24, 2355 Hars, two Russian Su-57 fighter jets stood side by side on the service apron near the runway. A dusting of overnight snow lingered, and a haze of ice crystals hung in the air. Locals in this old Russian enclave called such winter fog the Nun's Veil, but the pilots of these aircraft wouldn't be staying long enough to learn local sayings or even see the morning sun thaw the ground. They were on a razor-sharp schedule and needed to be airborne in under 2 minutes. The Su-57 was among the world's newest and most advanced all-weather fighter attack planes. The Russian Air Force colonel in the left cockpit and the officer in the other, a full commander in the Russian Navy, were perfectly matched to these 3 billion-ruble machines, being two of the finest pilots alive. There were 26 Su-57s involved in tonight's operation, each crewed by similarly elite aviators. All other aircraft had either already launched or were preparing to launch from secluded bases like this one, everyone timed to converge on separate targets simultaneously. The Su-57 featured 3 high-definition rear-facing cameras, 2 of which could automatically track any aircraft on its tail, freeing the pilot from the need to physically look behind him. Yet Colonel Ivan Zolotov of the Russian Air Force disregarded the digital displays. He rolled his shoulders, the gray nylon straps of his harness pulling tight against the awkward motion, and turned his helmeted head to scan first over his left shoulder, then his right. As he pivoted, he let his hands float free from the control stick and throttle, a habit drilled into him over decades of flying. He knew even the slightest unconscious pressure from a tensed muscle could send an unintended command to the sensitive flight controls. More than one pilot had learned that lesson the hard way, suddenly finding their aircraft pitching violently, sometimes resulting in a cracked helmet visor from an unexpected meeting with the canopy. Though currently parked on the tarmac, Zolotov's recent travels across a string of remote Russian bases had instilled another ritual, a visual confirmation that the ground crew had properly removed all protective covers and tie-downs. This Su-57 was a fifth-generation marvel, unlike anything else in the inventory, and its unfamiliar procedures often baffled support personnel at unfamiliar airfields. Today, however, at the nearly abandoned Smolensk North Airfield in western Russia, things were different. It was obvious the local military detachment had been told this visit was significant, even if they remained ignorant of the squadron's true purpose. Zolotov had noted the unusually large ground crew and the extra security patrols circling the perimeter. This was not a flight meant for spectators. Satisfied that the engine intake covers were gone and the tail restraints had been stowed, Colonel Zolotov, commander of the elite Red Talons of the 14th Fighter Regiment, settled back into his seat. His left hand rested lightly on the throttle. His gaze fixed on the ground sergeant who was signaling the final all clear. The sergeant snapped a crisp, formal salute. Right on schedule, Zolotov thought. With a flick of his wrist, he ignited the engines and returned a quick salute of his own. To the young airman below, the pilot was just a dark, anonymous figure behind a reflective visor. The only clues to his identity were the word polkovnik, meaning colonel, stenciled on the fuselage, and the distinctive red talon emblem on the tail. A glance at his panel showed a satisfying sea of green indicators, the digital readouts displaying the subtle variations only a seasoned eye could appreciate. And he looked upon them with genuine satisfaction, because the Su-57 did something almost radical for a modern warplane. It treated the pilot like a professional. It presented full, undiluted instrumentation, every gauge and warning light precisely calibrated, refusing to condescend with oversimplified displays meant to prevent mistakes. As far as the Red Talons were concerned, the Sukhoi Design Bureau had absolutely nailed it. Colonel Z gave a final nod to his wingman, Commander Tatiev, through the cockpit glass. With a sharp downward chop of his hand, he gave the signal to launch. In the cockpit of his fighter, Tatiev lifted a gloved hand, forming a circle with his thumb and forefinger, the Russian gesture for all systems go. Zolotov advanced the throttle, and the twin-jet engines answered with a whisper that swelled into a deep, resonant growl. They felt crisp and powerful, a world away from the laggy, rough-edged whine of his old Su-35S. He disengaged the wheel brakes and the hydraulic system, letting the air intakes gulp the cold night. Both aircraft were heavy with ordnance, so Colonel Z knew the runway would be eaten up before they could climb. The two Su-57s shot down the illuminated strip, flames trailing behind, and were airborne in seconds, vanishing into the December darkness. Watching the landing gear tuck up into Tatiev's jet beside him, Colonel Z noted the precision, just a couple of yards between their wingtips, perfectly level. He's got the touch, he thought, as mission commander. He settled in for a quiet flight. Radio silence was absolute from here on out. He leaned back, mentally mapping the long hours ahead. Chapter 24. Moscow, Russia, December 25. 001 Den hours. Colonel Ivan Glauski, 44, moved slowly behind his team, though there was little to supervise. The 3 rows of cyber specialists sat motionless in the dim room, eyes locked on their monitors. These 26 hackers were GRU soldiers, but you wouldn't know it. Not a single black tie was in sight. Half had shed their uniform jackets, working in T-shirts and slacks, many in flip-flops. Their workstations were as casual as their dress. Glauski didn't mind. He'd handpicked each one based on their proven skill, pulling them from various branches. He'd personally tested their mettle in grueling interviews. He alone wore a full uniform, though it fit poorly, the sleeves too short, the collar tight around his thick neck, so he often left it open. His team loved this disregard for spit and Polish protocol. It made them feel like a unique, unruly tribe within the rigid military machine. They affectionately called him Papa Bear. But this relaxed atmosphere wasn't permission to slack off. Officially, they were designated APT-28 on GRU rosters. To the west, however, they were known by a different name, one born from early analysis of their sophisticated code, Fancy Bear. The name had stuck, a label from their adversaries while their own identities remained shadowed. The Russian hackers had embraced the nickname, affectionately calling their command hub the Bear's Den. This unit represented Russia's premier cyber warfare division. Suspended above the main 64-inch monitor, Colonel Glauski's digital timer indicated they were a mere 20 minutes from launching their most critical mission to date. The colonel adjusted his government-issued glasses, his gaze fixed on the large display he and his team called the Spectacle. While its practical function was minimal, the visual helped outsiders grasp the complex digital battlefield. It had become APT-28's signature exhibit. The central screens pulsed with cascading streams of data in shimmering hues, reminiscent of a festive holiday display. In truth, each vibrant strand represented a target, a critical NATO or U.S. military network or command node. This digital thicket flashed with icons primarily in yellow and green, with the occasional flicker to red. Ivan Papa Bear Glauski shifted his attention from the main screen to the individual workstations of his operatives. A renowned authority in cyber espionage, Glauski was famous for his restless energy, often halting his pacing to dive into a problem alongside his men when the pressure mounted. With 19 minutes remaining, he fully anticipated that such a moment of intense collaboration was imminent. North Atlantic, Kazan, Dikemzin, December 25. 00112 hours, the Kazan, a cutting-edge Yasin-class nuclear fast-attack submarine, was a formidable and silent predator of the deep. Named for the capital city of Tatarstan, she had been prowling the North Atlantic for days, and now held position in the frigid darkness west of Ireland's northern coast. Designated K-561, the massive vessel was nearly motionless, its screw turning just once every 5 seconds to gently counteract the ocean currents as it descended. Inside the seafoam green bridge, the glow of red battle lanterns cast long, unsettling shadows, causing the polished copper instruments and piping to gleam with a crimson sheen. Captain Second-Rank Georg Tush surveyed the control stations manned by his crew. He knew every dial and switch intimately, having served in several of these roles himself over 20 years of submarine duty. Periodically, a sailor would glance up from his console, his eyes catching the red light as he looked past the captain toward the nuclear chronometer on the wall. Itush preferred this vantage point. It allowed him to gauge the morale of his men. Their anxiety was palpable. He imagined their stomachs were as unsettled as his own, churning with a quiet intensity that mirrored the submarine's powerful reactors' decks below. He was proud of their performance. In recent hours, they had skillfully avoided detection by 3 adversary vessels, a U.S. Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, a U.S. Virginia-class attack sub, and a Norwegian Ula-class patrol boat. As for the other Russian submarines involved in this operation, their exact numbers were a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few in the high command at St. Petersburg, the Defense Ministry, and the Kremlin. The isolation of their mission was underscored by a recent, unexpected breakdown in the crew's entertainment system, leaving only the hum of the ship and their own thoughts to fill the silent hours, a small detail that oddly sharpened their focus on the task at hand. Captain Itush was certain that every Yasin-class submarine currently in service would be deployed for the looming threat, with additional vessels from other classes joining the effort. While he wasn't privy to the operation's full scale, the atmosphere at flotilla headquarters was charged with an intensity he'd never witnessed. Senior officers moved through the corridors with a palpable, focused energy. Even under strict orders of secrecy, Itush felt he could identify those chosen for the mission just by their demeanor in the mess hall. He had resolved to focus solely on his own responsibilities. He and his crew controlled one critical segment of the undersea chessboard, and they would execute it flawlessly. His gut remained tight as he glanced again at the bridge chronometer. More glowing red numerals stared back, a silent countdown. NATO intelligence, closely monitoring Russian submarine movements from the Northern Fleet's Seda Inlet, had observed departures and Atlantic patrol patterns that appeared routine for the season. If anything stood out, it was an unusual punctuality and lack of the typical yard delays, a noted improvement in Russian operational efficiency that was briefed as a peak in readiness, yet another reason for continued vigilance. This fit a decade-long narrative of naval progress. What NATO surveillance utterly failed to detect was that a specific contingent of Russia's submarine force was coordinating separate, synchronized strikes across the Atlantic seabed. As the West remained unaware, the vessels initiating Operation Red Metal converged on their objectives with precise timing. Itush gripped the cold brass rail before him. Level the bow ahead. 3/4. Come to new heading. The bridge crew activated in seamless unison. The plainsmen adjusted their yokes, eyes fixed on their instruments to maintain depth as propulsion increased. Ballast control technicians shifted minute air pressures between tanks. The navigator double-checked his digital plot against the large seafloor chart. Captain, navigation confirms target Midgard-Sormanen, range 2 nautical miles attack run, commences in 3 minutes. Helm, steady weapons, confirm status, then you are free to engage. Dmitri, launch at your discretion. Aye, Captain, the weapons officer responded. Itush turned navigator. Sir, you have the clock. Aye. The navigator set the ship's red digital timer for 20 minutes, to be started at the first torpedo launch. All dialogue on the bridge, even the most critical commands, was exchanged in tones no louder than the murmur of a quiet cafe, a superstition born from years underwater, a fear that any raised voice might travel to an enemy's ears. And those enemies, silent and listening, could be anywhere. Itush asked, sonar, last American signature. Captain, last contact was Ohio-class submarine USS Georgia 18 hours ago. Bearing 220 range, 18 nautical miles. Track showed her steady on course. Current extrapolated position bearing 191, range 163 nautical miles, nothing else to report. Understood, Captain Itush replied. Any new data on the Ula? Negative, sir. No acoustic signature, but her projected course remains unchanged. Very well. While the Norwegian submarine wasn't a primary concern, the captain disliked the uncertainty of its precise location. Continue updating estimated range and bearing. Aye, Captain. The weapons officer's voice cut through the control room. Sir, the bridge is notified. Weapon 1 is armed and ready. All torpedo timers are synchronized and confirmed. Full attack sequence on all 3 targets will conclude in 20 minutes. Acknowledged, Navigator. Any adjustments to our plot? Negative, sir. Current navigation and attack profile remain valid. Recommend we hold our present course. Understood, helm. Maintain course and speed. Moments later, the weapons officer called out again, his voice edged with a tension Atush recognized as adrenaline. Sir, launching on target 1, torpedo away. As the words were spoken, the navigator activated the mission clock, initiating its silent countdown. If their calculations were flawless, their objective would be achieved with precision. There was no violent shudder, no dramatic rush of water, only the familiar hum of the sea against the hull to mark the moment the Kazan unleashed the opening salvo of a new conflict, despite the chill air circulating through the boat. Itush noticed a sheen of sweat on the brows of the 2 young helmsmen. The fate of the mission now rested in the hands of a couple of kids barely out of their teens, he reflected, knowing full well he'd be sweating too if he were at their stations. But he was the captain, and a far heavier burden was his to carry. Even a hint of anxiety or a nervous gesture could sow doubt among his crew. Drawing on 23 years at sea, he had mastered the art of composure in such moments, minimizing his movements on the bridge and channeling his focus into the intricate details of navigating his vessel. He stood motionless beneath one of the submarine's ventilation ducts, a stream of cold air tousling his graying hair. The sonar operator's report broke the silence. Bridge, sonar contact, bearing 63 degrees. It's the Norwegian Ula, sir. Range 12 nautical miles and closing at 19 knots. Had he not been positioned directly under the vent, Itush was certain he too would have broken into a sweat. As it was, a cold trickle traced the nape of his neck. His experience allowed him to perform the mental math instantly, well before the navigator could voice the conclusion. At that bearing, and with both vessels underway, the Russian and Norwegian submarines were on a converging path set to meet in roughly 6 minutes. The Norwegians would be oblivious to the Yasen-class submarine's intent, but they would undoubtedly detect its presence. The navigator soon confirmed the captain's rapid calculation. Captain, at current heading and speed, we will intercept the Ula in 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Understood. Navigator, sonar, verify all data. Navigator, replot for maximum speed. Adjust intercept angle as required. If we cannot execute a perfect line, we can still deploy our payload at the convergence point. Prepare a new course to engage the remaining 2 targets. Our mission takes precedence. Aye, sir. Calculating now. Captain Itush watched the mission clock in silence for a beat. 16 minutes remained. Increasing speed meant the weapons team would have to hastily recalibrate every torpedo timer. He trusted them to manage it, yet the need to voice the obvious was irresistible. Weapons, reset all torpedo timers to 0 and stand by for new sequencing data. Understood, sir, came the reply from Dmitri. Deep within the boat, 5 sailors and their officer would now be in a frantic scramble to reset the sophisticated SMDM-2C tube-launched torpedo mines. This new generation of naval mine was a significant advancement over its predecessors, yet even its modernized design demanded the painstaking process of manually accessing a control panel to reprogram its intricate timing mechanism, a sudden, unwelcome complication in their meticulously planned operation. With the first objective of the Kazan successfully deployed, 2 targets remained. The next was a mere 5 minutes out. Navigation report, Captain Atush demanded, his voice tight as he watched his team scramble over their consoles. Triple checking now, Captain. Initial data is being sent to the torpedo room. We have the timing updates. Final confirmation in a moment. Dmitri glanced at a crewman who flashed a quick thumbs up. Turning back, his monotone now sharpened by adrenaline, Dmitri delivered the update. "Sir, navigation confirms. Recommend flank speed 30 knots, course change to 030 magnetic bridge to helm execute." The new plot was already feeding to the helm's digital displays, but Itush, a creature of naval habit, voiced the order regardless. 3 minutes to the next target, 13 minutes total on the clock, leaving a slim 10 for the final objective, barely enough to reload. "Sir, weapon reprogram is successful," Dmitri announced. "Acknowledged. Notify the bridge upon launch." "Aye, Captain." Launching on target 2, designated Cable AC-1. In 20 seconds, Itush's eyes flicked to the helmsman, their knuckles white on the controls. The weapons officer began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. A glance at the status panel showed tube 2 still glowing red, not ready. 4, 3, the indicator snapped to green. 2, 1, launch on target AC-1. The weapons officer's reply carried a hint of relief, torpedo away. Helm, recommend new heading, 018 magnetic, 33 knots. Itush stifled a curse. They were pushing the boat to its limits. "Make it so," sonar reports. "Initial target the Eula, now bears 322 degrees off our bow. At this speed, she will slip astern in 2 minutes. She has acquired an active ping and has a lock on us." "Expected," Itush replied, keeping his tone level. "Hold steady for the final target. Work up a continuous firing solution." He sensed the nervous hesitation in the acknowledgement that followed. The tension on the bridge was palpable, a thin metallic taste in the recycled air. He decided to address it. "She has no reason to fire. Our first torpedo mine is already resting silently on the seabed. Our Norwegian friends couldn't have detected that launch." The sonar operator's voice was tentative. "Sir, based on her sonar radius calculations, the Ula will be in range to detect the launch on our final target." "Likely true," Atush conceded. "But I am counting on her not wanting to be the one to pull the trigger first. Sir, the Ula is now directly abeam, bearing 263 degrees, range 4 nautical miles." Noted. Atush studied the torpedo panel of the 10 tubes. Numbers 1 and 2 showed yellow for launched and in recovery. Tube 7 glowed green, ready. Only Tube 3 glared a stubborn, infuriating red. "Weapons, report." "Working on it, sir." Message from the torpedo room. "The third torpedo mine panel is jammed. They report the mounting screws are stripped." "Then they have 6 minutes to get creative," Itush said, his voice a model of calm that completely betrayed the frantic alarm bells ringing inside his head. "Moscow, Russia, December 25 hours in the secure room known as the Bear's Den." The operatives of APT-28 were fixated on the clock above the main screen. They were moments from initiating the first strike of Operation Red Metal. The absolute necessity of perfect timing drilled into them for months. Colonel Glowski watched them, confident. The heavy lifting was already done. For the past 60 days, they had been a blur of relentless activity, executing cookie thefts, activating long-dormant Trojan packets in their NATO targets, prying open latent back doors, conducting dry-run hacks and setting strategic watering hole traps, all while navigating a maze of encrypted chat rooms that buzzed with paranoid speculation. The stage was set, and now the clock's final ticks were the only thing standing between preparation and action. The moment had arrived to unleash every attack protocol simultaneously. Glowski glanced at the digital clock, his pulse thrumming with the intensity of a submarine commander navigating the Atlantic depths or an ace pilot pushing a fifth-generation fighter to its limits. Reflecting on his own crucial role now, his mind drifted back to just 10 weeks prior, when 2 very important visitors had stepped into the Bear's Den. He'd been briefed that the generals overseeing ground operations for Red Metal would be inspecting, prompting a frantic scramble to prepare. They tidied the workspace, knotted their ties, and straightened their postures moments before the door swung open. His entire team was visibly awed by the visitor's presence, even the junior members who didn't know their faces. But Gloucester knew. He stood in the presence of legends. Sebeniev, remarkably youthful for a colonel general, carried himself with the polished demeanor of a network news anchor. And then there was Lazar, the Boris Petrovich Lazar himself, the Lion of Dagestan. He was a burly, weathered man with a round face, yet he was also the most celebrated field commander the Russian military had produced in a generation. True warriors. Gloucester had thought at the time. Absolutely terrifying. The generals observed in near silence as his team executed a critical preparatory strike on a Polish radar network, only occasionally questioning a lead hacker. What a day that had been. Shaking off the memory of his superiors, Papa Bear refocused on his own digital theater. What a day this will be, he corrected himself. His eyes lifted to the large status display where a green light now blinked atop each of the 10 designated Christmas tree hierarchies. They had successfully pinged the pre-established back channels, and they were open. The enemy's networks were laid bare for APT-28. It was now simply a matter of manually flipping the virtual switches to send the activation codes, a method chosen for its stealth over automated timers, which Gloucester had considered far too risky. So the codes had waited, dormant for this trigger. Other hierarchies on the board required his men to actively breach and inject code in real time. Of course, for months, the 24 specialists in the den had seeded countless decoy codes across government and industrial systems, all to camouflage these 10 critical targets. It was all part of the intricate dance of cyber warfare. Team Black Bear, responsible for the German sector, began their work as the master timer hit 0. Fingers danced across keyboards in unison, while the rest of the room held its breath, eyes locked on monitors. Their progress cascaded up the large 64-inch screen, the German hierarchies filling from the bottom. Then the top indicators flashed from green to red as Russian code severed every German NATO terminal connection. Belarus, December 25:02:02 8 hours. Colonel Ivan Zolotov flew westward over Belarus and dropped his gaze to the A. Langzoni watch on his wrist. It was a treasured heirloom from his great-uncle, a hardened old soldier who ultimately succumbed to cirrhosis, but not before gifting young Ivan the timepiece along with the grim story of its acquisition. Leningrad, October 1943, with Zhukov's 3rd Shock Army. The colonel's great-uncle had vividly described the German officer's expression as he sawed through the man's forearm with a bayonet, 2 privates pinning him down. Both the watch and the soldier survived the brutal war, and Colonel Z considered it his personal talisman. For the next hour, every altitude change and every kilometer covered by him and his wingman was meticulously preordained. He would continually check their progress against this watch on his wrist, and his great-uncle's timepiece would once again witness the onset of battle. He checked the display, confirming they were precisely 2 minutes from Polish airspace. The Red Talon fighters had launched in pairs from multiple bases across Russia and Belarus. Flying in tight formation, they followed pre-planned routes with wide, deliberate turns at specific coordinates. For this initial leg, their flight patterns were carefully crafted to mimic Russian refueling aircraft or standard commercial airliners on NATO radar screens. Colonel Z glanced from his wristwatch to the cockpit clock. 1 minute remained. He nudged the throttle forward slightly, observing Commander Tetiev's aircraft, matches adjustment seamlessly. Activating a switch, he brought up a camera view beneath his left wing on the heads-up display. The dark expanse of Shatsky National Park slid past several miles to the south. He knew Ukrainian air defense crews were likely tracking him, but that concern would soon be irrelevant. In under 60 seconds, the integrated radar network to the west would go silent. He was counting on their systems shutting down exactly on schedule, mere moments before he crossed the frontier. The handful of standalone anti-aircraft batteries were a different matter, but their speed and altitude would render that threat negligible. Now, he thought, pulling the stick into a sharp banking turn as the timer hit 0. The scattered lights of the Polish town of Woldawa streaked beneath the canopy. They were across. With that simple aggressive maneuver into Allied territory, his jet and every aircraft in Red Talon Squadron had just initiated open conflict with the West. Kazan North Atlantic, Dekemter Tumpaivav, Duo 31 hours. Aboard the Kazan, Captain Atush and his crew faced a deadline of less than 3 minutes to deploy their final torpedo mine. The weapon, however, was refusing to cooperate. The entire operation was being jeopardized by a handful of faulty hardware. Atush fumed. He couldn't really blame the engineers. The SMDM-2C panels weren't designed for the rushed disassembly, and reprogramming his crew had just performed. The manufacturer's plan was simple. Program it once and fire. Not this frantic, repeated tinkering, but then nothing ever went perfectly according to plan in combat. He turned to his seasoned weapons officer. "Dmitri, what's the status? We will launch on the TAT-15 cable on schedule." Captain Atush studied his old friend. The man appeared utterly calm, a stark contrast to the anxiety tightening Atush's own chest. He had to admire Dmitri's unwavering faith in his team and equipment, even if he didn't share it at this moment. A report came from the bridge. "Captain, the Eula-class contact is now 5 nautical miles out, bearing 197 degrees. She remains outside our torpedo range," Atush acknowledged with a grunt. Well, at least the Norwegian submarine wasn't an immediate problem, though he knew failure to arm this last mine would make that sub the least of his worries. 30 seconds to target position, the helmsman announced. Atush's eyes were locked on the weapons console, where Tube 3's indicator stubbornly glowed red. 20 seconds, his gaze fixed on Dmitri's back. The officer stood with one hand holding a handset to his ear, the other braced against the console, his posture steady. 10 seconds. Atush looked past him at the panel. Tube 3 was still red. "Sir, 5 seconds to target. Captain, we are on the mark now." Dmitri slowly lowered the phone and turned to face Atush. "Sir, weapons report successful launch, on time and on target. The third fish is in the water." A faint, triumphant smile touched his lips. On the console, Tube 3's light remained a warning red, but Tube 7 now showed it had launched and was cycling to a yellow recovery status. "Dmitri," Atush began, his voice a mix of confusion and dawning relief. "How in the world did you?" The crew left the faulty unit in Tube 3 and reprogrammed the mine, already loaded in Tube 7 instead. "Sir?" It was the faster solution. Atush felt a smile break through his stern expression, and a wave of released tension swept through the control room. The moment of relief was cut short. "Captain Sonar, the Ula will pass close to the target cable at the moment of detonation." "She's probably going to take a piece of that blast." Every eye on the bridge lifted toward the ship's clock. The chronometer was still ticking, but its count had reversed. No longer counting down, but relentlessly climbing upward. It displayed a single minute remaining until detonation. "Tough break for her," Atush remarked. A little over a minute later, a deep underwater rumble resonated through the Kazan's hull, followed by a shuddering wave that rocked the boat. 2 softer, distant thumps echoed afterward. Moments passed before sonar broke the silence. "Captain, Ula's been hit. She was too close to the minefield. She's launched 3 torpedoes in the water." "Sir, we are being targeted. They must think we attacked her. They're well out of range, though. Those fish will lose steam long before they reach us." "All right. He must have taken a hard knock. His boat's crippled, and now he's furious." A faint smile touched Atush's lips. The sonarman spoke up again. "He's turning to starboard, sir. Hull compression noises. He's surfacing. He's out of the fight." Atush gave a slow nod. "He's had his fill of us, but stay sharp for anything else." "Aye, Captain." The captain turned to Dmitri. "Weapons, I assume you've got a few more surprises tucked away." "Aye, Captain. 5 more are loaded and will be ready with navigation's latest firing solutions. Very well, gentlemen, the opening volleys are fired. And may God have mercy on every soul at sea for what comes next. APT-28 Control Room, Moscow, Russia. December 25, 032 hours. Colonel Glauski kept pacing the floor of the Bear's den, his gaze sweeping over the teams of cyber espionage specialists, sir. One of his analysts from Team Grizzly Bear, the unit focused on U.S. networks, called out, "Confirmation across all channels. Every U.S. and NATO transatlantic fiber optic cable has just gone dark. Our mimicry systems are active and already intercepting and spoofing classified NATO data traffic. The transfer mainframes are broadcasting and receiving pingbacks. The poisoned watering holes continue distributing Trojan payloads downstream. All systems are operational in both European and American sectors." "Solid work, team," Glauski said. He scanned the room, meeting grins and satisfied smiles. He allowed himself a brief, tight smile before his expression hardened. "Let's not get overconfident. The next 10 minutes are critical. Back to your stations." Polish Air Radar Central Headquarters. Poznan, Poland, December 25, 033 hours. A young Polish radar technician stared at his screen, puzzled, for nearly 10 seconds before activating his intercom to the watch captain. "Sir, I think we have an intrusion sector, Peter Victor King, southwest grid, vicinity of Lublin." "What do you mean? Think." "Well, sir, it was there, and then it vanished. The border towers sent a signal. Then they all dropped off. All systems are reporting green now. Everything looks normal." "Are the other remote stations reporting normally?" "Yes, sir. Every station is green on my board. It all checks out, sir. Probably another glitch like the one last Saturday." The captain paused, then asked quietly, "When have we ever had every single station showing green?" The radar operator tilted his head, eyes still locked on the display. "Never. There's always one or more malfunctioning or offline." The captain turned to the communications officer. "Alert NATO, immediately." The radar technician hesitated. "But, sir, the systems are pinging back perfectly. All the daisy-chained radar feeds are intact." "I don't care. It doesn't feel right. Just do it." The radio man was already tuning to the NATO frequency. "Copy, sir. Transmitting alert now." Chapter 26. NATO Airborne Early Warning and Control Force, NAEWNC, Operations and Radar Integration Center, Geilenkirchen, Germany, December 25, 035 hours. In a dimly lit room in Germany, crowded with American military personnel, a young Air Force technical sergeant keyed his microphone to contact his watch officer, who sat just 75 feet away. "Sir, we've got a second alert from Poland. This one's from Poznan. The initial alert was logged as a mistake, but this new signal is being flagged as a possible lone radar blip that has since disappeared." Captain Watton sat in his adjacent office, scrolling through photos on his unclassified computer from his daughter's middle school holiday play. He exhaled slowly, turning his attention to the inbox on his desk to sift through the night's stack of classified electronic messages. His eyes soon landed on the relevant page. "Another late-night memo came in from the Pentagon," he said, holding it up. It states, "Komusiukom is concerned Poland could overstate the military exercises in Belarus to justify a larger permanent NATO troop presence. Our orders are to steer clear of any entanglements while Russian activity continues next door. The Poles are practically begging us to share their level of anxiety about the Russians." He paused. "So, to confirm, no other stations are reporting any border crossings?" "None, sir. Probably just someone jumping the gun on sending the alert." The captain considered this. He personally doubted the report's validity, but protocol demanded caution. "All right. Run a verification check with Integrated Radar Team Sierra to be certain. I'll notify the War Room and have a message relayed back to Mons," he said, referencing NATO's headquarters in Belgium. Watton added, "Maintain watch status. Send an update to the NMCC." The National Military Command Center served as the Pentagon's primary alert hub. A voice in his headset acknowledged, "Understood, sir. Handling it now." Returning to the pictures of his daughter's performance, Captain Watton added, "Keep me posted if anything comes back." He clicked a few more times, but the web page stubbornly refused to load. "Fantastic," he muttered. "Can anyone confirm if the unclassified network is down? I can't even access my social media." At that moment, the technical sergeant called over again. "Sir, we have AC Ramstein on the secure landline. They're reporting a system breach." Watton continued refreshing his browser on the unclassified network, still attempting to load his feed. "What do they expect us to do about it? They need to contact their own tech support or the NSA, not us." "Copy that, sir. I'll relay the message." Poland, December 25. 041 hours. 2 Su-57 fighter jets streaked 200 meters above Poleski National Park, traveling at Mach 1. Colonel Ivan Zolotov glanced to his right through the canopy into the darkness, just making out the silhouette of the darkened aircraft flying beside him. A faint smirk touched his lips, seeing the naval commander holding perfect formation, their wingtips now barely a meter apart. This tight, disciplined flying would make them appear as a single fleeting ghost on any radar screen, if they were detected at all. The pilots had rehearsed this route dozens of times in simulators, mastering the art of staying low, fast, and unified. This phase was critical. Even a momentary climb could expose them to Poland's independent radar networks as they crossed the country. Other teams on this mission were executing identical maneuvers farther south, traversing Poland, Ukraine, and into Czechia. Within minutes, Zolotov identified a highway below, and the two jets raced over snow-dusted farm fields near Puławy. They hugged the terrain, sometimes skimming as low as 50 meters above the rolling hills. On schedule, both pilots reduced throttle and made a minor course adjustment, still loosely tracking the east-west DK-12 roadway. At this adjusted speed, their meticulously calculated flight plan indicated they would reach the target waypoint in under 35 minutes. Right on schedule, Zolotov thought, glancing at the vintage German timepiece on his wrist. Like this old watch, I am never late. Polish Air Radar Central Headquarters. Poznan, Poland, December 25, 047 hours. Sir, radar and missile defense batteries Q, R, and T are all calling the duty hut on backup landlines. They report our secured telephone lines are completely non-operational. Battery Q-12 confirms a visual sighting of two Russian fighters flying over their position. Why is our radar showing nothing? Theirs didn't pick it up either. The crew watched them pass directly overhead. They reported the aircraft were supersonic, moving west. "Damn it," the captain muttered, his attempt at a calm tone crumbling. "All right, contact Land Force headquarters and report this immediately." "Sir, how?" "The phone lines are dead. The internet connection shows as active, but we can't reach anyone." "Get downstairs. Use a payphone if you have to. Just call Warsaw. The Russian Air Force has crossed the damn border." Polish-German border, 25 December, the 054, Colonel Zolotov and Commander Tatiev crossed into German airspace near the small village of Ostritz. The pine forests below shimmered under a cold silver moon, passing just meters beneath their fully loaded weapon pylons. The clear light allowed Zolotov to see his wingman clearly. He held up a single finger, signaling 1 minute remaining. As he glanced at his instruments, a faint, unnatural shudder broke through the steady jet hum. He looked right in time to see Tatiev's Su-57 wobble violently before falling behind. Switching his view to the rear-facing camera on his HUD, Zolotov watched a geyser of snow erupt into the night sky behind the other fighter. Tatiev had grazed a treetop. His plane steadied, but he'd lost several hundred meters of position. After all this distance, a last-second blunder, Zolotov thought with a spike of irritation. He kept his own jet steady and fast, his focus ahead, but kept checking the camera feed as Tatiev fought to close the gap. The colonel checked his watch. Less than 12 seconds. "Come on, sailor, get back in line." An insistent beep and a flashing panel light announced a missile lock from a ground battery, of course. The German defenses were more autonomous than the Polish network. Here, they could engage independently if an aircraft failed to respond or was visually confirmed as hostile. A new alert signaled a launch from a battery far to the north and behind them. It didn't matter. He wouldn't be here to meet it. Given their attack trajectory, the missile would be left in their dust the moment they initiated their next maneuver, so he saw no need for evasive action. He craned his neck to look back through the canopy. Tatiev was struggling to catch up, but the distance and darkness hid any damage to his airframe. If the jet were critically hit, he wouldn't still be flying. But Zolotov worried about subtle airframe stresses, especially with the intense maneuvers awaiting them. NATO Airborne Early Warning and Control Force, NAEW, and SEOPS and Radar Integration Center. Geilenkirchen, Germany, 25 December 059. Sir, German batteries have engaged with anti-air missiles near Dresden. Captain Watton looked up from his frozen computer screen, stunned. Say again? Their entire radar defense network is offline. The duty officer in the liaison office just radioed in. They have basic radio and some landline comms. Everything else is down. Tech Sergeant James was now monitoring the NAEW system, the closed-loop network linking the building with all NATO liaison officers. Sir, this looks legitimate. The German LNO downstairs reports defense batteries have engaged 5 separate pairs of unidentified aircraft penetrating German airspace. We have to assume our systems are compromised. I'm receiving no data from Poland, the other NAEW stations, or the airborne early warning assets. What in God's name is happening? Captain Watton rose from his desk, his voice tight. It's Christmas, for heaven's sake. Alert all NATO commands. I'll contact SHAPE and the NATO response force directly put everyone on high alert. Understood, sir. What's the best method to use the STU line? He ordered, referencing the secure telephone network. It's dead, Captain. A sergeant called from across the room, holding a silent receiver. Satellite communications, Watton pressed. A technician nearby responded, They're operational but critically overloaded, sir. It appears everyone has switched to satellite. I'll attempt to push a priority signal through Dresden, Germany, December 25, 100 hours it was time. Colonel Zolotov hauled back on the control stick, his aircraft surging upward. He advanced the throttle, holding supersonic speed as he raced through the sky at several hundred miles per hour. He engaged the afterburner for good measure, guaranteeing a steady climb. A glance at his rear monitor confirmed Commander Tatiev was there, trailing below but ascending just as aggressively. Solid flying, Zolotov thought with approval. He looked forward through the canopy at the endless starfield. The 2 Su-57 fighters climbed almost vertically over Germany, piercing the night. They quickly reached 18,000 meters, so high that despite the G-forces, Zolotov felt the Earth's grip lessen as he entered the stratosphere. The engines gulped fuel during the steep ascent, and acceleration tapered as the air thinned. He did a quick mental tally. He still had over 15,000 pounds of fuel remaining, more than half his tanks. It was enough for the mission's final act and the journey home, provided his exit didn't require excessive maneuvering against enemy forces. The aircraft were nearly at their launch point, a precise coordinate in the heavens. This operation required reaching 21,000 meters over Germany and releasing their payload. From there, the intelligent weapons would handle the rest. The colonel's eyes darted from his HUD altimeter to his GPS, then to the mission clock. He even checked his great-uncle's watch on his wrist, a surge of fierce pride hitting him as the second hand aligned. Now. Zolotov pressed the launch button. After a heartbeat, he toggled the weapon's control and pressed it again. The specialized ASAT missiles, designated OKB-12 and STR-14, were products of a completely clandestine program, unknown to Western intelligence. They were a first strike option reserved for when the homeland was threatened, designed to cripple a key Western capability, the global satellite network. The two missiles were fundamentally different. One was a shorter-range satellite interceptor. The other was engineered for deeper space, capable of reaching high Earth orbit targets like geostationary GPS platforms. Those Western GPS satellites were vulnerable. They broadcast their location data openly to the world, never imagining their own signals would guide the STR-14s straight to them. But they orbited much higher than communication satellites, nearly 12,500 miles up. It would take the warhead precisely 1 hour and 12 minutes to reach and obliterate its target. For a moment, Zolotov watched the missiles streak from his aircraft, vaulting toward the void, their solid-fuel rockets perfectly calibrated for the thin air of the upper atmosphere. At this extreme altitude, the thin atmosphere offered almost no resistance, allowing the swift and compact OKB-12 to accelerate toward 18,000 kilometers per hour. Their sophisticated guidance systems would bring them to the general vicinity, after which they would lock onto the target satellite's own transmissions to close the final distance. The engines glowed faintly as they pushed completely beyond the atmospheric envelope that still held Colonel Zolotov and Commander Tatiev. Simultaneously across Central and Western Europe, Su-57 fighters from Red Talon Squadron unleashed their own salvos against Western orbital assets, all timed for a single, coordinated impact. Satellite communications across Europe, for both civilian and military use, would start flickering out within minutes. Global positioning data would follow, collapsing just over an hour later. Europe was about to be rendered deaf and mute. Soon, it would be blind, too. Zolotov gave a grim nod as Tatiev's missiles raced past his canopy toward their destinations. But there was no time to spectate. He rolled his aircraft inverted, hauled back on the control stick with a grunt against the crushing G-forces, and then, abruptly, the pressure vanished. His stomach lurched into his chest as weightlessness took hold. His canopy soon pointed almost straight down, and he began his screaming descent, nose aimed at Dresden while accelerating through Mach 1. Colonel Zolotov banked onto a heading of 080, back toward Polish airspace. He and his wingman would undoubtedly face more surface-to-air missiles, but the collapse of NATO's command networks, the escalating jamming of cellular and landline systems, and the imminent loss of all satellite links would make coordinated defense nearly futile. As Zolotov plunged earthward, Commander Tatiev slid his aircraft into formation off the right wing. Tatiev flashed a hand signal, a circle made with thumb and forefinger. Zolotov returned the gesture in kind. Moscow APT-28 Headquarters. December 25 or 025 hours. Colonel Glauski stepped up behind the Polish team, codenamed Brown Bear. Have they detected the botnets? The team leader consulted briefly with his technicians before rising. Negative, sir. They are switching to hardened landlines, however. I'm bypassing their primary data hubs, but Poland's infrastructure is different from Germany's. Some nodes are antiquated, hardwired systems we simply can't penetrate. I've redirected secondary botnet clusters from the North American team's reserves. I'm betting their military communications division hasn't shared its intrusion protocols with the civilian telephone operators. Understood, Glauski replied. He moved to the adjacent station, Black Bear, the German team. Here, the leader reported, Sir, Germany is effectively blind. They're attempting automated workarounds every 60 seconds, but it's a losing battle. Their civilian telecom grid is advanced, but it can't handle the distributed denial-of-service attack, overwhelming their call centers. I'm also flooding their secure telephone units and classified lines using botnets routed through poorly defended systems in NATO partner countries like Turkey. The barrier is holding. Excellent, said the colonel. Finally, he approached the NATO coordination team. Its leader stood immediately. Sir, NATO command is in total disarray and has been severed from all contact with the United States. Only then did Gloucester allow himself a fierce grin. He raised both fists triumphantly. "We've done it, men!" The room erupted in a roar of cheers. Chapter 27. High Snow Mountain, Hoher Schneeberg, Dyczynski Snezhnik, Lookout Tower, Sychia, December 25, 0119 hours. Dyczynski Snezhnik is the highest point in the Elbe Sandstone Mountains of the Czech Republic, offering a sweeping, unobstructed view north across hundreds of miles of Germany's Elbe River Valley. The panorama was so strategically valuable that a century and a half ago, Prince Franz of Hohenstein ordered the construction of the Dyczynski Snezhnik Tower atop the summit to serve as a triangulation point for surveying the rugged territory. Today, the historic stone tower functions as a quaint restaurant and rest stop, a popular pause along scenic bike trails frequented by German and Czech tourists alike, who are blissfully unaware of the silent war unfolding in the sky above them. During the summer months, this region buzzed with activity as hikers and cyclists explored the winding trails through the cliffs and woodlands of the area. Locals called Bohemian Switzerland. Come winter, the station and its restaurant shut down. Though the manager and his wife remained living on site, usually opening the kitchen only when a few adventurous souls braved the weather to trek up to the summit of Dyczynski Snezhnik. Just the day before, the middle-aged Czech couple had been shocked to peer out their kitchen window into the fresh snow and see more than a dozen heavily burdened figures trudging up the road toward them. Both husband and wife eagerly pulled on their heavy coats and boots, ready to welcome the unexpected visitors. They stepped out the front door, waving to the group still about 100 meters away, and were immediately cut down by gunfire. The architect of red metal, Colonel Yuri Borbikov, had personally given the order to eliminate these unfortunate locals. Approaching the tower with his Spetsnaz team, all dressed in civilian attire, he noticed smoke curling from the chimney of the main building. He realized immediately that having civilians on the premises would completely compromise the secrecy of their mission. No one would buy the story that he and his 16 men were simply tourists out for a winter hike. They might fool a passerby, but the moment they unpacked their weapons and seized the tower to install a laser navigation device at the top, their cover would be irrevocably blown. So Borbikov had the problem removed. The colonel didn't strictly need to be here. His Spetsnaz forces were perfectly capable of handling this objective in northern Czechia without him. But Yuri Borbikov viewed himself as both a soldier and a leader of soldiers, and he insisted on having his own boots on the ground and his own weapon involved in this operation. At this moment, he had over 24 other teams seizing railway switching stations, putting the final touches on laser calibrations, and monitoring airfields and military bases for any aircraft or troop movements. Borbikov believed he could not ask his men to face dangers he was unwilling to confront himself, which is why he had selected this Czech mission at the outset of Red Metal, to prove he led from the front. He intended to do the same in Africa in just a few days. After arriving at the tower late in the morning, the team had spent the whole afternoon and much of the evening installing and fine-tuning the laser navigation aid. To their relief, they encountered no further civilians, largely thanks to the sleet and freezing rain that had plagued the area for most of the day. Now, well past 1 in the morning, their work was done save for maintaining security while they awaited helicopter extraction. They passed the time enjoying the warm fireplace inside the building and helping themselves to the meats and cheeses in the pantry. Provisions meant for tired travelers who might stop at the 2-story wooden overlook restaurant, and despite the colonel's explicit orders against it, a few of the men had sneaked mugs of beer from the open tap system. What did it matter now? They figured, we're practically on our way home. The remaining tasks would fall to the Spetsnaz teams at the railroad junctions. For this group, the European chapter of Red Metal was drawing to a close. They knew they'd be shipping off to Africa in a matter of days, which meant cleaning weapons, reloading magazines, and repacking their bags with gear suitable for warmer climates. The colonel trudged through the snow, moving off the road about 100 meters in front of the tower. Around him, the Spetsnaz soldiers carried the last of their gear into the clearing, stacking their packs and equipment cases for quick loading once the helicopters arrived. Any pretense of being ordinary hikers was now completely abandoned. They stood clearly as a military unit, their purpose laid bare in the cold night. Though still dressed in civilian clothes over their uniforms, the men had their AKS-74U carbines slung across their chests, night vision goggles secured over their eyes, and bandoliers of rifle rounds and grenades draped over their shoulders. Borbikov checked his watch. Their ride wasn't scheduled for another 10 minutes. Then a voice cut through the quiet from the soldier hunched over the radio. "Sir, the lookout in the tower reports hearing inbound helicopters." "Understood," Borbikov replied. "Pull the watch from the tower. I want everyone assembled here at the landing zone immediately." "Yes, Colonel." Borbikov lowered his NVGs and gazed up at the massive, shadowy tower atop the hill, its history weighing on his mind. His goal was to restore the structure's original purpose, though with technology far beyond what the 19th century surveyors could have imagined. He didn't fully grasp the physics behind the ytterbium rare earth lasers positioned along Dryagon's projected route, but he understood their function. They let Russian forces navigate without relying on satellite signals. This edge, he believed, would leave NATO completely blind, scanning the dark sky for the 3 expected helicopters flying without lights. He first heard their distant thrum. His radio operator spoke up, tension in his voice. "Sir, the birds aren't responding on the mission frequency. The encrypted network IDs indicate a mismatch. Either we or they are on the wrong crypto band." Borbikov clenched his jaw. Someone would pay dearly for this incompetence. Deploy the signal flares. 2 sergeants broke away, yanked pins from 4 flares and hurled them, each ignited with a sharp pop, the sudden light bouncing eerily off the snow-dusted pines and painting the ancient stone tower with wavering phantom-like shapes. The helicopter noise grew louder, but it seemed to echo from beyond the cliffs, from the German side of the mountain. They were supposed to approach low through the Czech valleys for cover. "Get those idiots on the radio now," Borbikov barked. Through his goggles, 2 helicopters materialized where there should have been 3. Where is the 3rd aircraft? Is Central Command actively sabotaging this operation? Heads will roll when I return. A blinding spotlight snapped on from the lead helicopter, flooding the clearing in harsh light and forcing the men to shove their NVGs up in a panic. In that glaring moment, Borbikov's anger evaporated into cold dread. These were not his helicopters. "Take cover!" Soldiers scrambled to their feet, grabbing for weapons. Borbikov stumbled backward over a pile of plastic equipment cases as he drew his GSH-18 pistol. Regaining his balance, he shouted the order to engage and began firing at the approaching aircraft. Around him, green tracer rounds from AKs streaked upward toward the helicopters. The lead aircraft's spotlight swung wildly away as rounds struck its hull. The pilot jerking into evasive maneuvers. The second helicopter responded instantly. A torrent of 20-millimeter cannon fire from its pods tore into the center of the clearing. Explosions erupted, spraying sparks and shrapnel in every direction, throwing the exposed Russians to the ground. The spotlight swept back across the clearing as the first helicopter lined up its own cannons, the beam jerking and dancing as the aircraft shuddered from the recoil of its guns. The heart of the Russian position shuddered under another series of detonations, shredding gear, splintering equipment cases, and hurling men into the frigid air. Yet, disciplined ground fire persisted, forcing both helicopters to peel away. 3 soldiers broke for the tree line, spun and raised their launchers. 3 rockets clawed toward the night sky. 2 went wide, but the 3rd connected with a satisfying flash and bloom of fire. The gunners worked frantically to reload as the lead aircraft banked hard and powered back, its wingman weaving erratically to spoil their aim. A final near-miss rocket chased the choppers as they dropped behind the distant ridgeline. "The trailing bird is leaking smoke," a voice shouted. Another called out, "Casualties here! We have fatalities!" Borbakov pushed himself up, astonished to find himself whole. "We'll join them if we don't get ready. Those could be troop carriers, Captain. Deploy squads to secure the forest perimeter and get more men into that tower. Our ride will be here shortly." The captain and his surviving troops scrambled to salvage what they could. Those wounded who could still function patched themselves up and joined the effort. The more grievously injured were left where they fell in the snow. A grim testament to the 20-millimeter cannon's work. A small cache of rifles and a couple of machine guns were hastily assembled and divided as the force split. The captain took 4 men toward the structure, while Borbakov led a 5-man element into the woods west of the tower to establish a defensive line. French Special Forces Captain Apollo Arc-Blanchette ascended the wooded slope, his advance masked by the deep night, the pines, and a thick mountain fog. His team moved with a ghost's silence beside him, linked by night vision and throat mics. They had been inserted by a Super Cougar 15 minutes prior and had been climbing steadily ever since. Apollo slid his NVGs up and addressed the Master Sergeant, and the others gathered 300 yards below the tower. "Master Sergeant Dariel, your team will flank the structure from the right." "Understood, sir? Any word from Escadrille 3 on their second bird?" "She's down for good, but no major injuries. Sergeant Coronet is advancing up a game trail with his element. He estimates 5 minutes." "Good. Ensure he doesn't expose his position in the clearing. You can bet that tower and these woods are crawling with Russians. I want him to establish a machine gun support position at the tree line while we maneuver. Get snipers into elevated positions. We'll coordinate the assault via SquadNet once they begin suppression. Relaying now, sir." Apollo edged forward to scan the darkness. On the far side of the clearing, near the descending mountain road, a few stubborn flames guttered, making the tower ahead seem to writhe in the uneven light. Soon the fires died, plunging the scene back into absolute blackness. A new tactic crystallized in his mind. "Dariel, sir, plan adjustment. Have every man here contribute their 40-millimeter grenades, keeping just 1 each. Give the rest to Coronet for his team when he arrives." 10 minutes later, Apollo was kneeling in the snow at the forest's edge, his thumb on his throat mic. "Mark in 2 minutes." He breathed into the silence. All teams confirmed they were in position and ready to begin the assault. Team 1 standing by. Dariel reported. Sergeant Coronet echoed. Team 2 ready. The mortar section chimed in with Team 3 prepared. Apollo and his squad from Team 1 crouched lower in the snow, bracing for the show to start. With 20 seconds left on the clock, a series of soft whoomp sounds broke the silence. A few seconds later, 5 more followed. Apollo's team recognized the sound of their support team's mortars firing. They had timed the flight of the 47-millimeter mortar rounds and their own 40-millimeter grenade flares to impact at the exact same moment. As if on cue, Apollo and his men rose swiftly from the snow, pushing their night vision goggles up and pulling down their tinted snow goggles instead. Right on schedule. 3 French 47mm mortar shells detonated with a bright flash on the far side of the tower grounds. The smaller 40mm flare grenades joined the party, flooding the tower's rear and sides with an almost blinding white light. Taking advantage of the shadow cast by the tower opposite the glare, Apollo and his squad moved forward quickly. The intense light was meant to disorient any defenders relying on night vision equipment. Apollo knew Russian Spetsnaz operators took pride in their cutting-edge 4th-generation gear. But tonight, that very technology would work against them, amplifying the flare's brilliance and stripping away their night vision. The window was short, but it gave Apollo's team just enough cover to dash over 200 meters through the dark. They sprinted across the open clearing and the driveway leading to the tower, making for a low wall near its foundation. A single, sharp crack of a sniper rifle pierced the frigid air from the tower's peak, and one of Apollo's men crumpled into the snow. While 2 soldiers dragged their wounded comrade toward the building's cover, the rest of the team laid down a fierce blanket of suppressive fire on the tower. One by one, the flares sputtered and died, their lights swallowed by the melting snow, plunging the area back into darkness. Apollo's team reached the wall, lowered their snow goggles, and reseated their night vision. Knowing the Russian defenders would need precious minutes to readjust their vision, even with their advanced gear. The French now controlled the night. The dragoons moved without hesitation. A breacher slammed into the door's hinges, and as the frame gave way, 6 men stacked behind him rushed inside. Led by Daryl, half of Team 1 surged through the doorway, catching 2 Russian soldiers completely by surprise and dispatching them with silenced submachine guns. Meanwhile, Apollo and the rest of his men carefully worked their way along the sides of the wall, their eyes scanning the tree line opposite. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire lit up the dark pine forest as the hidden Spetsnaz team opened up. Apollo and his men hit the dirt, seeking cover, while their own support unit, positioned in the trees to the east of the tower, pinpointed the enemy's location. French FN Minimi light machine guns roared to life, pouring fire into the Russian position. Chapter 28. ELB Sandstone Mountains, Sakikia, 25 December 05 December 159. Bullets tore through the trees, their red tracer rounds painting laser-like streaks in the air as they whipped past Colonel Borbakov, forcing him to press his face deeper into the snow and rocks. "Captain, redirect your fire to that tree line immediately," he barked. "Yes, sir," the captain shouted back, already knowing to adjust his guns but not daring to argue with the colonel. Over the din of incoming and outgoing fire, the team radioman yelled, "Colonel, Captain, I have our extraction team on the radio. They're inbound and report 5 minutes out. They're asking for a safe landing zone. Give me that handset," Borbakov demanded, snatching the radio. "You are to land no farther than 100 meters from our position. There is a logging trail to the south. Put all 3 aircraft down there, understood, sir." The voice crackled back. The sniper duel intensified. From the open 5th floor of the ancient stone tower and its crenellated battlements, 2 Russian sharpshooters poured fire down onto the French machine gun teams 200 meters distant. In response, 3 French marksmen, well concealed in the dense pines, maintained a deliberate and punishing counterfire, forcing the Russians to keep their heads down and their aim rushed. Apollo and his element of 1 team huddled behind a low stone wall lining the driveway. This vantage allowed them to lay down a lethal crossfire on the Russian position nestled in the tree line. "Hook, please!" Apollo stretched a hand back as the radioman edged around the wall to pass him the handset. His ears were still ringing from a near miss. "3 team, stand by for a polar fire mission, adjustments incoming." He used the tactical net, not risking the mortar team being out of squad range. "Copy, standing by," was the immediate response. He relayed a fire command based on the flares they'd sent up earlier. The mortar crew would need to switch fuses to high explosive, but the ranges were point blank. Moments later, Apollo heard the distant crump of a mortar shell detonating in the woods. The impact was long and left of the Russian guns, but the enemy fire faltered for a second. They're feeling the pressure. Apollo thought, drop 100, right 100, 3 rounds. He prayed this correction would land the next volley where it hurt. 3 explosions followed in quick succession, slamming into the earth just to the left of the Russian nest at the forest's edge, showering it with jagged steel frozen soil and splintered wood. Apollo keyed the mic, squinting at the distant smoke. "Right, 50! Fire for effect!" A sniper's bullet snapped past Apollo's helmet with a vicious crack, and he dropped back behind cover. Inside the tower, Daryl and his team methodically cleared room by room. They had already eliminated 3 Russians this way before reaching the tower's ornate wrought iron spiral staircase. Initially, Daryl wasn't sure if the enemy above knew they were coming, but the answer came in the form of a grenade clattering down the steps. It slipped through the metal railings and bounced to the floor at the base. He and his men hurled themselves clear of the stairwell a heartbeat before the blast. The concussion in the stone confines was stunning, leaving their ears ringing. Not to be outdone, Dariel's team began lofting their own grenades up the staircase, each time diving for safety in case their throws were short. After a minute of this brutal exchange, no more return fire came from above. Soon, dark droplets of blood began to patter down through the intricate ironwork of the stairs. After Apollo's call, the Super Cougar from 4th Escadrille arrived a minute later, its 20-millimeter cannon raking the tree line from 600 meters out with devastating effect. The Russian machine guns were quickly silenced. Apollo signaled the advance, and his men rushed forward, using every snow-dusted boulder and dip in the terrain for cover. Sporadic small arms fire met them, but 3 team answered with sustained bursts from their light machine guns, providing the suppressing fire Apollo's group needed to close the distance, picking off visible targets as they moved. With the French helicopters' cover, they pushed toward the wood line. A corporal's voice crackled over the squad radio. Contact. Additional aircraft behind their position, maybe 300-400 meters out. Peering into the distance above the trees, Apollo could just discern 1, then 2, then 3 helicopter shapes. He called his gunship, "Shift fire, engage those aircraft." He then radioed 3 team. "I don't want those Russian snipers getting a free shot at our backs. Make sure our shooters keep them pinned." Apollo and his men had nearly closed the final gap, now mere meters from the now silent Russian machine gun nest. The air smelled of cordite and pine sap. "Switch to grenades," Apollo ordered, his voice low and steady. "Toss on my count of 3. Apollo yanked the pin from one of his grenades, and on the silent count of 3 hurled it toward a dense thicket of brush and fallen timber. Seconds later, a series of concussive blasts tore through the frozen ground, sending geysers of snow, dirt, and shattered wood into the air, obliterating what remained of 2 enemy machine gun nests. Peering through the scope of his suppressed P-45, Apollo advanced in a low, deliberate crouch. The air was thick with smoke and swirling debris, but he could make out 4 shadowy figures fleeing into the dark embrace of the forest. Around him lay the grim aftermath. Several Russian soldiers, dead or wounded. "2 men stay here to secure the wounded," he commanded, his voice cutting through the ringing silence that followed the explosions. "Everyone else with me. We are not letting these bastards slip away." Without waiting for confirmation, trusting his team to follow, Apollo took the lead. He leaped over the wreckage of Russian gear, splintered branches, and the fallen, his focus locked on the retreating enemy. They had a significant lead, but Apollo tempered his pace as they left the clearing, wary of a potential ambush. The forest floor soon betrayed the Russians' path, a set of frantic footprints accompanied by a vivid trail of crimson, stark, and almost luminous against the moonlit snow. "Here," Apollo said, gesturing toward the blood. "They've left us a calling card." His team pushed forward, the deep, drifted snow hindering their progress, but allowing for a more cautious advance than their fleeing opponents could afford. Soon, the thunderous roar of rotor blades signaled they were nearing the enemy helicopters. A blinding maelstrom of snow churned up by the downdraft reduced visibility to near zero. It was a desperate, skilled pilot's trick, keeping the collective pitch to whip up a concealing blizzard even at the cost of their own sight. A bold move, Apollo thought, one reserved for truly exceptional flyers. Dashing from tree to tree for cover, he could only discern dark shifting shapes and the faint ghostly blur of spinning rotors. The danger to his men was becoming intolerably clear. He keyed his radio. "Damn it! Fall back! Find hard cover now! He's about to lift and hose down this tree line!" A couple of acknowledgments crackled back, but the deafening rotor noise likely drowned him out for the rest. The engine pitch shifted sharply, and the storm of airborne debris intensified. Their night vision goggles were useless against the whiteout, forcing the men to rely on their standard lenses against the stinging snow and flying grit. The moment the helicopter gained about 30 feet of altitude, a torrent of automatic fire erupted from its side, illuminating the forest in staccato flashes. Most of it was wild, suppressive fire, but a significant amount chewed through the trees frighteningly close to one team's position. The dragoons pressed themselves into the frozen earth behind boulders and trunks, enduring what felt like an endless barrage until the aircraft climbed level with the treetops. Then, from 500 meters back, the French Super Cougar answered. The deep, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of its 20mm cannon tore through the night. Recognizing the greater threat, the Russians in the helicopter shifted all their fire toward the gunship. Seizing the moment the woods were no longer being raked, Apollo and his men rose from cover and unleashed everything they had. A hail of rounds found its mark, sparks, then a gout of flame erupted from one enemy helicopter's engine. The aircraft lurched violently forward, then rolled onto its side, carving a wide, doomed arc through the sky before smashing at high speed into a distant rocky slope. The dragoons eased their fire, the intense glare from the burning wreckage temporarily blinding them to the other two aircraft, which used the catastrophic distraction to flee the area. Apollo called up to his own helicopter, which had now closed to within 100 meters overhead. "Do you have eyes on the runners? Can you pursue?" "Negative," came the pilot's reply, strained with static. "The fireball from that crash has completely washed out our night and thermal optics. They're gone. We're flying blind and trying to maintain a hover. We've sustained damage and have a hydraulic leak. We'll land at the tower once we regain visibility." "See you at the objective." "Copy that," Apollo acknowledged. Then, addressing his team, he ordered, "Hold your fire, everyone. We'd just be wasting ammunition. Nothing could have survived that firestorm." He made the sign of the cross, adding a quiet, "God help them." The sound of crunching snow signaled the arrival of Sergeant Dariel at his side. "Sir, we need to evacuate the wounded immediately. My team and the radio operators will manage it. SATCOM is offline for some reason, but we're prepping the HF radios." He hesitated, studying his commander's face. "You should head back to the tower. Constantine made a discovery you won't believe. Let me guess, another one of those laser devices." "Correct, sir, and this one is operational. Constantine reports it's sending pulses along a line to other units, exactly like the diagram we saw at Zugspitze." "Laser guidance," Apollo stated flatly. "You can be sure those things are steering something or someone toward a target. Guided missiles? Attack helicopters?" Apollo didn't reply immediately. Lost in thought, he gazed toward the distant mountains where the sound of the retreating Russian helicopters still echoed faintly. He finally turned back to Dariel, his voice decisive. "We're taking that laser offline as well. Get that long-range radio operational. I need to report everything to headquarters." His eyes returned to the freezing dark sky. "Something terrible is headed our way. Belarus, December 25:03:30 hours. The camouflaged assault train, codenamed Red Blizzard 1, departed Brest, Belarus, precisely on schedule. Outwardly, it was a perfect double for the civilian Strish train, matching its appearance and initial route through the same stations. The key difference was that it did not stop. This understandably caused immediate confusion. Early morning travelers waiting on the platform for a westbound Christmas Day trip watched in bewilderment as the train sped through Brest station without slowing. Given the recent unrest, unpredictable track conditions, severe weather, and the general novelty of the Strish service, railway staff easily calmed the stranded passengers, rebooking them onto other trains. Even Polish Central Rail Control saw nothing unusual. They had received a message an hour prior, citing maintenance issues and advising that the train would bypass several stops en route to Germany. Furthermore, the main track engineers at the Terespol station on the Polish side of the border had signaled their clearance. Central Rail Control was unaware this approval was only given after a visit from Spetsnaz Team P6. At 0350 hours, the lead attack elements of General Sabaneyev's spearhead, commanded by Colonel Danilo Dryagan, began crossing the bridge over the Bug River at To Kozlovici. A platoon of T-14 armadas advanced toward the small border station on the western side, maintaining a steady 35 kilometers per hour. The crossing was manned by a platoon of Polish Land Forces troops and a pair of Polish PT-91 Twardey tanks assigned holiday duty to monitor the border during Russian winter exercises in Belarus. The men were playing cards with Polish border agents, sharing a bottle of brandy passed around for the Christmas morning shift, utterly unprepared for what happened next. "Vehicles approaching," yelled a Polish sentry. A veteran watch officer, distracted by a promising straight draw in his poker hand, dismissed it. "Just truckers heading back to Poland. They always forget where the border post is. Hit the floodlights." The lights blazed on, but the headlights kept coming. Moments later, another soldier stammered, "Sir, I really don't think they're stopping. They look like tanks." The watch officer finally glanced over his cards. He'd just gotten his straight. He set the cards aside with a weary sigh, his gaze shifting toward the road just as the first two T-14s unleashed their main guns. The Polish tanks were obliterated before their engines could even rumble to life. Following the cannon blasts, the lead armada's coaxial machine guns shredded the spotlights, plunging the area into deeper shadow. "Get that barricade up!" a border agent screamed. A switch was thrown, sending a steel barrier rising from the ground while a wooden swing arm descended. Leading the Russian column was a Brem 1M recovery vehicle. It plowed through both the metal barricade and the wooden arm as if they were made of paper, sending twisted metal flying like deadly confetti through the air. The rest of the T-14s surged forward, their machine guns hosing the small border post and the smoldering wrecks of the PT-91s. Inside the tanks, the young crews leaned into their weapons, their adrenaline surging now that the fight they'd trained for was finally here. The surviving Polish soldiers did the only sensible thing. They fled into the snowy fields, making for the nearby village of Kukuriki. The following boomerang assault vehicles and Gaz Tiger infantry carriers didn't bother to give chase. A battered platoon on the border was of no consequence. This column had a more pressing destination. Colonel Danilo Dryagin observed it all from his boomerang command vehicle, the 16th piece of Russian armor to breach Polish territory. He had positioned himself deliberately close enough to feel the battle's pulse and smell the acrid smoke, but not so close as to be embroiled in every fleeting skirmish. He was no spectator, yet he wasn't on the front line. His vehicle raced past the demolished checkpoint, small fires glowing like orange holes punched in the darkness on either side of the road. He stayed glued to the radio, issuing orders and digesting reports, driving his force westward at a demanding pace of 50 kilometers per hour. An aggressive timetable loomed over them. Behind him, a seemingly endless stream of armored vehicles streamed through the shattered border, hidden by the night and a successful blackout of western eyes in the sky. A half-hour later, red blizzard one crossed the river, separating Belarus and Poland several kilometers south of the armored thrust, meeting no resistance as it rolled through the quiet town of Terespol. Eduard Sabaneyev sat in his command rail car, occasionally checking in with Colonel Dryagin while studying the maps of the route ahead. A thin, satisfied smile touched his lips. Everything was proceeding precisely as intended. Chapter 29. Falls Church, Virginia, December 24, 9:14 p.m. Dan Connolly caught his wife Julie's eye across the dining room table and offered a thumbs up. She answered with a weary but genuine smile. Between them lay the pleasant wreckage of a small holiday gathering, empty plates, half-finished glasses of wine and soda, and the contented turkey-stuffed faces of family. Their Christmas Eve dinner for 8 was done, and done well. With his mother-in-law handling tomorrow's feast, Dan and Julie luxuriated in the sweet relief of having survived their hosting duties for the season. Dan's mother, Julie's cousin, their kids Jack and Elsa, and Julie's parents lingered at the table, deep in conversation about a relative who'd prioritized a lavish new swimming pool over his child's college savings. Dan let the chatter become background noise, determined to soak in the moment. After a lifetime of military service, with long stretches spent at war, he'd missed more holiday dinners than he'd attended over the past 15 years. He knew he needed to be here, fully present, savoring the peace. A quiet, cynical thought intruded: enjoy it while it lasts. This time next year, you might be knee-deep in a whole different kind of mess on the other side of the world. He pushed the thought aside, focusing on the laughter around him. Dan Connolly cherished the peaceful scene before him. For once, everyone in the family was genuinely enjoying each other's company. A true holiday gift he hadn't dared hope for. He was just preparing to lead the group toward the cozy living room fireplace when his phone vibrated. His wife, Julie, shot him a withering look as he retrieved it, but he only meant to silence the call. Then he saw the caller ID, Bob Griggs, meeting Julie's gaze. He offered a placating smile. "It's Bob, sweetheart. Just a quick Merry Christmas. Why don't you get everyone started on charades? I'll be right in to light the fire," he answered. "Bob, I pictured you elbow-deep in pumpkin pie right about now." Griggs's tone was stripped of all holiday cheer. "Are you watching the news?" "It's Christmas Eve, Bob. I'm with my family." "Turn it on, right now." Connolly was already on his feet, phone pressed to his ears, striding toward the den. If Griggs was calling with that voice, the situation was critical. He grabbed the remote. "The Chinese aren't scheduled to make a move until after the election." "It's not China, Dan. It's Russia." A cold dread settled in the Marine's gut. The TV flickered to life, tuned to a major news network. The anchor's composed delivery belied the words scrolling on the screen. "Authorities are urging calm, but confirm this is an unprecedented event. To reiterate, Europe is experiencing what appears to be a complete and total communications blackout. All fiber optic, satellite, and internet links have failed." The screen split, showing a technical expert standing before a wall of dark monitors. The anchor continued, "With your decades in telecom, what's your take? Could this be a seasonal overload?" "I've never witnessed anything like it," the engineer stated flatly. "We have zero contact with any of our European offices, no satellite feeds, no landlines, not even private cell phones. This isn't an accident. This has to be a deliberate, coordinated attack. How long has this been going on?" Connolly demanded into the phone. "Only a few minutes from what we can tell," Griggs replied. "Every major outlet is reporting the same thing. Nothing is getting in or out of Europe. The entire continent has just gone silent. This has Russia written all over it," Connolly said, his mind racing. "Agreed," Griggs said, "and jamming phones wasn't the goal. They've blinded NATO. This is the prelude. Something major is coming." Connolly checked his watch. "It might already be underway. It's just past 3 a.m. over there. They didn't cut the lights for fun. The attack started the second they flipped the switch. This is synchronized with something else." "But what?" Griggs argued, frustration evident. "An invasion? We haven't seen the buildup. The forces in Belarus couldn't take Poland, let alone hold it. Our intelligence was clear. They lacked the logistical capacity for a sustained push. Their top general isn't even in the theater. He's running exercises in Iran, for crying out loud." "I don't have the pieces yet, Bob," Connolly admitted, his voice low. "But we need to find them, and fast. You coming in?" Connolly glanced back toward the dining room. Julie remained at the table, her worried eyes fixed on him. "Yeah, I'll be there in 30. See you then." Dan Connolly walked back into the living room, where the festive mood had evaporated. Every face turned toward him, awaiting an explanation he couldn't yet give. "Ratum, Paland, December 25, 0435 hours." A firm hand shaking her shoulder pulled Paulina Tobias from a deep sleep. She blinked open her eyes to see Titus crouched in the darkness of her tent, his expression grim. The entrance flap of her tent was still open, and through it, Paulina could see the deep, unbroken darkness outside, interrupted only by the faint, steady drift of snowflakes. Before she could even form a greeting, Titus's voice cut through the cold air. "You awake, Paulina?" "Good morning," she answered, a smile of surprise forming on her lips. But the smile faded as she took in his expression. His face was set, all traces of casualness gone. "We're moving out. The transport trucks will be here in 5 minutes. Moving back to the city?" He gave a sharp shake of his head. "Different direction, Lieutenant Nowicki's orders. We're heading west." Paulina pushed herself up on her cot. "We'd just spent the entire yesterday here, filling sandbags and setting up those timber defenses. Why would we abandon all that work and just—" Titus was already turning to leave. "The Russians have entered Poland." "What are you talking about?" He was gone, the tent flap falling shut behind him. From the opposite cot, Ursula stirred in her sleeping bag, rubbing at her tired eyes. "What did he say?" "Something crazy about Russians being in Poland." Ursula let her head drop back onto her pillow with a groan. "He's just messing with you. He thinks you're cute." Paulina pulled off her wool hat, running her fingers through her tangled ash-blonde hair. She didn't believe for a second the Russians were in Poland, but she absolutely believed she was about to be hauled out into the snow, thrown onto a truck bed in 5 minutes, and taken to some other frozen field to dig another pointless ditch. The women, along with most of the company, took far longer than 5 minutes to get their gear together. By the time Nowicki finally had everyone loaded and the trucks were rolling, he still hadn't offered a single word of explanation about their destination or purpose. Titus was definitely wrong about the Russians. Paulina was certain. But if Ursula was right and that bizarre announcement was his idea of flirting, it was a spectacularly bad attempt. The convoy traveled west on a narrow paved road, the journey notable only when they began climbing a rare, gentle slope in this otherwise flat landscape. Without warning, her truck lurched off the pavement, and the world dissolved into a violent, jolting chaos. The vehicle plunged into frozen ruts and ditches, tossing everyone in the back against each other and sending personal bags tumbling with every bone-rattling impact. After several brutal minutes, the trucks ground to a halt in a snowy clearing. Paulina jumped down with the others, her boots sinking into shin-deep snow on a quiet white hill, an old pasture that sloped down toward a 2-lane road a couple hundred yards to the south. A heavy, wet snow continued to fall, limiting visibility to little more than that empty strip of asphalt. "Is this what we rushed here to defend?" she wondered. The section sergeants assembled the 93 volunteers of the militia company on the hillside. They formed into 6 ragged lines, shuffling and stamping their feet against the cold, a far cry from any organized military unit. Everyone waited, a tense silence hanging in the air, for someone to explain what was happening. Nowicki stayed inside the cab of his truck for a long several minutes. When he finally emerged and began trudging back through the snow toward them, Paulina saw it immediately, an expression on the lieutenant's face she had never seen before. The usual confident demeanor was gone, replaced by something that looked uncomfortably like fear. "Listen up," he barked. "I don't have any details beyond what I'm telling you, so save your questions. Communications with regional command are down. The territorial defense network is coming in broken. But before I lost contact, a transmission claimed Russian armored units crossed the border from Brest at dawn. Unconfirmed civilian shortwave reports are saying the same thing, adding that they've engaged Polish military positions." A stunned silence settled over the group until Nowicki spoke again, his voice lower. "If this is accurate, it means our country is under attack." A collective gasp rippled through the lines of young men and women, instantly followed by a burst of overlapping voices and frantic questions. Nowicki shouted over the din, "The intelligence we did get suggests a westward advance. The army is scrambling to establish a defensive line, and we are pushing NATO to mobilize their forces from the north and move to the border. But there's a problem. Their communications are experiencing major disruptions too." Our orders had shifted, pulling us away from Expressway 12 to this overlook above Route 740. Lieutenant Nowicki scanned the whiteout conditions, hands settling on his hips. Not a single report suggests enemy movement will come up that road. Honestly, I wouldn't choose it either. But our job is to be prepared regardless. A woman from Section F, her voice sharp with frustration, called out, "Prepared with what? A handful of RPGs, 2 mortars, and some machine guns? Are we seriously expected to halt an entire invasion force with this?" Nowicki met her gaze steadily. "You are expected to defend your country. The odds don't change the duty." The tension erupted into shouts. A man in his 40s broke from the line, his voice raw. "My wife and children are in Warsaw. I need to get to them." He began marching toward the idling trucks. Nowicki, decades younger, moved to block his path. "The Polish land forces are securing the capital. They will protect your family. While I'm stuck guarding an empty road in the middle of nowhere, I'm done with this," the militiaman yelled. Nowicki's voice wavered, then hardened. "Listen carefully. Your militia service is now mandatory. Any man or woman who deserts will be shot by their section sergeant. If that sergeant hesitates, I will execute them, and then I will execute you." A heavy silence swallowed the hill, broken only by the relentless whisper of snow. Then a pipeline technician named Jersey flung his rifle into a drift. "Screw your orders, college boy. I'm calling a ride out of—" In one fluid motion, his section sergeant chambered a round in his AK-47 and aimed the barrel at Jersey's temple. Nearby, a roofer who'd signed up for the extra pay shouted, "I didn't join to be a soldier." A chorus of agreement rose. The group dissolved into chaos over the next few seconds, the dissent swelling. Nowicki drew his sidearm and fired a single shot into the snow at his feet. The crack of the gunshot froze everyone in place. The young lieutenant's voice was strained but clear. "We will get through this. Your families will be safe. Everyone needs to calm down and focus on the task in front of us." He took a steadying breath. "Let's move. Dawn isn't far off. I want every section digging in now." Assigned to Section E, Paulina joined the others, driving her shovel into the deep snow before hitting the unyielding frozen earth. Her goal was to scrape out some semblance of cover facing the road and the eastern approach. All along the line, sections piled the excavated dirt into rough, makeshift berms. As Paulina wrestled with the ground, a heavy-set soccer coach slammed his pickaxe down nearby, his breath clouding in the air. "What's the point? Why would they even use this route?" A few meters away, their section sergeant, a man who attacked every task with an intensity that put the rest of them to shame, never paused in his digging. He answered without looking up, "You can ask the Russians for their travel itinerary if they arrive, Jersey." Paulina worked beside Ursula. Within minutes, Ursula was complaining about the blisters forming beneath her thick gloves. It wasn't long before Paulina felt the same fiery sting in her own palms, a raw and persistent burn. 6 ragged trenches scarred the hillside, each positioned at a varying angle to the road below. All oriented roughly toward the east, the military transports that had delivered them were now concealed within the tree line to the west. To the east, visibility stretched perhaps half a kilometer before dissolving into a wall of driving snow and thick fog which shrouded the roadway and crept halfway up the slope. The storm had intensified, wrapping the world in a silent, swirling gray. Paulina and Bruno hunkered down in the second trench from the hill's crest, their position shielded by a packed dirt berm. Their launcher rested on a backpack, ready to fire, while Paulina's rifle leaned against a strap of spare grenades. Beside them, Ursula and her RPG partner, a bald, bespectacled man in his 50s, who had finally, after nearly a year, stopped his awkward advances, crouched in the cold earth. The rest of Section E's riflemen filled the space around them. Higher up, Lieutenant Nowicki was squatting near the southern trench line, his cell phone in hand. From his sharp, frustrated gestures, Paulina could tell he still couldn't reach command. Just after 6 in the morning, he began moving from one fighting position to the next, speaking quietly to each cluster of soldiers. A heavy silence fell over Paulina's trench as they waited for him. Ursula shifted closer, wrapping her arms around Paulina and burying her face in her friend's shoulder. They held each other tightly, while Paulina studied the faces in the trenches Nowicki had already visited. Through the fog and falling snow, it was hard to tell what he'd said, but nobody was gathering their gear to leave. This wasn't over. When the lieutenant finally reached Section E, Paulina saw the fear etched plainly across his face. Her own heart began to hammer against her ribs. "Listen up," Nowicki said, his voice low. "No talking. As of 20 minutes ago, Russian forces are east of Radom, advancing west on Highway 12 with heavy armor and reconnaissance vehicles." "Bull," a roofer in the trench, shouted. Several men slumped against the berm or sat down hard in the mud. Ursula trembled in Paulina's grasp, her legs buckling until Paulina steadied her. Nowicki pressed on. A full battalion of the Territorial Defense Forces en route, but they're 50 kilometers out. And from what I can gather, nobody has made contact with any NATO units. Ursula's whisper was barely audible. "We're already dead." "No," Nowicki snapped, pointing at her. "Their main column is on 12. That's 15 miles south of us. If they send scouts up Route 740, we engage. We slow them down, we hold them back, we punch them in the mouth so hard they'll have to stop and rethink everything. That gives our battalion time to get here and finish the job." A heavyset man named Jersey, who'd once coached youth soccer, spoke up. "A battalion? You think 1,200 men will stop a Russian invasion?" Nowicki was already climbing out of the trench. "We can't control the Russians or the Territorials. We can only control what we do. Listen for my orders on the radio." He jogged toward Section F's position. Paulina's gaze drifted down the line to where Titus lay prone on the berm, his eye pressed to the scope of his Dragunov. He hadn't spoken a word all morning, and she wondered if his fear ran as deep as her own. She decided then to go talk to him. But before she could move, a sharp voice cut from the adjacent trench. "Shut the hell up!" Every head turned, but only for a second. The reason became clear immediately. A low, persistent rumble rolled over the hillside from the east. "What is that?" Bruno muttered. "Ursula's RPG gunner." Kluck tilted his head. "Too quiet for tanks." "What's out there?" another soldier asked. Titus scanned through his scope. "Just houses and buildings along 740. No movement, could be tractor trailers or heavy trucks passing." "I don't really think." He fell silent. A new sound washed over them all, the deep rolling growl of a distant explosion. Ursula whispered, her breath a white cloud in the cold air. "Dear God, they're here." Paulina squeezed her friend's shoulder, trying to sound more certain than she felt. "That's miles off." "They have plenty of routes to choose from." Bruno shook his head, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "They'll stick to the main road. It's the fastest way." From his sniper's perch at the trench's end, Titus called out, his voice tight. "That's not the highway. That's Route 740. Something's happening over there." The distant thumps came first. One, then two, a third echoing after. A low, grinding rumble of heavy engines began to swell, punctuated by more explosions that rolled across the landscape for what felt like an eternity. Lieutenant Nowicki moved into the open, his handheld radio pressed to his ear. He keyed the mic and a burst of static crackled from the sergeant's radio in Paulina's section. "Unidentified heavy armor is advancing up 740. I repeat, heavy armor on the move." Paulina watched him from the trench. Nowicki started to speak again, but froze. His head turning, the very ground beneath them began to tremble. Snow, already churned and filthy for 100 yards in every direction from their frantic preparations, now danced and shifted with the vibration. Dirt clods broke free from the trench berms and tumbled down around them. Nowicki spun to face his militia, his expression etched with a dread that sent a cold spike through Paulina's chest. From behind his rifle, Titus's shout cut through the growing roar. "Armor on the road, moving fast!" The lieutenant stood exposed, staring at Titus in stunned silence. In that moment, Paulina saw it. He was utterly lost. A wave of raw panic threatened to choke her. A man a few positions down retched violently into the frozen dirt. She looked past Bruno, her eyes finding Ursula's. Her friend's tears traced clean lines through the grime on her cheeks, her gloved hands trembling uncontrollably. Paulina reached behind Bruno, gripping Ursula's hand for one brief, solid second before both women turned back to their weapons. A sudden flash ignited the eastern gloom, a fireball that bloomed and vanished into the gray morning, followed by the deep-throated boom of the shockwave. Another flash, another concussion. Titus peered through his scope. Tanks. T-90s, weight T-14s, I'm pretty sure. Nowicki shouted over the noise. Any infantry? Negative. Just the tanks, a whole column of them. Jersey's voice rose in a raw scream. We're all dead. We're fucking dead. Nowicki, still in the open, raised his radio, his command ringing out for all positions. Hold your fire. Do not engage unless engaged. The sheer absurdity of their situation was plain. Their ragtag unit against main battle tanks. He finally sprinted through the churned snow and hurled himself into the neighboring trench. A fresh cry of alarm rose to Paulina's left. She followed the gaze of the men in the next position, not down to the road, but along the hillside to the east. 4 hulking shapes emerged from the fog, massive armored vehicles on thick black tires, plowing through the snow parallel to the road, heading straight for them. They were maybe 300 yards out and closing fast. Paulina was no professional soldier, but she remembered the glossy pages from her weekend training manuals. The angular silhouette was unmistakable. Russian boomerang APCs. The facts flooded back heavy frontal armor that would laugh off a poorly placed RPG, a 30mm cannon, a coaxial machine gun, a crew of 3, and space for 9 combat-ready troops. The surreal horror of seeing a Russian armored vehicle on Polish soil here and now was momentarily eclipsed by a grim, sarcastic thought. Of course, we get the fancy new models for our debut. Nowicki's desperate hope that they'd remain unseen evaporated. They'd been spotted by thermal imaging, a drone, some unseen eye, and their pathetic little ambush was over before it began. The air crackled with frantic radio pleas from the sergeants, urging Lieutenant Nowicki to give up as the armored column bore down. Paulina strained to hear his response, but it was drowned out by a savage roar of automatic fire. A boomerang's machine gun tore into the earth, sending plumes of snow and dirt erupting a mere 40 yards from their trench. The fleeting notion of surrender vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Nowicki's voice, sharp and strained, cut through the walkie-talkie static. Open fire! Target those APCs! A storm of return fire erupted around Paulina. Her gaze darted left and right, taking in the chaotic scene. Some soldiers were firing east, weapons braced, while others were simply huddled in the dirt, hands clamped over their helmets. Through the haze, she saw the hulking shape of a soldier break from the neighboring trench, sprinting desperately for the tree line to the west. Her eyes locked with Bruno's for a fractured moment, a raw shared terror passing between them. Then, the young man with the pockmarked cheeks spun away, hefting the RPG-7 onto his shoulder and rising to his feet, his head and torso exposed above the berm. Paulina rose behind him, her role as loader clear. She braced him with a stiff arm against his back, turning her head to check the dangerous area behind the tube. "Backblast clear!" she screamed into the deafening noise, bracing for the weapon's violent kick. Instead of the expected blast, she felt Bruno jolt backward against her hand. A dark crimson spray, not a rocket's flash, arched over the trench and painted the snow. He collapsed against her, sending them both tumbling into the dirt atop the bandolier of rockets. Shoving him off, she saw the horrific truth. His helmet was gone, and with it, the back of his skull. His own blood had mimicked the backblast of the weapon he never fired. A primal scream tore from her throat, but terror did not paralyze her. Driven by sheer survival instinct, she grabbed the RPG, shouldered its weight, and stood. The nearest armored vehicle was shockingly close. just over 70 yards away and charging straight at her. She focused, lined up the sight, and squeezed the trigger. The launcher bucked, the rocket streaked across the frozen ground, and it struck the APC's turret in a burst of flame. Yet the vehicle plowed relentlessly through the fire, undeterred. Nowicki's voice, now laced with a panic that magnified the chaos, blared from a radio in the mud. "Infantry! They're dismounting." From the fog behind the armored vehicles, Russian soldiers in white winter camouflage emerged, their black rifles stark against the snow. Some knelt to fire, others dropped prone, while a few advanced in a relentless run, spraying bullets toward the trenches. "Riflemen, engage the infantry!" Nowicki's command was a desperate shriek over the din. Dabrowski and Borowicz, keep those PKs firing. Sweep that hillside. The 4 armored vehicles crunched to a stop in the deep snow, their main guns immediately opening up with a steady thumping rhythm. Almost at once, Paulina heard the sharp cracks of splintering wood from the forest behind her as heavy machine gun fire tore through the pines. Rounds snapped past her head with the furious, amplified buzz of supersonic hornets. Her cheeks were streaked with icy tears, her arms trembling as she reloaded her grenade launcher and aimed again at the same target. Beside her, Ursula hoisted an RPG launcher with one hand and gave Kluck a firm slap on the back, signaling the area behind him was clear. They fired almost in unison. Kluck's rocket struck the boomerang vehicle, but glanced off harmlessly. Paulina's shot sailed over the advancing assault carrier and erupted against the distant hillside. "Damn it!" Nowicki's voice crackled over the radio again. "Aim lower, now." Suddenly, fresh explosions shook the ground around Paulina's position. A deafening ring filled her ears and her heart hammered wildly against her ribs. Chunks of frozen earth showered down around her. "God, please let me make it through this." The earthen berm directly in front of her erupted, dirt and snow geysering into the air. Paulina dropped the launcher and threw herself flat into the bottom of the trench. Screams and pained grunts echoed around her. Instinctively, she looked to her right. Ursula lay curled on her side in the dirt, facing away, utterly still as if in a deep sleep. Above her motionless form, Kluck struggled to shoulder the RPG alone, but then he jerked violently backward as a machine gun round punched into his chest. He toppled over Ursula and lay sprawled across her, his eyes staring blankly at the sky. Something inside Paulina Tobias broke at the sight of her best friend lying there. A cold, sharp clarity cut through the fear. With a surge of defiant anger, she grabbed the nearest weapon, her long, wooden-stocked Mosin-Nagant rifle. She scrambled out of the fighting hole, climbed onto the berm, and stood tall in the swirling snow, scanning for targets through the storm. Dispersed enemy infantry moved in the middle distance, their muzzle flashes briefly illuminating their forms in the whiteout. Paulina started to bring her rifle to bear on one, when, like phantoms materializing from the fog, 2 Russian soldiers in white winter camouflage appeared out of the driving snow, barely 15 meters away. She swung the heavy rifle toward them, and all 3 saw the movement at the same instant. High above the chaotic pasture, a 71-year-old retiree stood at the edge of a small hamlet, using the expensive Nikon lens he'd bought for birdwatching to document the surreal firefight unfolding on what was normally a quiet, sheep-dotted hillside. Through his viewfinder, he saw a blonde woman with a ponytail rise from a trench not far from where a brunette had just fallen. There was a startling certainty to her movements, a grim decisiveness that stood out. In a battle where many of the outgunned Poles seemed to falter and hide, only to be cut down anyway, this woman climbed fully out of her cover and onto the berm. In her hands was an old wood-stocked rifle, and to the pensioner she looked like a partisan straight out of a history book. He centered his long lens on her. The snowy ground just meters in front of her suddenly erupted in fire and smoke from a grenade blast, spraying brown earth into the air. She didn't even flinch. Instead, she took a deliberate step forward. shouldered the antique rifle, and aimed it squarely at the approaching Russian troops. The old man held down the shutter button, capturing frame after frame as the young woman, almost a kilometer away, ignored the tree branches exploding around her. She rocked back slightly with the recoil of her shot. The nearest Russian soldier, not 15 paces from her, spun and collapsed into the snow. The girl cycled the bolt of her rifle. The elderly man continued snapping photographs, and she brought the weapon up once more to take aim. Just as he attempted to frame the perfect shot of flame and smoke erupting from her long wooden stock, she was thrown backward. This sudden motion, however, wasn't from the kick of her own gun. She twisted in the dirt, staggering back with her right arm outstretched, the rifle held away from her body as her legs gave out completely. She fell hard, landing flat on her back. The weapon slipped from her grasp as she pitched forward into the trench, her face meeting the frozen earth. The rifle lay abandoned on the grimy snow at the trench's lip, but the girl had vanished from sight. He kept pressing the shutter, his focus divided between the scene and the girl's fate, even as the soldier she'd fired at pushed himself up, retrieved his own rifle, and continued his advance. Her round had clearly struck his body armor, leaving him unharmed, and to the south, a mere 200 yards past the skirmish. The relentless procession of Russian armor rolled eastward, utterly indifferent to the close-quarter struggle unfolding beside them. A tremendous impact slammed against the stock of her rifle, spinning Paulina Tobias violently and sending her crashing down into the ditch. The frozen ground knocked the wind from her as she landed on her chest. For a disorienting moment, she wasn't sure if she was alive or dead. The realization that she was still breathing sparked a frantic instinct. Her Mosin Nagant was gone, lost in the fall. So she scrambled with her right hand, desperately clawing through the fallen around her for another weapon. Her fingers brushed against cold metal. A wire-stocked AK-47 lay just a few feet away. Partially pinned under Radek, a truck driver whose terrible eyesight had kept him out of the regular army. His thick, shattered eyeglasses rested near the rifle. Though the Kalashnikov hadn't been his, he'd fought with an SKS. Its history didn't matter now. All Paulina wanted was to feel its weight in her numb hand, to pull herself back out of this hole, and to unleash one final defiant burst before the end came for her and everyone else. On the other side of Radek's body, Jerzy, a soccer coach from Warsaw, dragged himself to his knees. His face was a mask of dirt and blood, and his eyes locked onto the same AK. Seeing Paulina crawling toward it, he threw himself forward, scrambling over her with a surge of adrenaline. Despite a grievous shrapnel wound above his right ear that soaked his scalp in blood, a fierce will to fight still burned in him, mirroring the desperate resolve in the girl beneath him. Jerzy's weight crushed Paulina, mashing her down onto Radek's still form, but he managed to seize the rifle. He rolled, lying across Paulina's back and driving the last of the air from her lungs. Pinned, face down in the churned, frozen mud, Paulina couldn't see what happened next. But the deafening roar of close-range automatic fire filled her ears, and she squeezed her eyes shut tight. From his vantage point on the hill, the pensioner watched through his long lens as clusters of Russian soldiers in white winter camouflage scrambled up the berm toward the trench where the brave blonde had disappeared. As he focused, the young troops began aiming down into the depression. They hosed the trench with automatic fire from their AKs. Some didn't even bother to aim properly, simply holding their muzzles over the edge and pointing straight down as they emptied magazine after magazine into the pit. They were executing the wounded. The main armored column had never stopped its eastward roll along the road during the entire firefight, and now, looking down, the photographer could see supply trucks and support vehicles mixed in with the tanks and armored personnel carriers. He captured what images he could, glanced at his camera's display, and saw he had taken over 500 photographs in just 3 minutes. A cold certainty settled in his gut. It was time to get the hell out of this place. Grafenwer, December 25. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant was in a spectacularly bad mood, and his workday hadn't even officially begun. He woke up 30 minutes early, hoping to wish his wife back in Boulder a Merry Christmas over FaceTime, only to discover his phone had no internet connection. When he tried calling her instead, the line stayed silent for over a minute. Cell service was completely down. His wife was going to bed angry, and this Christmas morning was already off to a terrible start. For the past month, Grant had been stationed at U.S. Army Garrison Grafenwohr, overseeing equipment preparations for Broadsword, a major NATO exercise scheduled for Germany in late January. As the commander of a tank maintenance regiment, he carried the responsibility for every American Abrams tank in the operation, which meant spending the holidays away from his family. While Broadsword involved multiple NATO members, the heaviest contributions in troops and equipment came from the Poles, Germans, and Americans, the three nations most committed to defending Northern Europe. His job was challenging enough without starting the day completely cut off from home. He took a shower, muttering curses at Apple, Deutsche Telekom, and every other invisible force seemingly aligned against him, then pulled on his BDU and laced up his boots. As he walked down the hallway past the enormous tank maintenance bays, he tried dialing home again, without any luck. Grant had been a muscular 6-foot tackle at the University of Minnesota, a build that served him well as a young tanker hauling rounds and replacing tracks. These days, some of that muscle had settled around his middle, and his auburn hair had thinned and grayed. He still carried a solid, blocky frame, but like many dedicated soldiers, he regretted how his duties left little time for the gym. "Sir," a voice called from an open doorway, interrupting his futile phone attempt. He turned to see Lieutenant Darnell Chandler, his assistant logistics officer. "Morning, sir. There's a call for you in the layette room." "At least one phone in this place works," Grant grumbled. "Yes, sir. I couldn't get through to my girlfriend on Skype either. Internet's out. She'll probably blame me when we finally talk." "Not yet, Chandler," Grant said as he passed him. "Wait until you marry her. Then everything really will be your fault." Grant usually avoided the strong scent of engine oil and hydraulic fluid until after breakfast, but he followed Chandler out into the maintenance bay on the way to the equipment room. Passing through the door, he was pleased to see U.S. Army tankers and German soldiers paired up and working diligently. Inside the bay stood two massive M1A2 SEP Abrams tanks, and every man working on them was smudged with varying degrees of grease. Lieutenant Colonel Grant, the PA system announced as he walked between the hulking vehicles. "Phone call, line 1. Tom Grant quickened his pace and glanced at his cell again. It still displayed keine Verbindung, no connection. He gave a nod as he passed two senior enlisted leaders, Master Sergeant Kellogg and Oberstabsfeld Wabel Wolfram, the German equivalent of a Master Sergeant. "Sir, they're calling for you in the maintenance office," Kellogg said. "Yeah, I heard," Grant replied, continuing on with Chandler close behind. Once the major was out of earshot, the German turned to his American counterpart. "How's your new commander settling in?" "He's solid," Kellogg said. "I've been bringing him along gradually, but he catches on quick. He's seen his share of action, mostly at the tactical level. He's a graduate of the Tank Officer Basic Course, ABO LC, so he's the real deal. A tank commander through and through." Wolfram wiped his hands on a grease-stained rag. "What happened?" "He ended up on a punishment detail in Iraq. That's where they send officers who mess up. Once you're in that hole, it's almost impossible to climb out. You get the worst assignments, and if you don't, just survive but actually excel. Maybe, just maybe, you salvage your career. You Americans are ruthless with your officers. One misstep, and it's over, yes. Not always, but in Grant's case, he'll never make it past lieutenant colonel, no matter what he does." He shrugged. Anyway, they shipped him to maintenance school, and now he's one of the best. The troops respect him. The man never stops working. I'll give him that. Sometimes he even crashes on the cot in his office. The German chuckled. Sounds like my commander. I suspect your lieutenant colonel and my major are both sweating over next month's training exercise. LTC Grant's voice crackled over the loudspeaker. Major Ott, Master Sergeant Kellogg, and Oberstabsfeld Wolfram to the layette room now. The two senior enlisted men exchanged a glance. Great, Kellogg muttered. Someone needs to tell the boss not to sound like the world's ending over the PA. He's coming off like we're already under attack. 3 minutes later, they stood with Lieutenant Colonel Grant and Lieutenant Chandler in the layette room. Major Blas Ott, the German contingent commander, hurried in, his expression tense. Blas, take a seat, Grant said, hanging up the landline. We've got a serious situation. A U.S. sergeant pushed through the door, clipboard in hand. Top, I can't place that order for the O3 part. The network's down again and... Not now, soldier, Kellogg barked. The sergeant retreated, closing the door behind him. Grant turned back to the group. That was command on the landline. They're up in Belgium with their families for the holidays. They reported that cell and internet service is down across Europe. A few landlines are still working. They got through briefly before we were cut off. He paused, letting the weight of the silence settle. Here's what we know. Russian forces have launched an attack into Poland. Every man in the room stiffened. You've got to be kidding me, Kellogg whispered. We don't have details on their size or objectives yet, Grant continued. Ott leaned forward. How did they cross into Poland without anyone noticing? You can't exactly hide an army. No idea, Grant replied, but we are now on alert. Command wants us to mobilize the regiment immediately. We pull everyone we can from the battalions and line companies, and we crew every operational tank with whatever qualified personnel we have. To do what, sir? Kellogg asked. We establish a hasty defensive position. Command will link up with us and assume control once they're able. Sir, we don't have the actual tank crews, Kellogg pointed out. The main body of the 37th Armored Regiment was still back in the States. None of the maintainers had ever imagined they would be the ones to maneuver the regiment's Abrams tanks in a combat scenario. I know, and so does the brigadier, but we can't wait for the main body to arrive. The rest of the brigade isn't scheduled to deploy until after New Year's. It's us and our German allies, or there's no one. Chandler's voice was thick with disbelief. Sir, that means you're acting regimental commander? Maintenance officers, even former tankers, weren't trained to command a tank regiment in battle. Only for a few hours until command arrives. I'll address the men in 10 minutes. I want tanks staged and ready to move within the hour. Grant scanned the faces of his small, stunned leadership team, the gravity of the moment etched clearly in his expression. He understood perfectly, as did every man gathered in the room, that none of their personnel held the full qualification of a 19K, the official designation for an armored crewman. The American soldiers stationed at Grafenwohr were primarily 91s and 45Es, systems maintainers and turret mechanics. I'm aware of your concerns, he addressed the group. However, nearly every one of our 91s has completed basic driver training. Honestly, many of them log more hours behind the wheel than the dedicated tank drivers. Furthermore, we all maintain proficiency in gunnery. Wolfram was the next to voice a question. Sir, what's the plan if the enemy advances into Germany before the rest of the regiment's tank crews can deploy? The orders are clear, came the firm reply. We are tankers. We execute the movement as directed until we receive new instructions. Chandler then shifted the focus to logistics. We'll need to secure headquarters vehicles and the necessary communications gear for effective command and control. Affirmative. Secure all available command vehicles and every piece of radio equipment we possess. With satellite communications down, I require long-range capability to maintain contact with the battalions. 3 full tank battalions are now under your command, sir, Major Blas Ott stated, reinforcing the point. Central Iran, December 25. For Colonel General Boris Lazar, the cacophony, the pervasive dust, the relentless vibration, and the frequent jostling against the tank's hard interior had all faded into a familiar background hum. His focus was entirely external, fixed on the seemingly endless column of sand-colored armor stretching ahead along the Hamadan Bijar Road northwest of Zanjan. The rumble of engines was a constant bass note beneath the crackle of radio traffic in his headset. He had a dedicated command vehicle, but had chosen to ride in a T-90 for this leg of the journey. A decision that placed him physically closer to the steel of his force while still keeping him linked via radio to his executive officer, Colonel Dmitry Kier, who was sealed inside the headquarters vehicle trailing 50 meters behind. That command vehicle was one of the few new Boomerang armored personnel carriers in his formation. The majority had been allocated to Sabanyev's command. Lazar's primary transport remained the older, reliable BTR-82A, a platform he had known for over 3 decades, and one he trusted implicitly. He harbored no particular affection for newer models, though he conceded the Boomerang's communications suite was unparalleled, which was why he had reluctantly integrated 5 of them. Let Sabaniev have the shiny new toys, the Boomerangs, and the T-14s. Lazar was a traditionalist. He would fight his war with equipment that had proven itself. The task before him was monumental. Even in ostensibly friendly territory, moving his entire combat force, headquarters, and logistical tail across nearly 300 kilometers of unfamiliar ground. He'd never set foot in Iran before, while the politicians in Moscow and Tehran had orchestrated this massive movement of Russian troops and 100 armored vehicles along Iran's north-south axis. The practical execution was a staggering undertaking. His column advanced alongside a substantial contingent of Iranian armor and infantry, not for protection, but for the sake of appearance. To any satellite surveillance still operational over the region, this needed to look like a joint training exercise between the two nations. A lone Russian force speeding toward the southern coast would raise immediate alarms, whereas a combined Russo-Iranian movement south might buy a precious day or two of confusion. That was the window Colonel Borbakov had calculated they needed to make Lazar's mission irreversible. The bet was that 32 hours of travel would deliver Lazar to the port before American intelligence could piece together his true objective. A joint exercise thousands of miles from the European or Asian theaters would be dismissed as a minor concern. The real crisis would begin only when Lazar and his force set sail for the Horn of Africa, transforming in an instant from a diplomatic footnote into their paramount strategic nightmare. The sheer audacity of the plan brought a grim, private smile to Lazar's face as he watched the dust clouds rise over the Iranian plateau. Connolly and Griggs spent Christmas morning at their desks, buried in the frustrating search for reliable intelligence on the unfolding chaos in Central Europe. The initial hours yielded almost nothing. They divided their time between scanning news broadcasts on the bullpen TV and fruitlessly querying the networks of the DIA, CIA, and NSA. Griggs remarked with exasperation that he could access more real-time data on events in East Timor or Paraguay than he could on what was transpiring across the Atlantic. Around 1 in the morning, a shortwave transmission from near Krakow reported Russian armor moving north of the city. This might have been the first concrete evidence of a ground assault, except that similar frantic reports began flooding in from operators in Tallinn, Estonia, Dugda, Latvia, and Rudamina, Lithuania, all claiming Russian forces were pouring over the borders. The intelligence community was paralyzed, unable to determine if this was a genuine multi-front invasion or an elaborate Russian deception. The sheer scale of a 1,000-mile-wide attack seemed implausible, especially since no significant troop buildups had been detected beforehand. Griggs brought Connolly another cup of coffee around 11, sinking into the chair next to the Marine. "If this is a real move against Europe," he said, "General Lazar would absolutely be running the show. Preparing for this exact scenario has been his life's work." Connolly shook his head. "It doesn't add up for me either." unless they're pulling a classic Patton maneuver with him. Griggs knew the history during World War II. General George Patton was famously stationed in England, his presence there a calculated ruse to mislead German intelligence about the true location of the Allied invasion. It would be a clever play, the major conceded, but I'm not buying it. Even if they kept him out of the NATO assault, pulling Russia's top strategist out of the country at a moment when they must expect a counterstrike is borderline insane. If Zipanev has committed a massive force to Europe, he's left Russia's front door wide open. Connolly swiveled his chair, a new intensity in his eyes. What if there is no massive force? What if we didn't miss anything because it was never there to see? For 70 years, NATO has braced for the full red tide sweeping into Western Europe. But something smaller, faster, a surgical strike, could breach the line, especially with all the satellite and comms blackouts sowing perfect confusion. Griggs's face went pale as the concept clicked. My God, Dan, a raid! This isn't an invasion. It's a large-scale operational raid. Exactly, Connolly said, his voice low and urgent. A few hundred frontline armored units moving at speed could punch a hole straight through. Especially on Christmas, with NATO's readiness lowered, and especially when we're blind and deaf to what's actually happening. But to what end? Griggs pressed, his mind racing. Do they just want to joyride through Europe, blowing things up to prove a point? Are they going to seize Berlin and declare it a Russian suburb? Your guess is as good as mine, Connolly admitted. He leaned forward, tapping his desk. Why don't you give Nick a call over at NSA, see if he can spare a moment to look deeper into those military exercises in Iran? Griggs let out a low whistle. You think he has the bandwidth, with Europe supposedly being invaded and Taiwan on the brink? Think about it, Connolly insisted. He's been immersed in the Taiwan situation for months. As for Europe, the intel pipeline is dry. There's nothing substantive for him to analyze. But the satellites over Iran are functioning perfectly. It's a quiet corner. Just make the call. Griggs nodded slowly, the logic settling in. All right, can't hurt to ask. Hof, Germany. 25 December. The first American to physically witness the advancing Russian forces was a 21-year-old from Utah, though the operation had begun a full 16 hours earlier. He was there on a post-college backpacking trip, a detail not in the original reports, utterly unprepared for the rumble of history rolling through the quiet German countryside. Trudging through the dense woods north of the hamlet of Hof was a brutal slog for the lone scout, with 3 feet of snow drifted into deep mounds that made every step a struggle. His orders were clear: advance and observe. Back among the trees, hidden by the early night and low cloud cover, a team waited in 3 cavalry Humvees, each mounted with a .50 caliber machine gun. The young soldier from Utah stumbled more than once on the 30-yard trek to the tree line, each fall feeding his embarrassment at the thought of his sergeant and buddies watching from the vehicles. Finally reaching a patch with only a foot of snow, he dropped to his knees and raised his night vision goggles, scanning the distant Autobahn. At first, there was nothing. Then his trained eyes caught the faint, steady movement of a column heading southwest. He'd monitored civilian traffic all day without concern, but this line of large vehicles was different. Not a single light was on. He waited, the frigid air sharp and clear until the shapes grew distinct. Scout cars, long, low, armored fighting vehicles he didn't recognize, and then tanks. A lot of tanks. He scrambled to his feet, turned, and lumbered back through the snow as fast as he could to where his sergeant first class stood by the lead Humvee's passenger door. Armor and heavy recon vehicles, Sergeant. Definitely Russian. No lights. Moving southwest. A radio call shot immediately to Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant, positioned a kilometer back with the tanks in their hastily formed blocking position. Before departing Grafenwehr, Grant had managed to field 80 M1A2 SEP Abrams tanks, 40 per battalion, along with a substantial reconnaissance troop of dozens of Humvees and Stryker armored vehicles. This makeshift force placed Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant, a U.S. Army logistics officer by trade, in command of the composite 37th Armored Regiment. German Major Blas Ott, meanwhile, found himself technically commanding the 23rd Panzer Battalion and its 44 Leopard 2s, Germany's most formidable tank. It was a far cry from the Cold War era, when the German army boasted over 2,000 Leopards. Now they had fewer than 250. But the Leopard 2 remained a masterpiece of precision engineering and a serious threat on the battlefield. One piece of good fortune for Grant and Ott was their ample supply of munitions. Both U.S., European Command and German Bundeswehr headquarters had planned for heavy involvement in the live-fire phase of Exercise Broadsword, so all vehicles were fully stocked with tank rounds, machine gun ammunition, and rockets. Grant was studying a map spread across his Humvee's hood when the call came in about the Russian sighting. He and his executive officer, Captain Brad Spillane, quickly pinpointed the location and traced the road's direction. "They're coming right at us," Grant said, his voice steady. "We've got about 10 minutes to decide how to play this. Looks like America's war with Russia is going to kick off right here." In a twist of darkly practical humor, Grant had stuffed his operations and headquarters element with his most seasoned men, mostly those nearing retirement or between command assignments, guys who'd seen it all. This, of course, meant the actual tank commanders out in the field were not his top tier. His logic was grimly straightforward. If the battle wasn't directed by the best, things could go south fast. Real fast. The headquarters section, under Captain Spillane, a former tank company commander, consisted of several radio Humvees, a dedicated command and control vehicle, and a cluster of camouflaged tents. And it was from this nerve center that Tom Grant believed he could best steer the unfolding fight. Grant and Ott had laid their trap for the Russian forces in a largely straightforward line, concentrating on what they predicted would be the enemy's primary path. They had chosen a ridge with a commanding view over German highways 9 and 72, a position that covered their bases effectively. A smaller detachment of just 8 tanks was sent to monitor the crossroads where routes 93 and 72 met. This force was too light to inflict serious harm, but in a last-minute decision, Grant and Ott had opted against dividing their strength equally. They chose to reinforce the western ambush site, judging it the most probable route the enemy would take. 3 Ardy Aviation Brigade, Regimental Headquarters, Ansbach Army Airfield, Katterbach Barracks, Germany, December 25. The landline phone in the 1-3 Attack Reconnaissance Battalion's pilot-ready room rang once, then again, a persistent jangle in the quiet space. Army First Lieutenant Sandra Glisson hesitated, her fingers tight on the PlayStation 4 controller. The battalion's multi-purpose room, serving as both classroom and lounge, was nearly deserted on Christmas Day. Almost every officer was on leave. The only others present were the 2 engrossed in their video game. One pilot updating his flight logs with music blasting from his earbuds, and another officer asleep on the couch facing the large television, which displayed nothing but a steady blue screen. The new regimental commander had insisted on keeping 2 gunship crews on high alert, parroting his train-as-you-fight motto. To the officers stuck with duty, it felt like meaningless posturing from the top. The intelligence section had briefed a heightened alert status in Poland, urging everyone to verify their recall information, after which the regiment's key leadership had promptly departed for vacations back to the States. "I've got you now," First Lieutenant Alan Thomas shouted, his voice competing with the ringing phone and game sounds. "Just answer the thing. You're finished here anyway." "Pause it, and I will." Glisson shot back. Thomas kept playing, so with a sigh she stood up, awkwardly maneuvering her controller as she walked toward the phone. Only when Thomas finally paused the game did she drop the controller onto the sofa and snatch up the receiver. He immediately unpaused with a chuckle, which Glisson noted with an exasperated eye roll as she spoke. "Hello!" a furious voice erupted from the other end. Hello, is that how you answer a duty phone? Who the hell is this? She recognized the voice of Major Coussard. She'd completely forgotten he was on duty. My apologies, sir. This is First Lieutenant Sandra Glisson, 1st Battalion. The line crackled with static, but the Major's words were clear enough. Listen up, Glisson. The attack team is activated. You and your wingman launch immediately. I'll brief your company net once you're on comms. Sir, Sandra replied, her voice thick with disbelief, is this some kind of joke? Do I sound like I'm joking, Lieutenant? Get to your aircraft now? Sandra fell silent, her eyes locking with Lieutenant Thomas's across the room. Why are you still on the phone? Major Coussard screamed. Sandra hung up and stared at the three men. Then she announced, We're launching! She slammed her palm against a wall button, triggering flashing red alert lights throughout the building. The two aviators on the couch leapt to their feet, but only stood there, confused. Does it look like I'm joking? This is real. Get to your aircraft now, she yelled, throwing Major Coussard's own furious words back at them. 3 minutes later, two officers were already running through their startup checklist in Apache gunship number 42, parked beside Sandra's own aircraft, number 41. Sandra's co-pilot gunner hadn't arrived yet, but she had climbed into the front seat of her chopper. In her rushed departure, she had forgotten her flight jacket, and the biting cold of the German winter seeped through her uniform as she worked the helicopter's red and white beacons sliced through the darkness, their spinning rotors whipping the cold air into a frenzy. Crew members darted around the two massive aircraft, performing last-minute checks and removing the final restraints. Nearby ammunition carts rattled to a stop as teams hurried to attach fresh missile pods and gun systems. The ground chief plugged his headset into the external comms port on Sandra's helicopter. Captain, I need to apologize, he began, his voice tense. We pulled all your ordnance for a scheduled maintenance check earlier. I honestly didn't think you'd be scrambling tonight. Don't worry about it, Chief, Sandra replied, her focus already miles ahead. Just get me loaded and ready to go. Her radio buzzed with Major Coussard's voice cutting through the static. Viper 1-6, this is Griffin 3. Do you copy? Griffin 3, Viper 1-6 reads you loud and clear, awaiting instructions. Get your wingmen on this channel now. I'll brief you while you're getting airborne. Sandra signaled to the other helicopter, gesturing for the crew to switch to the battalion's tactical frequency. They tuned in just as Coussard continued, Satellite comms are completely down. We'll try to maintain contact via UHF, but expect to lose the signal. Your weapons officer was just here in the talk. He's on his way with the maps. Now he should be there any second. Understood. Can you give us a situation update? Sandra asked, her eyes tracking the ground crew as they pulled the safety pins from the newly loaded weapons. Stand by, she said, spotting Chief Warrant Officer James bolting from the building. A thick stack of maps clutched against his chest as he sprinted through a light sleet. He handed the documents up to Sandra before climbing into the elevated back seat, his helmet going on in one smooth motion. James is on board and listening, sir? As James began his pre-flight procedures, Sandra, as the mission commander, started her own checks from the front. Coussard's voice returned grim and direct. The Russians have launched an attack. We're looking at a combined arms force, T-14 tanks, boomerang infantry vehicles, and Gaz Tigris scout cars with support elements in tow. Exact strength is unknown. Their last confirmed position was about 90 miles south of Dresden, moving southwest along Highway 72. Surface-to-air missile threat is currently unconfirmed. A low whistle escaped Sandra's lips. You've got to be kidding me, sir. Coussard pressed on. Your friendly ground element is call sign Courage, a combined team of U.S. Abrams and German Leopards out of Grafenwöhr. They made visual contact with the enemy column near the junction of Highways 9 and 72. You are to link up with them on UHF net 213.12. Their headquarters has gone silent, and all civilian comms are down. Your mission is hasty reconnaissance in support of Courage's ground attack. Do not engage the enemy directly until we can get more ammunition airborne and your company commander joins you. Gather and relay all possible data on the enemy's composition and formation. Acknowledge." In the dim green light of the cockpit, Sandra studied the coordinates on the map, the reality of the situation settling in her stomach like a stone. She was going to war, sir. Viper 16 copies all. She glanced out her window, meeting the eyes of the ground crew chief. He nodded once and raised a gloved hand, giving her a solid thumbs up. Sandra lowered her visor display, cycling through the flight options and configuring her targeting system. The soft green light from her digital map and crosshairs illuminated her face as she transcribed the regimental operations officer's briefing onto her kneeboard and keyed the updated frequencies into her comms panel. Behind her, Chief Warrant Officer James toggled the twin ignition switches, bringing both engines to life with a low rumble before gently advancing the throttle. The turbines responded with a deep whoomp that settled into a constant, vibrating roar. Overhead, the rotors began to turn, and the ground crew instinctively hunched lower as they performed their final checks around Sandra's helicopter. Over the radio, Coussard's voice cut through. "Weather's terrible, skies are clear, but there's a thick fog bank to the north. I'll transmit the METOC data, but you are cleared to fly. Snow expected around 3,300 hours. Frankly, if we're hitting Russian positions, that recon mission outweighs standard safety protocols. Consider it a priority override." There was a short silence as the brigade operations officer gathered his thoughts. "Glisson, you're in command until I can get your company commander back to base. I'll send him out as soon as enough of his unit returns. He needs to get up north and assess the situation firsthand. Any questions over?" First Lieutenant Sandra Glisson and her wingman were being guided onto the tarmac. "Sir, are our forces currently in contact with the Russians?" Coussard replied. "I honestly don't know, and you'll probably find out before I do." "Understood," Viper 16 requesting takeoff clearance. "Permission granted, Viper 16. You are clear for departure. Stay on the UHF net for the duration. Even if you lose contact, we'll keep monitoring." The ground crew positioned them at their launch points and withdrew. The crew chief's team offered sharp salutes, which Glisson and her pilot returned. "Copy, Griffin 3. This is Viper 16. We are lifting off at this time." Over. The helicopter rose, nosed forward, and skimmed just above the runway before climbing steadily into the gray sky. "Good luck, Lieutenant." Griffin 3. Out. Chapter 34. Panzer Hull No. 71 to 37's Armored Regiment Composite and Panzer Bataillon 283 Münchberg, Germany, December 25. Sweat poured from the hairline of 22-year-old Corporal Oliver Lutz, carving pale tracks through the grime, gunpowder residue, and dried mud caked on his skin. Nearly an hour and a half after the first Russian tank rounds had slammed into their position, the fighting hadn't let up, and Lutz was convinced it would only end when his own Leopard 2 was torn apart. His clear ballistic goggles had cracked almost in two. One lens lay somewhere on the metal deck amid a jumble of spent 140mm shell casings, food wrappers, pine needles, and empty instant coffee packets. When he'd slammed his face against the turret earlier, the goggles had probably saved his sight, even if they were now ruined. In the frantic rhythm of loading the long L-51 cannon, Lutz hadn't had time to remove the shattered eyewear, so he'd kept them on. Now, with his tank commander Major Ott momentarily pausing fire to reposition, Lutz finally ripped the goggles off and flung them into the debris at his feet. His heavy leather and Nomex gloves still covered a torn section of his sleeve that had been snagged and ripped by the breech mechanism. Better the sleeve than my arm, he recalled, thinking dimly. A persistent ringing filled his ears, accompanied by a dull buzz deep in his skull. Were we hit, in his exhaustion and disorientation, whole stretches of the engagement had blurred into a haze. Then Major Ott's voice crackled over the intercom. "Target, 1,200 meters, armored personnel carrier." The brief respite was over. Lutz shook off the daze and snapped back to focus. "Identified! Load heat!" The gunner's command cut through the din. Lutz spun in his seat, his boot hitting the pedal to release the ammo rack. He snatched a high-explosive anti-tank round and slammed it home into the breech. The mechanism sealed itself with a definitive metallic clack. "Up!" Lutz shouted, his voice raw, straining to be heard over the failing comms. Sweat stung his eyes. "Fire!" came the commander's order. Glancing at Ott, who was hunched over the thermal sight, Lutz saw only intense concentration. On the way, the gunner announced, and the tank's massive 130mm gun erupted with a deafening roar. The breech recoiled violently, ejecting a spent base case as acrid smoke filled the fighting compartment. Seconds ticked by before Ott's voice returned. "Target destroyed, gunner. Begin your scan." A single sharp blast echoed from outside, followed by a chain reaction of deeper booms, secondary explosions. Got their ammunition, Lutz thought. Inside the steel beast, formalities had vanished. They communicated now only by their roles: gunner, loader, commander. The first enemy round impacting nearby had stripped away all pretense of a world beyond this armor. Every action was binary, life or death. Lutz's hands felt clumsy and swollen. A sharp pain shot through his shoulders each time he twisted to haul another 25-kilogram depleted uranium penetrator from the rack. In the brief pauses, a mental fog would descend. His one peculiar advantage was his blindness to the outside chaos. He navigated the battle purely through the strained tones in his crewmates' voices, the pitch of the engine, and the urgent speed of the turret's rotation. Faster spins meant immediate threats. Slower, deliberate turns indicated a methodical search. The intensity came in waves, some moments drastically more harrowing than others. He could measure it in the tightness of their commands, the way they pressed against their sights, the distinctive shriek of incoming fire. The hollow pop of a shell passing overhead. Fear was a tangible presence, but there was no room to entertain it. Lutz operated on their rhythm. When targets were acquired, he was a machine of motion. During lulls, he could only hold on and try to picture the world beyond their leopard's thick armor. A creeping numbness threatened his focus, a deep fatigue beginning to swarm his senses. Then, cutting through the haze, he heard the ghost of his old instructor, a staff sergeant, barking at him during training. "Idiot, what is the third rule?" He was drilling them on the unbreakable tenets of armored combat. The recruits would chant back in rote unison, "Let your attention drift, and to your enemy you give a gift." It had been just words then, a mantra to memorize to avoid extra drills. Now, in the flickering gloom of the turret, the lesson was horrifically clear. If he faltered now, if his focus slipped for even a second, the enemy tanks would tear them apart, just as they had others in the battalion. Another series of secondary explosions shook the night, their fiery glow washing into the turret and casting dancing, weary shadows that Lutz's exhausted eyes could only vaguely follow. The memory of his mother's Christmas candle flickered in his mind, a stark contrast to the metal coffin he now inhabited. She still insisted on real candles every year, a thought that drained the last warmth from his weary bones. His gaze followed the deepening shadows until another distant thump brought a faint smile. It echoed the crackle of his father's holiday fireplace. His eyelids grew heavy. Lutz shook his head violently, fighting the fog, desperate to banish the phantom scent of pine and beeswax. Instead, the turret assaulted him with a vile cocktail: stale sweat, human waste and cordite layered over grease, diesel, and the acrid sting of burning rubber from the battlefield beyond "screw these bastards." Stay awake. A thin, sharp surge of anger and adrenaline finally coursed through him, and he straightened his back against the cold steel. Earlier, an enemy tank shell had screeched off their sloped armor, wrecking the intercom. Now voices reached him as faint, broken whispers, which explained the relentless buzzing in his ears. The last half hour was a disjointed smear of chaos. He recalled the driver hitting a hidden ravine, the violent jolt that smashed his head against the turret wall, splitting his helmet and goggles. The driver had been knocked out cold over the broken comms. Ott had shouted for the boy to wake up, and the gunner had even climbed out to pound on the 19-year-old's hatch. In the end, Lutz had to crawl through the belly of the beast and shake the kid back to consciousness before they could lurch forward to a new firing position. They were advancing, pushing against an enemy that, according to Ott's fragmented commentary, was falling back through the forest toward the highway. Lutz pieced together their location from shreds of radio talk and the debris raining into the turret. Clumps of snow, pine needles, shattered branches. He'd greedily caught and eaten some of the snow. Then a series of close explosions rocked them, and shortly after, the unmistakable sour smell filled the space. The gunner had clearly lost control of his bowels in his tank suit. Nobody had the breath or the heart to joke about it. Not long after, something punched into their engine. The damage wasn't total, but power dropped by half, slowing them to a crawl even as they kept fighting, staying roughly in line with the other tanks pushing south. Lutz had never imagined a night could feel this endless, yet here he was, living it. He leaned back, seeking the chill of the hull to escape the radiant heat from the breech of the massive 130mm main gun. Steam rose from his soaked suit, where sweat met the cold air seeping through the gunner's open hatch. "Gunner, this is Loader. 3 anti-tank rounds left," Lutz reported into his headset, clinging to the routine task to anchor himself to the moment. "Clear," came the terse reply from Feldwebel Herbert Kanst, who was glued to his gun sight. Lutz glanced at him. If the gunner was aware of his own accident, he gave no sign. His knuckles were white on the joystick, his thumb locked on the palm switch as he swept the turret through the darkness, hunting for Russian shapes before they were spotted themselves. He was utterly focused, just as they all were. From the garble in his headset, Lutz gathered the driver was requesting to dash for a cluster of trees about 200 yards ahead. "Halt!" Kanst barked suddenly. "Dismounted infantry. 200 meters front. Looks like crew from that BMP the Abrams just killed. They're forming up in the trees. ICRPGs engage." "Use the coaxial," Ott ordered, his voice flat and immediate. "Engaging!" Kanst's voice crackled over the intercom, and Lutz felt the rhythmic shudder as the Leopard 2's coaxial machine gun unleashed a torrent of 7.62mm fire. He shifted his weight, guiding the 400-round belt with practiced hands, his palm instinctively pressing down on the ammunition where it crossed the small, troublesome ridge between the ready box and the weapon's top cover, the very spot that had caused so many frustrating jams during training. This time, the gun ran flawlessly. When the firing ceased, Major Ott's voice returned. "Shift left. Target that cluster. A Z-pattern sweep. Excellent. Keep it on them. Enemy infantry in that area." After Kanst finished, Ott commanded, "Panzer left and forward. March." Lutz braced himself as the 65-ton vehicle surged toward a dense patch of trees identified by the driver. All crew, small arms ready. Engage any survivors. "I'm on the pintle," Ott ordered, referring to the roof-mounted machine gun. Lutz seized his MP7 submachine gun, waiting for the gunner to exit first before hauling himself through the hatch. For the first time in over 10 hours, Obergefreiter Lutz emerged from the turret, his boot sinking into a cold, soggy patch on the gunner's canvas seat. He settled onto the turret beside the gunner, who was already sweeping the tree line with night vision goggles, his own weapon raised. The sudden bite of December air stung Lutz's eyes and nostrils, a shocking contrast to the stifling heat inside the tank. The sweat on his Nomex suit turned icy, offering a strange, welcome relief. Above him, Major Ott manned the pintle gun, scanning the woods ahead. Lutz's gaze swept the landscape, taking in the distant, grotesque silhouettes of a dozen vehicles burning fiercely, some destroyed by the 130mm rounds he had personally loaded. To his left, an American M1A2 Abrams sat like a shadow in the parallel tree line, its massive turret rotating with slow, deliberate purpose. One of its crewmen was perched atop the turret, an M4 carbine shouldered, mirroring Lutz's own vigilant watch for enemy dismounts. Lutz drew a deep breath of the crisp air, and for a fleeting, absurd moment it carried a scent that whispered of Christmas, pine, and frost. The illusion shattered as the acrid stench of burning fuel, oil, and something far more organic filled his nose. He didn't need experience to recognize it. His grip tightened on the MP7 as he peered into the dark woods and the snow-blanketed fields beyond, searching for movement. The remaining Russian armor seemed to have melted into the night. Lieutenant Sandra Glisson and her wingmen knew this sector's skies intimately, but years of political tension and protests over U.S. bases had grounded nearly all their night training flights here. Relying on her NVGs now felt unnervingly unfamiliar in this specific patch of German airspace, though her extensive hours stateside and in Afghanistan forged a steady confidence. The horizon line glowed in her helmet display as she struggled to update their digital map with the scattered speculative radio reports of enemy and friendly positions, information so vague it was almost comical. These last known points were little more than educated guesses, but they gave her a rough boundary where she could slow from cruising speed to a careful reconnaissance crawl. "Copy all, Glitter," came the reply from Chief Warrant Officer Sean Jesse. James Lieutenant Glisson's nickname was cemented during a routine safety drill, when she mistakenly released 6 bundles of metallic chaff from her M130 launchers directly onto the squadron commander's gunship below. The shimmering cloud looked like a cascade of glitter. As she pulled away and glanced back at the accidental fireworks display raining down on her superior, her only murmured thought was, "Well, that's pretty." Unfortunately, she'd left her radio keyed open, broadcasting that remark to the entire squadron. Later, during a rather spirited call sign ceremony fueled by more than a little celebration, she was christened Glitter, or when they wanted to needle her, Princess Glitter. She decided not to let it get under her skin. While it might have seemed like a sexist jab, the call signs given to her male peers that same night were far more brutal. And anyway, her gunnery scores topped 92% of theirs. She understood the unspoken bargain. She was welcome in their ranks if she followed a few simple rules. The first, a sort of initiation, involved absorbing a fair amount of grief without letting it show. It wasn't a bad rule, really. It kept egos in check and the unit cohesive in a profession that had no patience for arrogance. Fly your aircraft, watch your wingman's back, complete the mission, support the infantry, and bring your helicopter home in one piece. The actual code for making it in this world was far more straightforward than the complex social dynamics she'd been warned about when she first joined. She keyed her mic now. "Badfinger, Jesse's identified a possible clearing about 2 clicks northeast on our attack heading. I'll scan it with thermals. Then we'll clear for a quick systems check. Copy, Glitter. But, are we authorized for that? Not sure. Don't care. We're doing it." The silent, snow-blanketed terrain below suddenly erupted in violent red flashes as their aircraft unleashed their cannons. Her wingman's voice crackled over the radio almost instantly. "Glitter, Badfinger. I've got a problem. Both rocket pods are dead. Looks like the master arm connectors weren't hooked up, or maybe the arming pins are still in. Either way, my 8 Hellfires are showing green guns, checked out, with 1,000 rounds remaining." "Understood," Lieutenant Glisson replied. "We're proceeding to the objective." A moment later, Jesse's voice returned. "Glitter, I've got courage on the net! That's the American Armored Regiment! They've passed me their lead unit's position!" "They're on a loose east-west line at grid 32 UP Alpha 9979. Feeding it to your display now." "I see it. Just north of a town marked as Hoff, confirmed." "All right, patch me to their frequency. Do you have their actual commander?" "He says he's not the actual. Didn't get the reason or the commander's location." "Copy," Sandra said, switching to the net ID Jesse provided. Courage, this is Glitter." We are a two-ship Apache section approaching from the south, moving north along the 90 easting, approximately 22 kilometers from your position. We are armed on a reconnaissance patrol and ready to provide support as required. Over. After a short pause, a static-laced transmission filled her headset. Glitter, Courage, we are engaged with a regimental-sized Russian element, mix of BTRs, boomerangs, and T-14 main battle tanks. We've set battle positions along the 7-9er 5 easting oriented southwest. My vehicle is at 32 UP Alpha 9948 7976. Be advised, we are currently in contact and have sustained casualties. Unclear if this is their main body or an advance guard, but they are attempting to flank us and push south on Route 9. Glitter responded, Roger, Courage. We copy your location and situation. We are inbound from the south along Route 9. I can maneuver for flank shots as the enemy column advances, and I'll remain clear of your gun target line until we have a clearer picture of their positions. The GTL was a definite no-fly zone for the helicopters. If Sandra flew into the line of fire from the heavy main guns of the American and German tanks, she'd be risking exactly what they called the big bullet little sky problem, where converging on the same targets could lead to tragic friendly fire. Courage responded. Understood. Visibility is terrible here. In the background, she could hear the occasional deep-throated roar of tank cannons, audible even from over 12 miles away. Then, on her thermal display, several bright spots appeared in the distance. They weren't moving, but they flickered and glowed above the tree line, casting an eerie light on the starry darkness above the German countryside. Jessie's voice came from the back seat. Hey, Glitter, are those what I think they are? Burning vehicles. Let's hope they're Russian and not ours. Yeah, he said, pausing. Did you ever think we'd actually be fighting Russians? I sure as hell didn't. Sandra had been wrestling with the same thought. The last hour had felt completely unreal. I guess America didn't send us all this way to play video games and sip warm wine after all. Right, Jessie replied. And it's goddamn Christmas too, Sandra muttered, pushing the helicopter forward toward the raging battle ahead. Hof, Germany. 25 December. The updates from Lieutenant Colonel Grant's commanders were grim. Their limited experience in large-scale armored command, combined with the brutal conditions of fog, night, and freezing cold, was wearing them down, and that was before factoring in the Russian assault. A fair amount of confusion and raw emotion colored their radio traffic as individual tanks dueled across hectares of snow-covered farmland. At least now Grant had a pair of Apaches to call on. Overhearing the exchange between his radio operator and the Apache pilot, Grant hopped down from his tank, leaned into the command Humvee, and said, Troop, pass me the handset. I'll talk to her directly. He settled into the front passenger seat. Mounted in front of him was an SPIAR 360 infrared targeting system. He peered through it as he raised the handset to his ear. The advanced infrared sight could cut through the dense German fog to help identify targets. Against a skilled Russian tank unit, Grant and his men would use every advantage they could get. Viper 1-6, this is Courage 6, actual, be advised. We are receiving accurate fire from Russian 120mm tanks. They've hit approximately 6 of my vehicles and are continuing to push through my position. Any and all supporting fire is welcome. As he spoke to the Apaches, he slewed the SPIR across the battlefield. He could make out at least part of the fight. 2 of his tanks were fully engaged about half a mile away. He couldn't see their targets, but he could see the tracers from their main guns cutting orange arcs through the fog. A million thoughts raced through Grant's mind at once. Some were immediately relevant. Others he knew he'd have to push aside until later. His force was burning through ammunition at a rate that would demand resupply very soon, but he couldn't address that until they broke contact with the Russian column. Viper 1-6 copies, the female Apache pilot answered. Grant could hear the distinct thump of her rotor blades in the transmission. She was clearly pushing her aircraft hard. flying fast to get into the best position to support Grant's regiment. He said, "We'll activate IR strobes so you can locate us in this fog, but I need you to call danger close once we can get a solid handoff. We need every bit of support you've brought tonight. Is there any chance another flight is on the way? Courage 6 actual. We copy, and we'll give you everything we have. Is one Apache squadron not enough for you, Colonel?" The pilot's voice crackled over the radio. Grant allowed himself a thin smile. It was a classic pilot move, using a bit of humor to steady the nerves of the soldiers on the ground. "Viper 1-6, I'm not one to be greedy. I'll gratefully accept whatever firepower you're sending my way." "Understood, Courage 6. We're just the opening act. More should be arriving shortly." That was a relief, Grant thought, because the long night was far from over. He caught Captain Spillane's eye with a sharp gesture, and the captain immediately began issuing orders to the tank crews. They were to break out their infrared chem lights and fix them to their antennas. The Apache pilot, call sign Glitter, wouldn't engage a target she couldn't positively identify, but with a danger close authorization from the ground commander, she'd likely put ordnance on anything that even hinted at being hostile. From the turret of Grant's own tank, Sergeant Anderson, his gunner, leaned out. "Sir, any concern the Russians might spot our IR markers?" A good gunner was like an extension of the commander, always tuned into the situation and often ready to handle radio traffic. Grant sensed that Anderson and, truthfully, the entire crew probably wished they weren't stuck on the regimental command vehicle, but were instead down in the thick of the fight, enveloped in the fog, chaos, and thunder of battle below. Grant shared that longing for the heart of the clash. But if he were down there, his focus would narrow to his own gun, not to coordinating the entire regiment. Latest intelligence says our strobes are designed to be out of phase with Russian night optics. In theory, they can't see them unless they're using our gear. Grant let the statement hang for a beat. "We'll find out pretty quickly if that intel report was worth the paper it was printed on." A pair of medical Humvees raced past Grant's command post, their engines roaring as they vanished into the frigid darkness, visible only as ghostly blobs on his thermal display. The medics drove using night vision goggles instead of headlights, a necessary stealth that made Grant mentally note to track their progress and ensure they made it to the field hospital safely. His comm sergeant reported that the Apaches had relayed his HF transmission back to base. Their higher altitude gave them a clearer line for air-to-ground comms, turning them into vital communication nodes when they weren't actively engaging. Then the voice of German Major Blas Ott came through, reporting his position. Grant hopped out of his Humvee, retrieved his mapboard from where it was stowed on the tank, and quickly verified the location with Spillane. Ott and a section of tanks from the 1st Battalion had linked up and were requesting orders to advance. Grant authorized it, but only if all their IR strobes were active and visible. The last thing he needed was for Glitter and her wingman to mistakenly target friendly German armor as they maneuvered to hit the Russian flank. His radio man called out again, "Colonel Major Ott is back on Channel 4 for you." Grant ducked back into the command Humvee and switched his headset. "Blas, are you still seeing movement on your end?" "Negative, sir. We've pushed about as far as I'm comfortable going. We've lost visual with the enemy, and I've also lost contact with some of my own elements. This fog and darkness has everything disjointed. I can hear the Apaches overhead and to the south, but I can't raise them on radio. They might still have eyes on the Russians." Our total count was approximately 40 to 45 enemy vehicles, mostly boomerangs, BTRs, and Tigras, with a couple of T-14s in the mix. Between my unit and your 1st Battalion, we've confirmed 8 enemy vehicles destroyed. 1st Battalion is with me now at Grid Uniform Papa 994692. Copy that, Blas. Solid work. No point in a blind pursuit now. We need to consolidate everyone back into a tight perimeter and assess our status. What's your sitrep looking like? Not encouraging, Colonel. Red across the board on all systems. Your Lieutenant Chandler, however, has been absolutely brilliant. He managed to get some resupply to my men right in the middle of the engagement. They delivered the machine gun, ammunition, and fuel canisters. "We're looking for Lieutenant Chandler from the Bundeswehr," someone said. "He's basically working for all of us at this point. That young man has a natural command presence." Grant had taken a personal interest in the lieutenant's development. Chandler had been temporarily assigned to his maintenance and supply unit, and Grant had watched him seize every chance to lead, demonstrating an instinctive grasp of logistics under pressure. The medical Humvees rolled up to Grant's hilltop command post, and Lieutenant Chandler sprinted to meet them. The kid had been everywhere tonight, Grant mused, materializing at every critical point to keep supplies moving. Chandler immediately helped unload a stretcher from one vehicle. Shortly after, an officer from Major Ott's staff approached him. They huddled over a map for a brief discussion, and then the German soldier climbed into the driver's seat of the lead Humvee, with Chandler riding shotgun. In moments, the small convoy was speeding toward the hospital. Clever move, Grant thought. The kid just snagged a local guide to shave precious minutes off the trip, boosting those wounded men's odds. That's sharp, proactive thinking for a junior officer in a support role. The medevac team faced a tricky drive. It was impossible to predict if the fighting would send panicked civilians flooding the roads or cause everyone to lock their doors and hide. Adding to the uncertainty, Grant knew many German towns had reservists on standby with orders to remove road signs in case of an eastern invasion, but he doubted the locals had gotten the memo tonight. "At least I'm on the home team's side here," he reminded himself. A fresh report from Ott crackled over the radio. "All right, Blaz. Once you're back inside our lines, keep your tanks on full alert. That goes for Battalions 1 and 2 as well. I want all commanders at my location in 15 minutes for a situation update. Ott and each battalion commander acknowledge the order." The radio operator then cut in, "Sir, Viper 16 is back on the line. She reports visual on enemy forces and is requesting confirmation that we have no friendly units south of grid line 74. Grant studied his map intently. "Tell her the area is clear. She is weapons-free. Tell her to light them up." Chapter 36. Hof, Germany. December 25. Viper 16 sliced through the cold night, with Captain Sean Jesse James at the controls. In the front seat, Captain Glitter acknowledged the transmission from the Courage command post and then radioed her wingman. 26, this is 16. You are cleared to engage." "Understood, 16," Badfinger replied from the other Apache. "But this fog is a problem. I can't get a laser lock on anything in this soup." Glitter told Jessie she had the aircraft and took over the flight controls. A dry, sarcastic edge crept into her voice as she addressed her wingman. "Well, 26, while you're up there playing hide-and-seek, I'm going down for a closer look. Maybe I'll just toss some rockets into the general neighborhood and see who complains. Keep an eye on my southern flank. I'll highlight anything I can find." She guided the Apache down to 2,000 feet, slowing to a near Hummer at 25 miles per hour. The night itself was clear, a three-quarter moon and stars shining above, but it only served to illuminate the thick fog lying over the ground like a luminous white sea, with occasional treetops on hills breaking the surface. Without warning, multiple heavy weapons opened fire, their muzzle flashes igniting bright patches in the fog. The Russians had detected their approach. The fog was a double-edged sword, however, disrupting the enemy's aim as much as it hampered their own. The fire was intense, but scattered and inaccurate. You seeing this, Badfinger, every time they shoot, they give away their position. The gunfire and streaking tracers created a brief haloed glow of yellow and red in the white mist, finally providing a fix on the Russian armor. "I see them now," Badfinger confirmed, "but Courage reports their ground units have lost contact with the enemy. Who are they aiming at? Anything that moves, I'd say?" Badfinger's voice crackled over the radio, thick with fury. "Let's tear them apart." "Copy that." She swung her attack helicopter toward the nearest cluster of muzzle flashes glowing in the mist. Glitter centered the light in her targeting display and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a salvo of 22.75-inch rockets from the pod. They streaked downward, and seconds later, a violent explosion erupted below, followed by secondary blasts that painted the fog with a constant, eerie light. Got one, she thought. Instantly, she and Jessie pivoted to the next Russian vehicle, firing blindly into the haze, and she sent another 20 rockets on their way. Another detonation, another fireball. This one shot a column of flame high enough to burn a temporary hole through the fog, revealing the stark silhouette of a T-14 tank, flames vomiting from its open hatch as its ammunition ignited. 2-6. Move in, stay to the left, and align with Highway 9. They're moving fast, maybe 25 miles an hour down the road. Roger, came the reply. Sandra and her wingman hammered the Russian positions until their rockets were spent, then switched to their 30-millimeter cannons. The Russians eventually caught on, realizing the fog was their only shield, but only if they held their fire to stay hidden. Sandra aligned the 30-millimeter chain gun with her right eye and swept the burning wrecks with cannon fire, giving each a solid burst of about 20 rounds for good measure. The vehicles flared brighter. On her next pass, they glowed in the night, fuel and oil burning steadily, punctuated by sporadic fireworks as more ammo cooked off. Glitter turned her head, tracking the heat signatures on her thermal display. The massive gun beneath her mirrored her movements as she scanned, concentrating fire on what were likely infantry carriers. She locked onto a target and opened up. Brah, rack, rack, rack. The recoil shuddered through the helicopter as it hovered just above the trees. A new voice broke onto her frequency. Viper 1-6. This is Viper 6 actual. It was her company commander, and a wave of relief washed over her. He said, I'm entering your area from the south. I'm at grid 98 and 64, proceeding along Highway 9. Give me a situation report. Copy, sir. Good to hear you. We've engaged what looks like a regiment-sized Russian armor column on Highway 9, moving south at roughly 30 miles per hour. They're not stopping. The tank unit we're supporting believes it's an advance guard, and the composition checks out, mostly frontline armor, boomerangs and the new T-14s. The commander responded swiftly. Here's the plan. I'll have a clear shot once the Russian column moves south of Münchberg on Highway 9. I'll strike the lead vehicles. You then hit them from the flank. You two begin your attack run offset from the highway along. The transmission cut out abruptly as every cockpit alarm blared with an air threat warning. Sandra jerked her head toward a new light at her 9 o'clock, spotting a terrifying streak of flame rising from the earth, skimming just above the fog layer but miles to the west. The yellow and red streak shot past far behind her, racing southward. It wasn't targeting her. The sheer speed of the missiles stunned Glitter. This was no man-portable launcher. It looked like an SA-21, which she knew could travel an astonishing 4,500 miles per hour. The company commander's voice returned, now strained and urgent. Viper 6, actual take evasive action. The missile, streaking from north to south at nearly 6 times the speed of sound, found its mark in a mere 6 seconds. The commander of Viper Squadron's AJ-64 Apache was instantly transformed into a blazing comet, tracing a fiery path across the sky before slamming into the earth. Sandra watched the flames recede as Jessie banked their aircraft hard to the right, the rest of their flight mirroring the maneuver. Jesus. Jessie Glitter's voice crackled over the comms. That was a damn SA-21 Growler. Unbelievable, her pilot shouted. How did they get mobile SA-21 launchers into Germany this quickly? Your guess is as good as mine. It shouldn't be possible, Sandra replied, her mind racing, and that shot didn't come from the force we've been hitting. There's another player on the board. We need to rearm at Ansbach and get back in the air fast. The 17 kilometers southwest of Münchberg, Germany, December 25. General Eduard Sebeneyev gave a firm pat on the shoulder of his fire direction control officer. Excellent shot, Major. Let's not waste all our Triumph missiles on helicopters. However, save the heavy ordnance for their fighter jets." He nodded, a gesture meant to endorse the decisions of his subordinates, and continued. "Nevertheless, we have just sent a very clear message to the American and German pilots. They now know there is an air defense umbrella over our assault column. Any of them foolish enough to venture within our engagement zone will regret it profoundly." He emphasized the point with another heavier clap on the major's shoulder, attempting a paternal demeanor that was utterly foreign to him. The Russian major couldn't hide his flinch. "Understood, sir," the major said. "We would have acquired them sooner if not for the terrain masking from those hills. We are receiving reports of additional American attack helicopters in the area, but they are flying too low for our systems to engage." The general offered a thin, forced smile. "Remain vigilant." He turned to a line of officers stationed at fold-down computer desks. "Operations. What is Colonel Dryagan's latest casualty report, sir?" answered the senior operations lieutenant colonel. "Colonel Dryagan reports 8 BTRs destroyed. 5 T-14 tanks are also knocked out. He could not confirm all T-14 losses as complete kills as he was forced to abandon them to maintain mission tempo. He confirms he has successfully bypassed the enemy ambush point as ordered, but his column sustained strafing runs from enemy aircraft during the movement. 3 support vehicles were abandoned due to mechanical failure, but his rate of advance has been restored." General Sabanyev pivoted sharply from the operations team to study the maps. 5 interconnected map boards were mounted on the train car's bulkhead. Beside them, a bank of digital radar screens cast a pale green light. This equipment was a mix. While the command car boasted cutting-edge technology, it also housed pieces of standard Russian military hardware, retrofitted onto the train out of sheer necessity. The air search radars were each dedicated to different altitudes and sectors around the train. The screens currently displayed a handful of blips, high-altitude jets far above the battlefield, all coded as routine passenger flights following known flight plans. Should any deviate sharply from their steady courses, if their profiles suggested even a slight chance they were NATO bombers preparing to enter the fight, they would be eliminated without hesitation. Sabaneyev was convinced all commercial air traffic over Europe was grounded by now due to the GPS blackout, so he assumed these few contacts were long-haul flights perhaps from the United States to Africa or the Middle East. Everything, he assured himself, was proceeding according to plan. The attack column and its 2 supporting trains had penetrated this deeply into Germany with what he considered remarkably light resistance. A cold satisfaction settled over him as he watched the blips on the screen. A chess master observing his pieces advance across the board, Red Metal had secured the advantage of complete surprise, both strategically and on the ground. A handful of NATO commanders, caught woefully off guard, would undoubtedly scramble to respond. For Dryagan, however, their efforts would be mere noise, easily drowned out by his own doctrine of relentless speed and overwhelming force. As for the Russian losses, Sabaneyev noted them with a clinical detachment. Regrettable, yes, but well within acceptable parameters given the operation's stunning momentum. The path to Stuttgart now lay virtually uncontested, with no further enemy contact reported. He braced himself against a handhold as the train lurched around a curve, the rhythmic clatter of wheels on track filling the car. Still a smoother ride than the railways back home, he mused. Activating the command net, he transmitted a compressed digital update to headquarters in Belarus. The assault train's long-range HF wire antenna, stretching out behind them, maintained a critical link over thousands of kilometers in the satellite-denied environment. Bandwidth was limited, but sufficient for essential traffic. His message was concise. Red Blizzard ahead of Sebule. Enemy armor near Munchberg. Raid force sustained minor losses, American airfield and logistics, nodes targeted en route. Advancing west. Success certain, estimated time to objective, 3 hours. Above him, the distinctive hum of rotating radar arrays filled the compartment. The train's integrated 29 YA6 omnidirectional and 42 S6 Morphe active electronic scanning systems projected a protective bubble extending over 25 kilometers. The radome could retract for tunnels or stealth, but now it was up and searching. With 4 total radar systems aboard, Red Blizzard 1 could detect and engage any air or ground threat within its range. So long as the Spetsnaz-held rail switches remained secured and the train stayed within 20 kilometers of the main assault column, this mobile fortress could clear a path all the way to the objective. The rails and roads were open. It's almost pathetic, he thought, a smirk touching his lips. Who is left to even try and stop us? NATO, with all its grand plans, was utterly blindsided by our smaller, faster, and frankly smarter force. The fools. The West clung to its stale fantasy of a massive, lumbering invasion, that predictable pizza slice advance from Belarus into Germany, giving them all the time in the world to mobilize. They never even entertained the possibility of a surgical operational raid. This was no blunt hammer. It was a scalpel slicing deftly through Europe's heart to excise the tumor of American influence, all so an aging Boris Lazar could pursue his ambitions in Africa unhindered. Chapter 37. 30 Aviation Brigade, Regimental Headquarters, Ansbach Army Airfield, Katterbach Barracks, Germany. 26 December parked on the dimly lit tarmac just outside her ready room after 1 in the morning. Captain Sandra cycled through her Apache's navigation systems, finding only useless blank screens. A deep frustration settled in her gut. GPS is still completely down, Jessie, she said into her mic, her voice tight. Copy that. This is a nightmare. She toggled through the digital maps, all useless without a signal, before finally resorting to the weathered paper maps from her flight case. Unfolding one on her knee, she began meticulously marking known friendly and suspected enemy positions with a grease pencil, triple-checking each grid coordinate. The task was a welcome, if fleeting anchor against the creeping mental fog that came with exhaustion. Pausing, she glanced out the left side of her cockpit. Under the harsh glow of work lights, ground crew moved with urgent purpose, pumping fuel into her aircraft. Despite the deep night chill, she could see the intense concentration on the young soldiers' faces. Word of her unit's recent desperate actions had clearly spread from the crew chiefs, transforming these normally routine duties of refueling and rearming into a mission of critical importance. She watched 2 specialists, their breaths forming small clouds in the cold air, carefully loading missiles onto her wing pylons. Under the flickering lights, they seemed like figures from a classic monochrome film. Not boys, men, she reminded herself. Men of an age to serve their nation and their faith. Men old enough to fall in battle. How many had already met their end on the field tonight? She couldn't say, but she was certain she had consigned Russian soldiers to their graves, to endings filled with fire, smoke, and searing heat. Enough of that, she told herself firmly. The Russians sealed their own fate the moment they crossed the border. Her thoughts were fixed on her captain, his co-pilot, and all the others in the American and German armored units depending on her. Her reflection was cut short as Lieutenant Thomas's familiar form appeared on her right. Climbing up to her cockpit and rapping on the canopy, she slid the hatch open and lifted her visor. Good grief, Glitter. Word is you all were in the thick of it. The Major needs a situation report and your input on where to deploy Echo Company once they're fully mustered. About a third have arrived already. They're with the Major in the ready room reviewing your contact reports. He'll radio you as soon as he can break away, but you are to launch immediately. You have command of Delta Company now. Sandra gave a distracted nod, her eyes still on her charts. Thomas went on. Oh, and the crew's planning to paint 3 kill marks on your aircraft. How about that? At that, Sandra reached up toward the canopy hatch. It's 5, you joker? She shot back, then sealed the hatch decisively and returned to marking waypoints on her paper map. After updating brigade operations, Glitter lifted off from Ansbach and turned northeast toward Nuremberg. Switching to UHF, she began briefing her 3 wingmen. Our priority is to rendezvous with our ground armor. We'll conduct reconnaissance as long as possible and assist in engaging high-value targets. If we can, I want to estimate enemy strength. Once the rest of the squadron can scramble more platoons, they can reinforce the tank crews to strike any major force advancing next. She fell silent for a moment, then added, "It still doesn't add up for me why they're pushing south instead of driving toward Berlin." That's the attack pattern we drilled on constantly in training. If the Russians moved into Poland, Berlin would be the logical objective. Her voice faded as she sifted through memories of Cold War Russian strategy. This adversary was unfamiliar, unlike the forces she had prepared to face in Afghanistan, and she knew that gap in understanding was a dangerous liability. Near Nuremberg, Germany, 26 December. Colonel Dryagan studied his map, marking the latest checkpoints with a hand that trembled slightly from the high speed of his command vehicle racing down the Autobahn. He stood in the open top hatch, a biting frosty wind whipping around him and swirling down into the compartment. His command and operations staff were accustomed to the cold blast. The colonel was convinced it helped maintain alertness, and he preferred to look out regularly to assess the terrain, the weather, and the disposition of his forces. Below him, the ops team monitored incoming radio transmissions and adjusted pins on the analog map board, tracking the lead boomerang vehicle in the column. Dryagan noted the Vanguard was roughly 30 kilometers ahead of schedule, positioned just southwest of Nuremberg. "Victor?" the colonel called, ducking back inside the command hull. He removed his goggles and tugged his frost-coated white face mask down to his neck, his skin flushed and chapped from the wind. "Beyond the next objectives, we now confirm at least 1 enemy tank battalion is operating in the woodland. Our withdrawal will not be as straightforward as our penetration. The intelligence projections are one thing, but now we have confirmation of who is out there. This enemy tank commander won't stay passive. He was attempting to force us into a direct engagement. I need you to coordinate with the general to develop a plan for using alternate Route C on the return." Colonel Dryagan leaned over the map table, his gloved hand tapping a steady rhythm on the cold steel. "Run the numbers on our fuel. We need to pinpoint exactly where we'll link up with the support train after the Stuttgart operation to top off." "Understood, Colonel. Also, I want a full mechanical status report on every vehicle in the raiding force. When we meet that train, I expect to resupply every single truck and fighting vehicle down to the last wrench and jerry can. Is that clear?" "Yes, Colonel." "Good. Now shift focus to that American tank unit." "I've been thinking," he said, his eyes narrowing as he studied the terrain overlay. "Their logical move is to return to Grafenwöhr for logistics. I want to intercept that movement, target one of their supply convoys, and cripple their logistics chain. Yes, sir. One more thing. Get on the horn to the general and request immediate authorization to detach a platoon of BTRs from the support train. I want them moving within the hour right away, Colonel." Dryagan pushed himself upright, his breath forming a cloud in the frigid air. He scanned the pale, frost-rimed horizon, knowing 200 other commanders and gunners were doing the same from their hatches and turrets. There was a shared, unspoken tension in the stillness. The colonel and his men were hunting for any sign of trouble because, this morning, they intended to be the trouble, a sudden, violent surprise erupting from the winter quiet. 37th Armored Regiment Composite and Panzer Battalion 203, Munchberg, Germany, 26 December. Tom Grant and Blas Ott stood in snow that clung to their boots, the hood of Grant's Humvee serving as an improvised map table in the bleak pre-dawn. It was 3 in the morning. For over 6 relentless hours, they had been loading, maneuvering, and fighting. Now the American and German officers stared at the creased map, trying to decipher the chaotic puzzle they were trapped in. Grant knew his composite regiment's tankers and mechanics lacked the experience for a sustained aggressive pursuit. With Russian tactical doctrine as their only real guide and a complete absence of fresh intelligence from higher command. His working theory was grim. The regiment-sized force they'd just battled was likely the spearhead for a much larger, still unseen Russian formation. It was the only explanation that made sense in the information vacuum. If they're fighting by the book, Grant said, his voice low, the next punch will be a sledgehammer. A massive wall of armor. They've already scouted our positions and strength. They'll hit a flank unless we find a way to get ahead of them. Major Blaise Ott gazed across the moonlit, rolling hills, the snow reflecting an eerie silver light. I agree, but something about this doesn't fit the book. It feels off. Yeah, I have the same itch, Grant admitted. They had a specific goal. They didn't bother probing our ambush sites or hunting for weak spots. Destroying us wasn't the primary objective. There was something else. Yeah, Ott nodded slowly. Their orders were to push straight through us, to keep moving west. But to where? Grant asked. Frustration edging his tone. What's the target? No idea, the German captain conceded with a weary sigh. I want to give chase, but we're blind to what might be coming at us next, and we can't go far. Our last status reports weren't good. We've burned through over 80% of our ammunition. He rubbed his gloved hands together against the cold. We're in no shape to attack. We dig in here, improve the defenses, and put half the men on rest rotation. We hold and wait for resupply. Alles klar, Ott said. Any word on when the ammo and fuel will get here? Chandler's already at Grafenwöhr rounding up a convoy. I'm waiting for his signal that he's inbound. We need everything he can bring. Grant fell silent, his eyes fixed on the dark tree line in the distance. Sir, what is it? I just can't shake this feeling, Grant said quietly. The Russians are playing a different game. They've got another card to play, and we haven't seen it yet. Beirut, Germany, 48 kilometers north of Grafenwöhr Training Center, 26 December. Lieutenant Chandler pushed his tired body back into the driver's seat, a lukewarm coffee in hand. The 25 support vehicles had been loaded and ready before he'd even returned to Grafenwöhr. There was no time for a proper briefing. He simply gave the signal, and the long convoy rumbled out of the gate, its headlights cutting twin paths through the lingering darkness as it began the tense journey back toward Münchberg. The road ahead felt ominously quiet, the kind of quiet that settles in just before everything goes wrong. Nearly every person assigned to the base had hurried to assist with the loading effort, regardless of their usual duties and support roles. Clerks from the post exchange, office staff, and even kitchen workers all pitched in. With satellite radio down, long-distance communications were severely hampered, but a handful of soldiers recalled how to operate the older HF radios, a technology tracing its roots to the Second World War. Many units had grown so accustomed to the simplicity of push-button satellite links that they neglected training on HF bands, making those few familiar with the sets suddenly invaluable. About an hour into the journey back, the combined convoy of American and German supply trucks halted at an intersection north of Bayreuth, allowing Lieutenant Chandler and several lead drivers to gather and debate the safest path ahead. As the men huddled on a truck hood, unfolding a paper map, a sudden, staccato series of detonations tore through the center of the column, taking them completely off guard. Boom, boom, boom. Chandler and the others threw themselves onto the asphalt. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of heavy automatic weapons fire raked the road behind them. Glancing back, Chandler spotted 4 Russian boomerang-armored vehicles speeding along Highway 9, hammering his line of trucks as they advanced. A German ammunition truck was the first to erupt, a point-blank hit almost impossible to miss at that distance. It detonated with massive force, shredding everything nearby, including 2 neighboring fuel tankers. Chandler felt a scorching heat wave roll over him. The surrounding snow flashed into steam, and the men nearest the blast were torn apart before being consumed by the cascading fire. Chandler sprinted to his M88 recovery vehicle and hauled himself onto its frigid hull, his bare palms sticking painfully to the icy armor and metal rungs as he climbed. He dropped into the commander's station and swiveled the 50-caliber machine gun toward the approaching Russian APCs. He poured fire desperately at the shapes emerging through the smoke and flame. In the chaos of explosions and burning fuel, he locked the heavy gun onto the lead Russian vehicle and held the trigger down as it closed the distance. 40 yards, 30-20. He emptied the entire 200-round ready box into its path. Through the gloom, multiple vehicles in Chandler's support column were now ablaze, his rounds sparking harmlessly off the thick armor of the boomerangs, which kept savaging the vulnerable trucks with cannon shells. Chandler understood the hopelessness of their situation. They had been ambushed, unprepared and outgunned by a far superior enemy. There was only one choice left: go down swinging. He reloaded the machine gun and opened fire again, watching the tracer rounds and incandescent slugs smash repeatedly into the lead APC's front. It seemed a few of his rounds finally punched through the heavy ballistic windshield. The leading boomerang abruptly slowed from its frantic charge. Its driver, clearly dead or incapacitated, veered out of control and plowed into one of the burning fuel trucks, shoving it off the roadway and into the forest. In an instant, the APC was swallowed by flames as fuel from the ruptured tanker washed over it. Yet, with a cold efficiency, the remaining Russian vehicles simply swept past their stricken teammate and continued to blast everything in their way with cannon fire. Chandler saw another boomerang surge forward, its turret rotating until the deadly 30mm cannon bore directly on him. His mind barely registered the threat before the weapon fired. Lieutenant Chandler's body was severed at the chest, his hands still gripping the 50 caliber as he fell in battle. Chapter 38. 30th Brigade, Regimental Headquarters, east of Ansbach Army Airfield, Katterbach Barracks, Germany. 26 December. Lieutenant Glissen's Apache, now rearmed and refueled, streaked just 100 meters above the steep snow-dusted roofs of the German town of Bayreuth. Sandra glanced at the map on her kneeboard, calculating the distance to the last reported Russian position, when Jesse's voice crackled over the intercom. "Glitter. Courage is back online. They've lost the tank column and are requesting we sweep the area southwest of their last known." Her eyes darted across the chart once more. "Understood. Initiate a hard left turn and assume a reconnaissance spread. I'll switch frequencies and contact Courage's command." She toggled the radio from the squadron channel to the Army Armored Regiment's network. "Courage 6, this is Glitter. Do you have an approximate grid for that Russian armor?" "Glitter, Courage 6, negative contact. We're currently red on both fuel and ammunition. We're picking up explosion sounds to the southwest, but the terrain makes it impossible to gauge the range." "Copy that," Sandra replied. "We'll investigate your southwest sector and report. Appreciate it? We also assess that if this is an advance or reconnaissance element, a larger main force is likely trailing behind. We need to be prepared and dug in. No sightings from our forward observers, yet resupply is inbound to our position." "Understood. Stay sharp out there, will do, Courage." 6 out. With a practiced motion, Jesse adjusted the flight controls with his left hand, banking the heavy helicopter toward the northwest. The aircraft sliced through the frigid night air with a responsive shudder. Viper 1-6 and Viper 2-6 were now on the hunt, but with the enemy having proven they could bite back, Glitter knew this pursuit required a careful, deliberate stalk. Radom, Poland, December 26. Paulina Tobias's blinked, disoriented, finding herself in a stark, clean bed with an IV line taped to her arm. Her uniform was gone, replaced by a thin hospital gown. A bandage wrapped her left forearm, and a dull, persistent ache settled in her head and shoulder, a far cry from the sharp agony she remembered from the snow. whenever that had been. She searched the room until her eyes found a clock. 4:51. No windows, but she'd collapsed in the early morning. It must be afternoon now. A gray-haired, thin doctor with a kind, fatherly air entered through the open doorway and smiled softly upon seeing her awake. "How are you feeling, Paulina?" She offered only a slight shrug. She didn't feel good, nor particularly glad to be alive. She felt hollow. The images of Ursula and Bruno and so many others flashed behind her eyes. "How many?" she began, her voice rough. "How many were killed?" The doctor's smile turned pained as he sat on the edge of her bed. "Perhaps you should rest first before." "Tell me," she insisted, the sudden force in her own voice sending a fresh throb through her skull. The doctor looked down at the floor. "They informed me there were 93 militia and 1 PLF officer in your company. 74 are confirmed dead, including the lieutenant. 10 are wounded, including you. 9 emerged physically unharmed." Paulina's head tilted. "Really? Only because they dropped their weapons and fled into the forest," the doctor explained quietly, "leaving the rest of you behind." She stared blankly at the wall. In Paulina's mind, those who ran deserved a medal, not condemnation. Escaping that slaughter demonstrated a tactical wisdom the rest of them, herself very much included, had utterly failed to grasp. The doctor continued, "The phone lines are down, but when service is restored, I can try to call your mother." "My father," Paulina corrected, tears beginning to well and spill over. "Please call my father. Just tell him I'm all right." "Of course, and I will tell him his daughter is a hero." She looked at him through her tears. A hero? The word felt absurd, almost insulting. There had been no heroes on that field, only victims and the fortunate. She was a leftover, a survivor of a massacre swept up in a storm that had already moved on. "You are a hero," the man insisted gently. "There were photographs taken of the engagement." Paulina's brow furrowed. "That was an engagement?" "You're right," the doctor conceded, his tone shifting to one of grim, unvarnished honesty. "It wasn't an engagement. It was a target practice, and your unit was the paper silhouette. The ones who ran. They were the only ones who read the manual." The doctor's words hung in the air, a compliment that felt misplaced. He spoke of armor and soldiers of the single Russian she had shot, labeling it bravery. Paulina remembered the act, but none of the supposed valor. There had been no courage, only a blind, consuming terror that made her body move on its own. She was no soldier. The thought was cold and certain. "How am I even alive?" she asked, her voice flat. "You were found in a trench," the doctor explained, glancing at his clipboard. "Another man was on top of you. He took 4 rounds. They didn't pass through. You have a concussion, likely from grenade blasts and a gunshot wound to your left forearm. It was superficial. We stitched it, bandaged it, gave you medicine. You've been unconscious for 16 hours. It was after 4 in the morning." Paulina's eyes drifted to the empty hallway. "Where are they?" she asked. "Who? The Russians? The invaders?" A faint, tired smile touched the doctor's lips. "You don't know? They didn't stay?" "It was a blitzkrieg, a fast-moving unit that cut across southern Poland to reach Germany. We've waited for a larger invasion, but for a full day nothing else has come. Germany?" The word felt strange. "Why? Communications are a mess. No one knows. But whatever their business is, they are no longer conducting it here." Paulina's mind, still foggy, pieced it together. "They'll have to come back through to go home?" "Perhaps," the doctor conceded, "but you have done your part. You need rest." She pushed herself up, a sharp sting flaring where the IV entered her hand. "No, I need to be ready." The doctor began to protest, but his words were cut off by the entrance of a Polish land forces captain. The man's camouflage uniform was crisp, his expression severe. "Doctor, if Tobias clears her, she fights," the captain stated, his stern face softening into a slight approving smile directed at Paulina. "You are a hero." A wave of bitter resentment washed over her. She wished to hell they would stop saying that. If she were any kind of hero, Ursula would be walking through that door right now. 37 Armored Regiment, Composite and Panzerbataillon 203, Münchberg, Germany, 26 December. Leaving his unit, even briefly, felt like a betrayal of duty. Major Grant had to see the aftermath for himself, but his thoughts churned with anxiety over his absent commanding officer. Where the hell is the brigadier general? The question had haunted him for 20 hours, a nagging companion to his own doubts. If the Russians struck now, command would fall to Major Ott. The German officer Grant had left in charge. The female Apache pilot had vectored his small convoy of Humvees toward the coordinates of the carnage. The final guide was a hellish glow, a red stain of fire against the low clouds of the early morning sky. Parking on the outskirts, they heard the sporadic pop of ammunition cooking off in the heat. Grant and his men advanced on foot along the frozen ground beside the Autobahn, the air biting cold. As they neared, the earth underfoot changed. The intense heat from the burning column had turned ice to a grimy, treacherous slush. Once these fires die, this road will be a skating rink, Grant thought grimly. He led a dozen soldiers into the heart of the devastation. The scene was horrific. Amid the wreckage, he spotted a single destroyed Russian boomerang vehicle. The rest was a graveyard of American steel. Some hull numbers were still recognizable on scorched frames, while others were nothing more than grotesque, melted sculptures of war. Locating Lieutenant Chandler's M88 recovery vehicle proved straightforward. It, along with a handful of other machines, including 3 fuel tankers, remained in surprisingly good shape, spared by the Russians' hurried departure. The enemy's movements were disorienting. They had somehow circled behind and were now operating in the rear, blurring any clear sense of a front line. How was anyone supposed to get a grip on this chaos? Grant's eyes scanned the tree line, where shadows moved, more men from his headquarters element, keeping to the edge of the woods and steering clear of the sporadic ammunition explosions. His own safety was the furthest thing from his mind. In that moment, he felt a profound indifference to whether he lived or died. This disaster was on him. He should have anticipated an enemy smart enough to strike at his supply lines. A real tank commander would have dispatched escorts, some anti-tank platforms or armed security vehicles. If he weren't just a logistics officer stuck managing tank repairs, none of this would have happened, yet he understood his own hesitation. Every bit of his training for a European conflict against the Russians screamed that the main assault was still looming. A tidal wave of armor, poised to crash through Poland into Germany at any second. How could he justify splitting his already thin forces to guard a resupply column believed to be safely in the rear? Rationalizations did nothing to ease the corrosive self-hatred churning inside him. In the guttering light, he found the lieutenant's severed upper body. Grant squeezed his eyes shut briefly, then made himself look. The Russian 30mm cannon rounds hadn't breached the M88's thick armor. Instead, they had detonated against the massive hull and its angled front plate. The blast fanned a spray of shrapnel up the slope of the armor, a storm of tiny razors that had cleanly cut the young African-American soldier in two. Crouching, Grant gathered the lieutenant's torso, lifting it carefully. He carried it, searching for a clear area to place him for the recovery teams. He fought the urge to look at the terrible oozing wound, the spilled viscera. He'd reassembled friends' bodies after IED strikes in Afghanistan. He was no stranger to horrors most people never see. But this time, a raw physical revulsion hit him, a gagging urge to vomit, to expel the fear and rage that had been festering alongside the half-eaten MRE he'd been choking down when the news came of the convoy's annihilation. Hold it together. The men can't see you break. Drawing on some deep reserve, he swallowed back the bile. He looked down at his lieutenant's face. It was ash-gray and lifeless, but it was still Chandler's face. A good officer, full of potential. This is my mess to clean up. A sudden fierce clarity cut through the despair. Screw this, Grant thought, the self-pity burning away into a hard, defiant anger. No more waiting around for some general to show up and take charge. This was his fight until someone officially relieved him, for better or worse. These were his people. This was his war. This was his unit, and he would give the commands. He owned this battlefield. 5 minutes later, he strode back to his Humvee with a completely different energy, a renewed purpose hardening his features. He leaned into his driver. "Back to the regiment. We're getting more ammunition and fuel, and then we are going on the goddamn attack." Chapter 39. Ansbach Army Airfield, Germany. 26 December, the first impact arrived in the pre-dawn darkness, a muffled thump that could have been anything, a heavy door slamming, or maybe a truck backfiring. The airfield had been a hive of activity all night, with vehicles ferrying ammunition out to the flight line for the companies that were assembling and preparing for takeoff. A few seasoned combat veterans paused, glancing up from their work. The sound was familiar, yet it felt utterly out of place here. Lieutenant Thomas swiveled away from his desk across the logistics office. His maintenance chief had risen from his cubicle and was staring out the window. "What's going on, boss?" Thomas asked. "Just a second, sir," the chief replied, his voice tense. The next thump was louder and unmistakably closer. A third explosion rocked the building, followed swiftly by a fourth and a fifth, each one closer and more violent than the last. The maintenance chief whirled around from the doorway, his face pale. Incoming, everyone down by the time the sixth shell hit. A deep, mournful siren had begun to howl from somewhere across the airfield. The staccato rattle of machine gun fire answered, first from the northeast, then multiplying from the farmlands directly east of the perimeter. Thomas stared, unable to process what was happening. His chief edged open the heavy second-floor door, giving them a direct view of the flight line. Two ragged lines of Russian armored vehicles, boomerangs, tore through the shattered perimeter fence and charged onto the runway, moving with terrifying speed and firing continuously. Their 30-millimeter cannons flashed, stitching the dark sky with lines of fire, while turret-mounted machine guns sprayed the tarmac. Helicopter after helicopter erupted into fireballs before their eyes. Fuel trucks vanished in orange blossoms, ammunition dumps cooked off in a deafening chain reaction. The devastation was absolute and bewilderingly fast. 18 kilometers northeast of Ansbach Army Airfield, Germany, 26 December, a cold knot of dread tightened in Captain Sandra Glissen's gut. All attempts to raise Ansbach on the radio had met with dead silence. Pushing their speed, her flight kept trying, and as they closed within 10 miles, the growing dawn light revealed thick, black pillars of smoke staining the horizon. Jessie looked to the left. "Tell me that's not home." Her pilot was silent for a long moment. Then she too saw the ominous glow. "Oh, hell," Jessie breathed out. The familiar landscape around Ansbach solidified into a nightmare. "Yeah," Sandra confirmed, her voice quiet and hollow as she watched the smoke rise. "That's us." She was frozen by the brutal irony. They had been out hunting the enemy, who had instead slipped past and ravaged their home. A wave of despair threatened to drown her, but it was instantly burned away by a white-hot fury. She was a soldier. A primal need for vengeance surged through her veins, pushing aside all grief. When she keyed the mic, her voice was stripped clean of emotion, leaving only cold command. "We shift to echelon left, attack posture, execute pop-up maneuvers to acquire targets. They can't have gotten far." "Copy that, scanning with thermals now," Jessie responded, widening the view on the gun camera feed, which Glitter monitored on her own display. As they raced south, practical fears intruded. Where do we refuel? Who's alive down there? She physically shook her head, dispelling the doubts. No time for that soldier move. Now she switched frequencies to address her 3 other aircraft. "All right, listen closely. Our first priority is to locate a secure airfield. We need a foothold to stay in this fight. 6 kilometers east of Stuttgart, 26 December. The young lieutenant's breath fogged in the frigid air, swirling near his face in gloved hands. His elbows, braced on the tank's snow-dusted turret, scraped trails through the powder as he peered through his binoculars, revealing the dark metal beneath. Sharp cheekbones and a stray lock of blonde hair escaping his white winter hood were all that showed of him. The rest was bundled against the cold. Steam rose from his heavy coat as the vehicle sat in silence atop a ridge overlooking the distant city. He exhaled slowly, his entire being focused through the lenses. His mission was clear. In mere minutes, the final assault would begin. His targets lay ahead, oblivious to his watchful presence and the grim purpose that drove him. He was the will of the motherland made manifest. The old unit song echoed in his thoughts, a tune from a different time when Russian soldiers last marched into Germany. Fire and thunder, steel and glory. Forward to victory, powered by our guns, ahead lie the foes of our homeland. Beside me, brothers, I would trust with my life. Let the flames surround us, we survived the bitter cold. Now we face the heat of battle for all our comrades. He narrowed his eyes, then opened them wide, straining to pick out distant landmarks through the falling snow. The landscape held familiar shapes. His binoculars, still warm from the vehicle's interior, immediately fogged in the cold air. Down in the boomerang's turret, his sergeant was already tracking the horizon through his gun sight, the heavy turret grinding slowly into position. The gunner swept his view across the scattered trees, the 4-power magnification bringing the city's details into sharp focus. Gentle slopes, chimney smoke, roofs blanketed in white. His voice came through the headset. "Lieutenant, I have the TV tower in sight." The response was immediate. "I see it too, Sergeant. Our target is roughly 20 degrees left of that tower." "You can't see it from here. The ground's in the way. But once we get on Highway 8 and turn west, we'll drive straight into it." He pulled the binoculars back and tried to wipe the lenses on a dry patch of his thick winter glove. It was useless. The damp leather just smeared them, though even streaks were better than total fog. A wave of heat from the crew compartment vents washed over him, escaping through the open hatch. "It'll be better once we're rolling again," he told himself. Forward for the homeland, forward. The mental music cut off abruptly as the radio hissed to life. "Strike 1. This is Strike 2. Commence your attack," holding the binoculars in his right hand. The lieutenant keyed his microphone with his left. "Roger that." He then toggled a switch on the control panel mounted to his coat and called out to his platoon of armored vehicles. "Strike 1, I am in the lead. Form the column and follow me." With a unified roar, 8 boomerang engines ignited. The small, snowy rise beside the road suddenly buzzed with activity as the handful of men who had stepped out for a smoke or a quick break now sprinted back and clambered into their vehicles. The young lieutenant switched back to the intercom. "Conserve ammunition until we reach Kelly Barracks. I doubt we'll see much fight out here. Driver, move out onto the highway. Get us up to 60 kilometers per hour until the column is formed, then push it to 100. Feeling the warmth returning to his limbs, he tightened his grip on the hatch rim as the 8-wheeled vehicle jolted steadily over the snow-covered field. In under a minute, they were accelerating onto the Autobahn. Office of the Deputy Commander, U.S. European Command. Patch, Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany. 26 December. The watch officer knocked on the open door and waited silently to be noticed. Peering inside, he saw the general typing at his computer. Even with networks down, reports still had to be written and logged. On the wall behind him hung the 3-star flag of his position. After a moment, the general looked up from his screen. "Captain, sir, I have a new report for you." He waited for the general's gesture to enter. "What do you have, Benny?" The general looked utterly drained after a full day of grappling with broken communications and spotty intelligence. compounded by the stress of knowing the Russians had pushed from their initial attack in Poland all the way into German territory near Dresden. The watch officer delivered the news. Ansbach airfield has been hit. Details are scarce. We only received fragments from the Army Apache Unit's operations officer over a German landline before it went dead. Preliminary information indicates most of our forces there were destroyed in a ground assault. The general rose slowly from his chair, his expression stunned. Ansbach is gone, ground assault? The general's voice cut through the static-filled line. Confirmed, sir. How reliable is this? Do we have numbers? Unit composition? This can't be a full-scale push. It has to be a probing element. A reconnaissance team that got aggressive, perhaps. The captain on the other end had nothing further to offer. With a frustrated sigh, the general barked his orders. Round up every section head. I want the entire command staff in the war room immediately, and someone, for the love of God, get me a secure line back to Washington. Krung, Germany, 4 kilometers east of Stuttgart, December 26. To the motorists on the Autobahn that frosty morning, the sight of a military convoy speeding southwest on Highway 343 was hardly alarming. Whispers of trouble in Poland swirled, but with communications across Europe spotty at best, most Germans carried on with their day blissfully unaware. The 313, like many German roads, had stretches with no speed limit, and traffic moved swiftly despite the light snow. With disciplined efficiency, civilian vehicles shifted to the left lanes, ceding the right-of-way to the military column, a practice ingrained since the last Great War. The convoy of roughly 40 wheeled and turreted vehicles, painted in a mottled white and rust-brown scheme that was neither German nor American standard, raced along at over 60 miles per hour. Nobody paid the unusual camouflage much mind. The procession slowed, exiting the highway and turning west toward Stuttgart, briefly clogging the ramp and drawing muttered curses from drivers in their warm, sealed cars. A detachment of 10 vehicles split off, heading south for Frankfurt Airport. The main body of 30 turned north onto Filderhauptstrasse, rolling into the quiet suburb of Plieningen. The town was dormant, its university students still away for the Christmas holiday. The surrounding fields lay bare, plowed flat months earlier. On the northern edge of town, a local farmer, roused by the growl of heavy engines, stepped onto his porch in his pajamas. He clenched his pipe, its bowl glowing angrily as he watched the vehicles abruptly leave the road and fan out in a precise formation, their treads churning deep, ruinous furrows through his dormant strawberry fields. Typical, he fumed to himself, the smoke wreathing his head. No respect for the land. These soldiers, probably those Americans again, with their endless exercises. He stood there until the last engine noise faded into the distance, then slammed his old wooden door shut with a force that shook the frame, retreating to the irritable comfort of his fireplace. Headquarters, U.S. European Command, Patch Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany, December 26. At first, the sound was deceptive, a long, ripping tear like heavy canvas being shredded, echoing between the buildings of the command post that served as the nerve center for all U.S. forces in Europe. An Air Force technician in the Combat Information Center glanced up, joking to a soldier beside him about the heating system finally giving out. The illusion shattered an instant later when the first bullets smacked into the brick facade with violent, wet thuds. Then came the 30mm high-explosive rounds. They punched through the walls of the east-facing offices in a storm of sparks, pulverized brick, and jagged metal fragments. The assault was relentless, a concussive wave that shook the building to its foundation. Those not cut down immediately were thrown from their feet. In a blur of motion, an Army warrant officer sprinted down a debris-choked hallway and hurled herself through a doorway into a briefing room, seeking any refuge from the storm, tearing the headquarters apart around her. She ducked beneath the massive conference table, finding herself among a handful of personnel who had been interrupted mid-briefing. A two-star general was wedged against a chair leg, his fingers straining for a telephone that had skittered just beyond his grasp. The warrant officer knew it was pointless. The communications specialist with her team had already confirmed the lines were dead. No signals were going in or out. Another series of concussions rattled the building, followed by the distinctive scream of supersonic shrapnel cutting through the air. Overhead, the long fluorescent tubes flickered wildly before one snapped free, shattering near the table as another volley tore into the wall and ceiling. Through the doorway, she caught glimpses of uniformed figures sprinting down the corridor. She was weighing a desperate dash herself when the general finally abandoned the phone. Everyone listen. On my mark, we rise and move toward the first tank shell struck the headquarters with a force that seemed to stop time, throwing anyone partially up back down onto the cold floor. A second, deafening explosion tore a massive cavity in the neighboring office. A downpour of wires, acoustic tiles, and shredded insulation fell onto and around their makeshift shelter. The air filled with the terrifying chorus of countless metal fragments screeching as they caromed off concrete. A third round blasted a hole directly in the roof above them, allowing the bleak gray daylight to flood in. Structural beams buckled, sending roofing material, ice, and snow crashing down. The table splintered under the weight of a falling girder, tragically pinning the general and two others. The rest of the group, their breath stolen by the shockwave like a brutal punch to the stomach, exchanged stunned looks, rendered silent by the sheer scale of the destruction. A man staggered in from the hallway, clutching a bloody gash above his eye. His mouth was open in a scream, lost to the relentless ringing in their ears from the blast. Peering through the thickening haze, the young warrant officer squinted into the adjacent room, now visible through the gaping hole. Two men lay motionless in expanding crimson pools, dust still sifting over them. The floor trembled again from impacts elsewhere in the building. She felt the vibrations more than heard them, her senses muffled and sluggish. Summoning a surge of adrenaline, she tried to push herself up, to crawl away. Anywhere but here. Another jolt shook the floor, and she felt a sudden, piercing impact against her chest. She looked down to see a small, quarter-sized red dot blooming on her dress screens, right beside her meticulously arranged service ribbons. It widened with alarming speed, a fact her mind struggled to process. She turned to a soldier crouched beside her, mouthing the words, "I think I've been hit," while pointing a trembling finger. The man stared back, his expression blank and uncomprehending, too numbed by chaos and his own disorientation. Within moments, the stain on her sleeve and chest darkened to a grim black red, the fabric growing sodden. A flash of irrational anger struck her. Her uniform, her hard-earned ribbons were ruined. Blood then began to stream from her cuff in a relentless, forceful pour, soaking her legs and puddling on the floor. Her face drained of color, her eyes fluttered upward, and she collapsed backward among the debris and the fallen as the punishing artillery barrage continued without mercy. Headquarters, U.S. AFRICOM, Kelly Barracks, Stuttgart, Germany, December 26. "Son of a bitch!" exclaimed the U.S. Air Force security policeman to his German Bundeswehr counterpart at the main gate. What the hell was that? A sudden flash lit up the gray morning, followed by a low rumble that seemed to come from nowhere. Through a light dusting of snow, they saw a dark plume of smoke begin to climb into the sky in the distance. "Looks like a wreck on the far side of the base," the German MP said after a moment. When their radios stayed silent, they waved a few more cars forward from the line waiting for identification checks. Then the gunfire started, the methodical, chattering rhythm of automatic weapons, soon joined by the deeper thump of something heavier. The morning's traffic through the gate had been a steady parade of officers rushing back from holiday leave. For the past 12 hours, it hadn't let up, and the guards had been ordered to process the senior staff quickly, with some new crisis boiling over in Poland. From the urgent looks on the faces returning from vacation, the men at the gate figured Poland was having one hell of a bad day, but Russians near Stuttgart? That made no sense at all. Both MPs drew their sidearms, tilting their heads toward the unsettling noise. "We'd better report this," the American said to his partner. The German sergeant reached for his radio, his gaze still fixed on the rising smoke. Bob Griggs was asleep, his head resting on his desk, when the phone jarred him awake just after 2 in the morning. He didn't jump. He just let it ring a few times before fumbling for the receiver, his cheek still pressed against the wood. "Yeah, Griggs, it's Nick. This is a heads up. I'm short on time. Is Connolly with you?" "No." The guy was about to faceplant on his keyboard, so I told him to get some real sleep at home. We can't have that look around here. Griggs still hadn't lifted his head. "All right. Prepare to have your mind blown. I've been tracking the Russian drills in Iran." "I'm aware," Griggs mumbled. "Dan and I asked you to." "Right. It seemed odd they'd send their most seasoned general out of the country with a full armored brigade if they were planning to hit Europe. But digging deeper, it looks like Lazar marched his entire reinforced unit the full length of Iran, north to south, and reached the southern coast after midnight local. We had a gap in coverage there, but when we looked again, we found Russian troops loading onto civilian-flagged container ships at the port in Chabahar Bay. Griggs bolted upright, clutching the phone. "Container ships? What's the play? Seems Lazar's going for a cruise. The vessels are Singapore-registered freight haulers." An analyst checked their backgrounds and found no obvious ties to Moscow, but they're absolutely being used as troop transports now. We also spotted 3 other ships from the same company, likely part of the operation. They're already in the Gulf of Oman, heading for Chabahar after leaving Bandar Abbas yesterday morning. By the way, there are Russian warships docked at Bandar, but they weren't moving when we last looked, Griggs said. "So Lazar's exercise is a sham, just like Sabaneyev's was." "Bingo," Melanopoulos replied. "What's your chain of command doing about it?" "Who knows, but let me guess. I pass it up, my boss passes it up, then 4 or 5 other departments will get their hands on it, ask for 1,000 clarifications, schedule meetings to plan the meeting before the big meeting, where they finally decide to maybe tell the president we should probably have a meeting. It's a masterpiece of bureaucracy." "Jesus," Griggs muttered, "this is massive." If Europe wasn't already at war and China wasn't teetering on the edge, it would be earth-shattering. As it stands, it's a brigade of Russians up to no good in the Gulf of Oman, a major deal buried under an avalanche of catastrophic ones. "Listen, I've gotta go." Nick hung up, and just then the door to the bullpen swung open. Griggs noticed Dan Connolly approaching. "Sir," Griggs said, "I thought you were catching some sleep. The Admiral summoned me. Damn, it gets worse." He summoned both of us. "Conference room 2, immediately." Griggs rose and moved toward the exit. "I'm guessing it's about our outstanding performance reviews." Connolly's expression remained flat. "Absolutely, Bob. No doubt about it." The conference room was dominated by a heavy oak table set with video teleconference units, a space designed for coordination with their Pacific counterparts, and just as effectively for delivering severe reprimands. Connolly and Griggs stood rigidly at attention as Admiral Herbers faced them, his features tight with displeasure. After a moment of silent scrutiny directed at Connolly, the Admiral's gaze shifted to Griggs. "Your freelance investigations at the NSA end now. No more digging into matters that belong to the intelligence branches. Your focus returns to Pacific contingency planning for myself and the vice chairman. Is that understood?" Both men gave a curt nod. The Admiral's demeanor shifted slightly, the anger giving way to a weary, strained expression as he rubbed his face. "Listen, I understand you feel a certain ownership over this Russian cyber intrusion business. Your initial analysis was commendable, but Russia is not your current concern, and we have the situation contained. Our teams hit back hard, and the reports from European command are clear. We stopped them. General Miller's assessment is that we landed a decisive blow. No further Russian probes into Poland since the initial incursion. We halted a major offensive, and will handle any residual elements. Europe and NATO have a long road ahead restoring communications and satellite networks. Only then will Russia's next move become apparent, but that is not my concern, and it is certainly not yours." He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Our concern, gentlemen, is Asia. I need you both fully re-engaged with Pacific Command, immediately. Do you read me?" "Yes, sir," they answered together. The Admiral acknowledged their response with a nod, turning to study the large Pacific theater maps on the wall. Then Griggs cleared his throat, the sound cutting through the quiet room. "Admiral, with respect, shouldn't we at least?" Connolly released a quiet, exasperated breath. The Admiral spun back, pinning Griggs with a stare. "Major Griggs, there are moments when the smartest course of action is to simply stop talking. Perhaps a planning role isn't the best fit for you." He took a step closer. "Perhaps the regular army needs you back. I believe they're still waiting for you to pass a physical fitness assessment to continue your somewhat erratic career trajectory." He raised a finger, bringing it perilously close to Griggs's face. "One more misstep, and you'll be shipped back to your old unit. I'm certain a man like Colonel Richter could find a use for you." A visible tremor passed over Griggs's features at the mention of the name. His reply was subdued. "Understood, sir. Good. I expect results. I want a briefing on your team's Taiwan assessment tomorrow at 0600. And Colonel Connolly," he added, his eyes shifting, "get your partner in line. You might have a sliver of credibility left to salvage." "Clear. Crystal clear, sir." The Admiral strode out through the heavy wooden doors. The tension in the room seemed to physically drain from both men, their postures sagging the moment the door clicked shut. Connolly turned to Griggs, his voice a low mix of fury and fatigue. "You're going to get us both buried. This isn't just about our careers. We have an entire theater of operations we're accountable for." "No. No, what?" "No, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, sir. We are not following that order. Bob, for God's sake. Just listen. I'm done listening." "You're going to drag us both down. You need to hear this. There's nothing you could possibly say right now." "What if I said Kabahar Bay?" "What? Chabahar Bay?" The scene was a compact harbor along Iran's southern coastline, with well-maintained roads providing access. Connolly whirled to face Griggs, seizing him by the shoulders. "And that means what, exactly?" "General Boris Lazar has just embarked his entire brigade onto commercial freighters at that port. They're putting out to sea right now." Connolly let go, taking a step back to brace himself against the conference table. "You cannot be serious." While the world was fixated on Taiwan and then Europe, he moved a full brigade through Azerbaijan into Iran and onto those ships. This was always the Russian strategy. Think of a fighter. The first jab was the Taiwan situation. They didn't create it, but they're exploiting our distraction, made worse by that laptop hack. Then came the right cross Europe. That pulled our focus back across the Atlantic. And now, with us thoroughly preoccupied, they're throwing the uppercut. Bob, enough with the boxing analogies. Where is he heading? Africa. It's the only play. Connolly gave a slow, grim nod. Naturally, Kenya. Exactly, Griggs replied, a tight smile on his face. My money's on that rare earth deposit Kenya expelled them from 3 years back. It's resource-rich and strategically perfect. It has to be. Unbelievable, Griggs continued. And if they seize it, fortifying it will be their next move. It would take us months to muster a credible force for a counter-assault, possibly longer. We'll still do it, Connolly stated firmly. We won't let this stand. Wonderful, Griggs said with heavy sarcasm. We're already engaged or on the brink on 2 continents. Why not go for the trifecta? Connolly nodded in weary agreement. Then his expression shifted. So the European maneuver was just a feint through Poland toward Germany, all just to cover Lazar's move south? That seems like an enormous risk for a single secondary objective. Both men fell silent for a beat. Then simultaneously they spoke. AFRICOM Connolly straightened up abruptly. They're targeting Stuttgart. Griggs nodded. They calculate that by eliminating or capturing our Africa command staff, all based in Germany, they cripple our response. They could sweep across the continent with minimal interference. We wouldn't even be able to coordinate a regional coalition. We'd have nothing to offer and no liaisons to deliver it. It would take a year to rebuild AFRICOM, Connolly concluded. A full year for Russia to dig in and make that mine de facto Russian territory. A new realization struck the lieutenant colonel. Hold on, if you knew all this, why didn't you tell Herbers while he was ripping into you? Griggs's smile widened and he winked. Because we're bypassing Herbers on this one. The Admiral won't advocate for what truly needs to be done. We have to take this directly to the Director of Plans and lay it all out. Herbers will have our heads. This is too critical, Dan. Getting the Pentagon to focus on Africa is worth our careers. Dan Connolly nodded slowly. I really hate when you're right, Bob. For the next hour, the two officers scrutinized raw satellite imagery of Lazar's convoy on Iranian highways and the loaded freighters in port. The tedious work required 3 calls to Nick Melanopoulos for analysis, though the NSA analyst only answered once, offering a scant few minutes of clarification before rushing back to his own crises. Surprisingly, Nick called back 20 minutes later, his tone completely changed, asking if he could drive to the Pentagon immediately for a face-to-face briefing. Dr. Melanopoulos arrived with a stack of documents. The Russians have assembled significant hardware, and it appears to be with full Iranian cooperation. Look at this here. Melanopoulos brought up a series of satellite images. A cluster of Iranian naval ships was moored together near the Chabahar dock. How do they get anything of size in there? The water looks too shallow. It seems like a fishing fleet, that's the clever part. Nobody would think you could dock a deep-hull ship in such a spot. But there's a slender passageway. It can accommodate 1 or 2 sizable freighters or fuel carriers, not the giant oil tankers, but a ship large enough to hold supplies that could support a military unit for months, depending on how far they plan to travel overland once they arrive. Griggs questioned. Why not just use unflagged cargo ships? That's quieter. Why bring an armed guard? Connolly fielded that. It's wartime. If they had a major escort, big warships and the like, we'd spot it immediately. With these smaller Iranian boats, they're playing the odds. If we're unaware and not watching, they slip past unnoticed. If we are watching, they gain a little reaction time and have some decent firepower to keep inquisitive American destroyers and submarines at a distance. It's a solid plan. Not too flashy, not too subtle. Connolly shifted his attention back to Dr. Melanopoulos. All right, explain the rest. What are all these rows of objects in the harbor on your other displays? It puzzled me for a bit. Notice how each has these large metal containers. Both men nodded as the doctor pointed with his pen. Those aren't containers. They're launch tubes, missile tubes, and what I assumed were standard shipping boxes aren't boxes at all. These are upgraded Chinese Hongqi 9 systems, or HQ-9B for short. Hongqi translates to Red Banner. This is China's newest generation of phased array anti-aircraft missiles. Each unit can identify 6 separate targets and launch and track 6 different missiles simultaneously. I've spotted 4 of them total. Is that sufficient? It's sufficient to give America's proud Air Force a serious headache. And they can do it from over 200 kilometers away beyond the horizon. Well, I'll be damned, Connolly muttered. So the Russians shopped in China. Smart move. They shipped everything to Iran, making it look like routine Iranian upgrades. It also hid the fact that Russians were transferring advanced weapons to Iran. I wonder if the Chinese even knew who their customer was. Griggs then switched to investigating the vessels directly. He consulted a maritime tracking site to pull current and past data on one of the ships, calculating the average speed of the small fleet. He turned back to Connolly. Lazar is at sea now. If Kenya is the destination, the nearest African port to the Mrima Hill site is Mombasa. It's roughly 30 miles inland. At their current speed, I estimate they can make it in about 50 hours. Connolly considered this. 2 full days exposed on the open ocean. That's a huge gamble for him, isn't it? True, but that's his problem, not ours. If we can convince the chain of command, 2 days is more than enough time to mount a response while they're still vulnerable at sea. We could position submarines, bombers, and cruise missiles to hit them with time to spare. Connolly was skeptical. But Lazar would know that. He knows our satellite and communication capabilities in the Middle East and Africa are intact. Why would he sail right into a trap he must assume we'd set? He fell silent for a moment. No, there's another piece we're missing. There has to be. Like what? Not sure. The Russians know their business. They've been outmaneuvering us this entire time. I don't buy that we've suddenly gained the upper hand, Griggs said. Even without all the answers, we need to inform the director. Right, Connolly said. About that, how do we do it without Admiral Herbers finding out? Griggs replied, I've got an idea. I think we should call it Operation Sacrifice Fly. Connolly let out a weary breath. I already despise the name. Chapter 41. North of Stuttgart. Germany. 26 December. The cockpit of Glitter's helicopter was a humid, claustrophobic box, thick with body heat and condensation. She repeatedly swiped her glove across the windscreen and the visor of her helmet, fighting a losing battle against the fog. Cracking one of the small hatches to let in the frigid outside air was tempting, but she knew better. The temperature outside was likely in the low 20s, and slicing through the sky at 120 miles per hour would turn that breeze into a punishing icy whip. She could, of course, shut down her heater to cool off, but that was a gamble she refused to take. Getting the temperamental system restarted mid-flight was far from guaranteed. She remembered a chilly September flight where she'd made that mistake, spending the final hour utterly miserable and shivering. Repeating that error today would be pure foolishness. A little discomfort was the smarter trade. Jessie's voice crackled in her headset, pulling her focus. Glitter, I'm showing about 30 minutes of fuel remaining at our current burn rate. Any fancy maneuvers will cut that time down fast. We have to stick with them, Glitter replied, her voice tight. Whatever their target is in Stuttgart, the comms are dead quiet. No other units are up. They've got a straight path right into the city center. What's your guess? The airport? A run at Ramstein? Maybe they're aiming for EUCOM headquarters? Your guess is as good as mine, she said, a note of frustration creeping in, and with maybe 30 minutes of flight time, we might not live long enough to find out. What's the play, boss? Find them and hit them before they get there. Hard and fast. Copy that. But if we engage, we're landing in a farmer's field. There's no scenario where we make it back to base in time. There is no back, Jessie, Glitter snapped, the stress finally breaking through. For all we know, everyone at Ansbach is gone. She wiped the windscreen again, the action sharp and impatient. Plot an attack vector on the last known position of the lead vehicles in that convoy. We make one more run, 2 passes, maximum. Then we get the hell out of here and find somewhere safe to set down. Roger that. After a brief pause, Jessie added, if they maintain course, they're heading straight for EUCOM HQ, but they could easily turn off and make a run for Ramstein, or, hell, keep going toward Paris. We can intercept them at EUCOM, but that's our limit, Glitter stated. Put the course on my chart, I'll follow the line. She returned her full attention to the controls, feeling the powerful machine respond to her touch. For the next quarter of an hour, the 2 Army aviators raced south toward Stuttgart, flying low and fast through the snowy morning. The continued silence on the radio was unnerving, cementing the feeling that they were utterly alone in the sky. Their fuel gauge was now deep into the emergency reserves, the so-called bingo fuel state. Regulations demanded explicit permission from a full colonel to fly this low, but with command likely obliterated at Ansbach, Glitter had appointed herself the approving authority. Just as she reached up to clear her windscreen again, Jesse's voice cut through the static. "Glitter, do you see that smoke over Stuttgart?" Squinting through the falling snow, Glitter saw it. 4 distinct pillars of dark smoke rising, backlit by an ominous orange glow on the horizon. "Yeah, I see it," she confirmed, her voice grim. "Plot us an attack cone targeting the largest of those fires." As they drew closer, the scale of the destruction became clear. Multiple structures were fully consumed by flame. The sight hardened her resolve. "The enemy is still right there, in the city," she said, her tone shifting from weary frustration to a cold, focused intensity. It was no longer about following orders, it was about delivering payback. "I'll fly, you gun. We're going for 3 passes." The cockpit's fuel-warning alarm chose that moment to begin its urgent, piercing shriek. "Scratch that! 2 passes! We go in fast! Pick your targets and make every shot count!" "Ready!" Jesse responded, his own voice now stripped of all hesitation. The helicopter's rotors beat a frantic rhythm against the icy air as it screamed toward the city at over 160 miles per hour, skimming just above the rooftops. Glitter held the nose down in a steep dive, the entire windscreen filling with the hellish glow of the burning buildings ahead. In an instant, they tore into the combat zone, with Glitter guiding their Apache directly through the thickest plume of smoke and fire from a massive inferno, using the chaos as their primary shield from enemy guns below. The rotors sliced through the haze, revealing a devastated urban battlefield spread out beneath them. Jesse was already locked in. Just beyond the wall of flame, exactly as predicted, a Russian mechanized column advanced through the southwestern district of Stuttgart. The formation included 10 Boomerang armored vehicles and a trio of silent T-14 Armata tanks. While the tanks held position, 3 of the BTR variants were actively shelling nearby structures. Jesse selected a trajectory and squeezed the trigger on the 30mm cannon, his aim more instinct than calculation as the helicopter screamed past. The high explosive rounds tore into the earth and asphalt, splintered trees, and then found their mark among a group of Russian soldiers scrambling for cover. A shower of sparks erupted as his firewalk connected with a boomerang, then a second, and a third. He only managed a burst of 4 or 5 rounds per target before they whipped behind another block of ruins, but it was the best he could do. As they cleared the engagement area, Glitter threw the Apache into a violent left turn. "One more pass," she called out, her voice tight. "But our fuel gauge is singing its swan song." Turning back toward the embattled neighborhood, they were met by a terrifying storm of tracer fire lancing into the sky, weaving a deadly net in front of them as the ground forces realized the aerial threat. Flying back into that maelstrom was borderline insane, yet Glitter pushed them forward. They managed to cover half the distance to their target before she felt the controls go soft and the aircraft's speed bleed away. The Apache responded to her commands with a drunken lethargy. She gripped the cyclic with both hands, fighting for stability, but she could sense the last dregs of fuel, the machine's vital essence finally running dry. The engine sputtered. She held their course, desperate to give Jesse one final clear shot at the concentrated Russian force. There wouldn't be enough juice left for a proper landing. They were going down at the end of this run, if not sooner. "Make this one matter, Jess. You know it," he shot back. Jesse spotted a line of boomerangs speeding down a boulevard flanking a city park. He swung the gun, locked onto the lead vehicle, and opened fire. He watched the rounds impact around the formation, churning soil and striking clusters of troops pouring from a shattered storefront. Glitter fought to keep the nose level, but they were losing altitude and airspeed with every heartbeat. "Jesse!" Sandra growled, her muscles straining against the unresponsive controls. "We are going to hit the ground." "Copy that," he replied, hosing the area with cannon fire as the helicopter's angle steepened toward the earth. He was firing at a sustained rate that would warp the gun barrels in no time, but figured his imminent demise would probably get him a pass on the maintenance report. A torrent of return fire rattled the airframe with several rounds punching into the fuselage. But then they crossed over a line of apartments, temporarily blocking the Russians from view. Only then did Jesse release the trigger. Their descent became a dive. The engine had fallen silent, and the cockpit electronics began to flicker erratically as they switched to backup battery power. "We're going in, Jess!" Glitter yelled. The tail section struck first, crumpling like foil as it smashed onto the roof of a two-story building. A sickening shudder racked the airframe as the fuselage compressed and buckled. The violent impact threw them both hard against their harnesses, then slammed them back into their seats as the cockpit plowed into the structure. The world dissolved into a cacophony of shattering glass and the agonized shriek of metal being twisted and torn apart. The main rotor blade struck the rooftop and exploded into 1,000 fragments, scattering debris across the skyline. Miraculously, the lack of remaining fuel prevented a catastrophic explosion. For a heartbeat, an eerie silence filled the shattered cockpit. Then, with a groan of failing steel, the roof collapsed. Jesse and Glitter were thrown into a violent, tumbling descent as the helicopter plunged through the top floor, rolling over before jarring to a stop. The cockpit was torn apart by jagged girders, ripping 2 massive gashes in the fuselage, still secured to his seat. Jesse, along with his entire section of the aircraft, was wrenched free and fell through a gaping hole, disappearing into the building's dark interior. Glitter remained trapped in the mangled cockpit wreckage. She bled from numerous gashes, her left arm and leg pinned at grotesque angles within a snarl of severed wires and hydraulic lines. Oddly, the shattered compartment had come to rest on its side, next to a blown-out window on the second floor of the 3-story structure, leaving her staring up at the gray sky. As the final cascade of debris settled, a profound quiet descended. A creeping numbness, the precursor to shock, seeped through her, but she forced out a whisper. Jessie. She had no idea if her intercom was functional, if her microphone was near her mouth, or even if her helmet was still on her head. She certainly didn't know if Jesse was still behind her, or if he was breathing. "Jesse," she called again, desperation shifting her to his given name. Sean, answer me." Silence. Then a low, rumbling vibration reached her, and she strained to turn her head. Through the tangled wreckage, she realized her position gave her a grim view out the shattered window and down to the street below. She was 1 floor above a deserted, snow-blanketed parkway, 4 lanes divided by a median. Her eyes tracked up the road to an intersection about 100 yards away. The rumbling grew into a recognizable, ground-shaking growl. She shut her eyes, knowing exactly what was coming. When she opened them, a T-14 Armata tank was rolling into view at the crossroads. It halted, and its turret began a slow, deliberate rotation directly toward her. Every hair on her neck stood up, every instinct screamed to flee, but her body was a prison of pain and twisted metal. Not a single muscle obeyed. She could only watch. A sudden scratch of static in her headset made her jump, followed by an unfamiliar male voice, calm and professional. It was a lifeline. Any station, this is call sign Shank. We are a flight of 2 A-10s over Stuttgart for support. We are rolling into the area now." A bitter, almost hysterical laugh caught in her throat. The warthogs had finally decided to show up to the dance. Talk about fashionably late. Glitter couldn't even twitch a finger to key her mic. She just lay there, utterly helpless, watching the tank's massive main gun slowly elevate to target the remains of Viper 1-6. As her vision began to tunnel and darken, she was startled by the sight of 2 large gray crosses streaking low and slow across the sky above her. The lead aircraft opened up with its iconic 30mm cannon. The sound was a deafening, ripping snarl of fury. The road in front of the T-14 erupted in a line of explosions a heartbeat before depleted uranium rounds hammered the tank itself, blowing the massive vehicle apart in a fireball that filled the intersection. In the sudden, ringing silence that followed, 28-year-old Sandra Glisson surrendered to the darkness. Banking hard away from the flaming tank wreckage, 34-year-old Captain Raymond Shank Vance keyed his radio. "Zoomer, you copy that? There's an Apache down in a building back there." "You see that mess? Solid copy," his wingman replied. "I'm marking the coordinates now. No clue where we're going to scare up a rescue bird or PJs in this chaos, but at least we can keep the site tagged." The entire city of Stuttgart was in chaos. Shank considered their situation briefly. "We're running low on fuel. Let's head back to base. Once we're there, we can attempt to use a landline to contact the closest medical facility. I really hope the Apache crew doesn't have to endure a long wait, but this is the most we can manage right now." Chapter 42. Stuttgart, Germany, 26 December. 3 hours after securing Stuttgart, General Sabaneyev transferred himself and his command staff from the concealed Red Blizzard 1 Strich train to Red Blizzard 2. This was the overt, heavily armed attack train that had been trailing the initial assault force by a few hours. While similar in concept to the lead assault train, Red Blizzard 2 was larger and packed a far more devastating arsenal. There was no attempt at stealth or disguise. This was a pure military train that relied on its formidable defensive and offensive weaponry to dominate the battlefield, capable of obliterating nearly any threat. Comprising 58 varied railcars, the train was roughly organized into 3 sections. 1/3 carried critical logistics, ammunition, and fuel to resupply the voracious tanks, boomerang vehicles, and scouts. Another third was dedicated to command, control, and troop transport, featuring a full battle-control detachment with satellite and radio communications, anti-aircraft missiles, multiple launch rocket systems, and a battery of 120mm mortars. The final section housed a complete mechanized armor battalion, providing General Dryagan with a powerful reserve force. Sending this overt combat train so closely behind the main invasion was a calculated risk by Borbakov, who bet on the Poles and Germans in the wake of the assault being too stunned and disorganized to mount an effective response. His gamble succeeded. Red Blizzard 2 would now function as the central command hub for the Russian raiding force for the duration of the operation. An hour after relocating to the new train, Eduard Sabaneyev stood in a troop transport car surveying a group of 20 captives, 19 men and 1 woman. They were seated or lying along the wall, most with their hands cuffed behind them, though a few wounded individuals were left unbound. His gaze passed over a mix of uniforms and ranks, U.S. and German Army and Air Force personnel, including over a dozen colonels and 4 general officers, among them the deputy commander of AFRICOM. Russian soldiers stood guard, but Sabaneyev sensed no resistance from these officers. They mostly appeared shell-shocked, overwhelmed by the speed and ferocity of the Russian assault. It was almost laughable, really. He'd remarked to his subordinates after the fighting ended that the Americans had put too much faith in their satellites and comms links. Once those were blinded, they'd fumbled around like amateurs. He'd faced more determined and capable opponents in the Chechen rubble years ago than what NATO had shown in the last day and a half. Russian medics moved among the prisoners, administering aid, applying bandages, and determining who needed surgery for shrapnel or broken bones. The AFRICOM deputy commander, the most valuable prize, received the most urgent care despite his back and shoulder wounds not being life-threatening. He would be the first into the train's surgical suite. In stark contrast, 8 wounded Russian soldiers sat bandaged in another car, waiting their turn for treatment. The prisoners were simply worth more than a few farm boys from Moscow, Yaroslavl, and Yekaterinburg. The covert Red Blizzard 1 train its purpose served was now abandoned here in Stuttgart. Keeping the second train operational was the only sensible choice. Turning both locomotives around would have demanded hours of backbreaking work, a luxury they couldn't afford during their lightning strike into Germany and the planned retreat. Their primary mission was already a success, and secrecy was no longer a concern. Red Blizzard 1 had been meticulously positioned on tracks east of the main station along Rosensteinstrasse, packed with explosives and transformed into a towering fireball. Watching it burn pained Sabanayev, but he took comfort in knowing Red Blizzard 2 carried all the essentials for the journey home: fuel, ammunition, and formidable firepower. In truth, this second train was even better armed, boasting more anti-aircraft missiles and mortar systems than its sacrificed sibling. Its dark, disruptive camouflage pattern, now freshly adorned with a stark Russian flag on its flank, gave it a truly menacing silhouette. Without a glance at his captives, the general moved toward the headquarters car. He paused at a window, gazing out at a subdued central Stuttgart shrouded in afternoon haze. The train sat parked near the Hauptbahnhof, encircled by a security cordon of Russian troops and armor. The German streets were empty. Civilians and soldiers alike had vanished at the first crack of gunfire that morning, retreating behind locked doors where they had remained, a silent, unseen audience. Trails of black smoke stained the air beneath a low ceiling of gray clouds. Sabaniev stood for several minutes, hands on his hips, his impatience growing as he awaited word from Dragan. The colonel had dispatched elements to Ramstein Air Base and several smaller local airfields with orders to crater runways, destroy any aircraft they found, and generally cripple NATO's ability to respond. The thought of dealing another blow to the alliance pleased Sabanayev immensely. It would hobble any Western counterattack and hammer home the undeniable reality of who held the initiative, strengthening Russia's hand in the inevitable negotiations to come. Finally, his aide approached. "General, Colonel Dragan reports all objectives achieved at Ramstein. Smaller units are completing operations at secondary airfields. He will begin his return to Stuttgart within the hour. Estimated arrival is 2100. Good, Sabaneyev said, a wave of fierce pride surging through him. He had done it. His part of this war was effectively over, save for the long ride back to Russia. The rest was now in the hands of the politicians and that stubborn old goat, Boris Lazar. He continued through the train to the command car, which buzzed with focused energy. Soldiers moved purposefully between the operations center and the command post, while anti-aircraft crews monitored their radar screens, checking missile statuses on the coordination boards in the center of the car. All fire support batteries were listed as green and ready. Sabaniev walked to the communications officer stationed before the high-frequency radio, a set powerful enough to reach Russian headquarters in Belarus, if not all the way to Moscow. The officer offered the handset. Sabaniev took it and raised his voice, commanding the room's attention. "Operations officer, silence in the ops center." The ambient noise wasn't excessive, but he wanted every ear tuned to his forthcoming transmission. The officers immediately hushed, their conversations dropping to whispers. The general keyed the microphone. "Attack headquarters. Attack headquarters. This is Krasny Metal Force Commander. How do you read me?" A moment of static was followed by a distinct crackle and ping from the speakers, the telltale sound of an encrypted signal locking in. Then a distant but clear voice replied, "This is Attack Headquarters, Krasny Metal. We are receiving you. Send your transmission," the voice ordered. Sabaniev keyed the microphone, his tone crisp and professional. "Raid on Stuttgart headquarters is complete. We achieved success with minimal losses. We hold 20 prisoners, including the AFRICOM deputy commander and key staff. Full identification follows this message. All primary communications and both command structures have been neutralized. Secondary targets are currently being engaged and will be secured within the hour. You may initiate diplomatic contact." A satisfied smile touched his lips as he finished, his gaze sweeping over the elated faces of his staff in the command rail car. The response relayed from a station just inside Belarus arrived after a brief pause. Attack headquarters acknowledges. All primary and secondary objectives confirmed. Tertiary engagements proceeding. Authorization code for your return transit to Moscow will follow. A wave of triumphant cheers filled the train car. Though the captured officers didn't speak Russian, the exultant shouts and relieved laughter told them everything they needed to know. Russia had just pulled off a stunning victory. Handing the radio back, Sabaneyev moved to the operations map. Already planning the next phase, he needed this train moving east before Dryagin could regroup in the city. The prisoners were his insurance policy, a bargaining chip to secure safe passage back through Belarus and into Russia. If NATO wanted their people back, they would have to stand aside and let his forces leave unhindered, avoiding further bloodshed. It was a clean, calculated exit. The Risla, the Kremlin. Moscow, Russia, 26 December, through the sole remaining secure undersea cable linking Moscow to Washington, a carefully crafted message was dispatched. A team of diplomats and linguists had labored around the clock, meticulously wording each sentence to prevent any misinterpretation. They included verified details from Sabaneyev's report, prisoner counts, names, and ranks to lend undeniable credibility to their claims. The resulting communiqué was long, boldly assertive, and heavily embellished with fiction. According to the Kremlin's narrative, a spearhead force from a much larger invasion had pushed all the way to Stuttgart, but their advance had been slowed by fierce resistance from NATO's combined armor and air power. Consequently, Moscow had wisely decided to hold the main invasion force in reserve, framing the situation as a costly stalemate. They proposed terms for a Russian withdrawal from Europe. However, they issued a stark warning. If their advance guard was hindered during its return to Belarus, Russia would unleash its full military might, escalating the conflict and directly threatening Poland and Germany. The message cited Western provocations and military expansions in Central Europe as justification for the conflict, yet it paradoxically called for an immediate ceasefire and a return to pre-invasion borders. At the Pentagon, the cable was met with profound bewilderment. Satellite imagery before the blackout over Western Russia and Belarus had shown no signs of a massive force buildup. Furthermore, despite fragmented and chaotic reports from NATO units in Poland and Germany, no one believed NATO was mounting any significant defense. So why the sudden hesitation from Moscow? They had caught the alliance utterly unprepared during the holiday season, with most U.S. forces deployed to the Pacific. The prevailing theory was that this entire operation was a brutal political theater, a muscle-flexing demonstration to rally domestic support for the nationalist government and to expose NATO's perceived weakness and disarray to the world. However, a different faction within the Pentagon had fully embraced the Kremlin's narrative. The pattern of a limited, sharp initial strike preceding a full-scale assault fit neatly into their existing projections of Russian military doctrine. These officials were quick to celebrate what they saw as a successful defensive action, achieved despite a severe intelligence blackout across Europe. They lauded the initiative of local commanders whose swift counterattacks had, in their view, bloodied the Russian spearhead so badly it had stalled. The Russian communiqué's framing of a stalemate was, to them, a tacit admission of defeat. For these generals, the event was conclusive proof. NATO's doctrine of forward defense, backed by the threat of a massive retaliatory air campaign, had unequivocally deterred a broader war. This interpretation also served as a convenient rebuttal to years of congressional budget cuts targeting European security, and NATO initiatives, a pointed reminder after nearly 20 years of focus on the Middle East, had lulled many into doubting Russia's capacity or will for large-scale conflict. The West, it seemed, had gambled on complacency. The formal authority to accept or reject the Russian ceasefire rested with NATO. Yet, with European communications in disarray and the clear necessity of American reinforcements to repel any further invasion, the alliance leadership in Brussels quietly deferred the ultimate decision to Washington. The White House, Washington, D.C. 26 December President Jonathan Henry read the cable in the Situation Room for a fourth time, the weight of the document palpable in the silence. His national security team, already familiar with the Russian proposal, waited, finishing, Henry removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, the fatigue of consecutive crisis nights evident. He then began a slow circuit of the table, soliciting counsel. The room simmered with anger over the attack in Germany. Several advisers viewed accepting Moscow's terms as sheer folly, yet no one could convincingly argue for prolonging a fight while the United States and its allies remained effectively deaf, dumb, and blind to enemy movements. The president saved his key military advisers for last. When he finally turned to his Secretary of Defense and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, their recommendation stunned him. Accept the ceasefire. The Secretary of Defense laid out the Pentagon's position with blunt clarity. You accept, Mr. President, and we've won. Just like that. You will have personally thwarted a full-scale invasion of Europe. We took a hard shot to the ribs but avoided a knockout punch, and we managed to land a few solid hits of our own. Even better, we secured this outcome while managing a two-front strategic challenge with major powers. That's a victory, sir. A significant one. We frame it that way publicly and immediately pivot our focus back to containing China. We reinforce Europe with our reserves, draft a severe sanctions package to punish Moscow, and, frankly, watch as Congress, save for a few fringe voices, falls in line to fund the necessary military increases next year. His tone then shifted, the earlier confidence giving way to a grim, almost sarcastic pragmatism. But if you say no, then we roll the dice on a nightmare. Either Europe gets overrun by forces we still can't even locate, or we have to fight a protracted, bloody campaign against that same advanced element that sliced from Belarus to the French border in a day and a half. We'd be committing to a war we cannot win quickly or cleanly, sacrificing more American and European lives for a cause that would leave us weaker, not stronger. Our capacity to deter a future Russian move would be shattered. He paused, letting the gravity sink in. And by rejecting this, you might as well personally roll out a welcome mat for Beijing to stroll right into Taiwan. The room fell silent as the implications of the president's words settled over the national security team. They would perceive America as divided and seize the moment to reclaim their lost territory. Henry countered, arguing that once the news networks were back online, they would broadcast the Russian-caused destruction for days on end, making him appear feeble for allowing the attack to go unanswered. He was met with assurances from every advisor, particularly the Secretary of State, that Russia would face severe consequences for its aggression. Anatoly Rivkin launched a desperate, last-ditch attack on Europe to save his own skin, the secretary stated. It failed. Let him nurse his pride for a few months while we handle the Pacific emergency. Then we will unleash our full economic power. Russia is bankrupt and declining. Remember when we blocked their access to that critical mineral site in Kenya? That was the beginning of the end for Rivkin. His political clock is running out. Sir, the secretary continued, I hate the idea of letting Russian troops who killed Americans simply retreat. But the paramount threat is China, Taiwan, and the security of our allies across the Pacific. President Henry lowered his face into his palms. Everyone, just give me a minute. He sat in complete stillness for what felt like an eternity. When his national security advisor began to speak again, Henry raised a hand, a silent plea for quiet. He finally muttered a single frustrated curse under his breath. Lifting his head, his gaze swept the table. We are facing two major powers simultaneously. That's the core strategic dilemma. As was said, America's focus must be on Asia next week. We cannot mobilize for a new offensive in Europe right now. His voice grew firm, edged with a resolve that replaced his earlier fatigue. I will dedicate my entire presidency to ensuring Russia pays a devastating price for these last 2 days. But today, our posture in the Pacific must be one of absolute strength and unity to deter a catastrophic war. Europe has NATO. Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, our Pacific partners, do not have a comparable defense pact. There is no regional balance. The old Kyoto alliance is a relic of the past. The failure of that defunct treaty had never been more apparent. He stood, turning to his Secretary of State. "All right, my decision is made," informed Brussels. "They are to accept the ceasefire and permit the Russian forces in Germany a safe, escorted withdrawal to the Belarusian frontier. Let them have their little victory parade. They will deeply regret challenging us, but we can afford to let them boast for a few weeks." A prudent choice, Mr. President. 3 hours later, at 2 in the morning in Stuttgart, Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev received the directive from Moscow. The terms were accepted, and he was to expedite his immediate return to neutral Belarus with all possible speed. Colonel Dryagin's unit, now reinforced with additional armor and personnel hastily unloaded in Stuttgart before the destruction of the first Red Blizzard train, began moving eastward shortly after. The second Red Blizzard train remained just long enough to transfer more tanks and armored vehicles from its rail cars, further augmenting Dryagin's combat power for the journey. "If the NATO dogs try to betray the agreement, it will happen in Poland," Sabaneyev remarked coldly. He knew they had to cross the border swiftly before American intelligence connected General Lazar's distant operations to Russia's European gambit. This ceasefire was merely a tactical ruse to bring Russian forces home, claiming an uncontested win in Europe, just as the final stage of Operation Red Metal was poised to begin. Chapter 43. The Pentagon, Arlington, Virginia, 26 December. Lieutenant Colonel Dan Connolly had just spent 30 intense minutes detailing the movements and actions of General Boris Lazar and his brigade to the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs and a room full of senior staff, the maps behind him telling a story of alarming escalation. The sequence of events was laid out with chilling clarity. The long-term lease of his country home, the sudden relocation to southern Azerbaijan, and the unexpected announcement of a holiday training exercise that was anything but routine. It was a calculated sprint across Iran to the coastline. He detailed the loading of the brigade onto container ships in Chabahar Bay, the formation of a joint flotilla with Iranian naval vessels, and the subsequent voyage south into the Gulf of Oman. Initially, the room's occupants listened to the lieutenant colonel from strategic planning with thinly veiled impatience. They were neck-deep in managing simultaneous crises in Europe and Asia, and here was this guy talking about military exercises in Iran. Yet within minutes, he had captured the complete and utter focus of everyone present. This wasn't a separate emergency. This was the European crisis, metastasizing, reaching out a new dangerous limb. Before Connolly could even conclude, a voice cut through the silence from the conference table. "They're heading for the Rem mine in Kenya. Those sons of bitches planned to seize it by force." Connolly gave a single grim nod. "I see no alternative, sir." The vice chairman expressed his gratitude for Connolly's analysis and gestured for him to take a seat at the table. The Marine officer complied, retrieving a notebook and pen. "We'll take this to the president," the vice chairman stated. "He'll be reluctant to widen this conflict with Russia, but he will not stand by and let them invade African soil to retake Mr. Mahill. My recommendation will be to strike Lazar's forces while they remain vulnerable at sea." A Marine general on the staff voiced agreement. "I concur, sir, but we must also prepare a contingency. We need boots on the ground in Africa in the event Lazar's force makes it through." "Without a doubt," the vice chairman affirmed. "At minimum, a Marine expeditionary unit. What's our timeline to make that a reality?" "We have a task force centered on the USS Boxer," came the reply. "It's an amphibious readiness group, a 3-ship unit currently within a day's sail of port in Tanzania, that's south of the mining site, but it positions us to intercept the Russians assuming our primary plan to stop them at sea falls short." The admiral nodded, his gaze sweeping the room. "I need a representative on the ground, someone embedded with that Navy Marine Corps team who grasps the full scope of this situation from day one and can manage the fallout if everything goes to hell." His eyes settled on a familiar face. Connolly? Lieutenant Colonel Connolly glanced up from his frantic note-taking, a habit born from trying to keep pace with the Admiral's torrent of directives. "Sir?" he responded, a knot of confusion tightening in his stomach. "You're the one, Ace." "Me? For what, sir?" "You're the one I want on the Boxer. I need a member of my office there. Someone who comprehends the entire strategic picture. Someone capable of crafting a plan that aligns with our national resolve." A heavy silence filled the room. Connolly was momentarily speechless, the assignment landing with the force of a physical blow. He finally managed, "Me? Wouldn't an intelligence specialist be more appropriate? Someone with direct mission impact?" The battalion and regimental commanders, they won't exactly welcome a Pentagon observer tagging along. The Admiral was unmoved. "Colonel Connolly, you will report to the commander of Regimental Combat Team 5 aboard the Boxer." "Colonel Castor, are you acquainted?" "I know him well, sir. We go way back." "Good. You can present yourself as a lead planner, a headquarters liaison, whatever smooths the path. Just remember, your reporting chain still leads to me. I'll handle the political theater back here, provided you keep me apprised. This way we stay ahead of any Russian diplomatic gambits, and if they suddenly cry for peace or pull another stunt like they did in Europe, I'll have you there to give me the unvarnished truth from the field." Connolly's initial shock had subsided, replaced by a focused determination. "Understood, sir. I'll prepare to deploy. One final point," the Admiral added, his tone leaving no room for misinterpretation. "I need Lieutenant Colonel Connolly, the strategic planner, reporting in and advising a successful Boxer Expeditionary Strike Group. I do not need a gung-ho lance corporal diving into the brush, trading AK fire with Russians in a misguided quest for another combat decoration. Keep your head on a swivel, but keep it in the game. This isn't about personal glory. It's about preventing a continental war. Leave the actual combat to the infantry." "My apologies, sir. I am infantry." A slight smile touched the Admiral's face. "The younger infantrymen, Dan. Let them handle the fighting. Not you, understood?" "Understood, sir. No issue at all. You incompetent son of a bitch." Admiral Herbers roared, flecks of spit landing on Major Bob Griggs's chin. "You are without question the most pathetic excuse for an officer I have ever encountered." "Sir?" "Yes, sir." Major Griggs remained rigid, eyes fixed forward. The Admiral's rant had lasted half a minute without revealing the specific cause of his fury, though Griggs had his theories. Herbers confirmed them with his next explosive words. "Did you genuinely believe you could slip past me to meet with the vice chairman without my knowledge? I have access to his digital calendar, you fool. You assumed I wouldn't spot the name Major Griggs on the daily briefing." He continued, his voice dripping with contempt. "I knew you'd attempt this underhanded move. It's telling that Connolly clearly possessed the sense not to join your little scheme." "I didn't see his name alongside yours on the schedule," Griggs replied in a monotone. "No, sir, I did not include Colonel Connolly. Do you sincerely think the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs has time for your half-baked theories?" "No, sir," Griggs repeated. "You're damn right he doesn't now." The Admiral's volume dropped, adopting a falsely pleasant tone. "Here's some good news. I reached out to an old friend of yours. Colonel Richter is on his way here personally to retrieve you." For a fleeting moment, Griggs's eyes widened before resuming their vacant stare. Herbers went on. "You won't be a thorn in my side any longer. Instead of drawing a paycheck to complicate my life, the Department of Defense might finally extract some actual work from you before you retire. Consider it a final contribution." A sharp knock at the door cut the Admiral off. An Army colonel in a starched white shirt and impeccably pressed blue trousers entered. The impressive array of ribbons on his chest spoke of extensive combat experience, and his deeply tanned face was a trademark of those recently returned from deployment, not a vacation. His nameplate read, "Richter, Admiral. Am I interrupting?" "Not at all, Colonel. I was merely refining Major Griggs's perspective." "You'll find that a challenging task, sir," said the colonel, closing the door and stepping inside. You see, our friend Grigsy here operates under the assumption that he's the smartest person in any room. He turned to the Admiral. The Major and I have a history. He has a particular distaste for field duty, seems to view life with the troops as somewhat beneath his talents. He fancies himself more suited to a lofty desk in some strategic think tank, far too intellectual for the common soldier. Colonel Richter moved uncomfortably close to Griggs, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. I'm done with you embarrassing the Army up here in the plans office. Your tour in the Pentagon is over. It's time you got reacquainted with the mud, and since your retirement is looming, I have just enough time to bury you in something critically unimportant. A mountain of outdated manuals needs rewriting. You're going to be my premier paperwork drone. Isn't that right, Major? Sir. Yes, sir. A single bead of sweat traced a path from Griggs's hairline to the bridge of his nose where it remained. The colonel leaned in closer, his next words barely audible. Because if you fail to perform, even in these final months, we might just discover you're medically unfit for continued service. How tragic would it be to serve 19 and a half years only to be discharged on a medical profile right before you could secure your pension? A real shame. The colonel then turned his attention back to the Admiral, a cold, professional smile on his face. Colonel, I'll handle the Major from here. Consider him my responsibility now. Appreciate it, Admiral. The Admiral offered a thin smile and moved toward the exit. But he was halted by the arrival of the Vice Chairman's executive assistant, Elena, a striking woman in her 50s with the poised demeanor of a seasoned diplomat and the fit build of a marathon runner, was the undisputed nerve center of the office. A civilian fixture through multiple administrations, her 3 decades of service and sharp intellect made her the ultimate insider. If you didn't know Elena, you simply weren't in the loop. Admiral, just the person I was looking for, she said, her smile warm but purposeful. The deputy sent me. He just finished a remarkably productive session with Lieutenant Colonel Connolly. He was, however, disappointed that you and Connolly's partner couldn't join. She shifted her gaze past the Admiral to Major Griggs, who remained rigidly at attention. Ah, Bob, there you are. The Vice Chairman was extremely impressed with the intelligence package your team assembled. He called it the best he's seen in months. He wants to activate the plan immediately and has requested you and your men prepare a briefing for the Chairman personally. He extends his highest compliments to you and your entire planning cell. For once, we're not playing catch-up with the Russians. A heavy silence settled over the 3 men. Elena tilted her head, sensing the tension. My apologies. Have I stepped into something? Not at all. Thank you, Elena, the Admiral replied, his voice low. I'll ensure Lieutenant Colonel Connolly is prepared to brief the Chairman this afternoon. After Elena left, Major Bob Griggs maintained his stiff posture, but a faint, triumphant curl touched his lips. Lose the goddamn grin, Colonel Richter snapped, stepping close again. Admiral, is he still coming with me? Admiral Herbers, still processing the sudden shift, blinked and nodded firmly. Absolutely. I have Connolly. You take Griggs. Colonel Richter's voice was ice. My office in 15 minutes. Griggs, empty your desk here. You report to me now. The Colonel and Admiral departed, leaving Griggs alone in the center of the room. His brief smirk vanished, replaced by a fresh bead of sweat tracing a path down to his collar. His shoulders slumped, the formal posture dissolving as he turned toward his spacious, newly assigned office to pack his belongings into a waiting cardboard box. Bob Griggs's stint in the upper echelons had been brutally short, but the objective of Operation Sacrifice Fly had been achieved. He drew the fire so Connolly could secure the critical audience. The play had worked flawlessly. Now, Griggs faced the consequences alone. Near Hof, Germany. 26 December. Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant's face was numb. A raw canvas of cold, but he ignored the discomfort, his eyes glued to the binoculars scanning the misty horizon. He refused to duck into the relative warmth of his M1A2 Abrams tank commander's station. The ambient temperature hovered in the teens, but the true bite came from the blistering wind generated as 70 tons of American steel screamed down the Autobahn. Commanding a unit full of technicians and mechanics had one distinct perk. When Grant ordered the engine governors removed for maximum speed, it was done in under 2 hours, no questions asked. Now the Honeywell turbines roared, pushing the tank past 60 miles per hour. Grant's driver, a young specialist, had the accelerator pinned, following orders, but Grant couldn't shake a nagging fear about a potential civilian collision or a catastrophic ditch. Inside, Sergeant Anderson, the gunner, had swapped seats and was diligently scanning through the commander's independent thermal sight, one of 2 advanced vision systems that gave the M1A2 SEP its formidable edge in the freezing German dawn. Grant could mark multiple targets with a simple switch, allowing his gunner, Anderson, to engage them one after another. Right now, however, Grant was scanning the darkness through his binoculars for any trace of Russian movement, while Anderson used the commander's sight to scan for distant threats and help guide their driver. The voice of his operations officer, Captain Spillane, crackled in his headset. "Sir, I have a relay from an Apache pilot on UHF. He reports contact with a ground station on the guard frequency." "Copy that, Brad. Read it aloud on this net," Grant replied, his eyes never leaving the lenses as he searched for enemy armor ahead. "Sir, the transmission states, 'Ceasefire, ceasefire, ceasefire. All NATO forces halt hostilities. The acting EU COM commander is ordering a stop to all NATO combat operations." Only then did Grant lower his binoculars. Sergeant Anderson's voice cut over the intercom. "You have got to be kidding me." "Anderson, stand by. I can't hear the captain." Grant snapped before keying his radio again. "Brad, confirm what you just relayed. The acting EU COM commander is telling us to stop all engagements." "Affirmative, sir. I'm picking up the same order on NATO frequencies now. It's fainter than the Apache relay, but it confirms the ceasefire directive." Anderson came back on the intercom. "This has to be a Russian deception, sir. Some kind of trick." Grant was too focused to reprimand his gunner again. He climbed down into the turret, and Anderson shifted from the commander's seat back to his own station. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Grant got on the intercom. "Anderson, I need you to pull up the Blue Force tracker or a map, anything to get us moving toward the eastern side of Stuttgart." "Understood on it, sir." Grant rekeyed the radio. "We might still intercept them as they pull out of Stuttgart. We'll reposition." Spillane responded. Roger that, sir, but what then? Are we just ignoring the ceasefire order?" "This could easily be a Russian radio spoof. At the very least, we'll be in place to re-engage if they break contact and we can't verify EUCOM's instructions. If this ceasefire is real, I at least want to be positioned to watch them comply and get the hell out of Germany. I'll tail them all the way to the Polish border if I have to. Keep trying to reach EUCOM directly by every available method for clarification and guidance." "Clear, clear, sir. I'll plot the route and guide the regiment. Permission to ask our German counterparts for any local shortcuts. Do whatever it takes. Just get us there before the Russians slip away." An hour and a half later, Lieutenant Colonel Grant and 14 M1A2 SEP tanks from the 37th Armored Regiment were positioned outside the German town of Göppingen. Through his commander's sight, Grant could clearly make out a massive military train emblazoned with the Russian flag. It rumbled along a track 2 kilometers away, weaving through scattered trees, with several boomerang armored vehicles escorting it on a parallel road. Anderson was watching the same scene. "Trains, sir? Did anyone mention they'd be using trains? We haven't exactly been swimming in reliable intel, Anderson," Grant replied dryly. "Sir," the young gunner pressed, "I could put a thermobaric round right into the rear of that train, take out every Russian on board. Hell, I can see 4 or 5 of them posted as air sentries on the roof, watching those Apaches hovering in the distance." Grant shared the same surge of frustration but held firm. We're not doing that. If this ceasefire is legitimate, then our moment to make a difference as tankers has passed. He couldn't keep the bitterness out of his voice. Just then, Spillane's transmission came through. Courage 6, this is Courage 3. Go ahead, Brad. Sir, I have a Marine colonel over at Panzerkaserne on the line. The Marine base near Stuttgart? Yes, sir. He has a landline back to Patch Barracks. He confirms the ceasefire order we intercepted and has offered to refuel us if we need it. He tells us that an unidentified source instructed our unit to maintain contact with the Russians, escorting them directly from Germany into Poland. Our role ends at the border where Polish forces will assume responsibility. Further instructions are promised via radio, with the note that our regiment is currently the most intact. His phrasing, not mine. It sounds like chaos reigns in the city and, frankly, across much of Europe. But we are the nearest and most capable unit available for armed escort duty right now. Rules of engagement will be provided separately. During a lull in the transmission, Anderson interjected, Sir, one well-placed shot into their engine block would strand them right here. Our orders are clear. We observe from here. Then we follow and continue to observe. So we just watch them escape, sir. Grant shut his eyes, a wave of nausea hitting him. These were the men who had killed his soldiers, and now he was tasked with shepherding them partway to safety. He pressed his radio. Message received, Brad. Please inform the colonel we acknowledge and understand our mission parameters. In a surge of pure frustration, Tom Grant leaned back and slammed his head against the solid steel ammunition crate behind him. Chapter 45. Warsaw, Poland, December 26. Polish President Konrad Zielinski acted alone, fully aware this decision would brand him the most hated man in the nation for a vast majority of his people. The math, however, was straightforward for him. He could not, would not permit the Russians to slaughter, cripple, and ravage their way through his homeland only to retreat peacefully, as if nothing had occurred. There had to be consequences. Despite the NATO-declared ceasefire, Poland would strike the Russian column with every resource at its disposal, acting independently. Zielinski understood the Polish military lacked the sheer firepower to annihilate the invaders. Russian air superiority was overwhelming, their ground forces were too well equipped and trained, and their advance was too rapid. The initial surprise attack had devastated the Polish land forces, but the president believed his military had to attempt to teach Moscow a brutal lesson. Invading a neighbor carries a severe cost. It was painfully clear to Zielinski that Poland would have to stand alone. NATO offered no support. The alliance had not only refused assistance, but had negotiated a clean withdrawal for the Russian assault forces, treating Poland like mere bargaining terrain for larger powers to exploit. Never again, he thought. Russia would learn of Poland's resolve, and so would NATO. A meeting was swiftly convened, with generals arriving in quiet urgency at the Ministry of National Defense on Klonoa Street in central Warsaw. President Zielinski attended personally, the only civilian in the room, and delivered a short, fiery speech invoking the agonies of World War II and Poland's long history of suffering at Russian hands. He then took a seat behind the uniformed officers. The discussion turned to military options, and a grim consensus quickly emerged. There were dangerously few. The lieutenant general commanding the Polish land forces voiced firm opposition to an attack. These Russians were voluntarily leaving Germany under a peace agreement and were expected to transit Poland swiftly, ending the conflict. The commander of the Polish Air Force concurred, noting the devastating losses of his most advanced aircraft during the Russian Blitz 2 days prior. Mounting a coordinated assault with his depleted forces would be a desperate gamble, a piecemeal response patched together on an uncertain timetable. He argued it would likely result in further catastrophic losses, effectively inviting future aggression once Russia realized how crippled Polish air defenses had become. And what, he asked pointedly, would be the fallout from NATO if Poland broke the ceasefire? The Polish land forces could inflict some damage on the raiding column, but without NATO reinforcements arriving in time, what other forces might then surge across the Belarusian frontier? The peril was genuine, and the survival of Poland itself hung in the balance. A surprise action represented the sole opportunity not to achieve battlefield equality, but to land a punishing strike against the invaders without dooming the nation in the process. Yet orchestrating any element of surprise seemed impossible. Moving Polish units into a blocking position without Russian intelligence detecting the maneuver was a fantasy. It was a safe assumption that spies and reconnaissance drones had infiltrated with the initial attack. Over the preceding 48 hours, a series of violent clashes and shootings around southern train stations had left several dead, their civilian clothing failing to conceal the Russian weapons and their purpose. Senior officers gathered around situation maps, their expressions grim. The most logical and expedient course for General Sabaniev was clear: retrace his invasion path along the major highways, utilizing the flat, open farmland that offered little cover. By taking that route, his force could be back across the border into the safety of Belarus within a day. That rural landscape made the prospect of a Polish ambush not just remote, but practically suicidal. Even air assets would be forced to operate under Russian air defense umbrellas. As the generals debated fruitlessly, their attack plans going nowhere, President Zelensky's frustration became palpable. It was then that a colonel from the Wojska Specjalny, Poland's special forces, broke the impasse. He acknowledged that the highways bypassed major urban centers, but noted two cities, Wrocław and Krakow, lay in close proximity to the presumed return route. Either metropolis, he suggested, could conceal an irregular force supported by his operators, potentially evading Russian detection until the column was committed and vulnerable. A mechanized cavalry general immediately scoffed at the notion, arguing that no unit, regardless of size, could deploy from a city and establish fighting positions along the motorway before the vigilant Russian column obliterated them. But the Special Forces colonel pressed forward with a concept that initially made some in the room wonder about his loyalties. "We must deceive them," he stated flatly. "We must let them believe they have already won. We allow them to indulge in their greatest weakness, an unshakable belief in their own superiority. They are prepared for a high-speed, maneuver-based fight. They have countermeasures for our conventional tools. Therefore, we force them into an environment they are not prepared for. We bog them down in a city." He paused, meeting the bewildered stares around the table. "And then what?" the cavalry general demanded. "We wage a tank battle in the crowded streets of Krakow or Wrocław among our own civilians." The colonel gave a single, grave nod. Yes. A heavy silence filled the room for a long moment. Finally, President Zelensky spoke, his voice low and direct. "Colonel, explain the full plan. Skip the theatrics. How does this actually function?" Turning to the president, the colonel's tone was somber. "Mr. President, you must understand, I believe an attack can succeed in crippling the Russian mobile force, ideally destroying it completely. But the cost to the urban center will be catastrophic. You have a choice, Krakow or Wrocław. Geographically, both are suitable for this purpose." The president understood the horrific decision being placed before him. He was being asked to choose which city would be sacrificed. He considered it, but not for long. The last 2 days had been spent hardening his resolve for the terrible burdens of wartime leadership. He had deliberately shed his former way of thinking, setting aside any compassion or concern for anything beyond the battlefield. His assessment was cold and logical, though he did briefly acknowledge the possibility of civilian harm. Krakow is Poland's second-largest city. Wrocław ranks fourth. If we must fight in an urban area, we fight in Wrocław. A swift order was given, and an aide soon arrived with a detailed city map. It was spread across the table, and after another hour of intense debate, the colonel's strategy began to take shape. Elements of the Polish 12th Mechanized Division, the 18th Reconnaissance Regiment, and the 10th Armored Cavalry Brigade would be repositioned along General Sabaneyev's projected path on the A8 motorway, which curves north of Wrocław. This force, numbering roughly 5,000 troops, would attempt to conceal its movements, an effort destined to fail, as the Russians would inevitably detect the hasty preparations to Sabaneyev. It would look like the Poles were setting up a large-scale ambush. If they actually fought along the motorway's open fields, they would be swiftly defeated. Yet the Russian command would trust their intelligence, anticipating a day's delay and significant casualties of their own. But here's the twist. The colonel's real goal wasn't to position the Polish land forces north of Wrocław to engage the Russians directly. Oh no. It was to place them there to force the Russians to choose a different path, to lure them out of the ideal tank terrain of Poland's open plains and into the realm of infantry and special forces, the city itself. So far, Sabaneyev had skillfully avoided direct clashes with frontline Polish, American, and German units, using speed and agility to circumvent enemy strengths and probe for soft spots. His entire doctrine was to find gaps and exploit them with blistering speed. The Poles intended to use this very tendency against him. Senior officers in the Ministry of National Defense agreed with the Special Forces colonel's prediction that this pattern would hold during the column's inevitable push eastward. A sufficiently large Polish force blocking his path might convince the Russian general to seek a detour. Turning north would plunge him deeper into the country's interior, away from the flat southern terrain, and bring him dangerously close to the main Polish military concentration still positioned near Warsaw, awaiting a presumed primary invasion from Belarus. It would also place him within range of multiple Polish air bases, drastically reducing his column's reaction time to aerial threats. Choosing north would slow him down and increase his vulnerability, a move he was unlikely to make. There was, however, another option Sabaneyev could take to bypass the 5,000 Polish troops dug in along the motorway. He could swing his column off the highway, cut directly into the streets of Wrocław, and drive straight through the urban center. This maneuver would cost him only 4 to 6 hours instead of 12 to 24. He could reassemble his forces on the A8 motorway east of the Polish positions, and once again race across southern Poland's lightly defended areas toward Belarus. If intelligence suggested Wrocław was defended only by a civilian militia, the path would seem clear, tempting him with a chance to deliver a quick, demoralizing strike against a symbolic resistance. Sabaneyev wouldn't make the decision to enter the city lightly. No mechanized force wants to get tangled in a major urban maze of narrow streets, civilian traffic, and towering buildings. But if the route through the city appeared easier and more certain than going around it, the Polish colonel argued, the bold and self-assured General Eduard Sabaneyev would be drawn to it like a moth to a flames. Sabaneyev would undoubtedly dispatch scouts to search for any signs of prepared defenses in Wrocław. They would inspect the Oder River bridges for explosive charges and assess whether the civilian population had been evacuated or warned. Finding no large conventional formations, he would likely accept the risk and advance. The Polish strategy aimed to funnel his armored column directly into the city, forcing a brutal urban fight, the very environment modern armor fears most. A compact force of Wojska Specjalny, around 400 operators, would be bolstered by several thousand militia members blending in as civilians. They would make the Russians bleed for every intersection, trading a street for a tank and a city block for an armored vehicle. Over the next 12 hours, these small groups would filter into Poland's fourth-largest city undetected by drones. The militia's movement with their older equipment would simply appear to be a routine repositioning, clearing the path for the withdrawing Russian forces. When this plan was presented, it sparked fierce debate, especially once it was clear that evacuating the city would compromise the ambush. Wrocław's historic old town, among Europe's most beautiful, was set to become the epicenter of the continent's most intense combat since World War II. The Polish citizens there were going to endure terrible suffering. But President Zelensky had demanded a viable plan, costs be damned, and this seemed to be it. The linchpin was the simultaneous demolition of the 5 central bridges over the Oder, channeling the Russian advance into a prepared kill zone without prematurely revealing the trap by mining the structures. An Air Force general proposed a solution: a dozen of Poland's remaining F-16s, launching from the 32nd Tactical Air Base at Lask, could strike the bridges with precision bombs. Russian radar would detect them, but the short flight time would give air defenses little chance to react before the fighters released their payloads and turned north to rearm. They could then return to strike high-valued targets at the rear of the Russian column that escaped the urban trap. President Zelensky understood the grim arithmetic. Thousands of his people would perish in the coming urban chaos, and history would remember him as the man who sent them to their fate. He'd be politically finished, if not literally condemned, by his own countrymen once the dust settled. In his mind, however, it was NATO's pressure that had backed Poland into this corner, leaving Wrocław to bear the brunt. With a signature, he endorsed the operation, effectively ending his career and sentencing an untold number of soldiers and civilians to death. He had loved ones in the city, yet he never lifted the phone to warn them. The die was cast. He made his way back to the presidential palace, a building that had once housed the short-lived Polish government that broke free from Russian control in 1918. It stood as a testament to Poland's early hopeful strides toward democracy, a dream later crushed beneath the invading forces of its powerful neighbors. Collecting a steaming coffee from his cheerful, unaware secretary, he stepped into his office and sank into the worn leather chair behind the massive desk. The harsh December sunlight streamed through the tall windows, illuminating the room. His gaze drifted to the view outside, settling on the imposing bronze statue of Prince Józef Antoni Poniatowski astride his horse, sword forever raised in a silent charge. The palace gardens, usually a vibrant green, lay dormant and bleak in the winter chill. Just past the statue, he could see the solemn tomb of the unknown soldier, its stone urns holding soil from countless battlefields, the gates to its eternal flame, a faint outline in the distance. It struck him then with a sudden heavy clarity that this monument was a silent charge to every leader who occupied this office, a reminder of the terrible weight of command in moments of national peril. A profound sense of dread settled in his chest. His thoughts flew to the men and women in the South, soldiers and civilians alike, whose lives were now forfeit because of his orders. He thought of the historic city he had condemned, sacrificing it in a desperate gambit to preserve Poland itself. Overwhelmed, he buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent, wrenching sobs. Chapter 46. U.S. John Warner, SSN T5 Gulf of Aden. 27 December Commander Diana Del Vecchio of the United States Navy stared at the bank of monitors in the control room, her usual composed expression giving way to one of stark disbelief. "XO, you need to see this," she called out, her voice cutting through the low hum of the submarine. Lieutenant Commander Tad Jenkins, the executive officer, turned from the navigation charts. He moved to the console controlling the digital periscope system, the universal modular mast, which provided crystal-clear video feeds to multiple screens, a far cry from the old single-viewer optical scopes submariners used to joke about. Jenkins manipulated the controls, zooming in on the cluster of dark, unidentified vessels moving through the rainy haze of the Gulf. "That's not a random gathering, Captain. That's a fleet," he stated, his voice low. He toggled between night vision and thermal imaging, trying to glean more details as seawater periodically washed over the mast's sensors. "I'm seeing civilian hulls mixed in, but this is a military formation. Escort vessels are positioned defensively. This is a coordinated convoy, and it's moving with intent." He panned the mast, slowly, methodically scanning each ship in the distant group before zooming out to assess the entire formation's daunting scale. The sheer number of vessels moving together in the poor weather suggested an operation of significant scope. "XO, "Prepare to send everything we have," Del Vecchio ordered. "Down scope." Jenkins retracted the mast. "Radio, stand by for an SSIXS transmission. We're sending imagery, audio, and sonar data to Fleet Headquarters. Get the burst package ready." He then turned to the officer of the deck. "You have the mast. Conduct an interrupted search per the captain's protocol, but capture full panoramics and laser range data. We'll make one more satellite burst with our final update, the USS John Warner, a Virginia-class submarine with advanced Block 3 systems, hovered silently, a hidden witness to the ominous armada forming in the gray waters above. Her boat was equipped with some of the most advanced passive sonar systems available, featuring the new large aperture bow array and upgraded active sonar modules mounted on the chin and sail, designed specifically for tracking hostile contacts. Commander Diana Del Vecchio excelled at employing these technological tools to outmaneuver adversaries with cunning precision. Despite standing just under 5 feet tall, her commanding presence made her seem larger than life. A first-generation Italian-American, a faint accent would surface only in moments of intense frustration or when she felt cornered during high-stakes fleet briefings. This same fiery inflection emerged whenever her crew's competence was challenged. In return, the crew held her in a blend of profound respect and genuine camaraderie. She made it a point to know every sailor's full name, along with the names of their spouses and children. Earning a word of praise from her was a coveted achievement, a testament to their admiration for her expertise, her unwavering care for their well-being, and her fair-handed leadership under pressure. Soon, they would deploy the underwater communications buoy once more, this time to relay their freshly gathered intelligence up to a satellite and back to Fifth Fleet headquarters. Analysts there would immediately begin cross-referencing each vessel in the convoy with archived sonar profiles and imagery. If everything proceeded smoothly, the processed data would be disseminated across the fleet, with a tailored analysis sent directly to the John Warner. Del Vecchio paused, her eyes fixed on the bulkhead for a long moment in thought before turning decisively and heading for the operations center. Inside, she studied the video feed of the convoy, combining the visual with audio streams and the seasoned judgment of her sonar team to identify each ship in that peculiar assembly. Meanwhile, aboard the Iranian frigate Sabalan, Colonel Borbakov strode across the cramped bridge, observing the heavy rain through the windows. Local fishermen referred to this period as the short rains, brief, frequent downpours that swept the Gulf of Aden. The season was nearing its end, but tonight's intermittent showers still curtained the visibility. One small mercy was the relief from the oppressive heat, which often climbed past 90 degrees Fahrenheit, a fact deeply appreciated by the soldiers stifling below decks. Borbakov watched as the windshield wipers cleared the glass. 2 more infantrymen had emerged on deck through a forward hatch, tilting their faces toward the sky to savor the cool, clean air. Despite his threats of court-martial to their commanders, soldiers continued to sneak up every half hour or so, desperate to escape the heat and odor that plagued the troop quarters. His own Spetsnaz operatives maintained strict discipline, but these were General Lazar's regular army troops, and they seemed to test his authority at every turn. It didn't help that Lazar and most senior Russian officers were stationed on other ships in the convoy, leaving Borbakov as the highest-ranking Russian officer on the Sabalan. He had resorted to using the bridge's loudspeaker to bellow orders, shooing the wandering soldiers back below. The Iranian vessels loaned to the Russians came with strict conditions. One rule forbade any Russian personnel from being visible outside the hull until after landing. Another guaranteed Iran a future share of the revenue from the rare earth mineral mine once the Russian operation reached its final phase, a payoff that might take years to materialize. But Tehran had never been impatient when long-term profit was at stake. From the outset of Operation Red Metal, Borbakov had understood that the Americans would likely have pieced together Russia's true intentions by now. It would be impossible for a force of 5,000 Russian troops and their armored vehicles to embark from the Iranian coast and set sail without detection. Once spotted, the logical conclusion would point directly toward the contested rare earth mineral deposit in southern Kenya. General Borbakov, however, had a deception ready. He calculated that the United States military, stretched thin by global commitments, would face delays in identifying, assessing, and responding to the threat. Once they did, their natural assumption would be a landing at Mombasa, a port less than 50 miles from Rima Hill. The voyage from Iran's Chabahar port to Mombasa would grant Western forces a full 48 hours to launch a naval or airstrike before Russian forces could disembark. Engaging the Russians at sea would be the preferred strategy for the U.S. and NATO, especially given the crippling blow to AFRICOM's headquarters in Germany, which would complicate organizing a rapid ground defense in Africa. American missiles could obliterate the invasion fleet before it ever reached shore, whereas on land, the Russians could deploy their full array of air defense systems. But Borbakov had no intention of giving the West those 2 days. His plan diverted the flotilla from the Arabian Sea north into the Gulf of Aden, with a landing at Djibouti City. This would force Colonel Lazar's ground forces on a grueling 800-mile armored trek through Djibouti, Ethiopia, and into Kenya. But it halved their vulnerable time at sea. Borbakov acknowledged the risk of encountering American vessels in the Gulf, but a potential skirmish with escort ships and submarines was a far more favorable gamble than sailing directly into a pre-planned ambush off Mombasa. On the bridge wing, standing in a cold afternoon drizzle, Borbakov snatched up a bullhorn. His voice cut through the rain. "Quit lounging around, you worthless maggots. Get your backsides below deck. Now." Chapter 47. German, Polish border, 27 December, perched on the tank's turret. Secured by his radio tether, Lieutenant Colonel Tom Grant kept his helmet on. His gunner, Sergeant Anderson, was fixed on the Russian armor positioned across the river through the main gun sight. "Sir," Anderson said, his eye still pressed to the eye cup, "when was the last time you got any real sleep?" "About as recently as you have, Sergeant. Same goes for everyone in this unit." "Understood, sir, but the rest of us aren't the ones calling the shots." "You'd better be calling your own shots. You'd better have one of those enemy vehicles in your crosshairs right now, and you'd better have your next 5 targets lined up in your head if this kicks off again." "Hooah, sir. Those bastards could use a final send-off." Grant gave a slight, almost invisible nod. To the young African-American soldier from Pittsburgh, he said, "Think it all you want. Just don't act on it and keep your finger off the trigger while you're thinking. We are not going to be the ones who reignite this mess." He'd said what needed saying to the kid, but the truth was no one in the regiment burned with a fiercer desire to open fire on those bastards than Grant himself. Through his binoculars, he focused on a Russian boomerang in the column, which was preparing to cross the bridge to continue its withdrawal from Poland. A soldier popped up from a top hatch, leaned forward, and pulled down his pants, presenting his bare backside, which he proceeded to slap with his hands. "Sir, you seeing this?" Anderson yelled, his voice tight. "I've got both cheeks centered in my sight. Just say the word." Grant let out a long, weary sigh, the weight of command a palpable pressure in his chest. The crude provocation was almost laughable in its desperation, a pathetic attempt to goad them into a mistake. He watched the soldier drop back into the vehicle, the column beginning its slow, deliberate movement across the bridge, a tense ballet of restraint playing out in the freezing December air. The situation was far from ideal, but there was a strange comfort in being surrounded by these young American soldiers, men who had already shown their mettle over the last 48 hours as the front line of this fight. Grant had been that young once, serving in Iraq, and he vividly recalled the same simmering frustration with the rules of engagement. Some things never change, he mused bitterly. He despised his current restrictions just as much and felt a powerful urge to give Anderson and the other gunners the order to open fire on the enemy armor once more. Suppressing the impulse, he simply keyed his microphone. "Major Ott, Advance your lead tanks to the left side of the intersection. Understood, replied the German commander. The Russian column began its slow crawl toward the bridge. As the lead vehicle drew alongside Lieutenant Colonel Grant, a Russian lieutenant dismounted from a BTR-4. He was in his late 20s with dirty blonde hair and looked oddly out of place, save for the snow camouflage uniform marking him as reconnaissance. Grant was certain this was one of the same operatives who had scouted his defensive positions near Münchberg and likely Stuttgart, too. With an arrogant wave of his hand, the officer silently demanded that Grant move his tank to clear more road space. Without waiting for a response, the lieutenant climbed back into his Gaz Tiger, radioed a message, and the long procession of Russian hardware began rolling across the bridge. First came the reconnaissance elements, boomerang vehicles mixed with smaller Tigers, and even a few motorcycle scouts. They were followed by a full battalion of T-14 main battle tanks. Remarkably, most of the Russian equipment appeared undamaged. A few boomerangs bore scars from recent combat, but everything was moving under its own power. Nearly an hour passed before Grant and his crew watched the final cluster of rearguard boomerangs cross the bridge. Their passage meant his next move was to follow the Russians across and into Poland. The plan, as relayed to him through fragmented messages, was to trail behind and ensure they did not restart hostilities. Courage, Maine. This is Courage 6. Do you have the final count? Affirmative, sir. We counted 42 boomerangs, 10 BTRs, and 31 T-14 tanks. Add 38 support vehicles. That's 111 total. Grant considered the numbers. He would be escorting an enemy force significantly larger than his own, and that wasn't even accounting for the elusive train wherever it had disappeared to. As much as he sympathized with Sergeant Anderson's desire for action, reigniting the fight now would guarantee a brutal and costly engagement. By the late evening of December 26th, the vast assembly of Polish land forces had begun to coalesce north of Wrocław. Their reconnaissance and command units immediately established battle lines and designated bivouac areas. Next, the advance infantry started the backbreaking work of digging into the frozen Polish soil, hastily constructing camouflaged anti-tank positions. Once again, in this age of advanced technology, the cold, hard earth remained the infantry soldiers' last grim sanctuary. Any sound above a whisper drew sharp rebukes from the veteran sergeants. They operated under the assumption that Russian observers were already watching, knowing that thousands of soldiers could not be hidden entirely, regardless of light or noise discipline. Yet the directive from the Ministry of National Defense was clear: maintain quiet, but accept that you are under constant observation. The premier unit of Polish Special Forces, known as the Group for Operational Maneuvering Response, GROM, which also means Thunder, had been deployed from Warsaw. Its 3 squadrons, A, B, and C, landed in Wrocław just after 10 p.m. and were quietly transported by bus to several hotels along the Oder River, all within sight of the city's 5 key bridges. Over the next several hours, additional Polish Special Operations personnel filtered into the city. By midnight, more than 400 operators from GROM were positioned within Wrocław, all dressed as civilians after arriving via a mix of trucks, rail, and helicopters. Simultaneously, scattered units from Poland's Territorial Defense Force, the National Volunteer Militia, started receiving orders to redeploy directly into the city. They were given no explanation for the movement and carried only the gear they had on hand. Throughout the dark hours, a steady trickle of charter buses, passenger trains, and aging military transports delivered these elements to assigned points across the urban landscape. They arrived not as one formidable block, but in smaller company-sized groups, a motor coach here, a little convoy of repurposed school buses there. By 2 in the morning, the assembled Special Forces and militia members had discreetly started preparing defensive positions along the expected route of the advancing Russian column. In windows of apartments, storefronts, office buildings, and government facilities, anti-tank rockets, machine guns, rifles, and grenades were carefully emplaced. Curious civilians who inquired were met with a uniform, placating response. These forces were there solely for their protection. It promised to be a sleepless night of preparation, leaving every soldier and volunteer to wonder if their labor would only culminate in a desperate morning battle against a far more powerful and better equipped enemy, fought on the familiar, vulnerable streets of their own country. Weißwasser, Germany, 27 December. Colonel General Eduard Sabaneyev awoke in his private berth aboard the Red Blizzard II command vehicle. He had managed only a rough 90-minute nap. Sitting up, he immediately checked the real-time map on his laptop, noting they were approaching the Polish border. The display showed that Colonel Dryagin's southern column had already crossed over and was some 40 kilometers inside Poland. So far, the operation was proceeding as intended. The general moved into the command car and accepted a thermos of hot tea from Colonel Smirnov. Just then, a priority intelligence alert chimed over the radio. A headset was handed to him. Sabaneyev. "Colonel General," came the voice of his intelligence officer, Major Orlov. "I am transmitting files to your station now, sir." A new map flashed onto the screen above Sabaneyev's console, depicting southern Poland. Clusters of thermal signatures were concentrated north of Wrocław. What am I looking at? For the next 5 minutes, Orlov detailed the rapid Polish military buildup that had occurred under cover of darkness along the column's projected path. Sabaneyev methodically verified the summary. 2 mechanized brigades, an armored brigade, and a reconnaissance regiment. "Confirmed, sir." "Any shift in their Air Force activity?" "None detected, sir." "However, at our current speed of advance, we will not reach their location until approximately 800 hours tomorrow." Their deployment suggests they are attempting to establish some form of ambush. A flicker of genuine surprise passed through Sabaneyev. He had honestly doubted the Poles would seek another confrontation after the decisive defeat his forces handed them during the initial invasion. Yet here was President Zelensky, apparently itching for a rematch. The man is a damned fool. On the other end of the line, Orlov paused briefly before responding. "Sir, Zelensky, he actually wants to stand and fight. An idiot." "Yes, sir." Smirnov, who had been listening on his own headset, leaned in to study the display. "We could defeat a Polish force 3 times that size." The general gave a non-committal shrug and took a sip of his tea. "Given sufficient time, undoubtedly. But simply maneuvering our column into a proper battle formation would consume more hours than I care to waste in these open Polish flatlands." Sabaneyev then keyed his microphone to address Orlov directly again. "What's the situation in Wrocław? We have 2 Spetsnaz units deployed. One is observing the new Polish troop buildup near the A8 motorway, while the other is concealed near the junction of the A4 and A8 west of the city. I need details on the city itself." The intelligence officer responded. "A drone flyover 30 minutes ago showed nothing unusual, sir. It's a typical evening. There's traffic on the highways, but no signs of military movement within Wrocław. Some militia are present, but they aren't in heavily fortified positions." Sabaneyev looked at his executive officer, Smirnov. "Pull up the contingency plans for moving through Wrocław." Colonel Smirnov quickly returned to his workstation, and soon maps and detailed text filled the central screen. The Russians had anticipated the possibility of Polish forces blocking their exit route, of course, and had prepared several options. If a significant force was positioned on the A8 near Wrocław, one alternative was to drive straight through the urban center. Although this plan existed, Sabaneyev had never really expected to use it. He let out a weary sigh. This would cost him several hours regardless of his choice. But then a new consideration struck him. If he did take the city route, clashes with the Polish Territorial Defense Force were inevitable. These poorly trained militia units lacked the discipline to hold their fire, guaranteeing skirmishes along the way. The Russian general was already composing his memoirs in his mind, a habit he'd nurtured since receiving his orders at the Kremlin with Lazar. Any engagement on NATO soil during his return to Belarus would be another glorious notch on his belt. Even minor scuffles between his scouts and the militia, if they occurred in a major city, could be embellished with dramatic prose to form a thrilling finale for the story of his heroism during Operation Red Metal. Sabaneyev found himself warming to the idea of a city transit, but he wasn't reckless. He turned to Smirnov. Send a reconnaissance force ahead of the main column into Wrocław. Support them with three mechanized companies held in reserve just west of the city. The recon teams are to locate any militia positions along our proposed path. Order them to find the clearest routes to the bridges over the Oder River. Redirect the Spetsnaz teams already in the city to those bridges. Have them check underneath to ensure they aren't rigged with explosives. He gave a casual shrug. If we can move our equipment through and the Poles don't try anything clever, we'll bypass the Polish land forces on the A8 by cutting right through downtown Wrocław. A smirk crossed his face. We control this country now. We can do whatever we damn well please. Chapter 48. West of Uro Kiel, Poland, 27 December. Just after 5 in the morning, 8 Gaz Tiger armored vehicles rolled to a stop outside Wrocław. They parked along a narrow, secluded trail, wide enough for only a single vehicle where they could remain hidden. For the next half hour, the crews camouflaged their vehicles with brush and heaped snow atop them. After taking precise map coordinates and verifying them with Russia's still-functional laser guidance system from hills to the south, the soldiers moved out on foot toward the distant twinkling lights of the city. There were 48 soldiers and officers in total, 8 per vehicle, all from the 45th Guards Independent Spetsnaz Brigade. Dressed in civilian attire, they carried heavy packs loaded with communications equipment, weapons, and supplies. The 8-man teams operated as separate units, using devices that resembled civilian smartphones but were loaded with advanced military software. Each team moved toward different sectors of the city, targeting critical infrastructure. Bridges, major road junctions, key highways, and especially railway overpasses. The cold morning air was sharp and still. The only sound the crunch of snow underfoot as they advanced, a silent infiltration into the sleeping urban landscape. One by one, the reconnaissance teams transmitted their updates via high-frequency radio. Everything seemed to be proceeding without issue. The Polish military presence was remarkably light. Just a few fortified militia posts, nothing substantial. The city itself appeared entirely unaware that Russian forces were moving through its streets. One unit conducted a sweep of the Old Town area in the early hours, using the tram system for cover and mobility. This method proved both effective and discreet, offering an ideal vantage point. They reached the Oder River, crossed its bridges, and pressed eastward, noting no unusual movement around any of the 5 key crossings. A separate team was assigned to monitor the central railway station. Their report indicated only the routine flow of local commuter trains before dawn. A handful of buses were parked near hotels in the Old Town, a typical sight for a European city at that hour, with no unexpected surge in civilian activity. In under 90 minutes, they had covered all the critical zones within Wrocław that Sabaneyev's planners had highlighted. The path forward for the main column seemed open. Red Blizzard 2, Western Poland, 27 December. Almost 100 kilometers to the west, a steady stream of digital data flowed into the command center aboard the support train Red Blizzard 2. Computers analyzed the incoming information and marked points of interest on the maps. The main display was now focused on Wrocław. General Sabaneyev stood behind his operations officer, reading the raw field reports from the Spetsnaz scouts as they arrived. Some messages were detailed, others clipped and direct, but collectively, this initial reconnaissance showed no signs of serious threat. The Colonel General began to consider his next move. "I need absolute certainty before we divert south," he stated. "If we stay on our current route, we head straight into what reconnaissance suggests is a strengthening Polish defensive line. What's your assessment, operations officer?" Sir, it may be time to separate from the support train. It has served its purpose just as the assault train did. Our armor is unloaded, and the column is fully stocked with fuel and ammunition. Furthermore, we can expect complete resupply from Red Blizzard 3 closer to central Poland. At this phase, we should transition back to assault formations. They're faster, more decisive, and better able to handle whatever the Poles throw at us. General Sabaniev studied the map. We haven't yet faced the full weight of NATO or even Polish air power, and I want the train's capabilities to help counter that, he countered. Then, with a dry, almost sarcastic edge to his voice, he added, "Besides, what's the point of having a mobile command post if we abandon it just when things might get interesting? Let's keep our special teams in Wrocław on alert for any military movement. Order one more reconnaissance at first light to verify those bridges are clear. If I'm correct, the Poles will position something on the city's outskirts to warn us away, all while convincing themselves we'd be insane to drive an armored column through urban streets. Sir, even if they do manage to get troops into the city, they won't have sufficient time to establish any meaningful defenses," interjected the assistant operations officer, earning a sharp glare from his superior for speaking out of turn. Sabaneyev, however, nodded slowly. "Yes. I appreciate your initiative, Lieutenant Colonel." Colonel Felix Smirnov, the operations officer, dropped heavily into the metal chair at his station. Sabaneyev enjoyed pitting his officers against each other. He believed it kept them disciplined and drove them to compete in devising solutions. Wrocław, Poland, 27 December. Paulina Tobias sat in a second-class compartment as her train eased into Wrocław's central station. She glanced down at the white sling, cradling her left arm, feeling the constriction of the bandages beneath. An itch at her wrist frustrated her as she couldn't reach the skin under the dressing. "This is going to leave one nasty scar," she thought. Catching her reflection in the window, she saw eyes that looked weary and deeply sad. The city outside passed by in a blur of gray dawn, a stark contrast to the turmoil she carried within. She was no longer a young woman, but what did that make her? A hardened fighter? More accurately, she felt like a frightened child, the legendary warrior women she had always idolized, those resilient figures who defied expectations and proved their strength, now seemed like distant fantasies. Perhaps they weren't real either. Maybe they too had simply stumbled upon luck just as she had, and maybe that was the universal truth. Perhaps even the celebrated male soldiers of history relied on little more than chance. The train shuddered and began to decelerate, signaling their imminent arrival. She carefully removed the sling, a sharp twinge shooting through her arm as she did. Rotating her shoulders slowly, she felt a dull, throbbing ache, but her mobility was surprisingly decent. Outside the frost-rimmed window, the first pale hints of dawn began to bleed into the sky. Why were they being sent to Wrocław? The train was packed with militia volunteers, their conversations a monotonous chorus of battle lust and eagerness for combat. Fools, she thought. They had no conception of what they were so desperately craving. Hardly anyone aboard had seen actual fighting during Russia's advance through Poland, and her own single brush with violence didn't make her feel any more capable than the rest. For all she knew, their mission would involve nothing more heroic than helping elderly citizens cross icy streets or assembling flimsy checkpoints. A male militiaman, likely in his 30s, sat across the aisle. He had been stealing glances at her for the past 10 minutes, and she had been diligently pretending not to notice. As the train wheels screeched to a halt, he finally spoke. "You're the one who was shot in Radom." "Dozens were shot. I'm just one of the lucky ones who walked away." "I've seen your photograph. They've printed thousands. They're plastered all over Warsaw in coffee shops on street poles. You were incredible, fought like a hero." Paulina offered no response. He gave an appreciative nod. Gesturing toward her injured left arm, he added, "You know, you don't have to be here today." She turned her gaze to the platform outside the window as the train settled. "Actually," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "I do." She dropped the sling to the floor and stood, using her good right arm to retrieve her small violet backpack from the overhead rack before swinging her rifle across her shoulders. All around her in the carriage, 40 other men and women, dressed in an assortment of civilian clothes, began gathering their belongings and shuffling toward the exits. She fell into step with the crowd, a sudden, unexpected memory flashing through her mind. Her father teaching her to ice skate on a frozen pond, his steadying hands on her elbows. The recollection felt both comforting and bitterly ironic now. A team of 8 Spetsnaz operatives observed the Polish militia disembarking from the train. A swift check of the schedules confirmed this was an unscheduled stop, prompting the team to melt into strategic positions around the station. Their suspicions validated, they watched the ragtag assembly of Polish defense personnel, a chaotic mix of uniforms and civilian gear, spill onto the platform. They counted each individual, their trained eyes noting every detail. The militia commanders appeared disorganized, struggling even to conduct a proper head count. A few hapless volunteers had to scramble back onto the train to retrieve rifles they had forgotten. The covert Russian team documented everything with photographs. They meticulously surveyed the militia's basic infantry gear and outdated equipment, then transmitted their concise assessment. Polish militia element arriving, Wrocław Central Station, company strength. Basic personal gear and firearms, generation capability, no anti-armor, assets observed. Force is ill-equipped, demonstrates poor discipline and appears untrained. Assessment minimal to negligible threat. P8 team reporting. Just 2 miles to the east, the Oder River carved its path north to south through Wrocław, tracing the eastern edge of the medieval Old Town. It had frozen solid weeks ago and now lay hidden beneath a fresh blanket of snow from the previous day. Hundreds of footprints from children playing, determined ice fishermen, and morning strollers dotted the snowy surface, weaving across the river's width. Tracks from a group of cross-country skiers who had passed through in the early morning ran beneath the Pokoju Bridge before vanishing northward into the lingering fog. To the south, the Grunwald Bridge stood alone. At this early hour, it was the only one of the city's 5 main river crossings showing any signs of vehicle traffic, a few lonely headlights cutting through the gray dawn. The Peace Bridge stood as a formidable structure over the Oder River, its twin brick supports rising over 60 feet to hold a steel span that linked directly to a primary east-west artery through Wrocław, a far more significant route than the minor roads served by the crossings to the north. A blue Daewoo pickup pulled to the curb on the bridge's southern end, close to where one massive pylon met the western embankment. 3 men in their 30s emerged, bundling themselves against the cold in thick coats with fur-lined hoods drawn tight. They approached the railing, glanced down at the dark water below, then descended a set of concrete steps to a riverside walkway. Flashlights cut through the lingering gloom beneath the steel girders as they made a quick inspection. Satisfied, they returned to their vehicle, crossed to the opposite side to repeat the check, and radioed their clearance report. One soldier fiddled with the ignition wires under the dashboard of the hot-wired truck, and they drove north toward the next bridge. 10 minutes later, Sergeant Anton Mikhailov stepped from his own warm pickup and approached the Peace Bridge for his own assessment. After a visual scan, he settled into the passenger seat, retrieved a secure device from his pack, and tapped out an encrypted message, "Peace Bridge clear. No signs of explosives or blockages." Awaiting a reply, he turned to the officer in the back. "Command is asking about civilian activity." Mikhailov exited the truck again, despite the biting cold of the early morning. A handful of people were already out, likely heading to work. The Russian sergeant took a deep breath of the frigid air, lit a cigarette, and smirked back at his superior inside the cab. Quiet little town. They're probably still dreaming about breakfast. No idea what's coming their way. The captain climbed out, took the radio, and reported no unusual traffic in the Old Town district. As he finished, a taxi pulled up beside their parked Daewoo. The driver, a heavy-set man with thinning hair, rolled down his window and yelled in Polish. The junior officer, not understanding, simply waved him off irritably. Undeterred, and already in a foul mood from a slow morning, the cabbie shifted to park and shouted again, this time in English. When the men just gestured angrily back at him, making a crude fist signal, the driver had reached his limit. Muttering about disrespectful kids, he grabbed his cell phone. Sergeant Mikhailov mirrored the motion, but his hand came out holding a suppressed 9mm pistol. From just 10 feet away, he fired 3 rounds into the cabbie's face. The violent impact sent a horrific spray across the interior. The captain stared, horrified. "Mikhailov, have you lost your mind? Get that corpse out of sight, you brainless oaf. I'll have you court-martialed for jeopardizing this entire mission over a nosy cab driver." 2 soldiers quickly moved the lifeless driver into the back of the taxi. One took the wheel and drove it across the bridge, followed by the Daewoo. They parked the cab in an empty spot and rejoined the others, while the captain's furious tirade against Mikhailov continued unabated in the back of the pickup. 75 kilometers west of Rocklar, 27 December. Colonel Sabaniev reached his final decision with only 25 minutes to spare before the head of the column was scheduled to exit onto the northern A8 highway bypass. Colonel Dryagin received the order over the radio while standing in the top hatch of his Boomerang command vehicle, watching the eastern sky lighten with a pale, misty dawn. His column was halted just west of Wrocław, engines idling as they waited for his word. After acknowledging the general, he dropped back inside the cramped compartment, lit only by the glow of red instrument lights. His company commanders and the Spetsnaz liaison officer, who had crowded in for instructions, watched him intently. Dryagin masked his own doubts about the plan behind a mask of confidence. "All right, we're taking the city route through Wrocław," he announced. "We'll punch straight through, just like we did in Stuttgart. The local defense forces will be caught completely off guard, giving us a clean shot across the Oder River. The Boomerangs will split to cover 4 parallel routes through the city, shielding the flanks. All main battle tanks stay in the center. We drive at full speed with the Boomerangs acting like traffic cops clearing the highway. Anything that gets in our way, militia, regulars, police, whatever, we eliminate it and keep moving." A company commander spoke up. "Sir, what about these new reports of militia reinforcements gathering?" Polish factory workers handed rifles. Dryagin dismissed. "They probably don't know which end of the gun the bullet comes out of. We brushed them aside on our way in. We'll do the same on our way out." The Spetsnaz major interjected. "Should we delay for more of my teams to report? Partisans could be mining the roads or tearing up rail lines ahead of us. Even if there were 2 full divisions of militia in that city, taking this route would present little difficulty," Dryagin countered, his tone shifting to one of weary sarcasm. Honestly, did the special forces think they were the only ones who understood speed and violence of action? He then turned to the side hatch, where his intelligence officer was leaning in. "Razvedchik, what's